This is an unknown world sphere with a death rate as high as 90%. Yet you have spent all your fortune to buy it. Everyone laughs at you for being crazy, but only you know that this will be the strongest conquest world in the history of the Blue Star. It's because in this world, everyone over the age of 18 will have the ability to connect to other dimensions. And what surprises you even more is that these dimensions are all anime worlds familiar to you in your past life. At this moment, when you open the world of your contract, you are stunned. Oh my! Dragon Ball! You couldn't help but exclaim at this moment, not because you are not calm, but because the level of this world in front of you far exceeds your imagination. Currently known new world landings, whether in novels or animations, their power levels are not actually very high. However, what appears at this moment is Dragon Ball, and you are really a bit confused at this moment, and for a moment you are a bit unable to react. Carefully examined the screen several times, but the familiar scene, the familiar Turtle Island, and even the familiar figure undoubtedly make you understand that this is indeed the world of Dragon Ball. Ding! Please select the login method after opening the login. In your astonishment, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again, and this sound immediately made you sober up, with a flush appearing on your face in that instant. This is Dragon Ball, the known landing place in the current world. Obviously, there is nothing higher than the Dragon Ball world. The previous uneasiness and tension have disappeared at this moment, leaving only excitement, a higher level world, and a familiar world. You can almost imagine your gains. Please select the login method. The familiar voice sounded again in excitement. Choose to log in with a designated identity. You took a deep breath, calmed yourself down, and then spoke in a deep voice. In the selection of designated identities, please choose your identity. You can choose humanoid, human, or beast. The mechanical voice sounded, and the next moment, simple images appeared one after another, representing the identities. As you looked at these appearing identities, the corner of your mouth twitched involuntarily. Obviously, the Dragon Ball that was just activated at this moment is only the first chapter, and the races that appear are basically those belonging to the Earth. If you choose these races, it is clear that there is no future. Fortunately, you know that this kind of identity choice can be chosen, not just these hints. Choose Scion. Taking a deep breath, you speak directly. Ding! Identity detection in progress. Detection completed. Identity match in progress. World, unknown. Identity, Vegeta Planet Scion. Main mission, survive the destruction on Vegeta Planet. Current reserve time, 1095 days. Identity match completed. Do you want to log in immediately? The familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Looking at this piece of information, there is a hint of blush on your face. Indeed, you whisper, with excitement in your expression. Then no longer hesitate. Your mind stirred, landing, with intertwined thoughts. The next moment, buzz, a ripple spread out. From the vast world, a huge and incomparable beam of light directly descended from the sky, instantly shining on you. With the light shining, your figure disappeared in an instant, and in the moment you disappear in place. Kyoto, the center of the Dacia plain. Alert! A large world is being extracted. The countdown to world invasion begins. The urgent alarm instantly echoed throughout the central plain of Kyoto. Startling figures in every direction. Brush, brush. Several figures flashed in an instant. What's going on? A deep voice came from an old man, with a serious expression on his face. Minister, a student has initiated the landing of a large-scale world. It should be a random landing pull. A staff member quickly reported. Random login. Immediately check the scale of this world, and see if a second login can be forced. The old man's eyebrows jumped involuntarily. Then he thought of something and quickly gave instructions. Every year, random landings may encounter various problems. There are unlucky ones who unfortunately draw a large world. But for those selected, it is unfortunate. However, for Dacia, it is a good thing. After all, the help that a large world can provide is incomparable to other worlds. Once conquered, Dacia's strength can advance to a higher level, and it can even be said that the higher the world level, the greater the benefits for Dacia. In this regard, the central plane of Dacia has long had a complete response plan. Yes, we are forcibly matching. It may take some time. The staff nodded, quickly manipulating the relevant instruments and equipment. The commotion in the Education Bureau. At this moment you may not know. Accompanied by the falling light column, your consciousness once again felt heavy. When you regained your senses, you felt like you were immersed in a warm liquid, with an extremely comfortable feeling spreading over you, as if you had returned to the womb at that moment. Then your consciousness completely woke up, and you quickly checked your own condition. During this check, you suddenly found yourself seemingly in a huge nutrient warehouse, with a fuzzy hairy thing behind you. Subconsciously twisting around, you suddenly saw your long tail. Success, you murmured softly. Your expression couldn't help but be a little excited. Scion, This is Scion. It cannot be denied that there are many talents, strengths, and abilities in Dragon Ball that are above the Scions, such as the Frost Demon Clan, the Angels, and the God of Destruction. But on the one hand, this world is a Scion story. In terms of potential, even the late stage of the Great King who was opened up may not be as good as the Scions. And on the other hand, the identity landing is also needed to be able to match. For example, if you yourself are an ordinary person but want to land an angel, or a realm god, that's totally overthinking it. The subjunctive of the self and the subjunctive of the landing must be above the same level. Just like before, his odds are a little stronger than average, and the Scion combat power he landed on was only 5 points. It's impossible to land him 100 points, or even 10,000 Scion points. So in this one case, there are not so many racial identities to choose from. Scions are definitely the best of the bunch. Name, Aspera, Jiang Chen. World, unknown. Identity, Planet Vegeta Scion. Main mission, survive the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Current set-aside time, 1095 days. In his mind, the next moment a line of text presented itself. This is a list of attributes that are personal to him. It was also a presence he had to focus on for his first landing. Generally, along with the start of the landing, the dimensional landing will take the initiative to issue a mainline task. Only after completing the mainline task, the landing task will be able to carry the rewards to leave. And this task is basically a death task. Can't be completed. And the result is needless to say. This is also evident from his mission. The main quest is to survive from the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It naturally goes without saying that if you complete it, if you don't, of course, you'll be destroyed along with Planet Vegeta. Thoughts flow. A single thought was flying by. Jiang Chen was thinking about what to do next. This one main quest doesn't look too hard, but in reality it is extremely difficult. From the original, it seems that, disregarding the theatrical release, none of the Scions in the entire Planet Vegeta survived, except for the Vegeta Squad, and Son Goku, who was sent to Earth early on, along with the father and son of Broly, who were sent out to the world, and that's with Sun Wukong, and Raditz thanks to Bardock's wish for the Dragon Balls on the Hillier Star. The main reason for this kind of result is not that Frieza wants to destroy the Scions, but that Bills, the God of Destruction, wants to destroy the Scions. With the bit of the God of Destruction giving orders, it's a miracle the Scions aren't extinct. It's not so easy for him to add himself to this one. For others it's almost a dead end. After all, even if someone landed on Dragon Ball and became a Scion, they wouldn't know that Frieza would destroy Planet Vegeta, and naturally there would be no way to escape. But for Jiang Chen, there were still quite a few ways. One is that he can choose to enter other planets as Kakarot did in his expedition, and when the time comes, change the address and cut the signal. The huge universe, as long as he is not too high profile, Frieza will not care too much about him as a small shrimp. The second is to blend in with Vegeta's squad, and as long as you can successfully replace Nappa, odds are you'll be able to survive as well. 3 could try to reach out to Bills, the God of Destruction, and if he could do so, he could also solve the trouble in one fell swoop. 4. You can also mix into the Bardock squad and travel to the Hillier Star. Obtaining those 2 2-star Dragon Balls is even more of a perfect solution. At this moment a thought was flashing rapidly, but the toddler's body obviously couldn't handle the flow of so many thoughts. Soon Jiang Chen became a bit groggy. A moment later, Jiang Chen fell into a deep sleep. Life in the nutritional warehouse was much better than Jiang Chen had imagined. It wasn't too boring. After all, most of the time, he needed to slumber. And in the middle of the nutrient warehouse he lived for almost a year before he was able to be released. Of course this was counting from birth. To count from landing it would be only 3 months. And coming out of the nutrient warehouse, unlike what was expected and wasn't. With a combat strength of only 5 he wasn't scheduled to head off to raid some low-level planet. Instead, they stayed. Some basic training is taking place, and he seems to have become a logistician. And the reason why? The reason for this is that Bardock said hello. That's right, it's Batak. As for the reason, it was that the father of this body was a former Bardock teammate, although he had died in the war. But Bardock still took some care of him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but bring on the excitement. How could he have thought that this one landing identity of his was related to Bardock? This is one of the most important characters in the Dragon Balls. Bardock, a being who does not appear in the Dragon Ball canon, yet the entire Dragon Ball is filled with his legend. He's not just the father of the savior, Kakarot. He's been called the pioneer of history, rebels of fate, legendary Super Saiyan, the beginning of the legend, the man of never-ending battle. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if this was Dragon Ball proper or the older version of Dragon Ball, but it was clear that either one of those Bardock was special. The former is the beginning of a series of stories to follow, and the latter is the beginning of a legend. How could Jiang Chen not have thought that this kind of identity landing would even be able to directly approach this one? With this layer of relationship, some of his original ideas that seemed unfeasible seem to have feasible solutions. After all, Bardock is not only the one who started it all and is extremely powerful, but more importantly, Bardock isn't the same as the other scions. Compared to the other scions who are cold, brutal and unsympathetic, Bardock is one of the few scions among the scion population who possesses a strong sense of emotion. This is true for his comrades in arms, as well as for his wife and son. This was one thing that Jiang Chen had already determined when he first met Bardock. Aspara. Ha ha ha, you're so big. How was it? Did you have a good meal? In the middle of the simple room, Bardock picked up Jiang Chen as soon as he could and spoke with a laughing voice. Bardock, Aspara but very obedient. These days are starting to help me cook up. Bardock, you are not aware of the fact that Aspara is very talented in cooking. Now they are cooking even better than me. Kine looked at her husband Bardock, who had picked up Aspara, and couldn't help but smile and speak. Really? Aspara is awesome. Bardock couldn't help but praise it from the bottom of his heart. Auntie Kyochi, I'm not even close. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Cooking for himself. Well, he had to admit he had no talent in that area. As an alternative, or one of the best options, of course find a way to get closer to Balaus and Vis. Just be able to do it. Not to mention the main quest. He was able to fly through the air. So after getting out of the nutritional warehouse and being able to live independently, Jiang Chen started experimenting with food. There was no way around it. And food was the best way to get close to Bills and Wise. Unfortunately, I don't know if Planet Vegeta doesn't have the soil for food, or if he doesn't have the talent to cook. But after a year of this, the only thing he's been able to cook is, well, there's only one way to describe it. At least it's edible. With this kind of food, not to mention if he could contribute to Bills and Ves, even if he could, he figured he'd take a shot of destruction from Bills. Granted, with the nature of the dimensional landing, even the destructive properties of Bills shouldn't be able to hurt a few of his main body, but that also means his future is basically played out. This wasn't the result Jiang Chen wanted. So for a while now, he's been considering new options. Ha ha ha, our Aspara knows how to be shy. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Bardock and Gni obviously misunderstood and couldn't help but show a knowing smile. Faced with a misunderstanding between the two, Jiang Chen didn't explain either. Instead, he spoke with curiosity in his heart. By the way, Uncle Bardock, how come you have time to come back lately? He desperately wanted to know the timeline now. Nowadays, with Planet Vegeta, there's no clear record of time, and the only thing he knows is that Nappa was born the same year as him, and he still doesn't know if it's the same Nappa, and other than that he doesn't know much else. I just recently finished a mission and had just enough time to come back and visit. Also that Leitai kid, the king arranged for him to travel to follow Vegeta. Bardock stroked Jiang Chen's head and explained with a smile. Brother Raditz? Jiang Chen's heart tightened. It was still unclear when, but now that Raditz was joining Vegeta squad, it meant that the time until the destruction of Planet Vegeta wouldn't be too long. I'm afraid, maybe a year, maybe 2, maybe 3 years. The only thing I'm thankful for is that Kakarot is currently unborn. That means there's still time. Yeah, that kid is so unsettling. If only he was half as obedient as you. Aspara. Gni couldn't help but speak with emotion as well. By the way, Aspara, this for you. You're also 3 years old this year, so you're a qualified warrior. I probably won't be at Planet Vegeta for your birthday in a few days, so this is an early birthday present for you. Bardock smiled and spoke, then tossed his right hand, a Frisia's standard combat uniform thrown over. Thanks. Jiang Chen took it and hurriedly thanked him. Bardock laughed and shook his head. The Aspara in front of him was different from most Tweedledum scions, and made him and Kyuchi both extremely fond of him. It's been less than a year, and have even gotten used to thinking of Aspara as their own child. Come on, let's go eat. I'm all looking forward to trying the food Aspara makes. While Jiang Chen's mind was intertwined, Bardock and Gni didn't think about it that much, and Bardock spoke with a smile. The three then walked into the room. Scions are notorious for their big appetites. Even Jiang Chen, a child, had eaten a full 20 servings of an earthling, while Bardock, not to mention, had a full 300 servings. With such a massive food intake, one can also probably understand why the scions don't have much of a cuisine. After the meal, Jiang Chen found Bardock after a moment of contemplation. Tells about his requirements. You want a mechanism to regulate gravity? Bardock was a little surprised. Yes, Uncle Bardock. I wonder if I can make it. Jiang Chen carried a touch of nervousness. It couldn't be helped. Since the best path couldn't be chosen, he would have to consider other paths, and the other paths, whichever they may be, are necessary to improve one's strength. As a scion, The easiest and most direct way to improve your strength is near death plus resurrection. As long as it's before a certain point, this set is almost perfect for boosting. Unfortunately, without immortal beings, without divine dragons, and without Namekians, this kind of playstyle Jiang Chen still didn't dare. Near death. Get it wrong, that's really dead. And other than that one method, then there's only one thing left: gravity. Ordinary people still need to worry about the gravity chamber affecting their development. Scions don't need it at all. The 6 or 7-year-old Sun Wutian and Trunks were able to bounce back and forth in the middle of a gravity chamber that was hundreds of times bigger than the one in which he was only 3 years old. And odds are that the problem wasn't too big. As for how to get gravity, it's also easy. Today's scions are at Frisia's service. Just get Cosmic to customize it. While he couldn't, Bardock could. 8. It's been almost a year since he landed. Jiang Chen just landed with a strength of 5 and was selected as a lower-level warrior. Because of Bardock's relationship, he was kept as a logistician for training. And as a lower-level warrior, his talent is indeed almost nothing to look at. A year had passed, and he had only managed to raise his combat power from 5 to 10 only. At his current rate, there was still a question mark as to whether or not he would be able to raise his combat to 100 by the time he reached adulthood. If he didn't get it right, he, a scion, would have to set a new lower limit for the lowest combat power a scion has ever had. It will definitely be a shame for the scions when the time comes. Well, provided that planet Vegeta still existed at that point. Of course, the main reason why it was so low was that he hadn't chosen to cultivate or use his prophecy during this year. After all, in his opinion, instead of wasting time fooling around on his own, he could have waited for Bills and Wise. As long as he was able to run along with those two bigwigs, he would not only be able to get through the first main quest, but he would also be able to soar into the sky, which was better than practicing blindly on his own. However, it's been a year of trying. Jiang Chen had to give up. Not that material myself. Bilaus and Wise are out of options. Then we'll have to choose again. And that's when gravity matters. Control gravity? Okay, I'll ask later. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Bardock was a bit puzzled, but quickly nodded in agreement. It was not something that was troublesome for him, although as a lower-level warrior, but Bardock's own combat power has reached 7,000. Compared to some elite warriors are more powerful. The identity of the natural has also long been raised, do not know how much. Thank you. Then, Uncle Bardock. Hearing Bardock's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. Ha ha ha, thanks for nothing. I'll get it for you later after I take care of Late Eyes. Bardock smiled and stroked Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen was similarly wearing a smile. Then Bardock's figure left for the palace. The next day, when Bardock returned, he handed Jiang Chen an item similar to a bracelet. Aspora. It's done, but this thing can only adjust gravity by 10 times at the moment, so play with it for now, and when the time comes, I'll head over to the Frisia Legion HQ and get you a higher level. Bardock smiled and spoke. Thanks. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he hurriedly nodded his head once again in appreciation. He hadn't expected there to be a follow-up. Said, don't say thank you. You little guy. Still so polite. Bardock couldn't help but slate his face and open his mouth with some anger. Got it, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. That's right, Aspora. I'm leaving tomorrow, so remember to take care of yourself. Bardock nodded his head in satisfaction, then stroked Jiang Chen's head once more. The next day, Bardock left quietly, witnessing the several spaceships taking off in the distance. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a long breath of turbid air. Next step, boost your strength. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen then gathered his heart. Now that the best option has been given up, it's time to move on to the next step. With the gravity chamber and all the knowledge from his previous life, he believed that he should be able to raise his strength a notch before Vegeta exploded. As to what exactly can be reached, that's up for follow-up. With his right hand raised, the gravity bracelet appeared in front of his eyes. The right hand is lightly touched. The next moment a virtual screen just appeared in front of his eyes. Please adjust the gravity multiplier. A mechanical voice rang out. Twice. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered. And then he whispered softly. Gravity parameters set. Gravity loading in progress. Buzz. Mechanical sounds clattered. And the next moment a ripple spread. Touch. Jiang Chen's originally standing figure directly stumbled and almost fell down directly. Even though it was only twice the gravity, he only had 10 points of combat power only, and he was instantly a bit unable to carry it. Even the little face swelled red all of a sudden. Hurry up and turn off the gravity bracelet. Gravity is gone. Jiang Chen only felt the pressure instantly disappear, and it was only then that the blasted sensation in his body receded. Phew! A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled before Jiang Chen began to reactivate the gravity bracelet. Please adjust the gravity multiplier. A mechanical voice rang out. 1.5 times. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. In the next moment, his body sank once again. A pressure spread all over his body. But fortunately a little 5 times was undoubtedly barely bearable compared to twice the gravity. Just under a week, under 1.5 times gravity, Jiang Chen could already manage to barely live. 1 month later, the basics of life are no longer too much of a problem, except for a few subtleties that still have some impact. Of course, although he had adapted to a little bit of 5 times gravity, Jiang Chen didn't hastily turn on 2 times gravity. Although the scion physique was very powerful, he was still only 3 years old in the end, and it wasn't like Trunks and Sun Wutian were the offspring of super scions. Jiang Chen was still very clear about how much he weighed, and time passes slowly and quietly. The turn of the year. This year, under 1.5 times gravity, he began not only to live, but also some basic training. These trainings had the training of the scions of this world, as well as some of the trainings that Jiang Chen knew from his previous life. A year down the line, training day in and day out, the strength gains have obviously changed radically. Above a plane, Jiang Chen stopped panting. In a heartbeat, he directly turned on the detector in his left eye. Drip! The value jumps rapidly. A moment later, a somewhat surprising value appeared before his eyes. 65. 65 points yet? Whispering softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. Such a small amount of combat power is naturally nothing to a scion. But the problem was that he was only born with 5 points of combat power, and now he was only 4 years old, and the average lower-level warrior, at the age of 4, would hardly have more than 50 points of combat power, and it only took him a year to reach 65 points in combat power. This was still the reason why he hadn't further turned on his gravity training, otherwise his combat power would be able to further increase. Arriving at 100 points might not be impossible. It is important to realize that in general, a birth combat strength of 30 points or less is rated as an inferior fighter. 30 to 100 points for an intermediate warrior. 100 points or more is a superior fighter. In their entire lives, lower-level warriors had a fighting strength of around 200 or 300, and at most, no more than 400 or 500. To be able to reach 65 combat points at the age of 4 was not even considered weak amongst intermediate-level warriors. There were even quite a few intermediate-level warriors who might not even possess 65 combat points at the age of 4. After all, the main growth time period for scions is the 18 to 50-year-old stage. Battle enhancement before the age of 18 is actually very limited. The western grasslands of planet Vegeta. A small figure was closing its eyes. Around the body vaguely has a whirlwind swept up. Gradually the whirlwind is getting bigger and bigger. The small figure began to be supported and up, until completely in mid-air. The small figure slowly opened his eyes. What a scion! Feeling the majestic chi in his body at this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. He also clearly remembered that in Dragon Ball, it took a long time for Bidalai to learn chi mastery. This was still the case with the guidance of Son Gohan, a martial arts master. Although Jiang Chen had memories of his previous life, those memories were ultimately only fragmentary, and Jiang Chen had originally made plans to spend a year, or even longer, to figure it out. But it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. The first time he just tried it, he felt the presence of chi. Even the air dance technique had succeeded after merely trying it out following the instructions of the anime Son Gohan from his previous life. It couldn't be helped. The chi on the scion was just too huge, even if he was just a child, or even just a lower-level warrior. The chi on his body wasn't something that an ordinary earthling could compare to, especially this year under his long-time training. This portion of chi was even growing without realizing it. These things just naturally fall into place, and to Jiang Chen's even greater surprise, along with his mastery of chi began to proceed. His combat power seemed to have increased once again. Tick-tock, fingers gently touched. Above the left eye combat power detector just instantly, a line of numerical values was rapidly jumping up. In a moment's time, the value reset to a brand new number, 85 points, a 20-point boost. Jiang Chen spoke softly and couldn't help but bring a tinge of excitement inside. This was a full 20-point boost from just some simple exercises. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine how much his combat power could be boosted if he were able to obtain the martial arts inheritance of the Turtle Immortal, or the Earth's heavenly god. 100, or a couple hundred. It's unimaginable. Of course Jiang Chen was only excited for a moment, and quickly collected himself. Now that he was on planet Vegeta, there was basically no way for him to obtain the Kame Immortal martial arts inheritance, or the Earth heavenly god inheritance. All he could do was train on some memories of his past life. Shake your head. Thoughts gathered. Jiang Chen's figure slowly descended from the sky. Start acclimatizing to a little 8 times gravity today. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen then adjusted the gravity bracelet above his wrist. Please adjust the gravity multiplier. A mechanical voice rang out. 1.8 times. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered, and then he whispered softly. Gravity parameters set. Gravity loading in progress. Buzz. Mechanical sounds clattered. And the next moment a ripple spread. Jiang Chen's body couldn't help but sink. But this time, he didn't almost fall down like before. After a long period of training in 1.5 times gravity, even the increase of 0.3 times gravity couldn't give him such a strong pressure as in the beginning. At this moment he just felt his body heavier. After a slight attempt, it was basically able to maintain itself. A slight deep breath was taken. Jiang Chen began to continue his training. Time passes slowly. Time on planet Vegeta was dull and monotonous. Outside of Jiang Chen's need to receive regular training from Planet Vegeta's logistics staff every 7 days, he was completely silent in his cultivation. From the memory of his previous life, various anime, movie and television training methods, he began to try one by one. The effect was not extremely significant, but his strength was actually rising methodically. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed again. All was quiet on planet Vegeta for most of the year. Bardock did not return. But what made Jiang Chen couldn't help but bring a touch of nervousness was that Auntie Jine's belly was getting more and more bulging. Unsurprisingly, I'm afraid Kakarot is due to be born soon. And the birth of Kakarot announced that the countdown to the destruction of planet Vegeta had begun. Jiang Chen was currently unclear whether this Dragon Ball world came from the Dragon Ball Genuine timeline or the original Dragon Ball timeline. But either way, it's also clear that it won't be long. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but bring a touch of nervousness inside, although he was quite prepared. But this was ultimately a big deal about his future accomplishments. Once he failed, he would be in real trouble in the future. Of course, compared to that, the most important thing for him at the moment was that his first landing time was almost over. He first landed 3 years ago. At the moment it was less than a month before the end of time. Early morning. As the morning sunlight pours down, Himuchi's home. Jiang Chen arrived here early in the morning. Help Kyochi do what you can. At this moment Gnei has been pregnant for almost 9 months. And will be born in the next 2 months if there are no surprises. Even though Gnei didn't need anyone to take care of him, Jiang Chen still insisted on coming over. Auntie Kyochi, I got it. I got it. Jiang Chen's voice opened and quickly got busy. Aspera, you're a real know-it-all. Unlike that brat in our house, I hope Kakarot can be like you. Gnei couldn't help but open his mouth with a face full of happiness. Kakarot, has Uncle Bardock taken a name already? Jiang Chen spoke curiously. His eyes couldn't help but look at Kyochi's bulging belly. Yes, the other day, Bardock and I corresponded and gave the name. Kakarot. Is Aspera a good name? Kyochi smiled and spoke. That's good to hear. Kakarot will definitely be a great warrior in the future. Jiang Chen nodded heavily and spoke with seriousness. Just kidding. This is the future savior of the universe. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Aspera. Kyochi smiled and nodded. There was obvious amusement at Aspera's words. Jiang Chen then accompanied Gnei for lunch until sunset, when he slowly walked back to his home. A month? It is said that this first landing can be returned with full power. I wonder if that is true. Murmuring softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. As the Raiders of the Heavens, those of them had certain permissions. For example, after landing for the first time, you can carry all of your power with you, and even allow yourself to convert to a landing identity to return to the main world. Although this kind of permission is only 0 time, and the power carried does not completely belong to oneself, but is similar to the power briefly granted. Once his main quest cannot be completed, this piece of permission will be directly deprived of. But even that was enough to get excited. Especially at this moment, after training and practicing for most of the year, his strength had once again gone up a level. It's not worth mentioning in the Dragon Ball world, but it's in the Dragon Ball world, and it would be completely different in the real world. Tick-tock, the value above the detector in his left eye jumped rapidly. And in a split second the value was fixed again. 123. 123 battle points? Whispering softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bring a smile to his face. The greater part of the year had passed, and his combat power had once again risen from over 80 points to close to 40 points. And at the moment, if it was just about combat power alone, he was already comparable to some of the lowest level upper level warrior Scion pups. After all, he's just barely 5 years old now. The average Scion, although there will be a fluctuation of combat power in the time period from birth to 5 years old, the degree of upward mobility is usually not too much. However, Jiang Chen had risen from a mere 5 to 132. Such a result, once leaked out, was enough to trigger the shock of countless scions of planet Vegeta. But obviously, Jiang Chen wasn't going to be that high profile himself. Today should be the last installment of logistics training. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen glanced at the sky, then quickly maneuvered his right hand up to the gravity bracelet. Please adjust the gravity multiplier. A mechanical voice rang out. Twice, Jiang Chen's heart fluttered, and then he whispered softly, gravity parameters set. Gravity loading in progress. Buzz. A ripple spread. And instantly a sensation that almost pressurized his body instantly came. And all his organs felt an unprecedented squeezing sensation. Normally, Jiang Chen would only turn on a little bit of 8 times gravity for his cultivation. Unless it was when he was heading to training. After all, this current increase in his combat power was too eye-catching. And once it was discovered, it would easily trigger attention. And Jiang Chen didn't want that. So normally, traveling to where the training was, he would be using his gravity bracelet with a high gravity pressure. Under this kind of high gravity suppression, both chi and energy in his body would be minimized. Drip. 55. Numerical jumps. The right hand touched the detector and soon a brand new value presented itself. Twice the gravity won't work either? Looking at this value, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he once again added 0.5 times gravity and went up. Aha! Gravity was added again by a factor of 0.5. Jiang Chen instantly couldn't help but stagger in his body, almost falling over. The internal organs even had the feeling of being completely squeezed. Layers of sweat began to seep out above his forehead. The body also suddenly became heavier. After lifting his hand with difficulty and turning on the detector, tick-tock, 25, the value jumped again, and a brand new battle strength was then revealed. Under 2.5 times gravity, his combat power was once again depressed. It was only when he reached this moment that Jiang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Granted, even if they were involved in training, no one might purposely turn on a detector to check out their group of logisticians, but what if they did? No one can guarantee that. This time in particular, the location that he was heading to was still the Planet Vegeta Logistics Center, where there were even more masters. There are also more powerful people. There are naturally more accidents. The best way to do that is to not let that kind of thing possibly happen. The figure moved with heavy steps, struggling towards the Planet Vegeta Logistics Training Center. It has to be said that the scions can be described as terrifying, both physically and in terms of their ability to adapt. Amidst the gradual walking, Jiang Chen was able to barely adapt. There are still some problems, but on the surface at least you can't see anything too wrong anymore. Even underneath his feet, a deep pit that was originally one step at a time gradually disappeared. It wasn't so much that gravity had disappeared, but rather that Jiang Chen had begun to learn how to tread water as he did in Naruto, using his chi to attach to his feet and use it to carry the body that belonged to him. This avoids being too eye-catching on the one hand, and on the other hand enables you to work out the use of chi as much as possible. In the past half year, Jiang Chen had gone through countless times of practice, and now even though his own gravity had increased once again, it was still difficult for Jiang Chen. The early morning sunlight gradually came to midday. Jiang Chen arrived at the Planet Vegeta Logistics Center. At the moment, Planet Vegeta could be said to have been truly transformed into a war fortress. Everything was prepared for war except the Royal Palace. Planet Vegeta Logistics Center is naturally the same. There are tons of cosmic people in it, as well as scions. The main purpose of these people was to serve the scions who were conquering the outer planets, and it was no surprise that Jiang Chen would be a part of this next. The entire service center is made of the hardest metal in the universe. Even planetary-level cannons are hard to breach. Jiang Chen walked into the service center and also finally breathed a sigh of relief as the chi under his feet was dispersed and his body stepped on top of the metal. At the moment, his face was slightly pale. This is the reason for the massive depletion of chi. Even if now his control of chi has been extremely not low, this kind of similar to Naruto's treading water consumption is also very low, but can't top now Jiang Chen but 2.5 times gravity. That consumption is not the same thing at all. Aspora, you're finally here. You're going to miss this one if you don't come. When Jiang Chen walked in, a cosmic quickly noticed him, and his eyes couldn't help but light up as he hurriedly greeted him. What's wrong, Phil? Jiang Chen opened his mouth with surprise, while his line of sight couldn't help but look at this one cosmic person in front of him. This person he naturally recognized, a Firanelia alien, also one of the personnel cultivated by the Planet Vegeta Logistics Service Center. Hey, you don't know it, just a short time ago, Lord Bardak has successfully conquered the planet Carnassa. That's a high-level planet today seems to be about to return. If you are a little late, I'm afraid that you will have to miss the opportunity to see Lord Bardak. Phil opened his mouth with excitement, and when he spoke of Bardak, his eyes were filled with endless admiration. Batak? Carnassa star. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, not because of what the other said about Bardak, but what the other said about the planet Carnassa. There have always been two versions in Dragon Ball, an old version and a new one. And the old version of Bardock seems to be the one that was cursed by the Carnassians when they invaded Carnassa and had the ability to foretell the future. And in the new version of Dragon Ball, it's Bardock who enters the planet Hyler and gets a 2-star Dragon Ball wish. Jiang Chen had been guessing whether this was an old or new version before, but at this moment there seemed to be a result. Hey, get excited. Hurry up and follow me. Lord Bardock will be arriving at planet Vegeta in an hour. We'll all have a chance to meet then. Phil looked at the shocked Jiang Chen, who at the moment thought he was just as excited as he was, and couldn't help but pull Jiang Chen to open his mouth with a smile. In the middle of space, several spaceships smashed down directly from above the firmament as if they were meteors. In the middle of a spaceship, Bardock couldn't help but furrow his brow, wondering if it was the last curse of that Carnassian, bits and pieces of which had been popping into his mind from time to time for some time now. These fragments seemed to be things that happen in the future, and to his extreme concern, his squad members, Toma, Saliba, and Papuzen would all be killed by the Frisia Legion's Dodoria before long. No way. This must be an illusion, Bardock muttered softly, shaking his head deadpan. He wasn't very trusting of Fraser, but Fraser had no reason to deal with them. Their squad, which wasn't considered weak in the entire Frisia Legion, didn't have anything to gain by killing them. Toma, Saliba, and Papuzu will be returning to planet Vegeta soon. Just rest for a while. We'll pick up the mission in half a year. Thoughts retracted. Bardock sent a voice through the combat power detector towards several of his teammates. Yes, Captain. Ha, Captain. I heard that your youngest son will be born soon, so it looks like another superior warrior will be born. What are you talking about, Toma? I think the captain's son is capable of becoming an elite warrior, I'm afraid. Yeah, I think so too. The sound of a few teammates heckling came from among the combat detectors. It gradually eased Bardock's original worried look, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. This time, he hurried back, and there was another most important reason, which was that his youngest son, Kakarot, was going to be born. Bardock was also extremely excited about this youngest son of his. Among the airships, a few people talked and laughed. Soon it was crashing into the planet Vegeta Logistics Center. The hatch opened quickly. Several figures then walked out. Ha, finally back. This damn cosmic voyage is just too long. A gruff voice rang out. An obese scion couldn't help but curse. Dodbo, stop complaining. For once we're doing okay. A cold female voice rang out, followed by a stunningly beautiful female scion walking out. Bardock and another tall scion then followed. Lord Bardock. A few people walked out, and one of the surrounding cosmonauts hurriedly opened their mouths respectfully. Even the few scions along the way were no exception. Bardock was only a lower-level warrior though, but before, Bardock's combat power was already as high as 7,000, and now that he had taken down another high-grade planet, it was no surprise that Bardock's combat power was feared to have increased again. Look, there's Lord Bardock. Let's see how much of a fight Lord Bardock has had. Phil excitedly pulled Jiang Chen beside him to open his mouth, while his right hand pulled out a combat power detector and brought it up. Tick-tock. The detector jumped rapidly. Soon a value is fixed. Hiss. 9,000. Phil looked at the values in front of him and couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but lift his eyebrows. Quickly the same detector was turned on, and soon the same values showed up. No good. Lord Bardock seems to be coming toward us. Aspera, hurry up and turn off the probe. And in the midst of Jiang Chen's shock, Phil's face changed and he spoke with urgency. The figure was also a bit frazzled, but just as he had his hands full, a few of the Bardocks had approached. Aspera. Bardock spoke with a smile. Uncle Bardock, Uncle Toma, Aunt Celiba, Uncle Papuzen. Hearing the familiar words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but open his mouth with a smirk. Little Aspera. Long time no see. Little Aspera. Call your sister, not auntie. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the one female scion beside Bardock, and the obese scion next to him couldn't help but smile. Humph, kid, how come you still only have this much combat power? Have you not been practicing for some time? For his part, Papuzu couldn't help but grunt coldly and open his mouth with dissatisfaction. Papuzu, come on, Aspera's still young. It's not like she's a combatant. Saliba didn't have the heart to speak. Humph, Papuzu still couldn't help but grunt. Jiang Chen smiled, not caring too much. Having landed not so short a time ago, he knew something about the members of Bardock's squad, and like Bardock, both Papuzu and the other two were actually considered to be relatively good-hearted scions. Papuzen actually cared about him, just relatively coldly. Saliba shook her head, then looked to Bardock. Captain, we'll go back first, just let us know when it's time to rally. While the words opened, his right hand couldn't help but touch Jiang Chen's head. Okay, and you guys take some time off. Bardock nodded. After Bardock nodded his head, several people waved their hands and bid farewell towards Bardock and Jiang Chen, then left. Even Papuzen couldn't help but snort coldly, urging Jiang Chen to cultivate properly. Come on, Aspera, let's go back too. Seeing his teammates leave, Bardock smiled and opened his mouth towards Jiang Chen. Uncle Bardock, I have some training to do, so you can go back first. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Training? Bardock looked to a nearby cosmonaut. Lord Bardock, it's very simple. It's just a logistical staff landing and assessment. You can leave first, by then I'll send a copy of the information over. Aspera carries on filling it out on the line. The cosmic man following beside him tightened his heart and rushed to speak. Ha ha ha, that won't do. Come on, let's go back. Bardock smiled and opened his mouth. And the next moment a hand directly hugged Jiang Chen. Just moments into the hug, Bardock couldn't help but look slightly stunned, but it only froze for a moment, quickly turning into a normal demeanor. That was followed by walking out of the logistics center. Left behind, a shocked Phil, and a panicked Cosmo wiping his sweat. Aspera, Phil muttered softly, his wide eyes taking a long time to recover, but once they did, he was left with a look of excitement as well as exhilaration. How could he not have imagined that the scion he knew was so close to Lord Bardock? His face couldn't help but bring a flush to his face when he thought about it. Of course at this moment, Jiang Chen and Bardock didn't know any of this. Bardock lifted Jiang Chen and flew in midair towards his home. Logistics center, not far from Bardock's home, especially with Bardock's speed. Even without full flight, it was only a few minutes before he reached home. Bardock. When GNEI saw Bardock, God could not help but instantly appear a touch of excitement. Attack. Eat more. And I'll get it for you right away. I'll do it, Auntie Kyochi. In the room, the three people's words were ringing from time to time, and for a while it seemed extraordinarily cozy, and Jine's face was filled with a smile that hadn't been seen for a long time. For Kyochi, nothing made him happier than the safe return of Bardock. After the meal, Jiang Chen had planned to leave, not ready to disturb the rare reunion day between the two of GNEI and Bardock, but it did not occur to him that he had only just excused himself when Bardock called out to him. The yard is located. Looking at Bardock who called out to him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Uncle Bardock, what can I do for you? The words subconsciously spoke. Aspera, you have your gravity bracelet on right now, don't you? Can you turn it off for now? Bardock mused slightly, then spoke with curiosity. The right hand, on the other hand, subconsciously pressed the detector. Watching Bardock's movements and listening to the other party's words, Jiang Chen's heart stirred and he instantly understood what was going on. But after a slight pause, he nodded in agreement. In his right hand, he quickly maneuvered the gravity bracelet off. Drip drip drip. And the instant his gravity bracelet turned off, the detector in front of Bardock's eyes instantly began to jump up and down rapidly, and Bardock's eyes gradually changed from anticipation to shock, especially when the final value was fixed. His pupils couldn't help but instantly widen. This was because at this moment, the value jumping in front of his eyes was fixed on a value that even he hadn't thought of. Minus 108 points. Ki depleted quite a bit. Combat power has slipped. Even if Bardock had guessed it earlier when he realized that Jiang Chen's weight was extraordinary. Nowadays, he was aware that gravity was an extremely significant boost for science. Aspera's combat prowess would certainly be greatly enhanced by turning on the gravity bracelet for a long period of time. But no matter how much more elevated he was, he didn't expect that the other party would go from being considered the most lowly existence even amongst the lower-level warriors, directly elevated to a level comparable to that of an ordinary upper-level warrior. 100 points. That's a full 100 combat points. If he were to re-evaluate at this moment, Jiang Chen wouldn't say he could be evaluated as a superior warrior, but at least an intermediate warrior wouldn't be too much of a problem. Of course, there are no ifs about the situation. A scion's rank is usually already rated at birth, and will not be changed subsequently even if they become stronger. Otherwise he would have been called a superior warrior, or even an elite warrior. Uncle Bardock. Looking at Bardock's ever-changing complexion, Jiang Chen subconsciously opened his mouth, while his face was a bit torn as he considered what to say. After all, this stuff isn't a big deal, but explaining it doesn't seem to be that easy. Phew. Reopen the gravity ring. Taking a deep breath, Bardock spoke softly. Jiang Chen froze, then reacted and hurriedly nodded. Next moment, buzz, a ripple spread out, and in the next moment, the gravity bracelet lit up once again, and Jiang Chen's combat power was once again suppressed. However, this time, since he had already left the logistics center, Jiang Chen had only turned on a little bit of 8 times gravity. Let's restore the previous gravity. Your body is a little tough, but you should be able to barely stand it. But just as his gravity kicked in, Bardock's voice sounded again. Yes. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and then without the slightest hesitation, he activated the 2.5 times gravity once again. Touch. 2.5 times the gravity came down again, and the ground instantly made a soft sound. For a while, You've been kept in 2.5 times gravity as long as possible. And next I'll go over to the Frisia Legion and get you a higher level gravity bracelet. However, you have to remember that you can't show more than 50 combat strength. And don't tell anyone else about this. Aspera, can you understand? Bardock watched as the fight was pressed back again before he then spoke with a hushed voice. Understood, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen had some doubts in his heart, but he quickly obliged. He hadn't spent much time together, but he knew full well that Bardock wouldn't harm him. Well, you go back to rest. I'll be at home for a while, and from tomorrow morning, you remember to come over and I'll start training you. Bardock nodded, and didn't explain anything, but spoke in a slight silence. Okay, thanks Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up, and then he quickly nodded his head in agreement. Nowadays, although he has a lot of memories of his past life, these memories are all diluted. Used for cultivation effect in addition to the initial time is still okay. Arriving at nowadays has been somewhat unable to keep up. With Bardock training, he will no doubt be able to get him on track again. Bardock is close to 10,000 combat points today. Even if Planet Vegeta didn't have any profound cultivation methods, it was enough to satisfy his cultivation needs for a short period of time. As for the doubts he just had, he didn't choose to ask. If Bardock had been willing to talk, he would have done so long ago. Naturally, unwilling to talk, he had no intention of searching for the root of the problem. The figure left with excitement. It wasn't until Jiang Chen disappeared that GNEI appeared beside Bardock. That little guy, he even has a whopping 100 combat points? Wasn't it only 5 o'clock when the birth test was done? GNEI spoke in a small voice, still looking a bit shocked. It should be more than that, probably higher. Bardock shook his head and spoke softly. Although he didn't know about Qi cultivation, Bardock knew about Qi, and was clear that Jiang Chen was not consuming a lot. It was natural to be able to guess that 108 points wasn't the limit of Jiang Chen's combat power. This, and listening to Bardock's words, GNEI couldn't help but be even more shocked. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. Jiang Chen can only be more than 5 years old, has more than 100 combat power. Adult this combat power can at least break 1,000. In the Scion this is not weak, and while Keen was shocked, Bardock didn't say anything. For some reason, his mind once again resounded with that one image, and his mind once again had some fluctuations. Aspara. Inwardly, he couldn't help but whisper softly as Bardock's thoughts gradually pressed on. The night passed gradually. The early morning sunlight pours down. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen arrived at Bardock's home. Bardock was also really at home. Go! Starting today, I'll train you to be a competent warrior. It's going to be hard. Aspara. I hope you can hold out. On top of an empty lawn, Bardock looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, his words opening with an unprecedented gravity. I know. Jiang Chen let out a long breath, then nodded. No, you're in the wrong attack position here. Right foot. Yeah, this way. You should use your left elbow. I can't even block it as long as my fighting strength isn't too much higher than yours. Above the plains, the two figures were constantly colliding. Bardock's pointing was simple and brutal, without too much skill. Every move and every style was formed by fighting for his life in the middle of the battlefield. There was no systematic way of cultivation like Kamesenen's. There was only one, and that was the skill that Bardock had honed in the midst of a battle between life and death. But for Jiang Chen, it was enough. Disregard the gravity bracelet for this reason. Less than a month of training, his combat power had not increased very significantly, yet his strength had skyrocketed. Jiang Chen could almost see the increase in his strength with the naked eye. And at this, Bardock was not surprised. Jiang Chen's talent was even better than he had imagined. It's not just a matter of combat enhancement. It's simply a matter of learning talent. It has nothing to do with combat effectiveness. Even if the combat is high enough, low learning is possible. That's what happened to the big guy at Nappa's house. On top of that, there are quite a few scions as well. However, Jiang Chen had a very high talent for learning. Often and he fought a battle, even without his guidance. Their own fumbling are able to have a very long progress. Coupled with his guidance, progress is even more rapid. Even he felt incredible. Touch. Another collision. In midair, the two figures stopped. Well, that's enough practice for today. We might have to pause for a few days. Kakarot is going to be born. Bardock opened his mouth with a cry. Yes, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Then he nodded. There was no disagreement about that. After all, the birth of Kakarot was the most important thing compared to training. It was just as well that he could use this time to rest a little. After a year-long intense training, he wasn't really a scion full of muscles after all. And he was also feeling a bit overwhelmed. Go! Just in time. The new gravity bracelet I asked Toma to help you build at Fraser HQ earlier should be here. Bardock smiled and spoke. That fast? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that in less than a month, the new gravity bracelet would already be finished. As luck would have it, the Legion of Frisia just happened to set up a branch on planet Salka, not far from planet Vegeta. Bardock smiled and explained. Planet Salka? Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The joyful colors couldn't help but gradually converge for a few moments. Unsurprisingly, Frisia has begun to monitor planet Vegeta. Otherwise it would not have been possible to set up a branch in the middle of planet Salka. It just puzzled him that Bills hadn't arrived yet. By all accounts, the current scion should still be Frisia's most loyal dog, and there was absolutely no need for that. Suddenly he seemed to think of something again and subconsciously looked at Bardock. Could this really be the old version? Inwardly, he murmured softly, unable to keep the ripples from rising. What's wrong? Bardock seemed to have noticed Jiang Chen's abnormality and subconsciously opened his mouth to inquire. No, nothing? Jiang Chen shook his head and hurriedly collected his thoughts. The words then turned to Bardock with curiosity. Uncle Bardock, can you tell me about your previous mission? Phil said that you guys took a high-level life planet. Is that true? Jiang Chen opened his mouth with curiosity. Ha ha ha, of course it's true. Bardock smiled and spoke. The two talked and laughed as they walked back home. What made Jiang Chen frown was that in the middle of the conversation, Bardock didn't recount the matter of the Canassian curse. I don't know if it didn't happen or if Bardock didn't say. This caused Jiang Chen to hesitate once again. It's something he's known for some time, but the more you learn, the stranger it gets. On the one hand, the whole planet Vegeta is very much like the new version, and as a result some parts overlap with the old one. But just in the midst of the hesitation, a familiar figure, however, appeared in the doorway of the room. Uncle Toma. Jiang Chen hurriedly shouted. Captain. Looking at the two, Toma quickly greeted them and spoke with a smile. Ha ha ha, little Aspera. Here, your Uncle Toma is consuming a rare vacation period. Toma smiled and stroked Jiang Chen's head, then handed over a metal box. Thanks Uncle Toma. Jiang Chen hurriedly thanked him. Trouble. Bardock smiled back and spoke. Captain. Just kidding. That's no trouble. Right. I'll be off. I've been asked to come over from Saliba's side. Toma hurriedly waved his hand and opened his mouth with a smile. Bardock nodded slightly. Toma then quickly took to the air. Try. We're going over there later. Bardock looked toward Jiang Chen and spoke with a smile. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. With that, he removed the gravity bracelet from his hand. Bring on the new gravity bracelet. Buzz. Is the gravity bracelet activated? A mechanical voice echoed, and then a copy of the text was presented. Looking at these words, Jiang Chen's expression couldn't help but be pleased. Worthy of being produced by the Frisia Legion, even if it was just a division. The grade of this one gravity bracelet was too much higher than the previous one. Not only was the activated gravity raised from 10 times to 30 times, but it also had the ability to detect various data of the body. But after the surprise, Jiang Chen, however, blushed slightly again, took the gravity bracelet off. What's wrong? Is there a problem with Aspera? Watching Jiang Chen's movements, Bardock looked a bit puzzled. Uncle Bardock, could you take this for me to check for listening and monitoring devices? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, but opened his mouth. Listening in, monitoring? Bardock froze for a moment, then responded with a slight frown for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I'll have it checked out in the next few days. Bardock took it, and then obliged. Apparently he thought of that too. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, reattached his previous gravity bracelet and turned on 2.5 times gravity once again. At this moment, along with a month of training, his combat power had reached over 30 points under the 2.5 times of his gravity bracelet, but it doesn't really matter. 30 points of combat power only. Still considered the lowest of the low amongst the scions. Not the bottom at best. Not too many people will care. Gravity adjustment complete. Bardock then flew Jiang Chen to the planet Vegeta Logistics Center. Kakarot was about to be born, and Kyochi had moved to the logistics center since a week ago. After visiting GNEI at the logistics center, Jiang Chen then returned home. For the next few days, Jiang Chen had a rare moment of leisure. Except for the gravity that hadn't been put down anymore. Everything else had been put down until 5 days later, when Jiang Chen hurriedly came once again to the pregnancy and baby center of Planet Vegeta's logistics center. At the moment the place was presented with rows and rows of Scion logo pregnancy pods. In the middle of the gestation pod was a Scion toddler. Jiang Chen quickly spotted Bardock and GNEI. Uncle Bardock, Auntie Kyochi. Jiang Chen quickly ran over. Little Aspera. There you are. Haimakuchi was not weak at the moment. The Scion's physique was beyond imagination. Even if he had just given birth he quickly recovered. Aha! Jiang Chen quickly nodded his head, while his eyes couldn't help but look at the pregnant baby pod in front of the two of them. At the moment there was a tiny baby lying in it. Crab head, pink body. Is this Kakarot? Jiang Chen spoke curiously. At this moment, he also couldn't help but survey the future Dragon Ball protagonist in front of him. Yeah, that's Kakarot. He's as quiet as you are, Aspera. Kyoichi opened his mouth with excitement. Aha! Jiangchen smiled and nodded, but right in the middle of a few conversations, the nursery was located. But at this moment there was suddenly some commotion. What's going on? Bardock spoke with a frown as he grabbed a cosmonaut. Lord Bardock? Being grabbed, the cosmonaut couldn't help but feel a bit of annoyance on his face. But he soon noticed it was Bardock and hurried to speak respectfully. What's going on? Bardock asked again. Lord Bardock, it's from over in Sector A. It's rumored that there was a scion baby that fought so hard that it directly caused the gestation pod to explode. Cosmonaut rushed to speak. Too much fighting and the gestation pod explodes? Bardock's pupils couldn't help but widen for a moment as well, his expression carrying a touch of surprise. It should be known that the scion's gestation pods were made of special materials that could not be blasted through even if the combat power was as high as 2,000 or 3,000. And at this moment, they had exploded because of a baby. Yes. Cosmonaut nodded hurriedly. Bardock then let it go. The cosmic talon couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and rushed off. Come on, let's go over there. Bardock mused slightly, then opened his mouth towards the two men. I'm not going over there. You guys go ahead. Gnei shook his head and spoke with a smile. That works too. Aspera, let's go check it out. Bardock nodded, then greeted Jiang Chen. Yes. Jiang Chen's heart stirred in thought, only for his sight to glance beside Kakarot, and he couldn't help but knit his brows slightly again. The look couldn't help but carry a tinge of doubt. Doubtful, though, is doubtful. The figure still followed Bardock, just before they could walk into where the A block was. A single scion, however, had cordoned off Area A. What made Bardock's expression tighten was the fact that these turned out to be the forbidden guards of the royal palace. Lord Bardock. Seeing Bardock approaching, one of the palace's forbidden guards' hearts tightened and hurriedly bowed. Planet Vegeta's strongest is honored, and Bardock's combat power of up to close to 10,000 points is enough to make these palace guards respect it. What's going on? Bardock spoke with a frown. Lord Bardock, the gestation pods were attacked by the Zephyr. The king has taken care of it and is ordering us to keep a strict watch to avoid further accidents. A scion spoke respectfully. The Zephyrs? Bardock froze and spoke subconsciously. Yes, but it's settled. The figure nodded respectfully. Didn't they say that it was a scion baby with high combat power that was born? Bardock opened his mouth in surprise. Lord Bardock, that was a malfunction in the system. It was the Zephyr who broke the gestation system. The figure hurriedly shook his head and spoke. So, now that it's settled. It's settled. Come on, Aspera. Bardock nodded, then greeted Aspera and walked back. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and followed Bardock out. I didn't realize that the Zephyrs had resurfaced and were able to hide in the nursery. Bardock frowned and spoke, looking a little grave. His youngest son was still in the nursery and he had to be worried. Uncle Bardock, are the Zephyrs really capable of infiltrating the nursery? Listening to Bardock's whisper, Jiang Chen spoke abruptly. What's wrong? Bardock froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at Jiang Chen. The look was a bit dubious. As far as I know, the Zephyrs should have been destroyed a long time ago. They shouldn't have the ability to infiltrate the nursery. And even if they could, what would be their purpose in destroying the nursery? To destroy the scions? There are 5 areas in the nursery, and they're not connected, so there's no point in destroying all of them unless they can. And I don't really see any signs of combat. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. He didn't believe a word of what that scion had just said. The Zephyrs are a highly intelligent race with a high degree of civilization, and basically have no part in the genuine Dragon Ball, although we can't rule out a Dragon Ball GT story, but that's a few decades away, and the probability that the Zephyrs will come out and cause trouble now is just too low, or non-existent. You mean, not a Zephyr? Bardock froze and spoke with confusion. It's quite possible. Didn't that cosmonaut just say that there was a baby with excessive combat power? Jiang Chen nodded and spoke slowly. At the moment he thought of a figure. A being that doesn't appear in the Dragon Ball canon, but is included in the canon. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Both the new version and the old version have this one, and either version certainly fits what Cosmic Man just said. More importantly, if it was Broly, then it would be able to make sense. King Vegeta simply wouldn't want an existence that could threaten him to appear. Even Bardock, King Vegeta had actually begun to scorn, and had even placed Raditz beside Prince Vegeta as a hostage. Not to mention a Broly whose combat power was straight out of his hands at birth. It would be best to dispose of Broly in secret in the name of the Zephyrs. The only problem, it's that if this world was the old version, Broly would have been around Son Goku, but it turns out to be Zone A, which is completely out of place with Son Goku. But that doesn't rule out this one possibility. The words of that Cosmic Man in particular just now were certainly better proof. This, Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bardock couldn't help but furrow his brows all of a sudden as well. After looking at Ji and Ei, Jiang Chen then bid farewell to the two and left the nursery. But he didn't leave the logistics center. Instead, he came to another location in the logistics center and found his colleague Phil. Aspera? Seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Phil was a bit puzzled. This colleague of his, who hadn't come to work for a long time due to his relationship with Bardock, came over of his own accord this time. Phil, have you been dealing with things over at the nursery lately? Jiang Chen pondered slightly, then spoke. Yeah, Aspera, you are not aware of what's going on over at the nursery. It's quite a lot. I'm a little busy these days. Phil opened his mouth with a grumble. So, I would like to ask if there was a child named Paragus Scion born recently. Jiang Chen's expression was delighted. Then he opened his mouth to inquire after a moment of contemplation. Paragus, there was, the other day, or I took care of them, they seem to be in the A block. Why do you know them? By the way, there seems to have been a big explosion in Area A today, supposedly caused by the Zephyrs. Those damn Zephyrs are going to add a lot of work for me this time. Phil nodded, then spoke again with a grumble. It was just that for Jiang Chen. The words that followed could no longer be heard. Sure enough, mumbles softly. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to dinner someday. Jiang Chen gave a thank you, and his figure then left the logistics center. All right, there you go. Phil waved his hand. The look was a bit envious, but he didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, quickly left the logistics center. It wasn't until he stepped out of the door of the logistics center that he let out a long, cloudy breath. Is it really Broly? Murmuring softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but heave a little inside. There are really only two true legends among all the Scions in the entire Dragon Ball, one being Son Goku, or Kakarot, who grew from a Scion underclass warrior with a combat power of only 2 to become the strongest warrior in the universe, and the second is undoubtedly Broly. In the history of the Scion legend, every 1,000 years there will be a universe's strongest super warrior, character bloodthirsty and violent and belligerent, with extremely horrible fighting strength. Broly is this legendary Super Saiyan. In the old version, Broly was extremely powerful. In the theatrical version, the power of one person is pressing Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Future Trunks, Piccolo, and Son Gohan to fight several people, completely crushing the form. Even when he reappeared later, Son Gohan was hung up and hammered. And the new version, Broly's strength is even more horrible. Just came out when not even a Super Saiyan, but gradually even able to suppress Son Wukong, Vegeta's Super Saiyan God, and even Super Saiyan Blue, and ultimately just undefeated the strongest warrior Gogeta. Jiang Chen hadn't thought about it that much before. After all, I haven't heard anything on that front either. Kakarot was born and there was no sign of Broly, but he didn't expect Broly to show up anyway. It's just that the plot is nothing like he remembers. If Broly had been beside Kakarot, he would have been able to determine that this was indeed an older version of Dragon Ball. But Broly is in a completely different section. But at the same time Bardock had experienced the planet Kanisar, leaving him all a bit confused for a while. Now perhaps the only thing that can be determined is whether or not planet Vegeta will welcome Bills in the intervening years. Only the arrival of the one will make it completely certain. But then there's the problem. Even if Bills came, with King Vegeta's pissy nature, this kind of disgraceful thing couldn't possibly leak out. The result is back to square one. Forget it, it's better to cultivate in peace. Jiang Chen shook his head with deadly vigor, and ultimately couldn't help but let out a sigh. With his current status and position, trying to determine something is just too difficult, and as far as he was concerned, it didn't seem to make much sense to be sure at the moment. After all, he had to get through the first main quest before there was a follow-up. If the first fairy doesn't pass, it's all for naught. It's not too late to think about that side of things once you've made it through. Thoughts flowing, Jiang Chen temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his mind and took a step back to his home. In the following time, along with the birth of Kakarot, Jiang Chen once again returned to his previous training routine. On the third day, Bardock brought back that new piece of gravity bracelet and handed it back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also started using the new gravity bracelet, and under such intense training, the increase in his strength was extremely obvious. In just 3 months' time, his combat power had increased to 180 points. It's only a step away from 200 points. It was important to realize that most of the Scion's lower-level warriors only had 200 or 300 points of combat power when they reached adulthood, and those who were able to reach 400 or 500 points were ultimately only a minority. Anti-Kyochi, for example, fights for just over 200 points. At this moment, Jiang Chen hadn't even turned 6 yet, and such a high level of combat power was already no less than that of a normal upper-level warrior, and was even about to catch up with Raditz. It's said that it looks like Latai's combat power is only 210 points at the moment. It's also less than 30 points away. It won't even take 2 months to catch up at this current rate. Of course he doesn't have 2 months now. Only 3 days remain until the end of the first landing. 3 days later is when this landing ends. With the current situation, the first main quest crisis should be on the next login. After all, Kakarot is only a few months old now, and there are at least 2 years left before Frieza destroys planet Vegeta. Not to mention 3 years. This also caused Jiang Chen to let out a sigh of relief. Granted, at the moment, even if something went wrong, he had a way to escape, but it's nice to be able to stay longer. At least it was able to boost his strength quite a bit. It's also going to be relatively safe. After all, the universe was no place for good, and 100 or so points of combat power couldn't keep you safe. In Jiang Chen's anticipation, it would be best if his strength could be raised to 400, or even 500 combat points, possibly besting 1,000. Then master the technology of the artificial moon as much as possible. With these two conditions, it is safest to leave. After all, with 4 or 500 combat points, plus the artificial moon, that's 4 or 5,000 combat points. Such a share of strength in the universe is not considered weak. You could even say it's strong. Don't look at the Fraser Legion tens of thousands of fighting strength of a lot of people. But this is the universe overlord Fraser. In fact, any of the tens of thousands of fighting strength is considered to be the top of the universe of the strongest. It is almost very difficult to only be able to meet. Of course, in addition to combat power, as well as artificial moon, these two things, for Jiang Chen, there is a more critical place, that is, the giant ape. How to ensure that the sanity, if you can do, not to mention the later can try to transform Super Saiyan 4, purely just to enhance their own strength is also extremely important. It's just that the method of how to control the giant ape's sanity is much more difficult compared to the previous two. At least now, almost 3 years later, he still hadn't found any doors. In contrast, the technology of artificial moons was something he had heard about from Bardock. It is said that as long as one is able to become an elite squad among the Saiyans, they are qualified to learn this ability. As for what was called an elite squad, it was also very simple. As long as its squad was able to take down a high-grade life planet alone, it could be called an elite squad. For example, today's Bardock squad was one of them. The next step would be enough to learn the artificial moon's ability as soon as the Bardock squad managed to advance to elite squad status. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen only needed to wait for Bardock to learn about the artificial moon, and then he should be able to obtain it if he asked for it. Combat power. As it stands, just wait for him to land a second time, with another year or two, not to mention raising it to 1,000 points. But 500 or 600 points. Jiang Chen was still extremely confident. Lapse. Although the distance to the landing is coming to an end, but Jiang Chen didn't stop either. Instead, he continued his cultivation as usual. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed swiftly, with the time counting down to the end. First landing has ended. It's returning. 1 moment, please. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in his head, with the countdown coming down to the wire. Buzz. A light that only Jiang Chen could see fell down from above the firmament at this moment, wrapping his form in an instant. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, only felt that his head couldn't help but sink, followed by a sense of weightlessness. A few moments later, his eyes went into a trance, and when he reappeared, he realized that his surroundings had once again turned into a white world. First landing has ended. Data matching in progress. Match complete. You have been given a temporary character card. Please receive it. A mechanical voice rang out. In the next moment, a path of light quickly converged towards Jiang Chen's eyes, and then a card with an illusory appearance appeared. Name, Aspera. Identity, Planet Vegeta Saiyan. Combat power, 195 points. The card's information presented itself, while a stream of information flooded into the center of his mind. It made him understand the role of the cards. Although the existence of the landing world could not have been brought out due to the lack of completion of the main quest, including his Saiyan body that did not match his present-day body, as the first peacefully landed access, he was still given a card coalesced by his landing world. This kind of card, as long as he used it, he was able to gain the strength of his identity in the middle of the world he landed in within a certain period of time. Just like this moment, if he used the card Aspera, then he would have the full strength of Aspera as if he had landed in the world. The only difference was that he only had 3 minutes. As for wanting to actually gain Aspera's strength and body, that would be something he'd have to go through to complete the first main quest. Generally speaking, the Raiders of the Heavens are divided into several stages. By completing some stages of the quest accordingly, you can gradually acquire the appropriate abilities, items, and everything in that world. And only after completing from the first stage could one be considered a qualified Raider of the Heavens. As for today, to be more precise, it's still just a trainee. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With that came a thought. In the next moment, the figure was gradually wrapped in a ball of light. When the light spreads, his figure then disappeared into the middle of the white world. Outside, Shaoshan City No. 8 Middle School Degree Facing Center. Jiang Chen violently heard a cacophony of voices, and his eyes involuntarily opened. And as soon as his eyes opened, a familiar voice sounded right next to him. Well, morning son, how's your random world? Which world was it? Yu Yang's words carried a note of concern. Jiang Chen then opened his eyes and instantly saw Yu Yang, whose face was all over him, making him unable to resist a wince. His figure hurriedly took a step back. Hey, don't get so close, or people will think we're. Jiang Chen didn't speak in a good humor. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* mood and couldn't help but hammer Jiang Chen. It's the world called Dragon Ball. The main quest should still need to be opened next time you log in. What about you? How's it going? How's it going with Luffy? Become brothers yet? Jiang Chen shook his head, then curiously looked at his best friend and sworn enemy. He hadn't forgotten that the other party had landed in the King of Thieves world. Hey, don't look at who I am. Of course, hand to hand. I am now with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo become the best brother. But the three of them are really perverted. Body completely unable to keep up. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yu Yang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly spoke with excitement. He just couldn't help but feel a little disheveled as he spoke. When he had just landed, he had been thrilled to feel his body, which had been almost the same as it was now since he was 6 or 7 years old. But after seeing Sabo, Ace, and Luffy, he was directly dumbfounded. It was not a class at all. If the trio hadn't cared about that, he had a feeling he would have been thrown off his game. Hey, that's for sure. Those three are the future big shots. You'll be damned if your ordinary landing can match them. However, there's no need to rush, as long as you follow Carp into the Navy headquarters when the time comes, not to mention becoming a top-tier powerhouse. But entering the ranks is definitely not a problem. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. He could understand Yu Yang's depression, although generally can have the qualification to enter the high school, get the opportunity to land. Body, natural talent are not bad. Landing generally will be stronger than ordinary people. But that and what people compared to, and Luffy, Ace, Sabo, these three perverts then, that is not a great at all. It's like he just landed as a Scion and straight up set the minimum lower limit of Scion combat power. Yu Yang naturally wouldn't be any better. Really? While listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yu Yang was unable to stop his eyes from lighting up at once. The gods couldn't help but be a little agitated. Why would I lie to you? Your world is fourth order. Isn't it easy to give birth to a first order powerhouse? Seems so. The real world, due to the major subgenres and world links, the transcendental system is extremely complex. So more than 100 years ago the real world has not transcendentalists formulated a set of complete new system. The division of the system is simple. The world level is divided. To reach the first order of the world limit of the strong is called the first order of transcendental, compared to the second order of the world limit of the strong is called the second order of transcendental. The third order is the third order of transcendental. The fourth order is the fourth order of transcendental. At present, human beings have been divided into a total of 6 orders of transcendental. The first order to the sixth order has also become the standard by which humans rate transcendence. Of course, due to the differences in the world, even the same world of the first order also has a strong and weak. The first order of strong people are also divided into the first order of the early stage, the first order of the middle stage, the first order of the late stage, the first order of the peak of the 4 grades. The other grades of the transcendent is also almost the same. King of Thieves has a fourth order transcendental world. Yu Yang just needs to be able to follow Carp into the Navy headquarters. Not to mention future fourth order powerhouses. Not to mention third order powerhouses. The first and second orders are simply not too easy. Even if he was a little lucky enough, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to help out a little more, giving more information to become third order. And don't look at the fact that humans are now divided out into 6 orders of hierarchy. But in reality, the number of transcendents of even the first order wasn't too great. There are even fewer of the third order. Normally, a third order transcendent could already enter the major legions to become a school-level officer, and stay in the institutions of higher learning to be able to become a professor-level instructor. Some of the graduated high-grade academy students didn't have many who were able to reach the third rank level, not to mention the rest. By the way, what's your main quest? Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something, and his words then opened his mouth with an inquiring outburst. He was a little curious as to what the main quest given to Yu Yang by the Pirate King world was. The main quest? Seems to be surviving the arson at the terminal. Yu Yang froze for a moment, then opened his mouth to reply. Are you sure? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a little as he opened his mouth. Yeah, is that it? Why? Is there a problem? Yu Yang tensed up all of a sudden. No problem. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He too knew about the whole arson at the terminal thing. In the middle of the King of Thieves world, the Sapphire Pirates colluded with the royal family in a direct arson attack on the terminal. That wasn't what he was paying attention to, but whether the difficulty of this main quest was too low. Taking another look at this main quest of his, he only felt as if he was being targeted. Especially if it wasn't for his foresight. This mainline mission can only be accomplished by hell, right? Good thing there's no problem. It scared the hell out of me. Yu Yang couldn't help but pat his chest. And in the middle of a conversation between the two, there were some noisy voices coming from all around. The two men subconsciously looked over at the cacophony of voices. A young girl was seen approaching. It's the headmaster of Lin Daiban? He seems to be coming toward us. Seeing the figure, Yu Yan could not help but froze for a moment and opened his mouth in some bewilderment. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, couldn't help but lift his eyebrows as his sights went to the young girl who had walked over. At the moment a single gaze converged among them. The young girl had come forward. Thanks a lot. Lin Shiyun approached and spoke softly towards Jiang Chen. At the moment her mind was really a bit complicated. It's only been 3 years since it landed in the world. Though, but only she knows how huge the 3-year harvest really is. The unimaginable bloodstain boundary. Once she was able to complete the main quest and obtain it, then she wouldn't have any problems enrolling in the Higher Learning Institute next. You're welcome. It was just a trade. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He didn't care too much about that. As he said, it's just a deal. That may be for you, but not for me. Tell you what, student Jiang Chen, are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Shiyun blushed a little and spoke with a small voice. And listening to his words, Yu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes all of a sudden. Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment as well, but quickly shook his head anyway. No, I have things to do tomorrow. The words opened with a smile. He now cannot have the heart to get this. Our crossing, who still have the heart to talk about love. Become strong is the key. Especially his initial landing is still the Dragon Ball. That is even more so. There are still 10 days to go before the second landing. He certainly had to take the opportunity to clear his mind as well as prepare for the second landing. So, then I'm sorry to bother you. When you're free next time, Mr. Jiang Chen, you can contact me again. Lin Shiyun was a little disappointed, but he still opened his mouth with a stutter, and after he finished speaking, his figure ran away. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be a bit speechless, but it was at this moment that he sensed an unkind gaze. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Looking at Yu Yang's gaze, Jiang Chen was startled and couldn't help but open his mouth without a good mood. You still say, when did you hook up with Lin Daiban, causing me to worry about you and that woman Lu Qingxia? Yu Yang opened his mouth with displeasure. What hookup or not? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see it before? It's just a deal. Jiang Chen didn't speak in a good humor. Really? Yu Yang opened his mouth with disbelief. Of course it's true. Let's go. If we don't go, I feel like I'm in trouble. Jiang Chen didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. The rest of his eyes glanced at a lot of boys' gazes. His scalp was a little numb. He hurriedly tugged Yu Yang to leave. Only the one who left didn't notice that there was an unsightly gaze in the distance. Lu Qingxia, at this moment, was annoyed beyond measure. She was even more annoyed when she saw Lin Shiyun and Jiang Chen together as soon as she came out in particular. Although she didn't like Jiang Chen, she liked the feeling of being chased by him. The figure chasing her at the moment was running into someone else's arms, instantly making her extremely annoyed. Especially the Jiang Chen's attitude before that made her teeth clench even more when she thought about it. Of course even if Lu Qingxia's look Jiang Chen noticed it, he wouldn't care too much. It's not like he's a predecessor, although many of the same, but did not inherit each other's dog-licking mind and feelings for Lu Qingxia. How Lu Qingxia thought and looked was none of his business. The most he had on his mind right now was still landing the Dragon Balls, not the other way around. The figure and Yu Yang left the dimensional center. As the two of them walked through the campus, Yu Yang's thoughts were quickly pulled back to the landing world, excitedly recounting the situation of his landing world with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen occasionally interjected with a smile. After the first login is over, the only subsequent registration required is a vacation. All that is needed is to enter the school after 15 days to access the second login. The learning process has completely changed compared to what it was before. After the first login, the school will conduct a registration. Because the login world is different, the login time is also different. Some students have opened the main line of the mission. Some students did not open the main line of the mission. So after the first time, the school will conduct a new round of registration. Or more accurately said that the class. That's right, it's a split class. The most important thing about this round of registration is to exclude those cadets who failed the main mission. Unsurprisingly, these trainees had lost the possibility of transcendence. But as these trainees who were able to go to high school, even if they had lost their landing qualifications, they were relatively better talented than the average person. So in this kind of situation, there would be a split class processing. Participants who have passed the main quest, or have not yet completed the main quest, will be reassigned to a class. Jiang Chen and Yu Yang, after a few moments of conversation, returned to their class. The class teacher, Luo Qingzhu, had arrived long ago. Well, first of all, congratulations to the students for completing their first landing. I don't need to tell you the rest of the process. Fill this one out later. Luo Qingzhu waited for all the trainees to enter the class before he clapped his hands with soft words ringing out. That, Mr. Luo. However, the moment her words fell, a thin voice rang out from the middle of the class, and her right hand was then raised with hesitation. What's wrong, Mr. Li Qinghua? Looking at the figure with his hand raised, he couldn't help but shake his head, but opened his mouth and ordered the figure. Teacher, I'm going to go back and do my parents a favor. The figure stood up and faced a gaze. There were teardrops in his eyes and his words became a little stuttered. Hearing his words, many people in the class couldn't help but lower their heads at once. There were even girls who burst into tears all of a sudden. For them, this is their only chance. If they missed it this time, they would never have another chance in their lives. That kind of pressure and pain is unimaginable. I know, Mr. Li Qinghua. You can just head to the school administration office later to go through the withdrawal procedures. Others can, too, plus I'll try to apply to the school to see if I can get some tuition refunded. Luo Qingzhu looked at the reactions of many people in the middle of the class, as well as the cries. She couldn't help but sigh, and instead of consoling, she softly opened her mouth with a cry. That was all she could do, and her words instantly brought more crying in the middle of the class. Even some of the trainees who hadn't completed the main quest yet were a bit chipper inside. Luo Qingzhu shook her head, then greeted a trainee and handed out a statement. When the statement was handed out, Jiang Chen's gaze was then withdrawn from the other trainees in the class and fixed on top of the statement. The statement is simple. Name, gender, world, main quest, world summary, only 5 items. Obviously, this is a census of the Dasha Federation, whose purpose is to understand them on the one hand, and to understand the world as much as possible on the other. Jiang Chen thought about it and then began to fill it out. The first 4 items were quickly filled out by him. On the 5th item, he hesitated slightly, but soon there were also thoughts. In a few minutes, Jiang Chen had already filled it out. Hey, Morningside, do you think I should write up what you said too? And after Jiang Chen had just finished writing, a head came over and Yu Yang opened his mouth with a tangle. Just as quickly, he was greeted with a look of idiocy from Jiang Chen. Ahem, I'm just saying, by the way, Chinzi, you haven't said what kind of worldview that one is. It is said that the landing accident that comes along with it is a big one, and it is easy to appear as an ordinary world or a too advanced world. Seeing Jiang Chen's gaze, Yu Yang couldn't help but quickly dry cough twice. He also felt stupid and hurriedly changed the topic, but his words had only just fallen. There were figures coming over to collect the statements, and an acquaintance. Yu Yang hurriedly shut up and stabbed Jiang Chen in the process. Mr. Jiang Chen, have you finished writing? Lin Shiyun's small voice rang out. Right, trouble. Jiang Chen nodded and spoke with a smile, then handed over the statement. Lin Shiyun then took it, smiling and nodding her head in the same way. Hey, I don't think I'm wrong. Lin Shiyun was definitely looking at you just now from the moment she got up. Yu Yang opened his mouth in a somewhat frantic manner. You're done. Think about how you're going to make a second landing. Navy headquarters, now that's easy for you to get in, not so easy to stay. Jiang Chen didn't speak in a good humor. Hey, don't change the subject. Come on. You two are definitely having an affair. Yu Yang still couldn't help but open his mouth in a frantic manner. Jiang Chen directly ignored him. This kid, in his previous life, was extremely, and this world obviously hasn't changed either. His thoughts flowed and he began to think about the next landing. While looking at Jiang Chen no longer paying attention, Yu Yang could not help but skim his lips, but he could not help but bring a smile on his face. His sight glanced at a back in the distance, and he could not help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Of course all this went unnoticed by Jiang Chen. On top of the high platform, Luo Qingzhu didn't have the heart to pay attention to this either. Put the statement in order. Her voice then only sounded again. Alright, classmates. From today onwards, those who have not passed the main quest, or have already completed the main quest, are precisely those who will become members of the metamorphosis class, while the other trainees will be reallocated to ordinary classes, or they can also apply for a withdrawal. and I will try my best to apply to the school for a refund of some of the tuition fees. As for the day of the class, the ordinary class starts tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock precisely, right in the middle of this class nowadays, where the first class is located on the first floor of the Metamorphosis Class Location Center. Remember to come and report 3 days later. Class dismissed. Luo Qingzhu's words fell. The dismissal was announced at the same time. After this lesson, not surprisingly, many of them will be hard to see for the rest of their lives. Each other is also completely divided, especially those that have completed the main quest. Even if the amount gained was not much, it was enough to enroll in an average school, and ordinary people were no longer in the same world, in the truest sense of the word. Go! Let's go! Hurry back! Twilight of the Gods updated today. I haven't been online for a month just to log in. Jacked up. In the middle of Jiang Chen being infected with some emotions, his body was directly pulled up by Yu Yang, roaring towards the outside of the classroom. Jiang Chen was somewhat helpless, but the infection was gradually washed away. Shaking his head, he still followed Yu Yang and left the classroom. Only the two had just walked out of the classroom. A familiar voice sounded right behind him. Hearing this voice, Yu Yang could not help but slightly darken his face. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lift his eyebrows as well. Go! Ignore her! Yu Yang didn't speak in a good mood, and as soon as he pulled Jiang Chen, he was about to move on. Jiang Chen smiled. The footsteps that followed the pause similarly moved again. Jiang Chen, stop right there! The voice behind him went from complicated to annoyed, and couldn't help but proudly bellow out. This single voice of hers instantly caused the gazes of many people around her to converge. Jiang Chen also couldn't help but stop his footsteps once again, and his face couldn't help but become a bit ugly. And watching Jiang Chen stop, Lu Qingxia hurriedly ran over. Jiang Chen, are you in love with Lin Shiyun? Lu Qingxia opened her mouth with annoyance, her silver teeth clenched, her eyes carrying anger. Lu Qingxia-san, please watch your words. Jiang Chen frowned and took a deep breath to speak coldly. Jiang Chen, you say, are you in love with Lin Shiyun? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Qingxia still opened her mouth somewhat unforgivingly, and this time, more people around paid attention. Many people's eyes lit up, and some looked at Jiang Chen with a touch of ill will amongst their gazes. Ms. Lu Qingxia, I said, please watch your words. I don't know you well, and I don't have to report anything to you. Jiang Chen spoke coldly, then turned around and directly took a step toward the distance once again. Jiang Chen, stop right there. Jiang Chen, Lu Qingxia spoke in annoyance, yet Jiang Chen had completely ignored it, and such a scene instantly made many people point their fingers. There was even the sound of whispered conversations coming from Lu Qingxia. Lu Qingxia's face was even a burst of green, a burst of purple, and there was even an appearance of shyness in her expression. When had she ever been so ignored by Jiang Chen? It annoyed her to the core, yet it didn't help. Jiang Chen simply ignored him, and the 100 tried and true tricks of the past were completely ineffective. Anger was spreading in his eyes, and at this moment, Jiang Chen and Yu Yang had already left the school. Hey, Morningside, is that all it takes? Willow Qingha, that purely makes you a cutie. Yet, Yu Yang opened his mouth with a smirk. Jiang Chen shook his head in amusement. Alright, why? I'm going to head back. Don't just remember to play the game. I'll give you a new profile later, so get organized and ready for the next login. At least go to an institution of higher learning to make Uncle Yu happy. The words opened. Hey, you don't jerk off? When Yu Yang heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in shock, opening his mouth with disbelief. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. In his previous life, he had two main hobbies, licking Lu Qingxia and playing jerk-off, but that was a past life. The world was so amazing, he didn't have the heart to bother with that anymore. You've changed. Yu Yang spoke with an expression of disappointment. Go away. Jiang Chen didn't open his mouth in a good mood, then waved his hand and got on a bus that had just arrived. Witnessing Jiang Chen's departure, it seems to have really changed, Yu Yang muttered, then walked to the side and stopped a cab to similarly leave. Jiang Chen's home was about 4 or 5 kilometers from the school. It's only about 20 minutes by bus. Soon Jiang Chen arrived home. It was a rundown neighborhood on the edge of Shaoxin City. The home is only 60 or 70 square meters. It wasn't even bought by Jiang Chen's parents. It was given to their family of 4 by Jiang Chen's uncle to live in. The home environment can be extremely poor. As I recall, it wasn't until after my own sister graduated from college that this share of the situation changed. Looking at the familiar door of the room, Jiang Chen was a little less daring to knock on it for a while. The world is different, but the familiar is still familiar. To his own parents, Jiang Chen was extremely indebted. At the moment, none of them knew what to do at the moment. After taking several deep breaths, Jiang Chen calmed down, but not before he knocked on the door. the door to the room was open instead. A middle-aged woman with an ordinary face appeared. Xiao Chen, you're back? The door opened, and looking at Jiang Chen, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but freeze for a moment, but a voice with surprise soon rang out. Mom! Jiang Chen's mind collected itself, then he smiled and spoke. Come on, get in. Why are you standing in the doorway? The middle-aged woman didn't open her mouth in a good mood and casually placed the garbage at the door. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded, then walked into the room. Dinner will have to wait a bit. Your father is going to be back late today, and I'm told there's still quite a bit going on at the factory. The middle-aged woman smiled and spoke. Yes. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Then he walked into the middle of the room. Mother and son talked briefly. Surprisingly, the mother did not inquire about landing. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and tried to speak several times, but he didn't know what to say. After all, it wasn't the Naruto world he had landed in. It was a whole new world, and the main quest hadn't been completed. Half an hour later, lunch. Jiang Chen then returned to the middle of his room, being only 50 square meters. The separate rooms were divided, and his bedroom in particular was split in two, leaving less than 10 square feet. Jiang Chen came to the desk, took a deep breath to calm himself. Only then did he begin to reorganize his thoughts. The night passed gradually. Soon the door to the room was rattled with a noise. A light-handed voice sounded. A short while later, a small voice came from outside the room. Liu Hua, didn't Xiao Chen land in the realm today? How is the situation? Hush, I'm afraid that's not good. When I put out the garbage before, Morn didn't even dare come in the house. So don't say that behind you. Well, hey, soft words rang out, then turned into a sigh. Disconnected. Jiang Chen didn't listen too carefully. Jiang Chen subconsciously wanted to get up, but after some hesitation, he gave up. Everything was better to wait until his main quest was complete. For once he was as confident as he could be, and that was confidence, not fact. If something goes wrong then, talking about it now will only make the parents happy for nothing. Shake your head. Jiang Chen's eyes looked toward the densely packed contents on top of the white paper in front of him. At the moment, if there is a Dragon Ball world people over, we'll find that this is all densely packed with about the Dragon Ball world. As he and Yu Yang had said, when the return began, he started preparing for the second landing. He had foresight, yes, but what he still needed to do was how to put that foresight to use, and that required him to organize the information in his mind. The night is getting darker. It wasn't until 12 o'clock that Jiang Chen fell into sleep. The next day Jiang Chen woke up at 7 a.m. The long hours of training on planet Vegeta had almost made it a habit for him. Shake your head. Looking at the sky, he simply got up and got himself something to eat. With that, he continued to organize the relevant information that he was still organizing from last night. And just as Jiang Chen was busy thinking about matters related to his next landing, the whole of Daxia wasn't too calm at the moment. The beginning of a raid on a Tier 4 world was extremely important, even for Daxia. After all, a Rank 4 world, once utilized well, was enough to give birth to quite a few Rank 4 powerhouses, and a fourth-ranked powerhouse was considered a mid to high-end power even amongst the entire Great Xia. So when the first landing was over, a large amount of information then began to converge towards the entire Daxia officialdom. The Daxia Higher Learning Institute, as the dominant player of this newborn world, was naturally involved. Daxia Institute of Higher Learning. In the middle of an office, a woman was frowning at the piece of information in front of her. Doubt could not help but fill his expression. But just as she was wondering, knock knock, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Come in. The woman opened her mouth, and the next moment a young girl of 14 or 15 years old pushed open the door and walked in, clutching a thick stack of information. Teacher, the information has been sent over. Is it put here? Jiangxi spoke in a small voice. Put it there. The woman nodded, not raising her head. Jiangxi, on the other hand, put the information aside and was ready to leave. Hey, don't go yet. Come over here. Before she could step out of the office door, though, she was shouted at by the woman. Yes, sensei. Jiangxi hurriedly nodded and walked up. Xiaoxi, there's something wrong with this world. It doesn't seem to be as good as I expected it to be before. How about I'm going to land you in a different initial world? Jiangxi approached, and the woman raised her head to speak with a frown. Ah, Jiangxi was taken aback. Then her eyes widened. The initial world is extremely crucial. Before I gave you the choice of this world named Shinobi World, is according to our investigation the level of this world is afraid that the world of the fourth order limit, for you is the best result. But at this moment, under the preliminary exploration, it was found that it seems that the previous prediction was wrong, and this world seems to be just the most ordinary level 4 world, and the rating may even be considered the lowest grade among the level 4 worlds. The woman sighed softly and spoke with helplessness. It was a situation he hadn't expected either. The world is clearly preliminary, investigations are clearly high. But it turned out to be a surprise. A fourth-order top world was undoubtedly the best choice as a newly accepted student of his own self. Enough for the other to complete the transcendental foundation laying. But an ordinary fourth-order world, or even a world that was considered a low rank in the fourth-order worlds, that would not be a good choice. This student of hers had a lot of talent, and she didn't want to waste it. Teacher, it's better not to change it. Listening to the woman's words, Jiangshi was a bit torn, but after hesitating for a moment he still opened his mouth stiffly. Little she, this is no joke. The initial world is an existence that relates to how far you can go in the future. It can't be sloppy. Hearing Jiangshi's words, the woman couldn't help but furrow her brows and opened her mouth with a serious tone. I know, teacher, I think this world is not bad, and you, teacher, also said that the initial investigation of this world is a peak fourth-order world. And now, although the exploration has found that it is not, this is not necessarily a problem with the world, but it could also be that there is not much known about this world at the moment. Jiangshi opened his mouth with seriousness. Hearing Jiangshi's words, the woman couldn't help but stare. Teacher, I think this world suits me. Watching the woman stare, Jiangshi gritted his teeth and couldn't help but speak again. Hey, are you sure? The woman took a deep breath, her eyes once again looking at her trainee. Teacher, I'm sure. Jiangshi nodded his head then spoke with renewed certainty. All right, I hope you won't regret your decision. Take a look. These are the preliminary intel so far. It should help you with your initial landing. The woman looked at the firm-eyed Jiangshi, sighed slightly, then nodded her head and did not continue to say anything. Each person has each person's choice. Jiangshi is so determined. She cannot say anything, but greeted the opening. Yes, sensei. Jiangshi nodded and then walked up. When Jiangshi picked up the information on top of the desk, the words of the woman next to him rang out. According to the currently known information, this world is not small, almost as big as reality. The current transcendental system of this world is called the existence of ninjas, who control the ability to manipulate the wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin and yang, 5 kinds of nature. And in the middle of the world, the current system for the country and ninjas village system, which the 5 great countries and the 5 ninjas villages is the world's main dominant force, respectively, the country of fire, the country of thunder, the country of water, the sand hidden village, the country of earth, the rock hidden village, respectively. They are the fire country Kiba village, the thunder country cloud hidden village, the wind country sand hidden village, the water country mist hidden village, and the earth country Iwami hidden village. One of the most powerful ninja village is the country of thunder cloud hidden village. In the 4th generation of Lei Shadow succeeded the throne. The cloud hidden village is constantly expanding armament strength, followed by the country of fire Kiba village. This is once the first village of the ninja world, but at present has fallen. The last ninja world war Kiba village suffered from the other 4 major ninja villages under siege. The loss of heavy, and at the same time, half a year ago as a successor to the 4th generation of the Fire Shadow and a storm in the fall. Currently only the elderly 3rd generation of Naruto retake over the Woodleaf village. The entire village currently has presented the situation of withering talent, followed by the rock hidden village. As for the sand hidden village, and the fog hidden village, should be considered the existence of the most bottom of the barrel. The woman's words were soft and gentle as she slowly recounted the information to Jiangshi. Sensei, didn't you say before that according to the latest information, Kiba village is the strongest? Here, listening to his teacher's words and looking at the information in his hands, Jiangshi couldn't help but open his mouth. Inside, on the other hand, he couldn't help but tighten up. Ha ha ha, don't be anxious, Xiaoxi, I haven't finished yet. This is just the surface of the information. In fact, Kiba is indeed the strongest. According to the Daxia Academy higher level of intelligence, Kiba village strength is not the surface of so, that one 3 generations of Naruto. Although old, according to the intelligence, that one is the strongest Naruto of all times. It is said that this world's future, the 3 generations of the age of the Naruto, even has the battle record of 1 person against 3 shadows. The woman smiled and spoke, explaining softly, the strongest Naruto of all times? Listening to the teacher's words, Jiangshi couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Yes, the strongest in all generations, and the Konoha village has the most powerful ninja clans, and those ninja clans all have 1,000 different abilities, so it's the best choice as an initial landing. Just like the Hyuga clan I told you about before. Their clan possesses a special ability called the White Eyes, and the White Eyes can be very powerful. Just look at this. The woman smiled softly and spoke. Her right hand then pulled out a piece of information from the drawer once more and handed it over. Jiangshi hurriedly took it, and his eyes couldn't help but be captivated by the words on it. The line of sight converged on top of the text, and Jiangxi was completely captivated all of a sudden. It wasn't until a few moments later that she couldn't help but put down the papers in her hands in delight and look at her teacher. Finished reading it, how was it? White Eyes is powerful enough, right? The woman smiled and spoke. Yes, it's powerful. Jiangxi hurriedly nodded his head. Even if it was just some simple text descriptions, it made her feel the powerful aspects of White Eyes. This time the previous apprehension and nervousness also completely disappeared at once. Ha ha ha, hey! You have to know that the White Eyes are one of the three major pupil arts in this world. Aside from the Eye of Reincarnation which has long disappeared in the Age of Myths, the White Eyes may be stronger than another pupil art called Sharingan. After all, it's said that Sharingan seems to have evolved from the White Eyes as well. And more importantly, the ability of White Eyes, even if you land on other worlds later in your life, is of great help, which is why you weren't completely dissuaded. The woman nodded, then spoke seriously. I see, sensei. Jiangxi nodded his head seriously, and his expression couldn't help but be a little excited and surging. Go ahead and get ready. If you don't want to change it, then this second landing will start with a landing. Also this information. For a while, you study it. The woman waved her hand and then spoke. Yes, Jiangxi respectfully answered, then quickly exited the office. Waiting for Jiangxi to leave, the woman couldn't help but frown again. With such dense energy, it can't be a fourth-order primary world. Is there something wrong with the detection? Murmuring softly, the woman was a bit puzzled, but she quickly shook her head and put those thoughts aside for now. Compared to that, she'd rather deal with matters that belonged to her first. The first landing had already ended, and as one of the several vice deans of the Great Summer Academy, she had quite a few things to deal with. And the other side, Jiangxi, who had left, couldn't wait his return to where his room was. As a special enrollment in the Daxia Academy, she did have a separate set of living place. I wonder how my brother is doing. Jiangxi muttered softly, then took out his cell phone and dialed out immediately. Early morning, in the middle of the room, Jiang Chen was originally organizing the information. Suddenly there was a ring from the cell phone that had been set aside. The sudden sound brought Jiang Chen back from his contemplation and subconsciously picked up his cell phone. When he saw the caller, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. There was no hesitation, either, and the call went straight through. Hey, what's wrong? Jiang Chen's voice rang out. Brother, I've gained some more information on my side. I'll send it to you. Remember to receive it. The voice had just dropped when his own sister's serious voice came from the other end of the line. This, ding dong. Before he could react, the next moment a message came from above his cell phone. Brother, it's already been sent over to you. Your choice this time is the Hyuga clan, right? You don't know. Just now the teacher told me that the Hyuga clan of Kiba village has an extremely powerful ability. Brother, you will definitely be able to enter the higher learning institution this time as long as you can pass the first mainline quest. Along with the ding-dong sound coming from the cell phone, his own sister's words beside his ear then rang again. Listening to that one voice, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but cross a warm current. In his previous life, this sister of his had worried about him, and in this life, it seemed to be the same. All that information, even if he didn't read it, he knew that his sister was afraid that she had wasted a lot of effort. Thanks. Hey. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, originally wanting to say that he didn't need to, but in the end, he still whispered, Brother, what did you say? I didn't hear you? On the other side of the phone, Jiangxi couldn't help but froze for a moment as well, opening his mouth with wonder. Nothing, just showing appreciation. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Brother, are you okay today? Jiangxi's voice rang out with an odd tone. Something's up your ass. Well, I'm still preparing for my second landing now. Thanks for this one. Jiang Chen didn't open his mouth in a good mood. That's right. Alright then, I'll leave you to your own devices. This information is precious. Jiangxi smiled and opened his mouth, then hung up the phone. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, casually clicking on the message his sister had sent him. As expected, compared to the previous intelligence, this one was undoubtedly a lot more detailed. And what surprised Jiang Chen was that there was even information about some of the next parts of the world's plot. It was extremely fragmented and even had a lot of inaccuracies. But it had been incredible. It made him a little surprised. This world? Jiang Chen murmured softly, and his brows couldn't help but knit up slightly. Although it was just some simple and sparse information, he still sensed something unusual in it. But it was only a moment of frowning, and soon Jiang Chen still shook his head and gathered his thoughts together. For him, the second landing was the key. And as for the secrets of this world, that was not something he needed to explore right now. Hey, as a special enrollment, the landing should open early next year. A familiar world, I hope. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen then refocused his gaze on the information that was finished being written in his hands. Time passes slowly. 3 days passed quickly. Subsequently, Jiang Shi sent a few more bits of information one after another. 3 days later, Jiang Chen gathered his thoughts and then walked out of the house towards the school. Take the bus to the school. Walked into the middle of the class. Compared to the previous class, the class at the moment was significantly smaller by a large margin. After the first landing, the 8th middle school of Shaoxing City had divided the cadets of the first year of high school into 2 kinds of classes. One for ordinary classes and one for metamorphosis classes. There are 3 metamorphosis classes, and at this moment, the 3 metamorphosis classes combined didn't even have as many people as one of the previous classes. This class that Jiang Chen was in numbered even only 25 people, and this 25 people, or the current number of people, can be expected along with the second landing opened, as well as the opening of the main task. This 25 people cannot be eliminated more than half. Bad luck. Elimination of 70% have a great possibility. As seen in past years, there is usually basically only one class by the time you reach sophomore year. That, and even the average class won't be any better, having lost the opportunity to be superb and continue to attend. For most families the expenses are no longer proportional to the benefits and most choose to drop out. Morningside. This way. As soon as the figure walked into the classroom, amongst the corners, Yu Yang began to greet. Jiang Chen smiled and smoothly walked over as well. Well, you haven't been playing all the time the last couple days, have you? Jiang Chen sat down and opened his mouth with curiosity, while his eyes suspiciously looked at Yu Yang next to himself. Of course, I've been preparing seriously for the past few days, so how can I be playing all the time? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yu Yang almost jumped. Really? Of course it's true. Chinzi, you don't know that my father has stopped all my internet, so I couldn't play even if I wanted to. Ha ha ha. Deserved. The two talked and laughed as the classroom grew more and more staffed. Soon the students of the metamorphosis class had all arrived, and at the door, Luo Qingju stepped in. As a senior student of the Daxia Academy, it was only natural that this one Jiang Chen's former homeroom teacher had become the homeroom teacher of today. Okay, everyone, quiet down. Luo Qingju came on top of the podium, and a voice with a soft tone rang out. The invisible power spread around, causing the classroom to instantly quiet down. Even Jiang Chen and Yu Yang couldn't help but stop their speech, and wait for everyone to stop. It was only then that Luo Qingju's words resounded once more. All of you, I think that you've rested for almost all of these 3 days. The next natural time is to struggle. Whether or not you can enter the academy, or even enter a higher academy, will determine your future destiny, and I hope that every cadet won't be slacking off as a result of this. Luo Qingju's voice was not loud, but it made everyone listen. Yes, yes, a single voice answered, and no one raised an objection at this moment. Even those who are a little nervous do likewise. It was as if the most instinctive passions within were mobilized at this moment. Very good. So let's start the first lesson. This is also your first lesson after landing in the realm. Looking at the expression of one of the trainees, Luo Qingju nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and wrote out a line of handwriting on top of the blackboard. Luo Qingju's handwriting was not as showy as expected, but instead carried a sense of oppression. The Dark Ages. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but look at the handwriting on it for a split second. Students, can anyone explain to me what the Dark Ages are? A nice voice rang out and the classroom was quiet once again. Yu Yang even shrunk at once. Jiang Chen could even hear Yu Yang whispering about not picking him. It made Jiang Chen laugh a little, and while Jiang Chen was wearing a smile, Luo Qingju's voice sounded once again. Yu Yang, you speak. The nice voice was the same as always, yet it made Yu Yang's face collapse. The Dark Age was the greatest upheaval in the history of mankind, and it's, Yu Yang subconsciously opened his mouth, only that his words were somewhat broken as he spoke. This is the first half of the first year of high school, and it's also the most important knowledge point. Yu Yang, that's how you learn. Jiang Chen, you say it. Luo Qingju spoke coldly, frost even appearing on her stunningly beautiful face at this moment. Jiang Chen hurriedly stood up with a jolt. The Dark Age. A great upheaval that began 300 years ago in humanity and lasted until 100 years ago, when the world changed drastically due to a fluctuation in dimensions. The doors of the subgenre are wide open. Mankind has the ability to link the gates of the dimension. It also thus possessed the opportunity to step into that one subdimensional world. However, at the same time that humans gained the opportunity to land on all worlds, countless terrifying existences in the subdimensions also descended on the world, plunging the world into a 200-year-long chaos. And this kind of chaos is the Dark Era. Luckily, the memory fusion had long ago, and Jiang Chen quickly found the memory to quickly answer. Not bad. What student Jiang Chen said is good. This is the Dark Era and the prologue to the opening of our era. Jiang Chen student, you sit down. Yu Yang, you stand behind me. Luo Qingju spoke coldly. Yu Yang couldn't help but lower his head and walk to the back of the classroom. Jiang Chen smiled, then sat down, and at this moment Luo Qingzhu, after the words fell, brushed 4 brand new words on top of the blackboard. World Raiders? Looking at the brand new text on it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lift his eyebrows. Students, do any of you know the purpose of landing on the world? Luo Qingzhu's voice rang out. Accompanying her words, a figure below looked at each other. It wasn't until a few moments later that someone whispered, Mr. Luo, the world landing is supposed to be about acquiring transcendent power so as to ward off the invasion of the secondary worlds, right? The words opened. It was a little girl in the front row. Along with him opening his mouth, many people's gazes couldn't help but converge. You're right, but not entirely. The purpose of world landing, in the beginning, was indeed to gain access to transcendent power so as to fend off the invasion of the secondary worlds. However, reaching today, world landing has a greater purpose, which is world rating. Every world has its own level. Just like the landing world you chose to land on. There are first level, second level, and third level. The world we are in is similarly the same. These intertwined secondary worlds are extremely special. Theoretically, as long as we are able to raid them to a certain extent, all of these worlds will be transformed into sustenance to be integrated into our own worlds, upgrading the level of our worlds. Arriving at the present day, the world lands, and a large part of that is not simply just transcendent power, but world rating. Luo Qingzhu nodded, his words slowly opening, and listening to Luo Qingzhu's narration. One of the trainees below couldn't help but wear a look of surprise. Even Jiang Chen was no exception. He hadn't expected world landing to have such a part at all. The subdimension is turned into fuel and integrated into the main world. Such a situation feels unbelievable even just by listening to it. Teacher, is it true that the secondary world can be integrated into our world? Even at this moment, some trainees couldn't help but open their mouths and ask out. Others, too, looked with disbelief. Sure, at present, our world, in fact, has already integrated more than a dozen worlds, and there are still a few worlds, such as the fruit world as you know it, which are also in the process of being integrated, and it is said that the speed of the strategy has already reached 20%, and as long as it can arrive at 100%, it will be able to fully integrate. Also there are quite a few worlds besides the fruit worlds that are being fused, and theoretically as long as the raids are starting to be carried out, it can be recognized as the beginning of the fusion. Listening to a trainee's inquiry with surprise, Luo Qingzhu nodded seriously. She could naturally understand the crowd's surprise, and once upon a time she had been equally surprised when she had just found out. Teacher, what would be considered the beginning of the raid? And in the midst of a mishmash of voices, a sudden voice rang out. The words that came out weren't large, but they couldn't be hidden. Luo Qingzhu subconsciously looked over and instantly saw Jiang Chen. Slightly stunned, he then nodded. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's expression was tinged with a touch of sullenness. World fusion was really something he hadn't expected. In just now he did not think so much, but soon he snapped awake. His landing world and other worlds are not the same, whether it is the Naruto world or the King of Thieves world. These world levels, although good, can hold up to the death of 4 or 5. For the whole world cannot cause any crisis. It also doesn't create too many problems. To put it simply, humans have the ability to suppress these worlds. But he's the Dragon Ball world. What level is Dragon Ball world? Jiang Chen didn't know. 6th order, 7th order, or higher. And obviously no matter which level, once it's fused, messing up the entire main world can cause major problems. So at this moment, he couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire. And in the midst of his tension, Luo Qingzhu clapped her hands and quieted the classroom. Her nice voice sounded again. Class, what student Jiang Chen is inquiring about is the most important point of the world raid. Although the world landing already signifies the start of the raid, there are certain conditions that need to be met in order to actually start. World landing, the first need to capture the world, or randomly locate the world, and either one, the initial landing quota will not be too much, and these landers in the world have enough influence on the process. The world strategy will really start. These worlds will gradually materialize some of the existence of the advent of the main world. If we can defeat these adventurers, on the one hand, can accelerate the progress of the strategy, on the other hand, can obtain the appropriate information, as well as more landing access to the part of the fruit world. If you can defeat these descendants, on the one hand, you can speed up the progress of the strategy. On the other hand, you can obtain the corresponding information, as well as more landing quota. A year ago, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates descended on our Shao Xin city, was killed by the city lord. We have a part of the fruit world's landing privileges. Luo Qingzhu's voice rang out in the classroom. Everyone was listening intently at this moment. Jiang Chen was no exception. In the midst of gradual listening, Jiang Chen finally knew enough about world fusion, as well as the raiders, and the 10,000 realms landing. According to Luo Qingzhu's description, world fusion was not that easy, must have raided the world to 100%, and if you want to raid to 100%, not only the number of people who landed has to be more, but more importantly, all the strong people who descended have to be crushed. With this kind of situation, the Dragon Ball world would have a hard time fulfilling either one. Trying to fuse it in a short period of time is almost impossible. Such a result couldn't help but make him breathe a sigh of relief. Worries also disappeared completely, and the worry disappears. The rest of the day went by fast. In the blink of an eye, the first day of the course was over. There are certainly a lot of changes that have taken place today compared to the previous course. First of all, for the worlds to land and teach more with the information of the world. Secondly, the program began to include training in personal force, as well as various physical qualities of the individual, and that's taking up close to half the course. Of course, this is understandable. Landing in the world. A lot of times it's ultimately about strength. The stronger the strength of the body, the stronger the natural landing gained. Granted, this kind of enhancement is limited until the transcendent power is gained, but any subtle enhancement may be diffused and affected in the midst of the landings of the worlds. The Daxia Confederation has long had an in-depth study of this. Time slowly passed, and Jiang Chen was completely silent. Granted, he's now elevated, and is perhaps less effective than others for landing status, if not minimally so, but he's not acting like a maverick either. On the one hand, Jiang Chen didn't want to make himself stand out too much. On the other hand, even the smallest enhancement was still an enhancement, and Jiang Chen felt it was better for him not to ignore it. Rolling eyes. Jiang Chen then passed 10 days at the school. These 10 days, in the midst of school life, his understanding of this world grew deeper and deeper, and he had a clearer perception of the 10,000 realms landing. At the same time itself is gradually integrated into the world. The night passed gradually. In the middle of the room, the lamp still illuminated the room. On top of the white paper, there were once again brand new lines of text. Next, the second step. After leaving planet Vegeta, you can choose either Narmerica or Earth. No, it better be Namek and Yadrit. But how to get Auntie Kyuchi out, along with Uncle Bardak? Jiang Chen spoke softly, his expression frowning slightly. For some time he had been receiving instruction from the school, and at the same time perfecting his plans for a second landing as best he could. 10 days passed. His plan was coming together. The only problem is Kine and Bardak. Although it was only a landing world, after spending 3 years with Gnei and Bardak, Jiang Chen still wanted to save them as much as possible if possible. Kaganai is okay. An underclass warrior would still have a good chance of running out. Batak is difficult but no less difficult than reaching the sky. After all, nowadays Bardock has just become the second person under King Vegeta. Whether or not Frieza had taken orders from the god of destruction, Bills, or was simply jealous of the science, there was not the slightest chance that Bardock would be spared. Trying to save Bardock, unless he's strong enough to crush Frieza, otherwise there really doesn't seem to be much that can be done. This is not something that can be done by simply finding a spaceship and flying it into outer space. Bardock, being the second strongest amongst the Scions today, any and every move he makes will be noticed by the Frieza Legion. All of his plans are actually hard to latch onto. This is the second time he's landed a stuck session so far. If Bardock were to be disregarded, he would be enough to make sure that he really made a splash once his second landing was complete. It's not the same as landing for the first time. As long as they left planet Vegeta, then it really was a wide sea for fish to jump into, and a high sky for birds to fly. It was then that he landed on that one Scion's potential could truly be realized. Instead of 3 years, as before, the combat power had only increased by less than 200 points. Took a deep breath. Jiang Chen then shook his head, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at the sky. Tidied up the contents in front of him before proceeding to wash up and go to bed. Just as he was just falling asleep, what no one noticed was an invisible fluctuation, but it swept across the entire Shao Xin city at this moment. Wow! An illusory tide flowed up, and the next moment a ripple spread out. Vaguely some illusory images were intertwining. Invisible ripples swept across the entire city of Shao Xin. At the same time, if one were to look down on the entire planet, one would realize that such ripples were not only in Shao Xin city, but also in the Daxia Prefecture, Jiangnan Prefecture, Northeast Prefecture, and one place at the moment all similarly produced this kind of fluctuation. Likewise, amidst the spread of these fluctuations, illusory images intertwined. Daxia Capital, Ministry of Education. The moment the fluctuations swept away, the ear-piercing sound of an alarm instantly resounded in the most important organization of the Grand Xia Federation. Alert! Alert! There is a level 1 descent about to begin. Target point being determined. Target point has been finalized. Jiangnan Prefecture Capital, Daxia Capital Westside City, Northeast Prefecture Yangchang, Jiangnan Prefecture Shaoxing City. The intensity of the descent is being assessed. Rating complete. The current level of descent, overall, is second order. The Daxia Capital, Jiangnan Province capital is first order descent. Jiangnan Province Shaoxing City, and Northeast Province Yangchang is second order descent. Local garrisons are being contacted. A mechanical voice echoed through the Ministry of Education of the Daxia Mansion. Countless people were even running back and forth in a hurry. Brush. An old man appeared. Minister. Just as his figure appeared, a member of the staff was the one who quickly saluted. Do not dare to have the slightest negligence. The old man, on the other hand, paid no attention to any of this, but instead looked at the huge screen in front of him. A slight, uncharacteristic eyebrow was raised. One level of descent, and there's even a second level? The old man opened his mouth with surprise, while his eyes couldn't help but look at a figure that hurriedly walked over. Yes, Minister, we have completed the testing and it is indeed a second-order descent. The figure spoke respectfully, not daring to have the slightest negligence. The old man in front of him is a big shot even in the entire Daxia Federation, and is also the real master of the Daxia Federal Ministry of Education. Interesting, it seems that this world really isn't as simple as imagined. Hearing the figure's words, the old man was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but reveal a smile. What do you mean, Minister? The figure was stunned, and his eyes instantly widened as he opened his mouth with a vibration. Keep a close eye on it, and send them over at the first opportunity with the brand new information gained this time. The old man didn't explain anything, but spoke softly. The next moment his figure disappeared into thin air. Yes, the figure was shocked, but it quickly answered, and the scene here at the moment was unknown to the others. When the message went down quickly, the Northeastern Prefecture and the Jiangnan Prefecture could not help but be shaken, especially the city of Shaoxing, Jiangnan Province, in the middle of the huge city lord's mansion. What? Second degree of descent? Xiong Kuiwu stood up all of a sudden, and a look of shock could not help but appear in his expression. As the Jiangnan Province Shaoxian Bay City Lord, Xiong Kuiwu's strength wasn't too prominent, only the peak of the second order. After all, Shaoxian Bay City could only be considered as a fourth or fifth tier small base city, and of course that one strength is usually enough. It was able to deal with some ordinary descending existences and subdimensional invasions, like the fruit world powerhouse that descended earlier. It was taken care of by him. However, this is the normal situation. Obviously, this one was anything but normal. It's amazing that their little place has a second order descending on it. The second order descended. This meant that the descender had at least second order strength. And it might not even be an ordinary second order. Mid-second order, late second order, or even peak second order was possible. Once it's the peak of the second order, the entire city of Shaoxing will lose a lot of money if they don't get it right. The face kept changing. Although Xiong Kuiwu was shaken inwardly, at this moment he also knew that it was not the time to froth. The order was quickly given. It's starting to get deployed. There was no talk all night. Jiang Chen slept drowsily this sleep. The morning was awakened by the shrill sound of an alarm. What's going on? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, and a look of doubt couldn't help but appear in his expression. The figure then climbed up. Is Morn up? And just as he was climbing to his feet, his mother's voice with some urgency came to mind at the door. Get up, Mom! Jiang Chen subconsciously opened his mouth to respond, and then proceeded to open the door to the room. And as soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw the anxious look of his mother. Yang Lihua, what's wrong? Mom? Jiang Chen opened his mouth with doubt. Xiao Chen. The east side of the city has activated level 1 war preparations. It's on lockdown now, and your father is still over there. What to do? Do you think it's a sublime descent? Yang Lihua spoke up with an anxious voice. Level 1 combat readiness? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and subconsciously opened his mouth. Yeah, I just saw the news, and a lot of military vehicles whizzing by early in the morning. Yang Lihua nodded her head, looking more and more worried. Being in this world, most ordinary people don't really have a lot of protection. And both the sublime invasion and the sublime descent are enough to completely destroy a family, especially due to the collision of worlds. Who knows under what circumstances and in what guise? Mom, take it easy. It'll be fine. Tell you what, I'll go to the school immediately now and I should be able to find out more information. Jiang Chen quickly spoke, calming his mother. In his mind, a thought was rapidly flashing by. Yes, there will be detailed information at the school. Little morning, hurry to the school. Yang Lihua also reacted at this moment and hurriedly nodded her head. Yes, Jiang Chen answered, and without bothering to tidy up, he quickly left the house. Just after leaving the house, he didn't choose to head to the school as his mother had said, but instead, his body turned around and headed directly towards the East District. It's true that the school has detailed information in every subdimensional invasion and subdimensional descent, and it's usually the first information that's intended to be used for teaching. But for Jiang Chen the need was not for information or to teach, but to ensure his father's safety. As for how it is safeguarded, Jiang Chen closed his eyes once. The illusory card then presented itself. When he saw that one asparagus card again, Jiang Chen's flash of nervousness completely disappeared. Don't look at Aspera as just a minor scion with strength that is nothing among scions, but that is ultimately the Dragon Ball world, placed in the main world. As long as it is not encountered in the world of the Fifth Order, or even the Sixth Order or more, theoretically should not have too much problem. The figure ran at speed, soon spotted a shared electric bike on the side of the road. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen quickly swept the code and rode. He was fast, and his fitness had improved over time under this period of training. If he was a scum before, then at this moment, he had at least 6 or 7 points of combat power. The power has naturally increased quite a bit. The figure rode as quickly as a gust of wind toward its destination. And where the destination is at the moment, a single manned base city escort had quickly cordoned off the east end of the city. Meanwhile large numbers of people are still evacuating rapidly. It's also fortunate that the east end is part of a cluster of factories, which can be evacuated much more easily than the main city in general. Yet no matter how easy it is, this is ultimately a huge area. Even after one night's evacuation, there is still a large area that has not been completely evacuated. And at this moment in the void, that one illusory image was almost condensing into substance. It was a vast forest. In the middle of the forest, a huge python that was several stories tall presented itself, with a number of figures in it. The figures seemed to be fighting the great serpent. And even ignoring those figures, that one big snake alone was able to make people feel an unprecedented terror. How much longer? Xiong Kuei-wu opened his mouth in a low voice, his eyes looking towards the city defense army chief next to him. It will take at least another hour. The inner city area is still being evacuated. The legionnaire's face was equally grave, and he spoke with a deep voice. It's too late. Wu Hao, you go and inform and evacuate all the personnel. Also, immediately turn on the city's defense system to deal with unexpected situations. Bearkid spoke quickly. An hour, he knew full well, couldn't possibly be too late. At the current rate of materialization, it would take at most a quarter of an hour for that portion of the subdimensional fragment to descend completely. Yes. Wu Hao opened his mouth, but he quickly answered. His figure left quickly, and it was also less than 20 breaths after he left. Boom! Rumble! The heavens and earth shook violently. The next moment the entire surrounding houses began to quickly collapse down, while countless trees began to rise from the earth above. Wow! The illusory tide flowed out, and in an instant, the entire heaven and earth could not help but tremble. So fast! Xiong Kuei-wu's face changed, a touch of shock in his expression. No good! Lord City Lord! Descend! A figure rang out in the distance, and at this moment, the Bear Kuei figure had already disappeared into thin air, and at this moment, the entire East District is changing in the midst of rapidity. A large number of houses collapsed and annihilated. The ground that was originally made of reinforced concrete convergence of existence began to gradually be covered by soil. A sky-high tree rose up, new buildings at the same time hidden. This moment of sublime descent, compare that to a subterranean invasion. Sublime descent is a process that Raider World is bound to go through. As worlds are extracted and landings are made, the worlds become intertwined by the main world, and the villains of these worlds begin to descend on the world along with more and more landings. Only by crushing these presences would they be able to gain access to brand new landings, as well as more information about the world. Compared to a subdimensional invasion, the subdimensional descent risk factor is generally relatively small. After all, only when the raiders had reached a certain level would a stronger existence descend. It wasn't an uncontrollable situation like a dimensional invasion. However, then again, how relatively small it is going to be. That too is in great danger. Like this moment. Sublime Advent. The entire eastern part of Sheahin City rapidly changed topographically. Some of the people who could not evacuate in time even had many of them taken away by the collapsed houses and growing trees. The center of the east end is located. A garage. Zhang Huaqing was having a hard time dodging the collapsed buildings around him, as well as the growing trees. Luckily, he had enlisted in the army some years earlier, and the long period of intense physical activity had made his physique stronger than others. And at the moment, although it was tough, he was still barely able to save himself, and was even able to take care of a few of his own workmates a little bit. You're all right, old C. Zhang Huaqing opened his mouth with concern as he pulled up his best friend. Damn, now we're in big trouble. The Sublime Advent has actually appeared in our place. Hua Chang, we have to hurry and get out of here, or else I'm afraid the next step is really dangerous. Lin Haitian couldn't help but open his mouth. Leaving? I'm afraid it's not that easy now. We don't know exactly which way the descent extends. Jiang Huaqing spoke helplessly, his sight looking outside at the moment. The original traffic, a show of steel and concrete, has now disappeared without a trace. Appearing in front of them is a dense and huge forest. The tall shrubs, each of which was feared to be hundreds of meters high, had been growing for hundreds of years, not to mention hundreds of years, and hundreds of years were definitely there. In the midst of such drastically changed terrain, another sublime descent. Again, it's not clear that the direction of the spread arrives on that side. It's almost a fool's errand to try to get out there. So what do we do? The subdimensional descent. We don't know what the descent will be and how many subdimensional creatures there will be. It's not like we have transcendent powers. Lin Haitian's face was ugly and he couldn't help but speak. Jiang Huaqing's face carried the same gravity. For their kind of ordinary people who were deep in the sublime descent, such a situation was almost a dead end. Unless the Dasha Confederation can quickly resolve the sublime advent. However, it is difficult. After all, it's not that easy to fix just from the sheer size of it. Come on, let's back up. See if you can find some weapons. Jiang Huaqing took a deep breath and then spoke. Although the faces of the few people around them all held anxiety, they nevertheless quickly obliged. The group then retreated towards the far end of the area, and the outside world at the moment. Boom! A loud roaring sound rose, and in the next moment, a huge python of hundreds of meters instantly appeared. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying might was covering the entire surroundings. Feel that aura alone. The face of Bear Kuei Wu, who had just blinked into the jungle, just couldn't help but change. Peak of the second order. Damn! The voice couldn't help but come out of his mouth. He couldn't even calm down at this moment. The peak of the second stage was already extremely difficult to deal with, let alone this kind of giant beast level. Kumquat was doubtful at the moment that he could fix it. After all, his strength was only at the peak of the second rank. It was hard enough for him to face a normal peak second rank, let alone a giant beast type. Dean Zhang, Dean Li, Kumquat bellowed. Yet it was also just as his words had fallen. The next moment, however, his face could not help but change once again, because at this moment that one giant beast appeared. It's amazing that embodiment isn't over yet. A ripple spread. At the same time, a figure wearing strange clothing and a strange forehead protector similarly appeared. I can't believe there's more. Bear Quarry's voice, at the moment, had a tremor to it. Subdimensional descent. Generally a fragment of a subdimensional world descending into the main world, which could be the subdimensional world's past time, the subdimensional world's present time, or even the subdimensional world's future time. And the moment these fragments descended, they would be transformed from illusory to real, and would become a part of the main world's reality. And due to the intertwining of dimensions, they themselves are naturally hostile to the main world and will destroy the entire main world as much as possible. The only way to settle this kind of sublime descent is to kill them completely. But trying to smooth things out is not possible every time. Even in the past 100 years of relative stability, there were quite a few base cities that had been completely destroyed by the subdimensional descent. And among them, there was even a base city that had served as the capital of Jiangnan province 70 years ago. Because descent is uncontrollable, even if the descent level can be detected. But it's also just the level of descent. It doesn't mean the number of descents. Just like at this moment, the instant that one massive giant snake descended, a strange figure similarly descended as well. And what made Xiong Kuei-Wu's face couldn't help but stare was that there was even no shortage of second-order existences among them. Dean Zhang, Dean Li, you stop them. All city defense forces obey the order to strangle all subterranean enemies. The bear kitsune opened his mouth and spoke out amongst the swiftness. The original plan was changed by him in an instant. Originally, he had planned to take care of that giant snake with him and the two deans together. But now that there were still new second-order appearances, he would have to consider pulling his power out to deal with those other second-order existences, and he would deal with that one giant snake alone. Boom! The words had just fallen. His footsteps were taken in an instant, and the next moment his muscular body began to rapidly expand. A mane grew out, and the pupils gradually transformed into beast pupils. Roar! A loud roaring sound rose, and in the next moment his figure transformed into a huge brown bear with a body size of 4 or 5 meters tall. A berserk aura swept through. His figure ran wildly directly towards the giant snake. The other side. The figures of the two old men also instantly fell towards where the jungle was, directly intercepted towards the one figure in ninja costume. Old Zhang. This looks like real trouble. An old man let out a bitter smile, and his expression couldn't help but carry a touch of gravity. Stall it as long as you can. The Jiangnan prefectural capital should send support over soon. The other shook his head and spoke softly. As the principals of the two major provincial key high schools in Shaoxin City, both of them knew very well that it would be very difficult to block with their strength. I'm afraid, Not to mention whether or not Shion Kuewu could block the giant beast that was also at the peak of the second rank. Whether or not they could sustain the battle in front of them was still a question mark. Both of them were already at the second rank though, but the two bodies had long been aged, and being of the same second rank, they might not be a match for these dimensional descendants. This is especially true for those who are still unfamiliar with the situation, but at the moment they could only support it. Once the defense line was abandoned, so many second-order powerhouses, along with peak second-order behemoths, would be enough to completely destroy the entire Shao Xin base city. The fight broke out in an instant. In the distance, Shion Kuewu transformed into a huge brown bear and directly collided with the giant snake. However, his size was still extremely small compared to the giant snake. The giant snake's tail smashed, and each time he was not allowed to dodge it. Damn! How did it get so huge? Shion Kuewu was anxious in his heart, while his afterglow couldn't help but look into the distance. And the current situation makes him feel even worse. A large number of city defenders had fallen, being harvested more quickly than he could have imagined. Even those two deans were clearly suppressed. This made him even more anxious. Shion Kuewu was very clear. Even if he just rushed out of the first time has asked for help, but the Jiangnan prefecture capital to Shao Xin city less than a quarter of an hour, and whether they can really resist a quarter of an hour. His face kept changing. The anxiety grew stronger. And at the moment, above the street, Jiang Chen was riding a shared electric bike rapidly towards the side. 10 minutes later, his figure finally arrived at the eastern district, and at this moment, the huge illusory image boomed and descended completely. Jiang Chen also finally saw the scene in the distance. It is? The figure stopped and looked at the huge python in the distance, and then at the figures that were fighting not far away. His expression couldn't help but take on an odd color. A familiar scene. The familiar Sans ninja. The sound ninja. At this moment a scene that he had once seen in his memory couldn't help but appear in his mind. Chunin exam. Murmuring softly, he didn't dare to be slow in the next moment, and his consciousness instantly touched that one card in his mind. Buzz. A ripple instantly spread. The next moment Jiang Chen's figure quickly changed. The original 16-year-old body gradually transformed into the appearance of a 5 or 6-year-old child. An itch came from above his ass. The next moment, a brown, fluffy tail burst through the shirt and rose up. At the same time his hair changed at this moment, and what changed even more was inside him. At this moment he was able to clearly feel an incomparably powerful chi appearing within him. It was like he was back on planet Vegeta again in this moment, became a Scion Aspera. No, not as if. Rather, in this moment he really is Scion Aspera. The only difference, and that was that at the moment he was able to move for only 3 minutes, feeling his own powerful aura at the moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Then a heartbeat later, the figure then gradually levitated, floating in mid-air. He undoubtedly saw the entire situation more clearly at this moment. Far away, a lanky giant bear figure was fighting a huge python. Not far away, a group of city guards were fighting those sand ninja, and sound ninja, and wherever. Obviously, the occupation are not going too well. That one giant bear was clearly suppressed by the big snake. On the other hand, on the side of the city defense force, a large number of people were also being rapidly harvested. Ninjas are supposed to specialize in assassination. The endless stream of ninjutsu caught the side of the city defense force almost off guard. Boom! Breath instantly erupted, and Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. In the midst of the breath wrapping around him, his figure went directly towards where the great snake was. He's fast, close to 200 points of combat. In just an instant, he crossed thousands of meters and rushed into the middle of the jungle. Boom! Rumble! The trees are falling fast. The giant bear that Shion Kuewu had manifested was dodging with difficulty. His face was becoming more and more unsightly, and at this moment, that one of his giant hands that had already been animalized had even taken on an irregular distortion. And what worried him even more was that he couldn't solve it. Even if he used all of his strength, he was still unable to resist against this giant snake. The face kept changing. Suddenly Bear Kuewu's face changed. The eyes instantly looked to the sky not far away. And at that look, his expression froze for a moment. At this moment in the sky, a child's figure appeared directly in his line of sight. That's right, it's kids. It looked like it was 5 or 6 years old at most, maybe even younger. But this moment this child is floating in mid-air, and the breath emanating from the body, even he could not help but feel a burst of heart trembling. Terror. Unimaginably terrifying. In the line of sight it was a child, but in the beast's perception it was a terrifyingly ferocious beast. It even far exceeded this big snake in front of him. While his body gave a slight lurch, the great snake seemed to have seized the opportunity and slammed his tail down directly towards Shion Kuewu. Boom! The air exploded and the wind whistled. No good. Shion Kuewu's face changed. The figure subconsciously tried to dodge, but it was too late. The huge black shadow fell directly from the top of his head. His pupils widened and a look of horror appeared in his expression. Touch! A dull sound rose. Yet the imagined severe pain did not come. Kumquat subconsciously opened his eyes just in time to see a calm child's gaze. Subconsciously, he looked over. Just found out that one child who had just been in midair appeared in front of his eyes at an unknown time, and one hand just dragged up the huge snake's tail. The scene was unimaginably shocking. For a moment, it left Bear Kraken completely wide-eyed. The look was tinged with uncontrollable horror. Uncle, leave this place to me. You go and take care of those descending presences, or the city will be in big trouble next. Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to pay attention to this one's surprise. He had moved his cards to solve the problem. So it was the first time Xiong Kuei-wu looked over that his words rang out with a touch of displeasure. Yes, I'll be right there. Hearing that somewhat childish voice, Xiong Kuei-wu reacted violently. Hurry up and nod your head, gazing deeply at Jiang Chen. The next moment Xiong Kuei-wu didn't hesitate for a second and quickly left. Even if he wasn't sure what Jiang Chen was at the moment, it was clear that the other party was here to help him. And that's enough. Just as Jiang Chen had said, the best thing to do at the moment was to quickly resolve the current problem. The figure was rapidly moving away. The lanky figure of the bear left. His figure quickly inserted itself into the battlefield on the other side. With Kumquat joining in, the battlefield quickly stabilized. Although the strength of the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja is not weak, especially the Sand Ninja, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, even if it is only the existence of the bottom, even if what is descending at the moment is only a part of the invasion of Konoha, the strength is still not to be underestimated. There were 2 upper shinobi alone, though not as many as Maki, an elite upper shinobi, who was still a senior upper shinobi, and in addition to that, there were a good number of elite middle shinobi, as well as several special upper shinobi. With such strength, it was almost difficult to deal with the city defense force alone, and the 2 school deans. Even in a short period of time, the losses have been extremely heavy. Luckily, Xiong Kuei-wu quickly rushed back. Although Xiong Kuei-wu was not badly injured, but he was after all the peak of the second rank. Just one person held the 2 upper ninja, and even pressed the 2 upper ninja of the Sand Ninja to fight, and the remaining few special upper ninja were also quickly suppressed by the 2 deans, and with the high-end forces held in check, the normal elite Nakanabu, and lower ninja, the city defense force would be more than enough to deal with. Boom! Touch! Kumobakure slammed his fist, and after eating a wind blade hard, the blow blasted directly above the head of an upper ninja. The pupils of that one upper ninja were tinged with horror, and in the next moment his head directly exploded. A wave of information quickly flooded into his mind. Kumobakure, however, couldn't be bothered to organize. His body turned, and in the next moment, he kicked his leg directly where the other upper ninja, who had just released his jutsu, was. Kazuno vacuum wave. That one shinobi's face changed as he quickly completed his seal. With his mouth open, several wind blades were spat out towards Xiong Kuei-wu and rushed over, wanting to forcefully change Xiong Kuei-wu's movements. However, the wind blade directly cut the body. Blood flowers bloomed, but the bear Kuei-wu did not dodge. His right foot directly kicked into the chest of this one Sand Ninja. Boom! The body instantly flew backwards. The inner bone collapsed straight down and didn't stop until it smashed down 20 to 30 meters away. Yet there was no breath left. Obviously that blow ended his life outright. A stream of light rushed in likewise, and a new message appeared. Phew! Kumquat exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. After calming himself slightly, he hurriedly looked into the distance. And with this look, his pupils couldn't help but instantly widen. This, the words were coming out with a quiver. And where the center is at the moment, the woods had completely collapsed. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of midair, and below him, at this moment, an immense and incomparably deep pit had appeared, hundreds of meters long. The huge python lay lifeless in the middle of the deep pit. This one was Orochimaru's psychic out of the big snake. The strength is undoubtedly considered powerful. In the midst of the Nakanabu examination, even the general upper ninja had no way to deal with it, and ultimately it was Zelaya summoned the toad, coupled with his own ninjutsu to suppress it. But that's for the Naruto world. For Jiang Chen, this one big snake shouldn't be too easy. His combat power was close to 200 points. Kane Sennin was able to blast the moon with 120 points. Granted, Dragon Ball's moon is not the same thing as the main world's moon, and may not even compare to the empty shell Naruto world moon, but his strength wasn't 120 points. It was close to 200. Let's not even talk about the snake Orochimaru summoned. Even if Orochimaru arrived, Jiang Chen had the certainty to give him a direct blowout. Brush! A stream of light rushed up from where the python was. It instantly disappeared into the middle of Jiang Chen's mind. It is? A flash of surprise appeared on his expression. Soon, however, as the stream of light poured in, a flash of information then appeared in the middle of his mind. Eyes closed. Soon Jiangchen opened his eyes. Shunin exam. Yanan. Sand Ninja United. Murmuring softly, Jiangchen couldn't help but carry a touch of eccentricity in his expression, because what appeared in his mind at this moment was clearly part of the information about the Naruto World's Nakanoshu exam. Apparently this was as a reward he received for killing the sublime adventurer. It's also the main way the main world gets information about the subgenre. Generally the more kills and the stronger they are, the more intel they get, the greater the advantage for the next landing as well. It was just obvious that this wasn't of much use to Jiangchen. Jiangchen stood high in the sky, and watching this scene from afar at the moment were Xiong Kuewu, as well as the two principals who had just resolved their opponents, all of whom couldn't help but stare at the moment with their eyes wide open, mouths agape, and looks filled with shock as well as disbelief. Old Bear, that's who? The figure fell, and Dean Zhang opened his mouth with a stutter. I'm not sure. I think it's the World Raiders. Xiong Kuewu shook his head, and his eyes couldn't help but look toward Jiang Chen's tail that was swaying behind him in the distance. World Raider. When did we have such a powerful World Raider in Shao Xin City? Bear Kuei's voice rang out, and another figure similarly landed, opening his mouth with a puzzled expression. Shao Xin City was only a small base city, and the strongest person was only a peak level 2 Xiong Kuewu. They didn't have such a powerful existence in their memories. Let's go over there first. Xiong Kuewu took a deep breath, then greeted the two men and took a step just ahead towards the distance. The two people behind them exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed. And far away in the middle of mid-air, Jiangchen quickly snapped back from the intelligence. Shake your head. The next moment, look around. Then it began to swoop down. He hadn't forgotten the main thing about this one. Wrapped in chi, with close to 200 combat points, Jiangchen's speed was beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared before the eyes of the three Xiong Kuewu people. The trio hurried to quicken their pace with a start. However, Jiangchen's speed was simply too fast. Blink and it's gone. Don't look for it, that one reckons he doesn't want to come out. Dean Zhang let out a bitter laugh. The two Xiong Kuewu people couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Come on, let's go deal with the battlefield first. But there are still quite a few descendants left to settle. Kumquat shook his head helplessly and then spoke. The two men nodded. The three of them then didn't continue to pursue. After all, it seemed impossible to them that Jiangchen hadn't sensed them, and it turned out that as soon as they got close, the other party simply disappeared. And with the other party arriving so abruptly, there was almost no need to think about why. For this kind of powerful World Raider, they didn't dare to offend. Just press on for now. Of course the three of them at the moment didn't realize that Jiangchen wasn't intentionally avoiding them, purely just to find his father. The figure swept low. Thousands of meters were quickly swept by him one by one. In the middle of a jungle, Jiangchen's eyes stared. The figure disappeared in an instant, where the original factory was located. Of the original 20 or so workers, only 2 were left at the moment. They originally retreated back to the factory, acquired some weapons, and barely survived. However, a quarter of an hour ago, a descender had appeared out of nowhere. More than 20. In less than a quarter of an hour there were already only 2 of them left. Hua Chang. It looks like we're going to be accountable here. Lin Haitian held an iron rod in his hand and smiled bitterly as he spoke to Jiang Huaqing next to him. Jiang Huaqing, on the other hand, looked ahead, with layers of sweat seeping out above his forehead. That's pretty weak. With a teasing voice coming out, it was a Yanin Shimanobi wearing a ninja costume and a Yanin forehead protector. Of course, even if it's just Shimonin, don't make it too easy for the average person either. In just 2 minutes, more than 20 people were all killed by him, and at the moment, his chakra consumption was even less than half. As for these 2 people in front of him, they were able to survive, and that was just his cat playing with a mouse. And now he's had enough fun. It's over. Save your bodies for Lord Orochimaru to use as fodder. Sonic Ninja sneered, and the next moment his figure was moving in an instant. Chakra attaches to the body. In an instant, however, his chakra lagged violently. He then couldn't help but feel a pain in his chest. Boom! The last moment of his consciousness, he only felt that he was bombarded by a huge mountain. Then it fell into a stupor. This, Jiang Huaqing, and Lin Haitian were almost waiting for death to come. But the scene that happened in the next moment made their eyes widen as well. They only saw that one incredible descendant, whose figure directly just flew out horizontally. In mid-air, his body unexpectedly just exploded straight away. The only thing left in place was a line of 5 or 6-year-olds. The child was dressed in a strange costume with a fluffy tail swinging behind him. Gulp! Lin Haitian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His body couldn't help but shiver. Jiang Huaqing also only felt a tremor in his body. However, right at this moment, a faint light flashed from the child in front of him, and a familiar figure appeared. Seeing that familiar figure, Jiang Huaqing froze for a moment. Little morning? With a stunned, and a voice that couldn't look back, he spoke. Damn, there's even a new descender. Hua Chang. This one seems stronger. This one is really dead. Lin Haitian muttered softly, even more desperate at this moment. On the other hand, feel the light recede. Is it over? Whispering softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Being that he hadn't completed the main quest yet, the time he was able to use was only 3 minutes. Exactly 3 minutes had passed from the time he had appeared, to the time he had killed the great snake, to the time he had searched for it, to the present day. Card power to close in. If you want to use it again, you'll need to land on the world again. That's a limitation at the moment, and will only change as he waits for the gradual completion of his main quest to progress. Little morning? Amidst the intertwining of thoughts, a familiar voice rang out. Jiang Chen hurriedly gathered his thoughts as his figure walked over. You stay away. Seeing Jiang Chen come over, even though his appearance had changed, Lin Haitian couldn't help but back away. Dad, are you okay? Jiang Chen spoke softly, but the words that came out caused Lin Haitian to freeze for a moment. Is it really you, Morn? Seeing Jiang Chen and hearing his words, Jiang Huaqing opened his mouth with a touch of disbelief. You're Morn? Lin Haitian also couldn't help but come back to his senses. At this moment he realized that the person in front of him was really that son of his best friend. Just thinking about that scene just now, he still couldn't help but open his mouth with shock. It's me, Dad. Just used the World Raider power. Jiang Chen smiled and explained. World Raiders? You managed to land? It was only after hearing Jiang Chen's words that Jiang Huaqing was completely sure, and he couldn't help but open his mouth with surprise. Next to him, Lin Haitian couldn't help but wear a look of shock. Yeah, better luck, Dad. Uncle Lin, let's get out of here first. Here, I'm afraid the city guards will be clearing out soon. Jiang Chen nodded, then spoke softly. Yes, come on, let's get out of here first. Jiang Huaqing reacted and hurriedly nodded his head. The three of them then took a step towards the outside. With Jiang Chen leading the way, there was naturally no need to worry about the location. After all, the previous Jiang Chen had already understood the location clearly. Half an hour later, the group made it to the exit. And at this moment there were already quite a few people converging where the exit was. Although the scale of the dimensional descent was huge and caught off guard, due to Jiang Chen's intervention, things quickly calmed down, and there were quite a few people who survived in the huge eastern district. Those who survived, however, were required to stay and register, and the base city would generally offer some compensation. By the time Jiang Chen and his group of 3 came out, the number of people had already been lined up for quite a while. Sooner or later, he was at the back of the line. An hour or so later, it was the turn of 3. The 3 first passed through a huge door of light. This is said to be used to detect whether or not it is the presence of the main world. Jiang Chen's trio naturally didn't have any problems. Soon it was time to step aside and check in. Registration is also easy. Only name, gender, and home address are required. It was quickly filled out. But the moment the trio finished filling out the form, a violent commotion came from where the light gate was. Boom! There was a loud bang, and in the next moment, a figure directly flew backwards. Jiang Chen's eyebrows lifted, somewhat surprised that the figure flying backwards was actually a sand ninja. It's really blending in. Murmuring softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look a little odd. He had considered it before. Ninjas had shape-shifting skills and it was simple to blend in. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the door of light appeared, but it didn't occur to me that someone would verify it surprisingly quickly. The crowd stirred slightly, but it quickly subsided. After Jiang Chen and the 3 of them took a look, they then left this spot as well. Road Forks, Little Morning. Thanks a lot for this one. Lin Haitian opened his mouth, and then his expression was corrected as he opened his mouth with a touch of gratitude. He knew very well that without Jiang Chen making a move, he was afraid that he would have to stay there this time. Even though Jiang Chen's main goal was definitely to save his father, he had indeed been saved. Uncle Lin is polite. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. It's not polite. Lin Haitian solemnly shook his head before he then bid farewell to Jiang Huaqing and Jiang Chen. Say goodbye to Lin Haitian. Walking home, both father and son were somewhat silent. Jiang Huaqing opened his mouth several times, not knowing how to speak. It wasn't until a few moments later that Jiang Huaqing couldn't hold back any longer and sounded with a small voice. Xiao Chen, have you completed your main quest? The words were a bit strained and overwhelming. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. No, it's fine. Don't be nervous. You'll be able to finish. and it doesn't matter if you don't finish. Jiang Huaqing hurriedly spoke. Blah blah blah. You'll definitely be able to finish. When the words reached halfway, he suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly opened his mouth. Don't worry, Dad. I should be able to complete the first stage of the main quest with certainty. Looking at his somewhat uneasy father, Jiang Chen smiled. He naturally understood his old man's mind. As a step for a carp to leap the dragon gate, it was hard for anyone to be calm, let alone a family like theirs where ordinary was somewhat inferior. So with a slight pause, he still gave an affirmative answer. His main quest in Phase 1 was to survive the destruction of planet Vegeta. With the preparations he'd made so far, theoretically nothing would go wrong. That's good. That's good. Ha ha ha. Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative words, Jiang Huaqing's eyes couldn't help but light up as he spoke with excitement. Being able to pass the first mainline quest, that meant Jiang Chen could definitely step into the academy. How could such a result not make him happy? For a moment, all the previous nervousness and apprehension seemed to disappear. Jiang Chen smiled, looking at his father, who was still somewhat young at the moment. There was inexplicably some peace in his heart. Half an hour later, the two returned home. When she saw her father, her mother's apprehension and anxiety disappeared completely. The expression couldn't help but appear joyful, even checking up on his father left and right to see if there was anything going on. Dad, Mom, I'm going to school first. Looking at the mushy two, Jiang Chen then greeted them. Okay, you be safe on the road. Mother just said it without turning her head for a second. Jiang Chen shook his head in amusement. Thereupon and without further hesitation, he quickly left the house and caught the bus to the school. Sublime Advent. Theoretically all trainees would have to travel to the school in the first place. He's a little late for that now. Gotta speed things up a bit. An hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at the school. When he arrived at his class, Jiang Chen just couldn't help but lift his eyebrows. Surprisingly, all of them have arrived in the class at the moment. Jiang Chen, why did you come at this hour? Did you know about the Sublime Advent? This is a critical moment. A man frowned and spoke, his sight somewhat irritated as he looked toward Jiang Chen, while his afterglow inadvertently looked toward Lu Qingxia. None of your business. Jiang Chen naturally noticed and spoke coldly. What did you say? The boy who had just opened his mouth couldn't help but darken his face, and his eyes had anger bubbling out of them. The figure directly blocked Jiang Chen's path. Dogs are nosy. Why can't you understand human language? Do I have to say it again? Asterisk 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 off. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. You, the boys are going to talk again. In the next moment, he only felt his body lighten, immediately followed by instant pain in the abdomen. Touch. A soft sound rose, and then his figure directly bowed to the shrimp. Jiang Chen didn't even look at it, directly circling around and walking towards his position. This scene caused a bit of an uproar in the middle of the classroom. Lu Qingxia's face was a bit ugly, while Lin Shiyun was a bit surprised. Many others had twinkling eyes. Hey, that also thought that by stepping on you, Lu Qingxia would look at him more. This one suffered. Yu Yang opened his mouth with a gloating expression. Say, what world did you land on exactly? That S physique isn't weak. It has 7 points. After gloating, Yu Yang was a bit suspicious. Jiang Chen had just made that hit. It was obviously unusual. He didn't have this strength before, making him involuntarily curious about Jiang Chen's world once again. Physique is not strength. How's it going? From the school, any news? Jiang Chen opened his mouth casually, then inquired curiously. As for the outburst just now, for him it was just casual. The strength of this body of his was indeed not great, even worse than that boy, but it could not hold up to the actual combat he had been honed by Bardock for several months. As long as it did not exceed too much, it was not too simple to solve. I'm not sure. The information came slowly this time, and Mr. Luo hasn't even shown up yet. Yu Yang frowned as he opened his mouth, and his attention was quickly diverted. In the meantime, principal's office, the teachers of the metamorphosis class, as well as the relevant leaders of the school were already in a position to be here. Hasn't the principal returned yet? One teacher just couldn't help but speak up. Not yet. I'm afraid we have quite a bit of trouble in Shaoxian City this time. Listening to the words, a school leader couldn't help but open his mouth with a bitter smile. What's wrong? The one teacher who had just opened his mouth, with a thump in his heart, couldn't help but open his mouth again. This time, it's rumored that the one who descended is the peak of the second order, and it's not a single descent. On the side of Lord City Lord, I'm afraid I may not be able to cope. The school leader sighed again. Peak of the second order? Not a single? Listening to the words of the school leader, one of the figures present only felt that their eyebrows couldn't help but jump a little, and some even couldn't help but lose their voice and open their mouths. For a while, it was all a bit noisy in the room. Several school leaders looked at each other and didn't stop them, and in the midst of all the noise, ahem, Two soft coughs snapped. The familiar voice instantly stopped the cacophony in the middle of the room for a split second. When the sights converge, everyone's expression couldn't help but be pleased. Headmaster, headmaster, a figure spoke respectfully, and in the midst of their opening, the figure that had appeared at the doorway at some point in time then stepped in. It's over. It's business as usual. Dean Zhang looked around the crowd and then spoke calmly. Principal, you say it's over? Upon hearing Dean Zhang's words, all the people present couldn't help but look stunned, and someone opened his mouth with consternation. Yes, it's been resolved. Dean Zhang nodded his head, and his expression couldn't help but bring on a smile. This, a name of teachers, and school leaders could not help but look at each other. For a moment they were all a bit unable to react. Only Dean Zhang didn't explain anything, just waved his hand. The crowd, though filled with doubt, quickly retreated. In the end, only one figure remained. Headmaster, isn't the one who descended this time the peak of the second rank? Could it be that Lord City Master has already broken through? The figure opened his mouth with a touch of surprise. No, things went a little awry. Next thing you know, you too, retire for now. Dean Zhang shook his head, then waved his hand once again. Accident? The figure carried surprise, but retreated. Soon the only person left in the room was Dean Zhang. Peak of the second rank. No, it should be at least the third rank, maybe even stronger. When has Xiaoxian City ever had such a powerful world raider? Dean Zhang muttered softly, his expression filled with doubt. Of course, at this moment, there were quite a few others who were as puzzled as he was. Shaoxin Base City Xiongkuiwu, and that one principal of Shaoxin No. 1 Middle School did likewise. Xiaoxian Base City was only a small base city, and they were undoubtedly clear about the strong people that the entire base city possessed. But at this moment, this figure that appeared out of nowhere was extremely unfamiliar to them. This one certainly just caught their eyes. As soon as Xiongkuiwu returned, he began to work on the investigation. Yet it is clear that it is almost impossible to have results. After all, after using the cards, Jiang Chen had undergone a complete change in both his breath, appearance, and other manifestations. Though Lin Haitian noticed, but Lin Haitian didn't know the scene of Jiang Chen's previous battle. Naturally, it doesn't tell anything. In the middle of the city lord's mansion. No, Xiong Kuei-wu frowned, his sight looking towards Wu Hao, the captain of the city defense army there in front of him. Yes, it's impossible to check. The surrounding surveillance was destroyed because of the time of the sublime descent as well, and even pulling up the surrounding situation is impossible. Currently there is only a record of the subdimensional intrusion, which only contains the range where the subdimension is located, and there is no way to check the surrounding location. Wu Hao let out a bitter smile and spoke with helplessness. So, Kumquat frowned, then shook his head. Forget it then. By the way, is the casualty count over? Bearquest opened his mouth, his words turning to other questions. Since it was impossible to check, he had no choice but to give up. On the other side, the two deans were almost as good. In the middle of the classroom, Jiang Chen didn't know that due to his appearance, he had directly caused Xiaoxian Base City to set off a layer of not-so-small waves. His figure had a chat with Yu Yang. Thoughts then fell silent in the midst of the next world landing. Unexpectedly, the second landing is about to begin. Jiang Chen still had some expectations for this second landing. Hey, Chinzi, what do you think the world that descended this time is? Will it be the fruit world again? This time it will still be. Then I won't have more information the next time I land. Looking forward to it. Expect what? Don't forget that the fruit world is a fourth order world. Come a fourth order powerhouse and everyone will be finished. Ahem. No way. That's not necessarily true. You don't scare me. The two talked and laughed, and time passed quickly. It wasn't until the sunlight gradually moved towards noon that Luo Qingzhu arrived late. Along with Luo Qingzhu's arrival, the entire classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Luo Qingzhu with bated breath. Students, the sublime advent is currently over. The city lord's office has resolved it, and the relevant video has been uploaded. So let's take a look at it first. Luo Qingzhu took a deep breath and forced down the ups and downs in her heart. In his right hand, he quickly maneuvered the terminal device in the middle of the podium in front of him. Soon, a light came on. The next moment an illusory scene appeared above the podium. Along with the appearance of the illusory scene, the gazes of one trainee were all caught at once. This time the descent for the newborn fourth order ninja village world. The descent of the existence, a total of 108, which has the peak of the second order foreign beasts, as well as the early second order of the two secondary characters, in addition to the majority of the first order existence. Luo Qingzhu slowly spoke. Accompanying his words, a red dot appeared in the illusory picture. There was also a huge giant snake in the distance. Hiss, it's huge. This, Shinobu village. Surprisingly, it's a shinobu village world. A voice spoke, and many people couldn't even help but draw a breath of cool air the moment they saw the great snake. Holy, so much. Yu Yang next to Jiang Chen also couldn't help but burst out in foul language. No way, this is too big. Indeed, even if they were only trainees, they all felt the unusualness of it. Big trouble. Some people even murmured softly, their faces carrying a touch of gravity, and as if verifying his words, when the forces of Base City converged, they were quickly overwhelmed by the sublime advent. The damage is even more extensive. Those descendants seemed to possess an endless array of abilities, and for a while the entire city defense force was somewhat caught off guard. Even the two deans were instantly suppressed. For a while in the middle of the classroom, many people's breathing became ragged. In this world, everyone knew exactly what sublime descent stood for. More than that, they knew what would greet them if Base City couldn't hold them back. Many people even clenched their fists at once. Jiang Chen could clearly hear the sound of heavy breathing, until a figure appeared on the screen. In the next moment, one student from the entire class couldn't help but instantly widen their eyes, their expressions carrying disbelief. So, what's that? Holy, asterisk. This, resolved. What a terrifying power. A sound mingled, and a huge sound even came from Yu Yang beside Jiang Chen. It wasn't just him at this moment either. It was pretty much everyone in the entire classroom. They saw something. That one giant snake that was extremely large in size and pressed against the Shao Xin Base City Lord was actually instantly disposed of by that one descending figure. With a casual strike, a huge and incomparably deep pit directly appeared on the ground. The giant snake directly lay in the middle of the deep pit as if it was a lump of mud. Gulp! Someone subconsciously swallowed and opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to speak. Old teacher, what is that, man? In the midst of the shock, someone finally couldn't bear to speak up. Unclear. It should be the World Raiders. Luo Qingju shook her head with a bitter smile. When she had just seen this video, her surprise was no lighter than these trainees in front of her. Even deeper. As a senior student of the Great Summer Academy, Luo Qingju knew very well that such strength was definitely not comparable to the second rank. It was at least the peak of the third rank, perhaps higher, because even with just a glimpse, she felt a wariness that came from the depths of her soul. What made her feel even more unbelievable was that the surge of power used by the other party was not visible in the slightest even to her as a senior student of the Desya Higher Learning Institute. Hiss, World Raider, surprisingly so strong. Then after we complete the main quest, are we able to be this strong as well? Che, think about farts and eat them. How can that be? In the middle of the classroom, a path of trainees were buzzing with excitement. Many people's eyes were glowing as they looked at the tiny figure in the picture. Of course this excluded Jiang Chen. When he saw the scene within that image, his eyebrows just couldn't help but lift. He hadn't expected the footage to be recorded on the Base City side, but it was only a raised eyebrow. And then he didn't care too much. Of course he didn't care. One of the trainees was extremely exuberant, especially Yu Yang next to him. The light of excitement seeped out of his eyes. The words were even more in a non-stop excited opening. Until a few moments later, Luo Qingju's voice only sounded. It gradually quieted the noise in the middle of the classroom. Okay. Everyone be quiet. Now we speak of this sublime descent into existence. Luo Qingju's clear and cold voice rang out, and invisible ripples swept through, causing the classroom to gradually quiet down. It was when everyone's words stopped that Luo Qingju spoke. This time the descent is called the existence of the ninja village world in the middle of the world. At present there is not much known. Now the only certainty is that the other party is called one of the 5 major ninja villages of the Sand Ninja Village, as well as the existence of the village called the Sound Ninja Village, which possesses a transcendent power, is called the existence of ninjutsu. This is the basic transcendent power among the shinobu village world, including the use of the basic nature change of the transported art, which possesses the manipulation of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, and the 7 attributes of yin and yang. In the world of the shinobi village, becoming a ninja is enough to refine the existence of chakra, which can be used to perform jutsu in conjunction with specific gestures, and the currently known ranks are lower ninja, middle ninja, special upper ninja, and shadow, which are several levels. The words slowly opened, and Luo Qingju began to recount the information related to this landing matter. In the middle of the classroom, a student began to listen attentively. Lin Shiyun, in particular, and Lu Qingxia, couldn't help but have their expressions slightly corrected. And listening to Luo Qingju's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder. With just one landing, the main world's knowledge of the Naruto world has clearly risen several levels. Obviously, not surprisingly, it should be the corresponding information obtained after the Sublime Advent settlement. He had gained some information when he had killed Orochi in the first place. Unsurprisingly, The others who killed the descending existence should have obtained the corresponding information, although this information was fragmentary, but with the continued acquisition of the world landing, it could be expected that the entire main world's information about the Naruto world would gradually improve. Of course, this had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. His thoughts flowed for just a moment without much concern. The entire world, unless it was all rated, would be nearly impossible to match his foresight. Of course, more importantly, it's not like the world he landed in was Naruto and he basically didn't need to focus on that. Time passes slowly. All this day, Luo Qingzhu was recounting information about the Naruto world. Even the original physical workout was compressed for some time. Until nightfall, the course is only over. With the bell ringing, one trainee dashed out of the classroom. Jiang Chen didn't fly away, not slowing down to pack, but just as he had just finished packing, a figure came over instead. "What are you doing over here?" Yu Yang spoke with a frown. Jiang Chen looked up just in time to see Lu Qingxia. His eyebrows couldn't help but lift slightly. "Jiang Chen, I'm grateful that you gave me the shinobi village world to land on, but don't think I'll owe you anything. I'll pay you back for the landing." Lu Qingxia took a deep breath, then forced herself to speak with a solemnity. Snort! Hearing Lu Qingxia's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but snort instantly. With that, he glanced at the other man. "Come on, time to go back." Why? Jiang Chen picked up his things and greeted them, then directly stepped out. "Holler!" Yu Yang disdainfully skimmed Lu Qingxia, then hurriedly followed. "You!" Lu Qingxia blushed all of a sudden. Jiang Chen didn't have words, but that one snort seemed to equal countless words. "Man, be self-aware. The first time you land a chance, what do you take back?" A clear and cold voice rang out as Lin Shiyun spoke calmly. "Lin Shiyun, what did you say?" Lu Qingxia's eyes instantly flamed, her sight fixing directly on Lin Shiyun. "You know very well what I'm talking about. Besides, I'm not as nice as Jiang Chen's classmates. Don't talk to me with that set." Lin Shiyun calmly opened her mouth, then stopped paying attention, her feet similarly moving to leave. And this time, Lu Qingxia's face turned completely greenish purple. "Little Morning, you're back. Come on in. Your mom has your favorite roast duck for you today." The figure walked into the room and a familiar scent came from it. Just as Jiang Chen was stunned, his father Jiang Huaqing's voice rang out with a smile. "Roast duck." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and a touch of joy couldn't help but appear on his expression. "Yeah, hurry up and wash your hands." Jiang Huaqing smiled and nodded. This moment, man, is even more glorious. This day, he was in a state of excitement. His own son has not yet passed the main quest, but successfully completed the first landing for him is also a rare happy event. Looking at his father's excited expression, Jiang Chen shook his head in amusement. The figure went obediently to wash his hands. Mother, for the moment, was bringing up a hearty supper. "You child, you managed to land without telling us, causing us to worry." Yang Lihua opened her mouth with a touch of complaint, but though the words were a complaint, the smile remained on his face. At the dinner table, Jiang Huaqing was smiling. The three members of the family were all in a rare state of relief at the moment. In this world, the ability to make a successful landing almost determines the future of a family. Jiang Chen successfully landed. Not to mention anything else, at least at this moment Jiang Chen already had a chance to enter the academy. There was nothing more important to the Jiang family than this. By the way, Xiao Chen, Xiao Shi is rumored to be landing soon as well. Did he send you a message? As the three of them talked, Jiang Huaqing seemed to have thought of something and looked at Jiang Chen with a share of inquiries. "Hey, is landing? Isn't she only 14? Jiang Chen's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "Yes, this seems to be a decision from the Disya Academy side, saying that there is a world that is very suitable for initial landing this time, so Xiao Shi's tutor applied for her. I didn't know until I called Xiao Shi today." "Xiao Chen, you don't know that Xiao Shi's expression was extremely happy after hearing that you also managed to land." Jiang Huaqing smilingly opened his mouth. As a parent, which is more exciting than two children who have both excelled. Previously, he had been worried about this eldest son of his, landing this one key, especially the first landing. It was said that the elimination rate was more than 50%, and he could not guarantee that this eldest son of his would be able to successfully land. Now well, after getting past the first login, the success rate is significantly and dramatically higher. Not 100%, but at least there's a lot of hope. "Like this? I'll call later and ask." Jiang Chen nodded, and there was some surprise in his expression. And in the middle of a family of three gossiping in Shaoxian Bay City, Dasha Academy, Jiang Shi, however, frowned slightly. "What's going on? There doesn't seem to be a being with a tail?" Jiang Shi murmured softly, and his expression couldn't help but carry a touch of wonder. When her own father had called her earlier, she couldn't help but be pleased that her brother had successfully completed his first landing, although the main quest hadn't been completed yet. it was still a good start. So all this day, she's been looking up information. Wanted to see if I could help my brother the next time I landed. Just a large amount of information to go through. Especially recently some brand new information to go through down. Jiangshi did not find that the world of the ninja village has the existence of a long tail. But just as he was wondering, the cell phone rang. Jiangshi picked up his cell phone and instantly realized that it was his mentor calling. Some doubt. Still, the call was quickly answered. Teacher, Jiangshi spoke respectfully. Xiao Xin City side has brand new intelligence sent over. In addition there are also a few videos. You can take a look at it. You are going to land soon. It should be of no small help to you next. A soft voice came from the other end of the line. This was followed by a couple of dings in the middle of the phone. I understand. Thank you, Sensei. Jiangshi hurriedly thanked him. Prepare yourself well. It will be of great help to you next. An encouraging voice came from the other side of the phone. The phone then hung up. Jiangshi's heart stirred, and then he looked at the several documents that had been transmitted over. Jiangshi first opened the document. Start checking up on what's in it. The content of this one was more detailed compared to the previous intelligence, and it was clear that it was all the information obtained from this subdimensional descent. With this piece of information, once landed will undoubtedly be able to gain a lot of head start. However, when the content was finished, Jiangshi couldn't help but furrow his brows once again above his good-looking face, because there is still no presence of the kind described by his own father among these contents. Strange. Jiangshi muttered softly while his right hand opened a video at random. Video footage appears. The next moment a jungle appeared in the video, along with figures in strange costumes and a huge snake in the distance. Ninjas? And psychics? Looking at those strange silhouettes, as well as that huge foreign beast, Jiangshi instantly found the corresponding existence among the intelligence. But just in the moment she murmured a whisper. Jiangshi's pupils couldn't help but instantly widen. Tails, that? With his mouth slightly open, Jiangshi's gaze was fixed dead center on the figure floating in midair in the distance. Not because of the flight, but the tiny figure in midair at the moment looked exactly like the brother her own father had told her about. Same tail, same strange hair, with the costume. Suddenly, Jiangshi reacted. The progress bar was once again pulled forward in the midst of the rapidity. The scene reappears. The tiny figure stood in midair. With just one strike, the ground was a huge deep pit. The behemoth was instantly resolved. Gulp! Jiangshi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. For a moment the whole group was a little confused. Of course Jiang Chen at this moment didn't know about all this. After dinner, took a break. He was then ready to call and inquire about his sister. But he didn't expect Jiangshi's call to come first. At the same time a video was dumped. Brother, is this you? Tell me. Also, when did the shinobi village world have such a powerful existence? I'm afraid this is third rank. And, how did you get such a powerful character on your initial login? So good, so good. Jiangshi's words were tinged with excitement. And his words were even more choppy. Jiang Chen hurriedly held the phone a little farther away before his ears could stand it. Hey, can you ask them one by one? How am I supposed to answer this? Waiting for Jiangshi's words to pause a bit, Jiang Chen opened his mouth without any good humor. You watched the video I sent you, didn't you? Dad said that when that first turned into a 5 or 6-year-old with a tail. Wasn't that the video one? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiangshi also barely calmed down, but he still couldn't help but open his mouth. Video? Jiang Chen's eyebrows lifted and he subconsciously opened the video. Sure enough, it was exactly the scene from the previous battle Orochi. Finished reading it, aren't you? Before he could wait for a few seconds, Jiangshi's crisp voice rang out with urgency. Yes, what's wrong? Jiang Chen nodded his head without a good reason and opened his mouth. Why? This is a big deal. Initial landing. I haven't seen such a powerful one yet. It's not all based on the body. How did you do it? Teach me, brother. Your sister will be landing soon. And it's the same world as yours. How about that? You don't want to see your poor sister land miserably. Jiangshi opened her mouth with excitement. Her face flushed a bit on the other end of the phone. Wait, you're going to land on Shinobu World? Hearing the words of feigned pity on the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen's eyebrows lifted and his expression opened with surprise. Yes, it's the Shinobi Village World. My dear brother, teach me. Jiangshi nodded his head and hurriedly sold out once again. When are you going to make the landing and what are you going to choose? Has the time of landing on the world been determined? In the middle of the room, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he opened his mouth with a touch of gravity. In a few days, that's when you'll make your second landing. If I choose, my teacher told me to go ahead and choose the Sarutobi clan. They're said to be the strongest Naruto's clan, more so than the Hyuga clan. Plus the time seems to be 48 years in Konoha. What's wrong? Jiangshi opened his mouth in some surprise. I killed Orochi earlier and gained some very important information. Take good note of the next words. Listening to his sister's words, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Good lord, this time the intelligence was even more unreliable than last time. Sarutobi. This would be the end of the line if we did pick it. Brother, you say? Jiang Shi's eyes lit up, and his expression straightened up a few points. If it's 48 years in Kiba, you have two choices, the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan. Don't choose the Sarutobi clan. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Brother, isn't the Uchiha clan soon to be exterminated? It seems like there is only one person left under the whole clan. And why can't we choose the Sarutobi clan? The third generation of Sarutobi seems to be the strongest Naruto of all times. Listening to her brother's words, Jiang Shi couldn't help but open her mouth. Listen to me. Jiang Chen didn't open his mouth in a good mood. On the other side, Jiang Shi spat out her tongue, but still didn't continue to speak. I let you choose the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan has a reason. They have a higher ceiling. The Uchiha clan has a writing wheel eye, although the difficulty of opening the eye is high, but can be promoted to the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. With the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is bound to be able to advance to the peak of the third order. The achievement of the fourth order may not be impossible. The Hyuga clan does not only have the one of the three major pupil arts of another white eyes, but he is also able to have the opportunity to evolve into a higher level of transmutation eyes. Once promoted, transmutation eyes will certainly be able to advance to the fourth order. The achievement of the peak of the fourth order are possible. As for what you said about the imminent extinction of the Uchiha, there is a way to cope with it. If you choose the Uchiha clan, you can have a few choices. 1. Try to rely on the three ninjas. If you can worship the master, the basic problem is not big. Show your will of fire. I will send you a copy of it later. Of course, I suggest that you still choose the Hyuga clan. To be more safe, choose the Hyuga clan. However, after the first landing, you try to choose to worship the master of the Orochimaru. You can carry some of the modern biological knowledge over there and hand it over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru should take you in. Remember, Orochimaru can't do it. You'll have to look for Jiraiya and Tsunade, or else you'll be set up as a caged bird at a certain point, which will be bad for you in the future. Jiang Shi stopped while Jiang Chen began to continue his story. For this sister of his, of course he was much more attentive than the others. Since his sister was going to land in the Naruto world, of course he needed to pave an intact path for his sister. Being familiar with the Naruto world, it couldn't be easier for him to do this. Remember? After finishing his words, Jiang Chen then spoke again. Remember that, this. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Shi was dumbfounded, but under Jiang Chen's words, she still quickly reacted. Only after nodding her head, she was a bit torn. That, brother, the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan aren't as powerful as the one you have, are they? Jiang Shi's voice was a bit weak and embarrassed. Don't even think about it. I logged in not in the Shinobi village world. Something happened and I chose to log in randomly. Hearing Jiang Shi's words, Jiang Chen opened his mouth without any good humor. Random login. Brother, you Shinobu village world landing won't give it to that woman. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Shi instantly exploded and his voice got louder. Yes, something happened. Don't worry about that. Don't you see I'm fine now? What I just said. You need to remember, hear me. Listening to his sister's excited demeanor on the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh and hurriedly changed the subject. Brother, you can't do this. Lu Qingxia doesn't even like you. It was just obvious that his sister was not eating this at all, and the words still rang out. Jiang Chen was somewhat helpless. In the end, it was only repeated assurances that calmed his grumpy sister. And when the phone hung up, more than an hour had passed. The sky was completely dark. Jiang Chen cleaned up a bit, and then he just fell into sleep. On the other hand, Jiang Shi began to make preparations. She had a rare opportunity this time. His own brother had killed a peak second-order Adventist, and at the moment, he didn't need to think about it to have the most information and the most detailed. Those contents in particular, she hadn't even heard of them before. At the moment he gained, that was his absolute head start. The night passed gradually. A new day is creeping in. The next few days, above the classroom, Luo Qingzhu was still talking about matters related to the Sublime Advent and the situation in the Shinobi village world. Great Summer Academy. While Jiang Shi was still preparing for the landing, 3 days passed quietly. In these 3 days, Jiang Shi was thoroughly prepared, and Jiang Chen was almost ready. A new landing is also about to begin. Evening. Jiang Shi dialed Jiang Chen's phone number again. Brother, I have decided. As soon as the call was answered, his sister's voice came through. Decided? Have you thought about choosing the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan? Jiang Chen nodded his head and opened his mouth with a doubtful inquiry. Next chapter, back to Dragon Ball. Take off. The Hyuga clan. Are you sure? Listening to his sister's words on the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen carried a touch of surprise. He originally thought that his sister would choose the Uchiha clan. After all, compared to the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, whether it is the early prospects, or the development of a lot smoother, the upper limit is not worse than the Hyuga clan. In contrast, although the upper limit of the Hyuga clan is high, it is not that easy to reach the upper limit, and the strength of the early stage is not outstanding. Even if the white eyes are developed to the extreme, the Hinata clan alone will only be at the peak of the second order. Whether it can reach the third order is a problem. In contrast, the kaleidoscope, as long as the eyes are open, it will be able to arrive at the peak of the third order, and only one step away from the fourth order. According to his sister's fiery nature, Jiang Chen felt how the other party would choose the Uchiha clan. Okay, I wouldn't want to choose that bunch of crazies, or the Hinata clan is good. And brother, did not you say, as long as you can obtain the bloodline ability of the Moon Otsutsuki clan, you can evolve into a transmutation eye, really cannot also be fused with a large number of white eyes, but also enough to do so, with so much information that I have prepared for Orochimaru, not to cultivate tens of thousands of pairs of white eyes out of the landings, are sorry for me. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Shi's voice with a smirk rang out. Just make sure you're sure. Also, when I say something else, do you remember? Listening to his sister's words, Jiang Chen didn't dwell on them. To the average person, the Uchiha clan was naturally better than the Hyuga clan. But to Jiang Chen, both were about the same. His own sister had chosen the Hyuga clan, and was still relatively secure, and his advice was also the Hyuga clan. Remember, brother, I'll hang up then. My teacher wants me to go to assembly. Good luck landing. Jiang Shi smiled and nodded. Good luck with that too. Hey. The siblings then hung up. It's on. Jiang Chen looked out the window at the rising sun, and couldn't help but let out a long breath of turbid air as a smile reappeared on his face. No further hesitation ensued. Quickly packed his things and said goodbye to his own parents. Mourn, don't be nervous. You'll definitely make it. This. Amidst his parents' concern, as well as worried and nervous gazes, Jiang Chen waved his hand and his figure headed to the school. Shaoxin City 8th Middle School. Molten class. When Jiang Chen arrived, the number of people in the class had almost all arrived. What took you so long? Today is the second landing. When the figure walked into his seat, Yu Yang spoke with a small voice. Isn't it an hour and a half before we land? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. Aren't you nervous? Most of this landing can be about completing the main quest. Yu Yang opened his mouth with surprise, while his gaze couldn't help but measure Jiang Chen. Nervous about what? Jiang Chen was at a loss. Serves you right. Let's not talk about this. You were right with me. Brother, I'm relying on you to pass the main quest this time. Don't screw me over. Yu Yang was a bit speechless, but soon thought of something. His figure came over and spoke with a small voice. Anna, don't worry. I'm not going to screw you over. However, you have to remember to be diligent when you enter the Navy headquarters, or you'll be eliminated, and you won't be able to blame anyone else when that happens. Jiang Chen didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. He was still a bit worried about this one. With the help of Luffy's relationship, Kirby was able to mix into the Navy headquarters, and Yu Yang didn't have much of a problem. The only problem is that the guy is lazy, and once he's lazy and can't meet the qualifications for the Navy headquarters and gets eliminated, Cap won't be able to intercede. Don't worry, you're not sure who I am and how I can be lazy. Yu Yang patted his chest and opened his mouth. However, what was ushered in was Jiang Chen's gaze with skepticism. Go. What are you looking at? Yu Yang instantly exploded. However, his words had only just fallen when Luo Qingzhu's figure at the doorway was the one that had already appeared. The classroom fell silent for a moment as she appeared. The landing is about to begin and students should be ready. Here I also do not nonsense. But there is a point I still want to re-emphasize. The secondary landing, the most important thing is to survive. As long as it does not involve the main mission. If it is possible, no matter what kind of situation to use. Survive. Only survive you have a chance. Only the opportunity to obtain the possibility of transcendent ability. Including students who have completed the main mission. Once you land on a world and die, it means, you will lose the ability to land on that world, although you can still land on other worlds. However, most of the forces in the world and worlds are incompatible, and it won't be as easy to continue to grow rapidly. Luo Qingzhu walked towards the podium, and in the midst of a convergence of gazes, her hushed words rang out with a seriousness. Below the podium, a student was a bit nervous, even those who had passed the main quest. Initial login is too important for everyone. Not only is it a way to gain access to transcendent power, but it also represents how far it can go. As Luo Qingzhu had said, how long you were able to stay in the initial world also determined how far your transcendent power could grow. Again, this is about the future of everyone. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. Everyone can now go forward and gather at the center of the dimension. Good luck to everyone. Luo Qingzhu's voice fell to a close. Her figure then left. And along with the class teacher leaving, in the middle of the classroom, one of the trainees then stood up. Come on, let's hurry over there. Yu Yang pulled Jiang Chen up with one hand. What's the hurry? Jiang Chen didn't have the good sense to open his mouth, but his figure was still pulled and dragged by Yu Yang towards the center of the dimension. Meanwhile, the other cadets did likewise. The center of the realm. When Jiang Chen and the two of them arrived, there were already quite a few people here, but it was clear that there were almost a half a dozen fewer people compared to when they first landed, and the two have just arrived. A burly figure once again stood in front of him. Jiang Chen. Li Linfu looked at Jiang Chen with eyes that spewed fire. Good dogs don't get in the way, don't they? Jiang Chen glanced at this figure that he had previously ate over and opened his mouth with no goodwill. You seek death. Li Linfu's face instantly turned blue. The figure subconsciously tried to swing. However, Jiang Chen was faster. Touch. A right hand pulls and a left foot follows through with a knee top. In the next moment, Li Linfu's body directly bowed into a shrimp, and both of his eyes were about to protrude. Jiang Chen didn't care about any of this, and his figure turned around to leave. But just for a moment, a cold voice rang out. Mr. Jiang Chen, how can you hit someone? Lu Qingxia frowned and spoke. Lu Qingxia, don't pick a fight. It was clearly Li Linfu who was looking for trouble just now. Yu Yang opened his mouth with displeasure. Even so, you can't hit someone, can you? Ryu frowned and spoke. Oh, you have a problem with that? Jiang Chen was a bit impatient, and a flash of cold light appeared violently in his vision. You, facing Jiang Chen's gaze, Lu Qingxia couldn't help but take a step back, and the words couldn't come out even when they reached her mouth. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and then led Yu Yang towards the other side. You shouldn't have given her that landing opportunity. Lu Qingxia is simply a villain. Yu Yang couldn't help but open his mouth. Well, wait in peace for the landing. It's about to start. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't care about this. All of this was just child's play for him. In a previous life, these might have been troublesome. Not in this world. Compared to this, he cared more about the next landing. His mind could be in the middle of the Dragon Ball world today. Next to him, Yu Yang opened his mouth, but ultimately did not continue to speak. Time passes slowly. Quite a few people's gazes were cast over, but they quickly retracted. This includes Lin Shiyun. And as time passes gradually, soon, landing time arrives. Buzz. As always, a ripple spreads. In the next moment, above the platform, an inscription began to light up. All students get ready. Landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself where it is. Briefing again. All students get ready. Landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself where it is. In the middle of the broadcast, the principal's voice rang out. It's on. Jiang Chen spoke out softly. Next moment. Buzz. A ripple spread further. The next moment all the inscriptions lit up completely. At the same time Jiang Chen could not help but see a blur before his eyes. And then his consciousness seemed to have begun to rapidly elevate in this instant. He didn't know how long it had passed or how long it had lasted before Jiang Chen's consciousness sank violently and uncontrollably. Perception returned again. The next moment a soft breeze surrounded the tip of his nose. A warm sensation came from his body as well. In the middle of a room, Jiang Chen sat up violently. It is? Subconsciously looking around, the feeling of familiarity pervaded his mind, but not before he had gathered himself. Instead, a familiar voice rang out from outside the room. Aspara. The voice rang out, causing Jiang Chen to completely wake up, and not caring about anything else, he hurriedly climbed down from the bed. The door to the creaky room was opened. Aspara. What's wrong with you today? Bardak's figure appeared and looked at Jiang Chen with a touch of concern. Uncle Bardak. It's nothing. I practiced too late yesterday and accidentally overslept. Jiang Chen smiled sarcastically and touched his head. At this moment, he had naturally relogged into the Dragon Ball world. Compared to the first level landing, this second landing did not have to pass through that white world again, and could directly land on the initial world. Cultivation should also be appropriate. You're still young now. Don't break your body. Why don't we take a day off today and start again tomorrow? Bardak couldn't help but speak with concern. No need, Uncle Bardak. I'm pretty much rested. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. That's good. Bardak took a closer look at Jiang Chen and realized that he was sure he was fine before he nodded slightly in agreement. Jiang Chen also then organized himself and followed Bardak out of the room. Enter the world of Dragon Ball. Soon it was the passing of several days. In the past few days, Jiang Chen still did nothing but follow Bardak in his cultivation. He had made several plans for the future during his time away, though, but as stated before, strength is paramount in either of those plans. Only enough strength was what he needed to think about at the moment. And just as Jiang Chen was carrying out his cultivation at planet Vegeta, Naruto world, Jiang Shi's eyes snapped open. Characters loaded. Information binding in progress. And it is at this time a system tone and up. The next moment Jiang Shi's eyes before a road of data at this time began to run in. Began to flow up. Name, Jiang Shi. Name of this world, Hyuga Hei. Age, 5. Grade, none. The data was presented. The information could be said to be simple and incomparable. There wasn't even any attributes whatsoever. Which was of course normal. At this point she had only just logged into this character. Did it work? This is the Shinobi Village world. Jiang Shi murmured softly, looking somewhat agitated, but right in the middle of her excitement. Knock knock. The door of the room was knocked gently, and Jiang Shi's thoughts couldn't help but pull back, hurriedly getting up and going to open the wooden door, while a figure also appeared directly outside the door, roughly in his 30s, with a share of a national face, and wearing the clothing that was unique to the Hyuga Ichi clan family. The Hyuga Ichi clan. Upon seeing the person in front of him, the identity of this person naturally appeared in Jiang Shi's mind. Hyuga Hinata, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Is Hyuga Hinata's own younger brother? And the second uncle of this landed identity. Hyuga Hei's father was a blood brother to both Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hijikata. Hey, you're 5 years old today. It's time for you to learn chakra refining. This is the basic refining technique. Take a look at it. And if you don't understand anything you can go ask me. Hyuga Hinata with a gentle voice sounded. Hands also took out a scroll handed Jiang Shi, eyes vaguely some low. In the three wars broke out in the early stage. His younger brother, that is, in front of the girl's father, because of the rescue of him and his elder brother and died, so that for this niece, but also extraordinarily love and care. Thank you uncle. Yes. Jiang Shi hurriedly nodded his head. Then the Hinata figure left, and after seeing Hinata leave, Jiang Shi couldn't wait to start opening the chakra extraction technique. The practice began to take place, and compared to Jiang Chen, Jiang Shi's talent was undoubtedly no joke. As a special enrollment of the Great Summer Academy, the chakra extraction technique was practiced extremely well. Even the moment she extracted the chakra, her white eyes just opened in response, feeling that 360-degree deathless perspective, as well as that incredible ability. Jiang Shi couldn't contain the smile on top of that delicate little face. That's pretty awesome. What my brother said was true. Jiang Shi murmured softly and felt for a moment before she closed her white eyes. Now was not the time to be exposed. She wasn't ready for that. In the next few moments, Jiang Shi then began to cultivate hard. The initial landing of stronger than others' talents made everything seem extraordinarily smooth for her, especially more so over chakra extraction. Naruto world of everything. At this moment Jiang Chen does not know. His figure is still immersed in the practice. With Bardak's training, the time passes simply and fulfilling, and the effect is also extremely outstanding. As previously said that the combat power, although there is no obvious improvement, but the combat experience, combat skills is with the eye of the naked eye and the rapid improvement of the speed. Compared to back then, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the changes that belonged to him. Boom! In midair, two figures collided. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's figure directly flew backwards. It took several wild steps backward on the ground before it stopped. Uncle Bardak, you are just too strong. Feeling the tremors within his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but open his mouth with emotion. Looking at the Bardak in front of him, he inwardly marveled even more. Bardak is worthy of being the protagonist's father, the creator of legends, and nowadays he has even vaguely grasped the control of some simple chi. You know planet Vegeta doesn't have a chi practice. Unsurprisingly, it was Bardak who learned it in the middle of conquering the planet. Not bad, Aspora. Your fighting skills are pretty good now. Next, as soon as you reach adulthood, your combat power will surely be enough to reach over 2000. Bardak couldn't help but open his mouth with emotion. In the months that had passed, while constantly accompanying Jiang Chen in his cultivation, he had also been surprised time and time again by Jiang Chen's ability to learn. Anything that was put on Jiang Chen would be learned very quickly. As the months passed, Bardak was surprised to find he had nothing left to teach. In comparison, his own oldest son, Raditz, is far less talented. Uncle Bardak, you flatter me too much. I'm not even close. Jiang Chen laughed and shook his head, unable to stop himself from laughing a little. By the way, today King Vegeta will teach our squad the ability to coalesce an artificial moon. That's all the practicing we'll do today. When I come back I'll teach you that one ability. You're going to my house for dinner today, and it looks like Raditz is coming back today, so you guys haven't seen each other in a while. Bardak seemed to have thought of something, and then opened his mouth towards Jiang Chen. Understood, Uncle Bardak. There you go. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded. The artificial moon was a technology he had always wanted to master. With this, His departure from planet Vegeta was truly guaranteed. After all, with a tenfold bonus, there's no better burst than this in the early stages without the Kai King's Fist and Super Saiyan transformation. Bardock's figure shot up into the sky. It quickly disappeared into the sky. After seeing Bardock leave, Jiang Chen didn't immediately head to Jinei's home, but began to continue his cultivation. For him at the moment, every day on planet Vegeta was an opportunity to get stronger, and he didn't want to miss it. Until sundown gradually fell. It was only then that Jiang Chen cleaned himself up and left this one open grassland, flying towards Bardock's home. A quarter of an hour later, his figure landed on the doorstep of Bardock's house, but only just before it fell, a voice came from the middle of the room. What? Kakarot was born with only 2 combat points? How did I, Raditz, get such a loser of a brother? A voice with shock rang out. What are you babbling about, Raditz? That's your brother. Even weaker. The voice was followed by Hamakuchi's disgruntled voice. How could I have such a trashy brother? That Aspera guy was trashy enough. And Kakarot is surprisingly even more trashy. The voice sounded again. Raditz, shut the up. It's just crap. Listening to the voices in the middle of the room, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel the corners of his mouth twitch a little. Ahem. A couple of light coughs. The sound was not loud, but it instantly caused some commotion among the 2 men in the room. Jiang Chen waited for a moment before gently knocking on the door of the room, and words rang out. Auntie Kyuchi. The voice is soft and doesn't change much. Crunch. The door to the room opened. Aspera. You came over. Hamakuchi looked a little embarrassed. Auntie Kyuchi. Brother Raditz. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't care, even shouting out towards the doorway towards Raditz. Humph. Raditz also blushed with obvious embarrassment, but inclined his head and grunted. Come on, get in. Gnei hurriedly opened his mouth to change the topic and welcomed Jiang Chen in. Okay, thanks a lot, Auntie Kyuchi. Jiang Chen smiled, then nodded and walked in. Sight then looked to Raditz. At the moment, although Raditz was also only 6 or 7 years old, he already had long, black, flowing hair, but it was much cuter now compared to the hideousness of his adulthood. When Jiang Chen looked over, Raditz also turned on the detector. Drip. 32 points. Aspera, why are you still such a loser? It's only 32. How are you going to carry out your mission from now on? Raditz looked a little disappointed, then spoke with a touch of disdain. The previous embarrassment was completely gone at this moment. Raditz, Aspera is already a logistician, and you can't talk about Aspera like that. He's your brother. Kyuchi didn't open his mouth in a nice way. Logisticians? That's too weak. Raditz bristled, but didn't retort. Aspera, don't mind if I do. That's just the way Raditz is. Let's eat first. It might be a while before Bardock gets back. Kyuchi spoke up in embarrassment. Auntie Kyuchi, I know. Jiang Chen nodded, not caring too much about it. For his part, Raditz didn't continue to say anything even after his mother spoke. Soon Hamakuchi brought the food up and began to feast on it, just eating in the middle. It had been a huge dinosaur leg and handed it over. Here. Raditz skimmed his head. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then smiled or took the dinosaur leg. Apparently the one in front of me is clearly not as bad as it was in the original days. And watching this scene, Gnei couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Jiang Chen didn't choose to leave. Instead, they stayed. He still wants to wait for Bardock to return and learn about artificial moons. Aspera, you're too much of a waste. Come on, my lord is free right now. Teach you, even though you're only a lower-level warrior, you can't lose my lord's face. But just as he waited, Raditz's voice rang out with arrogance. Listening to Raditz's words, Jiang Chen looked a bit odd. What? You don't want to learn? Raditz frowned as he looked at Jiang Chen's odd face. But just as his words fell, a figure, however, fell from the middle of the sky. Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly greeted them. Dad. Raditz was also a little uncomfortable. Raditz's character is actually much better than Nappa's. He killed a farmer when he descended to Earth, and he didn't do anything to Son Gohan when he caught him. Even if Son Gohan hurt him, he didn't even kill Biker. In the middle of the clearing, stars dot the firmament. Above the grass, Bardock was teaching Jiang Chen and Raditz seriously. Artificial moon. This is our science special skill to turn ourselves into orangutans by creating our own moon to radiate Boolean rays in the absence of a moon. But this moon only lasts for 30 minutes. Aspera. Raditz. Watch this. First you need to gather the energy to converge. Bardock was narrating, and Jiang Chen was listening extremely carefully. And in the midst of listening, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. The ability to make artificial moons was actually simpler than he had thought. The only problem is for the control of the chi. And that wasn't too much of a problem for him at the moment. In these 3 years, His control of chi could not be said to have reached the level of the Earth's Grandmaster, and could be stronger than all the scions in planet Vegeta. After Bardak's narration, he basically got the hang of it. A strand of chi in his body was mobilized by him. In just a moment, a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was still a bit unstable, but it was indeed already a ball of light. And looking at this one ball of light, the nearby Raditz couldn't help but instantly widen his eyes. Similarly, following along with his studies, he didn't even know how to mobilize his chi until now, and Jiang Chen had actually coalesced it. Aspera, your ability to learn is truly impressive. I've been studying for most of the day. Bardak couldn't help but open his mouth with admiration. Humph, what's the use of learning fast? It's still a lower-level warrior. Raditz couldn't help but mutter a little at his father's praise. Raditz. Bardak frowned, his eyes going to Raditz. Dad, I'm right. It's not just any lower-level warrior that's you. Raditz couldn't help but speak again. Leitais, who told you that lower-level warriors are necessarily weak? You Toma uncle, Dodbo uncle are lower-level warriors. Nowadays the combat power is also close to 4,000 points. Even your adult combat power may not be able to reach 4,000 points. Bardak spoke with a cold voice. They're not the same. Raditz couldn't help but speak again, only in even smaller words, where it's different. Also, Aspera isn't weaker than you. Aspera unlocked the gravity bracelet. Bardak spoke again. Yes. Jiang Chen glanced at Raditz and smiled, then nodded. To this he did not hesitate. It's also good to knock Raditz around a bit. This guy was born a superior warrior and ended up with a ing 1000 or so combat power decades later. Granted, Raditz wasn't exactly an adult at that point, and if he had survived to adulthood, the 3,000 fights would still have been there. But if it is only 3,000 combat power, that are upper-level fighters at the bottom of the existence of some intermediate-level fighters, and even lower-level fighters among the lucky are able to exceed this value. On planet Vegeta, the boundaries for lower-level fighters are generally 400 or 500 combat power. Intermediate-level fighters are around 400 or 500 to 3,000. Upper-level fighters are around 3 to 5,000, with a few able to reach 7 or 8,000. And elite fighters are around 5 to 7 or 8,000. Raditz is definitely at the bottom of the list amongst the higher-level fighters with his Dragon Ball Z performance. This is clearly not normal. On the one hand, the odds are that Raditz hasn't seen much combat, and on the other hand, the guy is way too obsessed with his superior warrior. After all, born amongst a family of lower-level warriors, he was a higher-level warrior. In the midst of shaking his head and laughing, the gravity bracelet was then lifted. Jiang Chen's aura had clearly begun to rise. Now you see how much Aspera fights. Bardak didn't have the heart to speak. How many can there be? Just lower-level fighters. Raditz remained somewhat unconvinced. His words muttered, but his movements did not stop. Drip! The value jumps rapidly. 50, 70, 100. Ha! 100. That high? Raditz was a little taken aback. However, in the next moment, the surprise turned into a violent contraction of the pupils. 150, 170, 200. Impossible. How could he have 200 combat points? However, something that shocked him even more happened because the 200 points didn't stop until 220. 220 points. It can't be. Something must be wrong with the detector. Raditz couldn't help but speak up. At this moment, his eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Chen in death. Again, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly removed the detector. Here. Instead of saying anything, Bardak threw a probe over again. Raditz hurriedly scrambled to take it. Drip! 220 points. The value jumps again. The same values, the same content. This moment Raditz was completely unable to calm down. Hurry took it down again and tested it, using it to detect itself. Drip! 210 points. Gulp! The familiar values reappeared, and Raditz couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water at the moment. Clear! Aspera was born with a combat power of just 5. Now he is 2 years younger than you, and now he is already at 220 combat points, while you are just how many? You were born with over 170 combat points, and now you are only at 210. Are you sure that you will be stronger than Aspera in the future? Bardak's voice rang out with solemnity. He'd wanted to teach his oldest son a lesson for a long time, but there's no chance. It's just right at the moment. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Bardak's thoughts were naturally clear to him. To this he did not resist. The Bardaks had taken care of him for a while, and he didn't mind a little help. This. Listening to his father's words and then looking at Jiang Chen, Raditz was only shocked inside at the moment, unable to calm down at all. You think superior warriors are strong? There can be few superior warriors who die every year traveling to conquer planets. Don't say that you only have 200 combat points right now. So what if you have 3,000 combat points? You know how strong higher planetary strength can be. Bardak's words kept ringing out, causing Raditz to lower his head. The original arrogance was disappearing. His own dad, Bardak, was special, and Raditz generally ruled it out outright. And as for his dad's couple of teammates, he likewise didn't take them into account. But when Aspera, who was even younger than himself, were showing strength that was stronger than him, the moment finally swung for Raditz, and it was extremely violent fluctuations. I know, father, it's my fault. Latais bowed his head, and the whispered words rang out. If you know you're wrong, on the side of Vegeta's squad, you don't go for a while. I'll apply to King Vegeta for your 1-year vacation. You follow Aspera and practice well. Remember to listen to Aspera's words. Bardak couldn't help but grunt. Yes. Raditz opened his mouth, but eventually nodded in agreement. Starting today, 2 shifts every morning. Raditz is a very complicated person. Being the heir of a lower-class warrior but with the rating of a higher-class warrior, it is something he has always been proud of. Even if it is to hide his status as the heir of a lower-class warrior, he cares extraordinarily about his status as a higher-class warrior, and even deliberately learns about the attitudes of those who are more powerful, as well as their behaviors. In the original, it's because after living with Vegeta and especially Nappa for progressively longer periods of time, his form quasi-surveys are almost exactly the same as Nappa's, but that was in the original. Today's Raditz is still a bit of an unpleasant character, but only just. It wasn't too egregious. So after Bardak requested it, Jiang Chen thought about it and agreed. At the start of the second day, Jiang Chen brought along Raditz. Bardak had also gotten a 10-fold gravity bracelet back from the logistics center specifically. Aspera, I'll leave Latais to you for the time being for a while. I'll have to go to the rendezvous today, and I believe I'll be heading out on a mission soon. Bardak spoke softly. I understand, Uncle Bardak. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Raditz, on the side of the Vegeta squad, I've already asked King Vegeta to give you a year's vacation. This year, you'll follow Aspera well and carry on with your training. Remember to listen to Aspera's words. If I come back and you're still like this, you'll get the hell out of here and go to Wampa Star. Watching Jiang Chen nod his head, Bardak let out a sigh of relief, then spoke with a seriousness towards Raditz. I know, Dad. Hearing Wampa Star, Raditz couldn't help but get a jolt. That planet was so desolate that even Raditz had heard of it. I'm leaving, Aspera. Raditz is in your hands. Bardak spoke up once more. After Jiang Chen smiled and answered again, his figure directly soared into the sky. Brother Raditz, turn up the gravity bracelet to twice as much. Seeing Bardak leave, Jiang Chen looked over at Raditz and couldn't help but open his mouth with a smile. Raditz bristled, but maneuvered quickly. Only the gravity bracelet just lit up. Touch! Raditz's body stumbled and violently just slammed to the ground. So heavy! Raditz's pupils widened, his expression tinged with disbelief. At this moment he felt as if every one of his cells were about to explode and his veins were about to burst from the pressure. With great difficulty, Raditz just barely managed to climb to his feet. Yet the body was still trembling, and even taking a step was difficult. You're twice as good? Raditz spoke with difficulty, his gaze looking toward Jiang Chen with disbelief. No! Jiang Chen shook his head, and as he watched Jiang Chen shake his head, Raditz couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he soon became a bit annoyed. But before he could let out his annoyance, Jiang Chen's voice rang out. I just upped it to 3 not too long ago. The words were softly spoken, but what was said caused Raditz's pupils to contract violently, bringing a touch of shock into his eyes. With 2 times gravity, he was close to being unable to carry it, and with 3 times gravity he simply couldn't imagine it. Subconsciously opening his mouth, Raditz didn't even know how to speak at this moment. Brother Raditz, for this month, familiarize yourself with twice the gravity. You can try it, under twice the gravity, controlling your own body, like I did. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to Raditz's shock, and since he had promised to help Bardak train Raditz properly, he wouldn't be ambiguous. Above the clearing, Jiang Chen began to continue his own cultivation while also teaching up Raditz. At the same time, it began to further master the technology of the artificial moon. He does have a talent for learning as well. By the 3rd month of Bardak's absence, the artificial moon technology was well within his grasp, though the time it lasted was relatively short at the moment, with the longest one being just under a quarter of an hour. However, this was just that his current chi was not enough. Along with the passage of time, the chi in his body continued to grow, and this maintenance time would continue to improve. And in addition to the artificial moon, Jiang Chen's strength increase was also extremely obvious, especially when past the age of 6. His strength increased almost as much as the eye could see. When Bardak had just left, his combat power was only 220 points, but after the first month passed, His combat power had reached 235 points, an increase of a full 15 points. In the second month his combat power reached 260 points, an increase of a full 25 points, and in the third month he had officially broken through 300 points, reaching 310 points. At the current rate, Zhang Chen estimated that in at most a year, his combat power would be able to break through to 500 points, or perhaps even faster. And it wasn't just him, Raditz wasn't slowing down at all due to his age. The original 210 points of combat strength had broken through to 220 points in the first month. The strength reached 250 points in the second month, and in the third month the combat strength had already reached 270 points. This was still a relatively short period of time that Raditz had been practicing. Otherwise this strength boost would only have been more pronounced. Of course, compared to the strength gains, the learning of artificial moons, Raditz progressed slowly. 3 months down the line, Raditz's progress wasn't even as good as Zhang Chen's at the very beginning. Apparently Lei Tai's talent for learning isn't overpowering. This can be seen from the control of qi. Although Zhang Chen's qi mastery was unsystematic, with mere bits and pieces present, even so, Raditz hadn't even gotten started in 3 months. None of this is too much of a problem though. With the mastery of the qi, Raditz would have plenty of opportunities in the future if he could survive. Nowadays, it was still the most important thing to improve strength. While the two were cultivating, time passed slowly and quietly. Another year has passed in a flash. This year Zhang Chen had been 7 years old when he landed on planet Vegeta. Raditz also reached the age of 11 this year. This year was undoubtedly a time when the strength of the two had skyrocketed. Even if Zhang Chen didn't add gravity back up again, but his strength had also increased from the original 220 points to 675 points. The Lei Tai's boost was likewise extremely noticeable, going from the original 210 points to 413. Although elevation was a bit younger than Zhang Chen, such combat power, at this age, could already catch up with some of the poorer elite fighters, and had already surpassed the level of most of the higher level fighters. After all, the Scion's combat power, the real promotion is generally also 18 years old, began to reach the age of 50 years old to reach the peak. The average superior warrior, not to mention 11 years old, it was hard to say if their combat power could reach 500 before the age of 16. Lei Tai's boosted a bit slower because the learning ability for qi is a bit poor. The protagonist, even if not into a system, has a not weak control over qi. More importantly, the protagonist does not have the Scion that kind of tyranny. The S cells grow faster, so the boost is a bit faster. Boom! Above the plains, two figures collided in mid-air. A powerful force spread. The next moment they exchanged blows with each other. Two figures fell back. Zhang Chen's figure fell from the heights of the sky, and Raditz was a bit of a mess, but he barely managed to stabilize himself when he fell. Aspora, is that qi you mentioned really that important? Why? I had triple gravity on and I wasn't even able to catch up with you. Raditz spoke with some chagrin and frustration. A year down the line, his previous arrogance had long since completely disappeared. At first he was shocked. Aspera, a lower-level warrior born, and it is said that the combat power is still only 5. Almost a disgrace among the Scions. If not with that brother of his, Aspera is the Scion born with the lowest combat power of the existence of no one. But it turned out that the Aspera's combat power is even higher than him by 10 points. After obtaining the Aspera cultivation method later on, Raditz was filled with confidence again, feeling that he would soon be able to catch up with Zhang Chen with his superior warrior's talent by following this one cultivation method. Turns out it still can't catch up. It's been a year, and his pride is almost knocked out of him. It's important, Raditz. Most of all you need to keep a calm mind. You're still too impatient right now. Zhang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. The practice of qi is indeed important. This is no joke. Kakarot was able to soar to the heavens on earth, and although most of it was thanks to that bump on the head, as well as a series of teachings from Sun Gohan, came Sannin, Karen Sannin, the gods, and the king of the realm that allowed him to keep a calm heart. The cultivation of qi was definitely an extremely crucial part of it as well. Got it. Raditz bristled, but nodded in agreement. After a year, he was already somewhat convinced about Zhang Chen, not to mention the rest. Nowadays, his combat power of up to 400 points was something he once wouldn't even dare to think about. Raising 200 points in a year was more than enough to make him feel incredible every time he looked back. With his current speed, he believed that it wouldn't take 10 years for his combat power to even break 3,000 without a doubt, and he wouldn't even be an adult at that time. Once he became an adult, his combat power might even reach 6 or 7,000, or even 7 or 8,000. That's an elite fighter. He couldn't help but feel excited inside at the thought of all this, and the touch of contempt he had for Zhang Chen had completely disappeared. There were even times when he would instinctively listen to Zhang Chen's words, even if Zhang Chen was younger than him. By the way, Raditz, are you returning to Vegeta's squad after a while? Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Chen looked at Raditz and opened his mouth with an inquiry. Yes, Prince Vegeta and Nappa have returned to planet Vegeta 3 days ago, so I should be able to stay for another half-month. Raditz froze for a moment, then nodded. When you return, the matter of your cultivation, carry out concealment and do not divulge it. As for strength, you may or may not suppress it, and when Prince Vegeta asks you will say that your father gave you the training. Jiang Chen opened his mouth after a slight contemplation. Now that he wasn't strong enough, Jiang Chen didn't want to change the plot too much. It's easy to have a big change. Yes, I know. Raditz was a bit torn, but nodded in agreement. Once you're in Vegeta squad, you can head over to Frisia HQ and build a little better gravity bracelet. But remember to have it tested for having a listening device. Also, you don't relax your cultivation. 400 points of combat power isn't enough. Uncle Bardock as a lower-level warrior was able to reach 10,000 points of combat power. You as an upper-level warrior can't possibly be weaker. After watching Raditz oblige, Jiang Chen spoke again. Listening to Jiang Chen's renewed words, Raditz couldn't help but open his mouth, wanting to say that this strength of his father's wasn't even comparable to that of an elite warrior. But after a moment's consideration, he closed his mouth. In Aspera's case, there was no chance that he could actually surpass his father in the future. And since Aspera was able to surpass that, he might actually be able to. The thought of it made Raditz a little hot inside. Okay, turn the gravity bracelet back on. Gravity needs to be something that is held for a long time. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and let out a cry. Just now in the battle, for the sake of testing, Raditz had completely disengaged his gravity bracelet. Yes, Raditz nodded, was about to turn it on again. But just for a moment, two figures roamed in the distance. Hey, Raditz, you're really here. Words with a big grin as well as flirtation rang out. Both Raditz and Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but look over. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the visitor clearly. For his part, Raditz tensed instinctively. It was a quick reaction, though, and the tension on his face disappeared instantly. Prince Vegeta. Raditz opened his mouth with a cry. Raditz, you're really good at slacking off. This invasion of the planet has cost us a lot of work. Tell me how I should be compensated. Nappa's sorrowful voice spoke, his eyes looking unkindly at Raditz. As a famous scion family, Nappa's greatest pleasure was to bully Raditz. And at the moment, seeing Raditz, all of a sudden the interest came. Nappa, what do you mean? Raditz first couldn't help but back away once more, then seemed to think of something not to open his mouth in irritation. What do you mean? I'll take the contribution points for the next 3 missions. How about a little compensation for my lord? Raditz, I'm sure that should be fine with you. Nappa opened his mouth with a cold smile, and his hands were even clacking their bones continuously. No way. Raditz's face changed, and then he couldn't help but open his mouth with a cold grunt. Kidding aside, 3 mission contributions, even if he had the least share, it was impossible for him to give it up. No way. It's not up to you. Nappa sneered, and in the next moment a dodging figure instantly disappeared. By reappearing he had arrived behind Raditz. A jab slammed towards Late Ice midsection. At this moment Nappa had a scowl on his face. He had seen Late Ice being taken down by one of his punches. Yet the next moment, Nappa looked but not frozen for a moment. Touch. His right hand jerked as if it had touched steel and was stopped hard. Raditz had turned around at some point and caught Nappa's fist directly with one hand. How? Nappa's pupils widened, his expression carrying a touch of shock. His attack was surprisingly blocked. You should know that he had 500 points of combat power. Raditz is only 200 points away. From afar Vegeta couldn't help but appear a flash of surprise. The right hand smoothly turned on the detector. Drip! The detector was quickly mobilized. Soon a new line of values appeared in front of him. 413. Drip! 413. The number jumped, and Vegeta's pupils couldn't help but contract violently. A look of shock appearing for the first time in his expression. Seeming to think of something, Vegeta hurriedly tuned the detector while his eyes went to Nappa. Drip! 503. Familiar numbers appear. Only then did Vegeta look at Raditz again. Drip! 413. The numbers jumped again, still at the same value. Sure enough, 400 points. Is it Bardock? Vegeta murmured softly, while inwardly he couldn't help but feel some waves. He was aware of the fact that Raditz's father was a legendary warrior among the Scions, clearly being an inferior warrior but possessing a combat power close to that of his father, King Vegeta. Bardock had given Raditz a year's vacation from his own father, King Vegeta, a year ago, and he knew it. It was just that he hadn't expected that in just a year's time Raditz's strength had risen so significantly that it was on the verge of catching up with Nappa. It was important to realize that although Raditz was a superior warrior, he was not that prominent among superior warriors, and could only even be considered as a superior warrior on the lower side of the scale. Under the Scion rating system, a birth combat power of 30 points or less is rated as an inferior fighter. 30 to 100 points for an intermediate warrior. 100 points or more is a superior fighter. It's only 170 points since Raditz was born. At that level, it would normally be good to reach 3000 as an adult. At this moment had actually reached 400. With Nappa, this kind of famous elite warrior are not gap much more. The future may even grow to more than 5 or 6,000 combat power. This was the moment when Vegeta's original disinterest fluctuated a bit at this moment. If Latice tops out at 3,000 combat power in the future, he may not really care, but if it's 5,000 or 6,000 or more, then it's quite a lot of help for him to accept planet Vegeta in the future, as well as conquering other planets. After thinking about it, Vegeta was about to speak, but just for a moment. Boom! A dull sound rose, and the next moment a figure flew out backwards. Vegeta's opening words came to an abrupt halt, looking a little surprised. Raditz, you seek death. With a snarling voice rising, Nappa's pupils almost spewed fire from within them. A majestic aura directly erupted from his body. At this moment, Nappa was incomparably angry. He had been knocked away by Raditz, who he had always looked down on. All the anger washed over him at this moment. Nappa, you stop it. Before he could move, however, Vegeta's cold voice rang out. Prince Vegeta. The sudden words startled Nappa, and his figure couldn't help but stop, looking at Vegeta with disbelief. You trash. Raditz only has 400 combat power. You 500 combat power is not even an opponent. Vegeta spoke with a cold grunt. Then, without paying any more attention to Nappa, the figure walked towards Raditz. Prince Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta approaching, Raditz's original complacency and excitement had now turned into nervousness, and he subconsciously opened his mouth. Raditz, it seems your father gave you quite a bit of training. Before I was only looking out for your father's face. Now you can truly qualify to join my squad, but only just. Get ready. In 3 days, we're going to set off. This time the mission target is a medium-grade planet. Vegeta spoke calmly. I know, Prince Vegeta. Raditz rushed to speak. Vegeta nodded, then turned directly toward the distance. Prince Vegeta. Nappa subconsciously opened his mouth, and his figure glanced viciously at Raditz, then hurriedly followed. To the very end, neither Vegeta nor Nappa had even glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled, not caring too much about it, waiting for the two to leave. It was only then that Jiang Chen stepped forward. Well, Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. He was not surprised that Raditz was able to defeat Nappa. Even though it had 500 combat power, the possibility of not being able to utilize 500 combat power was a big problem. Not to mention, Raditz had been learning cultivation from him for some time, and although it was all just skin deep, the increase in combat power was tangible. I'll be damned if Nappa, a reckless man, can win a fight. Ha ha ha, that Nappa guy is no match for me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Raditz came back to his senses at the moment and couldn't help but open his mouth with excitement. Joining Vegeta's squad, Vegeta had always ignored him, and Nappa had always pressed him and bullied him. Being the lowest combatant in existence, Raditz felt like he barely existed. But at this moment he had defeated Nappa, who was a member of the elite of the famous family, an existence that had been insurmountable to his psyche before. This moment was crossed with ease. What's the point? Uncle Bardock's combat power is close to King Vegeta, surpassing how many famous elites? Looking at Raditz's excitement, Jiang Chen couldn't help but speak in amusement. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Raditz's expression froze for a moment. Ha ha ha, well, come on, Auntie Kyuchi should have dinner ready. Let's go back and feast first. Jiang Chen's smile grew stronger as he patted Raditz's shoulder. The next moment his figure soared up. The corners of Raditz's mouth twitched, but he followed closely. In a year's time, in the midst of practicing with Jiang Chen, Raditz had obviously changed a lot. Before his personality had a chance to shift like a bad one, he was forcibly pulled back by Jiang Chen. Maybe this one will change again in the future, but at least for this moment Raditz has shifted up in a better direction. And this was also the reason why his current strength had increased extremely significantly this year. A quarter of an hour later, the two figures returned to Haimakuchi's home. Kyochi had also prepared a meal at the moment. Along with Jiang Chen and Raditz's increased strength, their meal sizes began to increase with each passing day. But the good thing is, Bardock, as an elite Scion squad and a powerful warrior currently second only to King Vegeta, there's no shortage of contribution points in Haimakunai. Eat more, Aspara. This, and this, Latize you too. Kyochi spoke with a soft smile, looking at her son, and Aspara couldn't help but have a happy smile appear on her face. She couldn't help but be pleased with the changes in her son over this period of time in particular. Mom, Prince Vegeta came to see me today and I'm going on a mission in 3 days. Raditz feasted on the food and seemed to think of something as his eyes went to Haimai with a soft opening. 3 days later. That soon? Kyoichi froze for a moment, then panicked a bit. Yeah, Dad took a year's vacation and it's over now. Raditz spoke in a small voice. No. Well, then, be careful and don't be a hero. There's Prince Vegeta. Aha! After eating and drinking, Jiang Chen once again pulled Leitais to start practicing. Although there were only 3 days left for Leitais to carry out his mission, but Jiang Chen didn't intend to stop there. On one hand, he himself had to practice. On the other hand, Leitais was able to improve a little bit more, and he still didn't know what the situation would be in the future. And just as Jiang Chen was pulling Raditz along in his cultivation, it is located at the very center of planet Vegeta at the moment. This is the centerpiece of the entire planet Vegeta, where the Scion Palace stands. Only this moment, in the deepest part of the royal palace, that represents the Scion's power and strength of the highest above the throne is not King Vegeta, but a blue-gray fur, deep skin color, robust body with a cold face of the cat, and next to the throne was a figure with silky white hair, a clean-cut face, and a soft complexion, holding a strange staff, while King Vegeta at this moment is prostrate on the ground above. Do not dare to move. Forehead above a layer of cold sweat penetrate out. Fear, unimaginable fear. It was a look of even more fear than facing Frieza. Touch. In the next moment, King Vegeta only felt his head sink as a footstep directly on his head. It even rubbed back and forth on top of his head. A noble King Vegeta. However, at this moment, King Vegeta didn't even dare to utter a word. How could he not expect that the most powerful and mysterious god of destruction in the universe would descend on planet Vegeta, as a race with an ancient heritage? Even though the Scions had experienced a mass extinction, Vegeta was still well aware of the power of the god of destruction. In this regard, he did not dare to have the slightest negligence. However, it was clear that the god of destruction in front of him, Bills, was not satisfied. King Vegeta, are you insulting me? You know what I want? Bills' words rang out with eeriness, destruction purple light flickering in his eyes. Lord Bills, have mercy. My king. No. I've sent someone to find you the best pillow in the universe. Just wait a moment. 3 months? No. Just 1 month. King Vegeta spoke in panic, his body shaking as fear spread inexorably. At this moment he couldn't even feel humiliated, but only felt a boundless fear, as if he was going to die in the next moment. No, not it seems. King Vegeta knew very well that if he was unable to satisfy this god of destruction Bills in front of him, he would absolutely die the next moment. A moment he extremely regretted. Are you treating this god like an idiot? Boom! The royal palace shook and collapsed directly. King Vegeta's figure was firmly set directly into the middle of the stone crevice. Brush! Bill's figure appeared. One grabbed King Vegeta's head directly. Eyes with a fierce light were fixed on this one King Vegeta in front of him, and the great commotion of the moment instantly startled the guards. Tap tap. A sharp voice arose. An elite Scion warrior quickly rushed over. Yet it was too late to get close. In the next moment, this bright Scion elite warrior's body directly collapsed. This god asked you to find the most comfortable pillow in the universe, and for that reason you killed as many people as you could. This god doesn't care. But you left the best pillow for yourself and left the second one for this god. Do you have a death wish? A morose cold voice rang out, and the destructive purple light grew thicker and thicker. Bills didn't even look at the fallen elite Scion warriors, instead just looking at King Vegeta. Stop! A voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, where the entrance was located in the distance, a figure rushed out. However, touch! The figure had only just rushed out when it directly fell headfirst to the ground. The powerful sense of oppression directly caused his body to be directly and firmly set on the ground, unable to even move a little. Vegeta's pupils filled with horror. He had never imagined someone so powerful. It was a war cry from the depths of the soul. It's sad that King Vegeta, the king of the Scions, doesn't have the courage of a brat yet. I'm sleepy. Bills flicked his hand, and the next moment King Vegeta's figure was thrown directly into the air, and words followed. Yes, Lord Bills. VES spoke with a smile. And the next moment the cane gave a slight thump, a soft light directly wrapped around Bills and Weiss, and their figures instantly turned into a stream of light rushing towards the sky. It soon disappeared into planet Vegeta. In the middle of space, a stream of light wrapped around Bills and Vess. Lord Bills, the next stop, planet Tartar, will take about a level of animation for you to rest. Visa's soft voice rang out. That long? By the way, isn't that Frieza kid around? Make a trip over there first. This god wants to see how well he's accomplished his task. Bills yawned, and the words rang out as if he had thought of something. Yes, it's about 3 minutes away. VES spoke with a smile. The next moment streams of light rushed into the depths of the universe, and planet Vegeta. Almost an hour after Bills disappeared, someone soon noticed the movement in the middle of the palace. A considerable commotion instantly swept through the royal palace. Many Scion warriors rushed to pour into the palace. However, the moment they poured into the royal palace, a shocking explosion just rang out once again. Then a message came out. The Zephyr aliens joined forces with the Unicron in a raid in the middle of the palace in an attempt to assassinate King Vegeta, creating unrest in the kingdom. 3 elite Scion squads were killed in action. But it's a good thing that King Vegeta made a decisive move to take care of this group of destructive Zephyr aliens. The entire planet Vegeta was a bit shaken by the news. A large number of Scions then came out and began surveying the surrounding area. Soon enough, there were aliens with the cooperation of everyone from the planet Zephyr who were killed. King Vegeta was attacked by the Zephyrs? The next day, on top of the plains, listening to Raditz' narration, Jiang Chen's expression couldn't help but appear an odd color. Yes, it's rumored that Pabuzan's squad, today, blasted an alien squad that infiltrated in. It's just a shame that it wasn't possible to catch the Zephyrians. Those guys are just gutter rats. Raditz nodded his head and opened his mouth with malice. Scions are naturally hostile to Zephyrians, and Raditz is no exception, especially since there seems to have been a lot of unrest caused by the Zephyrs over the years. As for planet Vegeta turning out to be Zephyr, the Scions don't care about that. Ziflians, the king's palace. Jiang Chen didn't care about Raditz's words, but instead, his brows furrowed. His mind couldn't help but remember the first landing. Same Zephyrs, same explanation. The picture is almost exactly the same. One can understand that the new version blends with the old. Among the stars of the universe, a huge spaceship stood in it, as if it was the absolute king of the entire starry sky, and indeed it does. This one massive spaceship was the overlord of the entire northern galaxy. Even among the 4 galaxies he possessed great authority, for he was the voice of the god of destruction. In the middle of a huge spaceship, on top of a baby carriage, a figure sat on top of it. There was a faint smile on his face. Mr. Doria, I need an explanation as to why Planet Patel was not taken. Frisia's smile remained the same, yet seeing this smile and hearing this voice, Doria could only feel a chill constantly rising from the soles of his feet. Lord Frisia, this was just an accident. 1 year. No, a month. I'll go there myself now and promise to take it in a month. Doria spoke in a panic, a layer of sweat seeping out above her forehead. Oh, then I'll be here to listen to Mr. Dodoria's good news, so don't let me down. Fraser's voice rang out with a light laugh. Yes, Lord Frisia. Doria hurriedly nodded her head, and the next moment her figure quickly retreated. Soon, there were a few more elite warriors walking in. Great King, the Scion side has been arranged. A cosmic spoke respectfully. Oh, Scions are really good tools. By the way, the planet Tana, hasn't anyone taken it yet? Let them. Frisia spoke with a smile. Yes, the cosmonaut responded respectfully, but just for a moment. Frisia snapped, his pupils contracted violently. In the next moment, panic instantly spread throughout his body. The figure instantly rose in a flash and directly prostrated itself on the ground amidst the shocked gazes of one of the Frisia soldiers. Lord Bilaus, it is really presumptuous of me to have missed your arrival. Frisia's voice rang out with a stutter, and the same cold sweat began to seep out of his body. A soldier behind him, panicked, similarly prostrated himself on the ground. Looks like you're doing a pretty good job. Originally, this god wanted to destroy you too this time before going back to sleep. Since you've done a good job, then keep it for now. And also that group of savage monkeys from planet Vegeta. You'll give me a pass on that. Bill's lazy voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Frisia was first startled, but quickly reacted with relief. It's Lord Bill's. I'll get right on it. Fraser responded in a panic, and after his words fell, but there was no more sound. Ryoga looked up cautiously, only to realize at once that Bill's figure had disappeared. This made Fraser sigh in relief. The figure rushed to its feet. The sight went to the one soldier. Great King. We, seemingly sensing danger. A cosmic subconsciously tried to open his mouth. However, it was already too late. Bang bang bang. Blood flowers bloomed in the sky, and a cosmic human body directly exploded. Mr. Saber. Fraser licked his lips and spoke in a low voice. Soon a figure was walking in. Great King. Saber got down on one knee and spoke respectfully. Pass on the king's order that the plan be brought forward. Those savage monkeys. It's time to settle. Fraser's low voice spoke. Yes, my lord. Saber nodded respectfully. The next moment, from Fraser's headquarters, a message was quickly sent out. The Scion extermination program, officially launched. Of course Jiang Chen at this moment didn't know about any of this. His figure was still in the middle of planet Vegeta. Around the clearing, Raditz was still muttering non-stop. while Jiang Chen's brows were slightly furrowed. At this moment he was really feeling doubtful. The situation didn't seem to be quite right. The turmoil in the royal palace was the same as the turmoil in the nursery barn before, and he didn't believe a single word of what King Vegeta said about it being an invasion of Zephyr aliens. And according to the plot, there seems to be only one kind of turmoil in the royal palace. That's when Bills, the god of destruction, arrives. And if it has Bills, the god of destruction, plus Broly isn't in the body of Kakarot, then this should be the new version. But it's also true that Bardock invaded the planet Karnassa before. Again, all this doesn't seem to be the old version. It made Jiang Chen's odd color intensify. Raditz. Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Chen's eyes looked toward Raditz. What is it? Aspera? Originally muttering, Raditz couldn't help but subconsciously inquire when he heard Jiang Chen's words. No, nothing, keep practicing. These things are not something we can worry about right now. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and was going to ask Raditz to inquire about Vegeta, but after thinking about it Jiang Chen gave up. As stated before, the old version or the new version doesn't really matter much to him now. All he needed to do now was to follow the established trajectory to cultivate again. Unsurprisingly, he should still have a year to go. By then Kakarot will be 2 years old, and it's time for him to run away. Yes. When Raditz heard Jiang Chen's words, he hurriedly nodded his head. Time passes slowly. 2 days passed quickly. It was the day that Raditz was about to leave. In the middle of the room, GNEI meticulously prepared supplies for his eldest son. Mom, these aren't necessary. They'll be provided at the logistics center. Mom, Latice had some difficulty not speaking in a whisper. The logistics centers. It's not as well prepared as mine. Why? Raditz, you resent what your mother has prepared for you. Kyochi's voice rang out with displeasure. It made Raditz shut up for a moment. An hour or so later, it took Raditz to walk out with a batch. Aspara. As soon as he came out, Raditz saw Jiang Chen. Be careful with everything. And Raditz, don't forget to practice gravity bracelets to maintain today's gravity when you enter outer space. Jiang Chen looked at Raditz and couldn't help but speak softly. I know. Raditz was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Raditz then went flying. Aspara. I don't think Raditz is in danger. Soft words rang out, and Heimkuchi's expression was filled with worry. Don't worry, Auntie Kind. Brother Raditz is following Prince Vegeta and will be fine. Jiang Chen spoke softly, comforting GNEI. Of course this isn't purely comforting. After all, whether it's the old version or the new one, Raditz is living until the beginning of the main storyline, and in the absence of too many changes, this one thing won't come as too much of a surprise. I hope. GNEI spoke softly, still looking a bit worried. Jiang Chen could only comfort further. With Raditz gone, it could be expected that it would be difficult to make contact again for a long time to come. After all, Jiang Chen would stay at Planet Vegeta for another year at most. He would have to leave Planet Vegeta, and the probability of Raditz coming back within a year of carrying out his mission wasn't very high. The probability may not even be as high as it has been for the past 2 years. After all, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa escaped this Planet Vegeta destruction. Time passes quietly. One's practice is boring and simple. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Jiang Chen was completely silent in his cultivation. I don't know if it was the result of the long hours of cultivation, or if the S cells in his body were growing fast enough. In just 3 months' time, his combat power had increased from over 600 to nearly 800 points. It's getting closer to the 1,000 mark. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen also clearly felt that the atmosphere was gradually starting to look off. The first thing that happens is that the science in the logistics center start to gradually improve. Secondly, the atmosphere on planet Vegeta is vaguely not quite right anymore. Boom! An air bomb instantly exploded in the distance. A powerful force pouring out all around. Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp for air. Drip! 853 points. Only a 63-point boost? Whispering softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. As he remembered, the Turtle School Qigong was enough to raise the combat power by several levels. Not to mention the demon slamming light-killing cannon. Compared to his Chi Bomb, this kind of enhancement was almost negligible. But that's normal. In general, most cosmic people, how much combat power in their bodies can only play how much combat power, and may not even be able to play their full combat power. Places like Earth, Narmerica are just examples after all. Special Earth, being a planet with low combat power, it took strength almost to the max to get that result. It's hard to get to that kind of level almost anywhere else. It's time to move. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen looked at the sky. With that, his figure directly rose up into the air and headed towards the distant logistics center. A quarter of an hour later, his figure landed in the logistics center. Soon his figure found Phil. A few years had passed, and Phil could be a not-so-small supervisor at this moment. Aspara. Seeing Jiang Chen, Phil was a bit surprised and hurriedly greeted him. Phil, I'm going to apply for combatant status, so help me with that. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Chen mused slightly and then spoke. Combatants? Phil was more than a little surprised that the one in front of him hadn't done a day's work in a year. Despite being a logistician due to Bardak, he was completely unprepared for this moment to suddenly apply as a combatant. Yeah, I'll replace it first. This shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Chen nodded and explained once again. That's not a problem, but it needs to go to the application. 3 days? It should be able to be done in 3 days. But are you sure? Aspara. That combatants. Every 3 years, but they have to carry out a mission. Phil nodded, then spoke with hesitation. I've made sure of that. Phil, and don't you forget, I'm still a scion. Jiang Chen smiled and spoke softly. That's right too. I almost forgot. Okay, I'll go and take care of it for you right away. Phil slapped his forehead and nodded with a smile. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen nodded his head and expressed his gratitude. No, I'll go ahead and take care of it for you. You can just wait for news next. I believe I'll be able to finish it soon. Phil opened his mouth with a smile, letting Phil carry out the application. Jiang Chen's figure then returned home. The next step is to wait. Combatant applications are really easy. The application was completed on just the second day. Jiang Chen's identity had also changed from a logistics center personnel to a combatant. Of course, although the identity had changed, Jiang Chen's life hadn't changed much. His figure continued to carry out his daily practice day after day. The only difference is that there is an additional option to view tasks. As a combatant, one mission is carried out every 3 years, barring death. And as the number one hitter in real estate bigwig Frisia's army, the Scions are tasked with one thing and one thing only, to raid the planet. Jiang Chen was prepared to find a random planet to leave though, but he was also prepared to find a suitable planet, or at least midway there with a planet that met his conditions to do so. And in the midst of this search, time passed quietly once again. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, his combat power had officially broken through 1,000. At this moment, this battle power, once leaked out, it was enough to trigger a lot of scions to stir. To know, arriving at this body of Jiang Chen nowadays is also less than 9 years old. 9 years old with a combat power of over 1,000. Such a power is extremely close to Prince Vegeta, surpassing almost all scions. Of course, due to the gradual mastery of Qi, coupled with gravity, although Jiang Chen was still unable to perfectly hide his Qi as he did on Earth, he was able to simply depress it a bit, and the combat power displayed at the moment was still only 70 to 80 points, and didn't exceed it by much. So it wasn't like anyone was paying attention. The missions seemed to be getting fewer and fewer. Is it going to start? Jiang Chen spoke softly, looking at the line of tasks in the logistics center. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. The missions do seem to be getting fewer and fewer these past few months. Seemingly hearing Jiang Chen's soft words, Phil nodded, then opened his mouth with the same surprise. These 3 months? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, his eyes looking toward Phil. Yes, it's the 3 months. What's wrong? Hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Phil subconsciously replied, his expression tinged with doubt. It's nothing. Phil, go check in for me and pick this one planet Nirma. Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. Yes, I'll go and take care of that for you right away. Phil didn't continue to ask questions, either, nodding his head, quickly traveled to operate up. A few moments later, Phil was done with it. Aspera is registered and you can leave for it any time within 3 months. I've also checked, that's just a low-class planet, and it's an existence that's on the weak side of all low-class planets, so it won't be too much trouble to solve. Phil opened his mouth with a smile. Thanks a lot, Phil, I believe you're a Philinarian. Jiang Chen's heart stirred as he seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth with an inquiry. Yeah, why? Phil opened his mouth with surprise. I heard Uncle Bardak say that the planet Phiranelia. It seems that there is not a small change. Someone invaded, although it was repelled, but the loss is not small. You have time to go back to take a look. Jiang Chen spoke with hesitation. The planet Phiranelia has been invaded. Phil's pupils were wide and he looked a little panicked. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but don't you have 3 years of vacation? So it's a good time to take a trip back and check it out. Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. Yes, thanks a lot. Phil hurriedly thanked him. The first is the problem of landing. A world is first captured, and then landed. Of course, can also be randomly landed? In general, the landed world time is fixed. The space is not fixed, such as the Naruto world landed is Kiba 48 years. Then all people landed is Kiba 48 years, but is not the same world. Can be interpreted as a different space and time? Unless it is a special event, this will be mentioned in the follow-up. The second is the problem of landing identity. Theoretically, as long as the world has the identity, or race can be landed. However, the character's strength has to match, such as the protagonist of the outside world combat power is 5, can enter high school there is no ordinary people, then he landed on the Scion only 5 points of combat power, rather than a few hundred points, or even a few thousand points, and cannot choose to freeze the demon Bucho, the god of destruction, because there is no such a weak chicken, frozen demon Bu, god of destruction. The same way, in the Naruto world you can choose the Otanishi Ichi, but you have to find out the Otanishi Ichi that only have 5 points of combat power. Kiba 48 years ago, it seems that the Otanishi on top of the moon are only coming to 2, and you can't say that they have 10 points of combat power or less for those 2. The third is the problem of speed pass. This speed pass does not mean that 2 or 3 sheets to end the plot. The book title are called Dragon Ball. How can 2 or 3 sheets to end? Especially Dragon Ball is still such a large part of the anime. The speed pass because the protagonist is familiar with. For him it is very simple to be able to complete the pass. For others the protagonist is the speed pass. The fourth issue is the main world issue. It's not just a homage. It's more akin to a semi-homage. And the main world will definitely have part of the plot. But of course most of it will be Dragon Ball plots to begin with. And I'll try to write as little as possible of the main world plots. Fifth, the protagonist's sister landing problem. The protagonist to hide the problem. Some things are really not good to leak. This kind of universal landing, you do not have enough strength you still leak, is not looking for death. As for their own sister does not inform, generally 16 years old before landing. His sister is only 14 years old. It is the Dasha Academy to give the opportunity to the protagonist behind the back. The front does not know at all, naturally, and will not say anything. Anyway, in his opinion it's still early. The back directly told his sister intelligence. As for the push to Orochimaru, first of all, Orochimaru is not a murderous demon. His sound ninja village is not no one. As long as there is value. Orochimaru and how will the protagonist's sister how? Not to mention the protagonist's sister as Dasha special enrollment. Naturally some means of preservation of life. Naturally do not need to worry about it. More importantly, the big deal is that the Naruto is finished. And in the future there is a chance to pull their sister the Dragon Ball world to pull into. Jiang Chen's figure returned home. His demeanor held a touch of gravity. Compared to the rest of planet Vegeta, he, who possessed plot foresight, sensed the unusualness of this almost immediately. The Scions serve as the most capable fighters of Frisia's army, even more so than the Genostealers. After all, how many people are there in the Kiwana Special Forces? How many Scions are there? Even for minorities, the number of Scions reached a value of tens of thousands. And due to the fact that Scions can be increased tenfold through giant apization, Scions are unparalleled among the Raider planet's role. After all, even a lower-level warrior, adult is able to reach 400 combat power. The least can also be 200 or 300 combat power. Tenfold increase, that is 2,000 or 3,000, or even 4,000 or 5,000 combat power. To destroy the original planet natives has been more than enough. Suffice it to say, all Frisia had to do was drop the Scions baby by baby on top of a planet and wait for the recovery next. Not to mention intermediate and advanced fighters. In general, the Frisia Legion hates to break Scions apart. It's almost impossible to be idle. But at the moment it was free. And not for a day or two but for months. Plus this time period, the results have gone without saying. Has it started? Looks like I'll have to speed up my time. Jiang Chen whispered softly, and his eyes couldn't help but look toward the starry sky, a touch of gravity appearing in his expression. For him, the destruction of planet Vegeta was undoubtedly more important than anything else. It wasn't just about his future accomplishments. It was key to whether or not his plan went ahead, and no amount of caution was too much to ask. So in the course of the next few days, Jiang Chen began to rapidly prepare. And in the midst of Jiang Chen's preparations, Fraser's plan is also true and Jiang Chen expected as long ago. In order to avoid the Scion's early discovery, but also in order to a brain completely solve, so as to complete the task of the God of Destruction bills, Fraser did not choose to start directly to do it, but the first to reduce the mission of the Scions of planet Vegeta, and at the same time began to go out for the Scions to carry on the recall. So from a few months ago, the missions on planet Vegeta had begun to dwindle, especially the missions for elite level squads were dwindling. Arriving in the present day, the number of Scions converging on planet Vegeta is also increasing, as it was done quietly. The entire planet Vegeta hadn't been discovered by anyone yet, including King Vegeta, even because of the increasing number of Scions, especially elite Scions, converging on planet Vegeta. King Vegeta even brought on a touch of excitement. He's always wanted to rebel against Frisia and become the new emperor of the universe. but there's never been an opportunity. Though he considered himself no less scion than Frisia, but the scions have been scattered all over the universe by Frisia from the beginning, making it difficult to come together completely. But now an opportunity has arisen. A large number of scions converged on planet Vegeta. Among them, there were even fewer than 7,000 to 8,000 elite warriors. In the middle of the king's palace, Vegeta sat on top of his throne. Below is a scion on one knee. And at this moment, if there are Frisia legionnaires in the words, we'll find here converged 40 or 50 scions. All are Scion's clan elite warriors, which the weakest one has 5 or 6,000 combat power. The strongest, and even reached the degree of 9,000 combat power. No word from Bardock yet? Vegeta's low voice spoke, his eyes unable to stop looking at a figure at the bottom of the table. King, according to the information coming from Frisia's side, Bardock received Frisia's order to conquer the planet Hillier, and should have only just set off at the moment. Questioned by King Vegeta, a scion below replied respectfully, Planet Hillier? It shouldn't be that far from planet Vegeta, should it? Vegeta opened his mouth. Yes, King, planet Hillier should only be a 3-month trip from planet Vegeta, and a round trip should take at most 6 months. The figure replied respectfully. 6 months? Enough. Frisia was pretty stupid to have all of our planet Vegeta elite scions about to converge. King Vegeta spoke with a sneer. At the moment, his expression was tinged with excitement. In less than a few months, planet Vegeta has gathered more than 40 or 50 elite warriors among the scions. At that time, as long as we wait for Bardock to return, with Bardock's close to 10,000 points of combat power, and then use the giant ape transformation, that's 100,000 points of combat power can be used to consume Frisia, and then he will then be giant ape transformed. With a total of more than 100 elite warriors giant ape transformed in planet Vegeta, there is a chance that, it was definitely possible to finish off Frisia in one fell swoop. As long as he can take care of Frisia, then he is the new emperor of the universe. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. King, I'm afraid Frisia's side won't grant us such a long time. The one scion at the bottom frowned and spoke. It won't be given to us, just make up the time. Tell Fraser that we've discovered a supersized higher planet and need to gather more power. And that we'll be abandoning some of the normal higher planet missions for the next 6 months for the time being. Vegeta spoke in a low voice. Yes, the figure responded respectfully. Soon the scions in the middle of planet Vegeta were on the move as well. A message quickly made its way to Fraser's headquarters. Oh, and what a cute monkey. Now you're even thinking about working for me. In that case, agree with them. Frisia received the request from the scion side and spoke with a smile. Yes, great king. Cosmo responded respectfully. And along with Frisia's agreement, there was undoubtedly more excitement on King Vegeta's side. He hadn't expected everything to go so well. Frisia surprisingly agrees with him, bringing together a large number of scion elites. For the rest of the day, King Vegeta spent his time thinking about the moment he would become the emperor of the universe. And in the midst of his best thinking, in the meantime, planet Hillier, half of the sky had turned pitch black, and a ray of light shot up into the sky. O one who summons this dragon, I can grant you a wish. Any wish. The sound of a voluminous voice rang out. Please send Bardock back to his homeland. Accompanying the voice, a voice came out from underneath the giant dragon. A pale narmeric opening. That's easy, but it needs to follow the person's wishes. The voice of the divine dragon rang out. Yes. The Namekian nodded with nervousness. And the other side. In midair, the two figures were constantly colliding, their powerful auras spreading throughout the surroundings. Bardock was bruised and battered, and his breath had begun to drop. Even though his combat power had officially broken through 10,000 among the healing just now, it was still not enough. Scions, that's pretty tough, but it ends here. A mournful sound rang out, and the next moment Bardock's tail was directly ripped off hard. It was followed by a punch that met him directly in the stomach. Boom! Vomit! Bardock had a dry heaving fit, and before he could react, a figure delivered a blow directly behind him. The next moment his figure directly smashed down to the ground. Bardock, I will send you back to your planet. Do you agree? Bardock stood up in agony and was about to charge up into the air when an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded right in the middle of his mind. Who are you? The sudden sound startled Bardock. I am a divine dragon. I can grant any wish. Monet Charter wishes for me to send you back to your planet. Do you agree? The strange voice sounded again. It took Bardock a moment to finally realize what was going on. It's still amazing. There really is a divine dragon that can grant any wish. But Shenron, sending me back won't be necessary. I have this guy to beat, and I want my child to be able to grow up safely if I can. Bardock spoke softly, and at this moment, although he was panting, he still looked towards the figure in the sky with a high spirit of war. Sure. The voice of the divine dragon disappeared. The next moment the dark clouds in the distant sky directly collapsed. What are you talking to yourself about? Wild monkey, you can't afford to be giant ape-eyes now. Jiaxi's powerful aura erupted. And at this moment the potential was directly released at 100%. Fighting broke out further. Bardak was certainly more miserable than before. Completely overwhelmed and unable to lift his head. Admit defeat. You can't win. Jazz's hideous expression was tinged with madness, and his powerful aura oppressed the entire surrounding area. Boom! The next collision. This time Bardak's figure smashed straight down into the distance. The powerful aura directly caused the mountain to collapse. Is it for revenge to keep fighting when you know you can't win? The figure of Jazz took a step forward, citing Bardak. Bardak, on the other hand, slowly stood up in the midst of his struggles, a faint glow wrapping around him. Of course not. It's already obvious. In a fight to the death, who thinks of anything else but victory? All I need is to beat you. Bardak opened his mouth with a smile, and the next moment his figure instantly moved. The power that came from nowhere violently enriched itself. What? Boom! Jiaxi's face changed, yet it was already too late as his figure flew backwards with a loud bang. Impossible! How could you scions have such a strong power besides being giant apes? Gaius roared, his figure charging once more. A huge energy bomb blasted directly towards Bardak. There's nothing impossible. It's just that you don't know. Scions evolve every time they go beyond their limits. Bardak spoke calmly, and the next moment the same energy projectile rushed out. Boom! Rumble! The energy projectiles collided in midair. In the midst of the explosion Gaius' figure flew backwards, his consciousness falling into a complete stupor, while Bardak staggered for a few moments before his body fell right back down. That was quite a fight, and just as Bardak fell, a soft laughing voice rang out. A figure appeared. Ahem! Who are you? Fraser's Legion? Bardak stood up with difficulty and looked at the visitor. The look was tinged with anger. On this mission, all of his teammates had been taken care of by Frisia's men. The moment it reappeared, his first thought was of Frisia. Business is all about appearances. Frisia's real conspiracy, don't you know? The figure laughed softly and opened his mouth with a touch of teasing. What do you mean? Bardak's mind snapped back to the scene in the middle of this period of time, and his face changed slightly. It doesn't mean anything. Only you can go to hell now. The figure laughed softly, and in the next moment pulled out an energy gun. Touch. Ah! The energy gun shot out, and in the next moment Bardak's figure was directly carried flying towards the bottom of the cliff. Still really stupid. Not bad for a bunch of wild monkeys. The figure laughed lightly, but just as he was about to step forward and make up a blow, Boss, Frisia's men are approaching. A voice came from among the headphones. That was fast. The figure spat out, and in the next moment, he picked up Jazz with one hand, and casually added a shot with his right hand towards where the cliff was, and then his figure quickly left, and at the moment Bardak, who had fallen off the cliff, had close to no breath left. But the good thing is, a faint green light was wrapping around him at the moment. The one Namekian had arrived long ago at some point and was treating him extremely well. A few days later, an airship rushed up into the clouds, leaving the planet Hillier. Fraser, Bardak's eyes smoldered menacingly, his anger spreading inexorably, especially once again thinking about that one image in his mind and the words of that one figure on planet Hillier. Streams of light cut through the universe, returning quickly towards planet Vegeta, and at this moment, there are still 4 months to go before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Meanwhile planet Vegeta, Jiang Chen had been preparing for 2 months, and he was also finally ready to go. The reason why the time took so long, the most crucial reason was that he needed a gravity chamber, a large spaceship. Originally, as a lower-level warrior, and a combatant who had only just applied, he was not qualified for this. But fortunately, after this period of time, everyone knew about his relationship with Bardak, and Bardak had given him quite a few contribution points, enough to complete the exchange. The only problem was that it would just take a little bit of time. Lord Aspera, it's ready. Your position is in Area 3, Hatch 107. In the logistics center, a cosmonaut spoke respectfully. I know. Jiang Chen nodded and looked into the distance, then took a deep breath towards his destination. A few moments later, his figure arrived at the third area indicated by the cosmonaut, where hatch number 107 was located. Soon after the cosmic man arranged it, his figure stepped into the airship. This one was one size larger compared to the simple personal ship of the Scions. There was quite a bit of space in it, and although it wasn't as big as the ship that Sun Wukong had when he set foot on the planet Namek, it was almost half the size. What's more, there was a gravity chamber in it. Of course Jiang Chen didn't doubt for a second that he definitely had Frisia's listening devices on top of this one ship as well, but that didn't matter. It's only going to be carried around for a while anyway. Time to go, whispered. The next moment the airship started up, and a streak of light rushed straight up into the firmament. The spacecraft was like a stream of light directly rushed into the starry sky. Just but 20 breaths of time has rushed out of the Vegeta planet. Through the window, Jiang Chen could clearly see that an azure planet outline gradually appeared, and then began to gradually become smaller and smaller. Looking at this planet that he stayed almost 5 years, Jiang Chen's expression could not help but bring a touch of complexity. He'd given it a lot of thought over the past time, even thought about whether or not to save planet Vegeta, but eventually he gave up, both the old version and the new one. Obviously he's having a hard time accomplishing either. The old version needs no introduction. Frieza that was determined to destroy the Science, and unless he was able to beat Frieza it would be nearly impossible. And with the new version, it's even harder. As an order from Bills, the god of destruction, planet Vegeta had to be destroyed no matter what. Not to mention that he couldn't beat Frieza, even if he could. There was no hope for him. After all, he couldn't be a match for Bills, the god of destruction, in a few years' time. More importantly, of course, planet Vegeta didn't concern him much, and the Science weren't a good bunch, so he couldn't afford to hitch himself for such a planet. In the end, after countless times of thinking, he decided that it would be better to leave on his own. Even Keen and Bardock chose to give up for the time being. Fraser has already begun to plan. The fewer people there are, the greatest opportunity to have. He was a lower-level warrior, so I guess no one would notice. But add Bardock and Kine, that's a whole different story. Bardock is a scion among the Scion clan, second only to King Vegeta. And Fraser has long been hung up. Really take Bardock, that is how to die. And in the current situation cannot be determined whether it is the old version or the new version of the situation. Who does not know whether Bardock is the origin of history? Rashly disrupt the plot is not a good choice. As for GNEI, originally Jiang Chen had wanted to take it away, but then they chose to give it up. GNEI is Bardock's wife, who does not know Frieza, and King Vegeta have no attention. Bring GNEI. A bad or all cannot go. Instead of taking that risk, he should have left quietly. As long as he was able to reach the planet Namek, or Earth, then it would be much easier to use the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect, or transfer, the crowd again. That was the main reason why he hadn't even traveled to Jine's home to say goodbye when he left, to minimize the hassle. Next up, the planet Tartar. 6 months should be able to arrive. Jiang Chen whispered softly, and the next moment he gathered himself and walked into the gravity room, and it was at the same time that Jiang Chen left planet Vegeta, located on the planet Selker. In the midst of a branch of Fraser's Legion, Fraser had arrived here long ago without knowing when. In the middle of a huge base, Frieza remains seated in the skinny spaceship. Lord Frieza, one half of the Elite Scion squad has returned, and the remainder will be sufficient to return to planet Vegeta within half a year. In addition, the Elite Squad missions have all been suspended, and the downsizing of the lower-level warrior missions has also been completed, and at the current rate, they will all stop in half a year as well. A cosmonaut returned respectfully. Oh, that's quite enough obedience for the king to be a bit reluctant to part with. Frieza's voice rang out with a grimace in his demeanor. Lord Frieza, another Scion lower-class warrior has left planet Vegeta and is targeting planet Nirma. The planet level is intermediate. The planet's strongest combat power is 5,700 points, extremely close to the higher planets. A cosmonaut quickly returned the favor after Frieza spoke. Oh ho, my poor wild monkeys, looks like another one is going to end its life. Mr. Chewie. Frieza smiled and nodded, then looked to a cosmonaut to his right. Great King. Chewie hurriedly got down on one knee. Let's have someone go and settle this. Those wild monkeys are serving this king. They can't be settled so easily. Fraser spoke with a smile. Yes, my lord. Chewie nodded respectfully and then quickly retreated, not daring to be the slightest bit slow in his demeanor. Mr. Saber. Waiting for Chewie to leave, Frieza looked to the other figure next to him. Lord Frieza, at your service. Saber likewise dropped to one knee with a respectful expression. There seems to be some less than obedient people on the side of the Sitar organization lately, and I don't want less than obedient partners. Frieza opened his mouth with a cold light in his eyes. Yes, Lord Frieza. Saber responded respectfully. Oh ho. It's been a long time since I've seen fireworks. Fraser's voice rang out with a smile. In the middle of the base, a cosmic couldn't help but all bow their heads, and for all of this, Jiang Chen at this moment didn't know. He was even completely unaware that the so-called low-level planet, planet Nirma, was not a low-level planet, but a medium-level planet that was already almost comparable to a high-level planet. The combat power on it was also not an existence of only 100 or 200 points, but a full 5,700 points. And of course it's not just planet Nirma. The Frieza Legion, as the boss of the Scions, has all the intelligence as well as data in its hands. It couldn't be easier for the Frisia Legion to make some moves. Granted, in order to do it once and for all, Frisia didn't start doing it straight away, but rather converged and then did it again. But that doesn't mean he won't take on the scions who are on a mission. Just a little modulation of some tiny data. Low-level planets become intermediate, or even high-level planets. And with the character of those scions who went there, it's almost impossible to return again. It even managed to get Fraser out of trouble for a lot less. After all, those low-ranked scions. Frisia had no intention of staying. Beneath the stars, Jiang Chen's spaceship advanced rapidly towards planet Nirma. In the middle of the gravity room, Jiang Chen began to cultivate up still day after day. Time passes quietly and slowly in this kind of situation. In the blink of an eye, 5 months have passed. During these 5 months, Jiang Chen was completely silent in his cultivation, and at the moment his ship was less than a month's travel from the staging area, the planet Tartar. And at the moment the atmosphere on planet Vegeta was getting more and more tense. The entire planet Vegeta convergence of elite fighters was close to 100, and it could be said that most of the elite fighters had already returned. At the current rate, in at most 3 more months all of planet Vegeta's elite scions will have returned. In the middle of the king's palace, has Bardock not returned yet? King Vegeta frowned, his face a little hard. King, the Bardock message has been lost and cannot be connected at this time. A scion spoke cautiously. Waste. King Vegeta couldn't help but speak up. King Vegeta face ugly. Originally thought that 3 months of time Bardock will return, but surprisingly, there was an accident, and now 5 or 6 months of time has passed. Bardock still has not yet any news to pass back. King, could something have happened to Bardock? Saliba, Toma and the others seem to have died. The scion who spoke below spoke with a touch of caution. Humph, all of them are trash. How's the Nappa squad doing? King Vegeta grunted, then looked at the scion who had opened his mouth. Lord Nappa's squad has returned and it is expected that 5 months at most should be enough to return to planet Vegeta. The scion rushed to speak respectfully. 5 months? Send me a message to Nappa to return to planet Vegeta as soon as possible, preferably within 3 months. King Vegeta grunted coldly, and then opened his mouth to command. Yes, the scion responded respectfully, waiting for this one scion to retreat. King Vegeta's brows furrowed in disbelief. Something happened to Bardock that forced some changes in his plans. Compared to Bardock, Nappa, although he was his beloved, had a strength of just over 8,000 and less than 9,000, so whether or not he could achieve the effect he expected, King Vegeta wasn't too sure. The line of sight couldn't help but look at the one elite warrior below. His eyes had a cold light flashing. Of course not many people knew what King Vegeta was thinking at this moment. Planet Vegeta is as peaceful as ever. For a while, the Zephyrs didn't seem to be messing around anymore. The only conflict is only Scion versus Scion. Everyone seems to be waiting for a time they need. Frisia was waiting, and so was King Vegeta. And among the stars, in the middle of a spaceship, Bardock was covered in misery, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and the color of anger in the middle of his face grew more and more intense. Fraser, a hissing sound rang out. In the meantime, far away in the middle of another starry sky, Jiang Chen's spaceship had finally arrived at planet Tartar. As one of his carefully selected planets, planet Tartar was not only located on the path from planet Vegeta to planet Nirma, but more importantly it was a planet that was extremely technologically advanced, yet not currently under the control of Frisia's Legion. The Legion of Frisia, though already called the Emperor of the Universe, has yet to take complete control of the entire galaxy, especially now that the plot hasn't developed. Frisia's control over the northern galaxy is still very limited. The planet Tartar is where his Frisia's vacuum of power lies. For Jiang Chen, this was important. He wanted to get away from Frisia's Legion surveillance, and relying on the one ship he currently had was clearly not an option. He had to get a new ship. Otherwise, once it was discovered that he had escaped, the Frisia Legion would inevitably dispatch personnel to hunt him down. With his current battle of just over 1,000 points, even the Giant 8 transformation was just over 10,000 points. It might indeed be considered strong in the universe, but that's about it in the Frisia Legion. Jiang Chen didn't want to take any chances. This is where a technologically advanced planet, as well as one that won't attract the attention of Frisia's legions, will undoubtedly be extremely important. The spaceship falls into the planet Tartar. It landed quickly at the aerospace center. When the hatch opened, Jiang Chen's figure then walked out. In order not to draw attention to himself, his attire had long since changed at the moment, no longer the standard attire of the previous Frisia Legion, and his tail was hidden. Looks like a regular kid. The figure stepped into the astronautics center, and as he watched people come and go around him, Jiang Chen also had to lament the prosperity of this planet. Of course Jiang Chen only lamented. He didn't come here for a tourist visit. He quickly found a Tartarian at the aerospace center and told him what he had come for. "Guest, are you looking to purchase a new spaceship, as well as selling your ship?" The Tartar spoke with politeness. Much like the Scions, the Tartarians looked similar to the Earthlings, the only difference being that they had 4 ears, while being only about 1 meter 2 in size, with a head that appeared to be a bit wide, seemingly due to the evolution of using their brains for long periods of time. "Yes, I wonder where to travel to trade." Jiang Chen nodded. "It's very simple. You come with me." The Tartarian wore a smile as his figure hurried to lead the way. "Thanks a lot." Jiang Chen thanked him, and then followed this one Tartar alien into the distance. Soon, the two got into a hovercar. Half an hour later, this one Tatar alien brought Jiang Chen to a huge building. As soon as he stepped in, he was greeted by a brand new Tartar alien. "What can I get for you, honored guest?" A respectful voice rang out. "I need a spaceship, and I also need to sell the one I have now." Jiang Chen nodded towards the Tatars he had diverted earlier, and then repeated his previous words once more. It's very simple. You come with me. We have the most advanced spaceships in the entire northern galaxy here, as well as the most detailed star maps of the universe. We can definitely satisfy you." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Tartar alien's eyes lit up and he spoke with a smile, and with him leading the way, Jiang Chen soon saw an extremely new airship. This Tartar alien wasn't telling lies either. This place did indeed possess an extremely advanced ship. The technology involved may not even be inferior to Fraser HQ anymore. And more let Jiang Chen pleased is that a spacecraft due to large spacecraft value is quite good. And then after trafficking not only able to buy a small advanced spacecraft after, but also able to stay a lot of revenue. In response, Jiang Chen naturally purchased a copy of the Battle Force Detector, as well as a copy of the complete star map of the northern galaxy without saying a word. Stuff arrives. Jiang Chen then stopped hesitating and quickly started charging out towards the starry sky. Kidding aside, he's sold his spaceship, and if time goes by, Frisia's Legion finds out, takes action, and he's stuck on planet Tartar. That's a big joke. At the moment, of course, you have to run away first. Granted, the Frisia Legion may not care about him as a shrimp, but what if? Nowadays, he hadn't finished his main quest yet. Jiang Chen didn't want to have any accidents because of his carelessness, and it's clear he made the right choice. Planet Salka. What? Qiuyi's brows furrowed and his face couldn't help but change. Lord Qiuyi, that one ship is parked on planet Tartar, and that one Scion sold that one ship. The cosmic man opened his mouth cautiously, and a cold sweat couldn't help but ooze out above his forehead. ******ing monkeys. Quickly, have someone travel to planet Tartar immediately. This lord needs to know more information. Qiuyi opened his mouth in a violent rage. Explained, the science of the planet Vegeta is the best use of Fraser's fighters. Science scattered throughout the North Galaxy. Fraser in order to once and for all, surely cannot be directly manifested too obvious. Otherwise people directly run away, and then to purge undoubtedly a lot of trouble. So Fraser chose to slowly convergence, with more than a year's time, so that most of the Science convergence of the planet Vegeta and then a wave of the takeaway. As for the remaining Science, the implementation of the mission of the planet directly to drop a package. Basically also be able to ensure that there is no return. Then the direct forced termination of the mission. Let the people rally, not reliable more. Touch. Waste. All of you are losers. A little Scion child. And you tell me you lost them again. For the umpteenth time. Inside a huge spaceship, Qiuyi's voice rang out with anger. His eyes glaring fiercely at each and every one of the powerful cosmic people in front of him. His face looking exceptionally ugly. More than 2 months ago, he received orders from Lord Frisia to prepare to go and make good on the matter of planet Nirma, only to find out that the one Scion who was supposed to be sent to planet Nirma to die was the one who had sold the spaceship halfway through the journey and disappeared from their monitoring. Such a result instantly caused him to blush and quickly begin to take action. It was also fortunate that the response was timely enough that in just under 10 days he had monitored the brand new ship through some means on the planet Tartar. He then dispatched his right-hand man to take care of that damn Scion monkey. With the highest of the men he had sent out already exceeding 7 or 8,000 combat power in existence, it was almost a handful in his eyes. Yet the unexpected happens again. A month ago, his subordinates had tracked down the ship, yet it was docked on an unknown deserted planet, and the damn Scion had disappeared once again. In response, Qiuyi had to once again check along the way. This time he continued to be lucky and once again found some traces. The results, however, don't seem to have changed much. The ship disappeared again. That one ship, another abandoned ship. Find it for me. A growling voice echoed through the airship. One cosmonaut was sweating above his head and quickly began to maneuver. As the army of the Emperor of the Universe, the Frisia Legion was extremely efficient both in terms of ability and in terms of efficiency. And even after passing through once again, For about half a month, they finally found traces once again. Having gained the information, Zhou Yi quickly took action again. Yet it was clear that he was doomed to futility. Jiang Chen was trying to get away from the surveillance of Frisia's legions. He didn't just change spaceships twice, he changed spaceships a full 5 times. And unlike the first time, in the midst of each of the next changes of airships, he flew them out in a designated direction. Even if Frisia's legions were to look for it, they could only find the one spaceship that had flown out. And as for him, he had long since boarded other spaceships heading in the other direction. By the time Frisia's legions found out where he was, he had long since been replaced again. And so, in just over 2 months, he had replaced the ship a full 5 times. As for the source of the airship, on one hand, it was traded from the supplies he had prepared at planet Vegeta, and on the other hand, it was naturally what he had gained from his 1,000 or so battle points. 1,000 points wasn't high, but it wasn't exactly weak in the middle of the universe. Trying to get a ship or two is not a problem. As for morality or immorality, in the midst of his own little life and morality, Jiang Chen still decisively chose the former, and because of his decisiveness, the figure also completely disappeared amongst the Frisia Legion monitoring. If he had hesitated, I'm afraid the outcome would have been a different story now. It's not so easy to escape from a fireworks extravaganza prepared by Fraser. Of the entire original, excluding Darius from the theatrical release, and Vegeta's brother Tabor from the special, the only surviving scions are Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, the protagonist Kakarot, Broly, and Broly's father Paragus. The former, needless to say, the Vegeta squad is what Frisia left behind on purpose. Kakarot is a protagonist add-on, and as for Broly and Paragus, that's what left at the start of Frisia's initiation. Aside from these mishaps, none of the other scions survived. You know that even when Frisia initiated the destruction of planet Vegeta, there were still scion children who traveled to the mission not long ago, but even so still not spared. Theoretically Jiang Chen would be no exception. However, due to Jiang Chen's decisiveness, coupled with a series of preparations, yet it was possible. Silence among the stars. 1 month to go. In the middle of the narrow airship, Jiang Chen looked at the star map in front of him and couldn't help but whisper softly. Although it had gone through several replacements, yet the direction Jiang Chen was advancing in hadn't actually changed. It was still towards Narmerica. It has taken only a month to reach the present day. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for Narmerix. Originally, his first thought was to travel to Namek or Yadrit. Named Namek Star, needless to say, possessed the Dragon Balls and also possessed a great elder that was sufficient to develop his potential. Arriving at Namek Star, his strength would undoubtedly be able to usher in a rapid increase. The latter is also not bad. Yardrat Star is an extremely special planet, which not only has the instantaneous movement of this kind of divine skill, there are even all kinds of incredible ability. On the use of Chi, Yardrat Star is almost the closest to the existence of God, compared to the Namek Star higher, but eventually he had to give up. The reason for this is simple: the current Frisia core, including the planet Tartar before it, has no place for the planet Yardrat yet. It was almost impossible for him to find the location of Yardrat Star. In this kind of situation, naturally, there is only one option left, and that is Namaste. Eyes flickering, a thought was emerging in Jiang Chen's mind. The spaceship he was traveling on the other hand, cut through a stream of light in the middle of the cosmic sky and quickly headed towards the planet Namek. Time rushes by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When a planet is located, Zhou Yi looked at the shattered airship. His face was so angry at the moment that it was hard to control himself. A few moments later, boom, rumble, a bright firework blossomed out in the starry sky. In the middle of the airship, Zhou Yi reported towards Fraser with trepidation. Oh, Mr. Zhou Yi, that's not exactly pleasant news for me. You mean that one wild monkey disappeared? With that signature-like laugh ringing out, Frisia's gaze went to Zhou Yi, but the smile on his face seemed to grow stronger. Lord Frisia, give me a little time. A year at the most, and I'm sure I can find that damn wild monkey. Zhou Yi prostrated himself on the ground and spoke with a trembling voice. There were layers of sweat rising above his forehead. It was such a small thing that he had botched it, and he could hardly imagine the consequences for himself. And what a smart monkey. A year? A year from now. I'm waiting for your good news, Mr. Zhou Yi. Oh ho ho ho. Surprisingly, Frisia didn't snap, but instead laughed softly and opened his mouth with a meaningful tone. Yes. Zhou Yi's face was delighted and he hurriedly answered. Thanks to Love's gift of 500 rewards. Many thanks for the support, plus, for the scene of the Frisia Legion. At this moment Jiang Chen does not know. As for Zhou Yi's promise of a year to find him, if he knows, he can only tell the other side. Want to fart to eat. 5 replacements. He couldn't find it at first, and the probability of finding it after that was even lower. It was a huge northern galaxy. not a vegetable garden, or even a planet, and trying to find someone was nearly impossible unless they had the Dragon Balls, or a god's hand. And Dragon Balls, gods, neither of which the Frisia Legion currently possesses. Among the stars, streams of light crossed quickly. As the month passes, a green planet appeared in front of the spaceship. This is the fourth planet in the 27th principal system in the constellation of Vega, with an atmosphere of approximately the same composition and surface gravity as Earth. Surrounded by 3 stars, the sky is green and there is no night. Namicus has only 130 days in a year. When he saw this planet, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bring a touch of excitement into his expression. Namek, murmuring, Jiang Chen's eyes carried a touch of excitement. Among his plans, the trip to Narmerica was undoubtedly an extremely crucial step. This place not only had the most magical Dragon Balls of this world, but also the cultivation method about Qi. The former, needless to say, he wants to complete his own plans and goals. The Dragon Balls are absolutely indispensable, even if the Dragon Balls of the Nomex has certain limitations, but for the current role of him is still extremely huge. The latter was more than he desperately needed right now. Although in planet Vegeta, among his own continuous groping, he had found some cultivation methods about Qi, but those were sporadic and not systematic, and did not help his cultivation too significantly. In contrast, if he can master the practice method of Namek about Qi, not to say compared with the Earth system, but at least can let his practice officially enter the right track. Theoretically, the Earth's cultivation method is actually much more advanced, whether it is Wu Tai Do, or Turtle Immortal Stream, or Crane Immortal Stream. In fact, the level is very high, but only limited by the theoretical system. For him, cultivation to be on track was undoubtedly more important than anything else. If he wanted his strength to increase rapidly, he also needed a set of orthodox cultivation methods. Otherwise, relying solely on Scion characteristics, he may not be able to have the achievements of the future Kakarot, perhaps at the end of the Bardock level, which is not what he wants. The windows showed the outline of the planet, which gradually expanded. The spaceship then quickly plummeted down towards the planet. An hour later, boom, rumble, a huge boom resounded in the middle of a valley, and the ground directly collapsed down 100 or so meters. Touch, the hatch opened. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the hatch. It's still cozy. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stretch his back. After almost a year or so of being on the run, he finally had a sense of comfort once he landed in this moment. But also just as he had just stretched out, a figure just appeared in the sky, then quickly amongst themselves to get closer again. Drip! Above the right eye, a brand new detector flashed rapidly. Soon a value appeared in front of his eyes. 18,000? Jiang Chen's brows lifted, and his expression couldn't help but carry a touch of gravity. And in the midst of his gaze, a figure of his had appeared above him. As his sights converged, Jiang Chen also got a good look at the figure. Familiar appearance. No body hair, 2 tentacles on the head, green skin, standard Namerican look. Esteemed guest, the Grand Elder has an invitation. The figure fell, and the Gnostics in front of him rang out with soft words. Surely? Then please lead the way. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his expression not too surprised. The supreme ruler of the planet Narmek, the only surviving Narmekian from the last time Narmek was on the brink of extinction, and the father of all current Narmekians except Piccolo, one of the most ancient and mysterious beings in the entire universe. The strength of the Grand Elder of Narmerica might not necessarily be that strong, but his ability was beyond imagination. It was naturally impossible for his arrival to escape the other party's observation. He was also prepared for meeting this one face to face. Or rather, the primary purpose of his arrival on Narmerica was to meet this one face to face. Only by meeting this one would he have a chance to get the Dragon Balls. Accomplish your goals, honorable guest, please follow me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Narmerican nodded slightly, then flew into the sky, and Jiang Chen hurriedly followed. Road. Jiang Chen knew the name of this one Narmerican in front of him. Zeno. Same snail name as Bic. Dandy. Zeno is the current guard of the Grand Elder, and a combat-type Narmerican, currently the strongest in all of Narmerica. Obviously Nara hadn't been born yet, but that's normal. There are still decades to go before the plot begins, and Nara was born significantly less than a few decades ago. The probability is that the Great Elder sensed the crisis of the Namek and forcibly gave birth to an heir, and only then was Naru's strength so much higher than that of an ordinary Namek, and by fusing with Biker's strength was able to make such a big leap. Of course these are just thoughts. In the midst of their conversation, the two didn't fly for long. It was probably just a quarter of an hour or so. It arrived at a place where a huge building was located. Honorable guest, the Grand Elder is already waiting in it. Zeno spoke softly. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen thanked him, then took a deep breath before his figure walked inward. Step into the room. It was not dim in the middle of the room. Instead, it's bright. At a glance, Jiang Chen saw the great elder of Narmerica sitting on top of a huge stone throne. It couldn't be helped that the great elder of Namek was too big not to notice. Guests from afar, welcome. As Jiang Chen noticed the grand elder of Narmerica, the grand elder's soft voice rang out. Aspera meets the grand elder. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting. Jiang Chen bowed slightly toward the grand elder and spoke with a touch of apology. For this one, he didn't dare to have the slightest negligence. You are too kind guest. Your arrival is an honor for us here in Narmerica. The grand elder smiled and shook his head. Great elder is too polite. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened his mouth. Only after the words were finished, he didn't know how to continue for a while. It seemed a little inappropriate to ask for the Dragon Balls outright, but polite, and he wasn't going to be polite. I don't know how to say what I thought of saying before now. However, fortunately, the voice of the grand elder rang out a moment later. Guest, this time you have come because you need the Dragon Balls, right? Guest, this time you have come because you need the Dragon Balls, right? A broad voice rang out, and Jiang Chen's eyes were stunned. Even though he had long known that the Narmerican Grand Elder was extremely unusual, he hadn't imagined that the other party would say the purpose of his visit as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes, I implore the Grand Elder to be able to fulfill it. I need Purunga's power so badly right now. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then slightly owed his body and opened his mouth with extreme respect. I see, guest, I can feel your sincerity. The power of Purunga can be lent to you, but will you grant me one condition? The Grand Elder smiled and opened his mouth. Grand Elder, go ahead. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then nodded and opened his mouth. It's like this. I can perceive that in the near future, an unprecedented disaster will occur on the planet Namek. A disaster that I have only seen part of the future. Namek seems to have passed through it peacefully, but I still want to request that you, my guest, please look after my people in the future if your ability allows it. The Grand Elder spoke softly, his blurry eyes seeming to look through time at this moment, seeing the shattered Narmerica. Grand Elder, don't worry. If I have the ability, I will definitely take care of Narmerica. Jiang Chen's expression carried a touch of solemnity as he spoke earnestly. Thanks a lot, Zeno. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded repeatedly, then opened his mouth towards the door. Soon the one Narmerican who had led Jiang Chen in earlier walked in. Great Elder, Zeno bowed respectfully. Go inform the second Elder, and the third Elder, and tell them to collect the Dragon Pearls. The Grand Elder spoke gently. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Zeno was a bit shocked. Go on. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Zeno bowed and retreated, though he was a little puzzled. It wasn't until Zeno retreated that the Grand Elder's gaze was refocused on Jiang Chen. Guest, I have the special ability to enhance people's potential. I can sense that you contain a huge potential. Do you need my help? The Grand Elder's voice spoke again, the smile on his face growing stronger. Thank you, Great Elder, but I don't think I should need it right now. My cultivation has only just begun, and I haven't even gotten started yet. If it's convenient for the Grand Elder, see if you can have someone instruct me on my cultivation of Qi. Listening to the words of the Grand Elder, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but ripple, and he couldn't even hold it down a bit. The advantage that Namikaze possessed was not just the Dragon Balls, but also the means by which the Great Elder had developed his potential. In the original, Klin and Sun Gohan by the Great Elder to develop potential, from a few thousand combat power directly soared to more than 10,000, although it did not reach 10 times, but also has 7 or 8 times, with the current more than 1,000 points of his combat power. If his potential could be raised, once it was raised 7 or 8 times, it would all be enough to reach 7 or 8,000, and might even be close to breaking 10,000, and then using the giant ape transformation, it would be close to 100,000 points, and as long as he didn't need Kineo, he could almost walk sideways. However, these thoughts only passed for a split second before Jiang Chen suppressed them, ultimately choosing to reject them. The Great Elder's development was not the same thing as the Realm King God's potential enhancement, and the Great Elder could only draw out the maximum amount of combat power that could be achieved with the current level of cultivation. This period of time his strength enhancement is indeed very obvious, but he is not in Klin, the Monkey King, that kind of systematic cultivation of existence. Even if the potential development, I am afraid that the enhancement will not be too obvious. Instead of wasting an opportunity, it would be better to complete the systematic cultivation first, and then carry on with the development of the potential, and it would be the time to maximize the benefits. As for letting the Great Elder develop his potential twice, he didn't have the face for it. Like this? It's also a good choice. The next guest should still stay in Namek for a while. I'll let Zeno instruct you. Zeno is the best warrior in our Namek. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded. Thank you, Great Elder. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look pleased and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He hadn't expected everything to go so well, and he hadn't had to use a lot of his rhetoric, and he had accomplished both of the things he needed for the moment. And just as Zhang Chen was reaching his goal in the planet Namek, the distant planet Vegeta, a crippled spaceship slammed right down into the logistics center. Touch! The hatch flew across the room, and Bardock stepped out, his face white and covered in misery. Lord Bardock! Lord Bardock! Are you alright? The hatch flew open and the Bardock figure appeared, causing a flurry of commotion throughout the logistics center. Many of the cosmonauts even ran over quickly and looked cautiously at Bardock. However, Bardock didn't pay any attention at all as his figure rushed straight out of the logistics center and quickly headed towards the nursery. Hurry up and be quick about it. Shouldn't be too late. Bardock's mind was crossing, and his figure was even leaving in the midst of swiftness. In a few breaths, his figure landed directly in the nursery. Lord Bardock! What are you doing? Asterisk 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 off. Bardock's grumpy voice rang out. A cosmonaut was thrown straight out of the way. Bardock quickly made his way to the interior of the nursery. Soon he found his son. Kakarot. Kakarot. Words whispered softly, and looking at the scion child in the middle of the nursery, Bardock's expression softened a few rare moments, but only for a moment. Soon he just gritted his teeth and quickly removed the Kakarot along with the pregnancy bin. Lord Bardock! What are you doing? Hurriedly rushing over a few scions to see this scene, they could not help but be confused and subconsciously opened their mouths. Bardock had stopped caring, however, and his figure had rushed up into the sky with the nursery bin, and a small spaceship that he had taken with him. In the face of this scene, each one of them looked at each other in disbelief. Lord Bardock, it seems, has taken his son, Kakarot, with him. Seems like it. That said, Bardock-sama, it seems that he's been badly injured. One scion conversed, their looks tinged with bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend Bardock's behavior. And right now in the stars above the entire planet Vegeta, a huge fleet had assembled. Huge spaceships representing the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, were present. Oh ho ho ho, the fireworks are finally going off. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and with a planet this big, the fireworks that bloom will surely be even more wonderful. Oh ooh ooh. Inside the airship, Frieza rode in the stroller with a smug laugh that filled the airship. Bardock, do we really have to do this? On top of a plane, Kinai looked somewhat nervously at her husband, and then at her children in the middle of the spaceship. Himokuchi, that Frieza guy is indeed going to destroy planet Vegeta, and we have to send Kakarot out. I've already determined that the planet called Earth is indeed just a lower planet, and Kakarot will be safe there. Bardock spoke softly, and his demeanor looked at the scion child in the middle of the spaceship with a little more tenderness. Okay, I know. Kyochi nodded, though he was reluctant to do so. Bardock also no longer hesitated, and his powerful aura exploded. It directly wrapped around the spaceship, and then instantly exploded using his over 10,000 points of combat power. Boom! The spaceship shot out directly toward the cosmic stars. Woo woo! In the middle of the spaceship, Kakarot was awakened and looked at his parents, who were far away, and cried out at once. Yet the distance was growing. Kyochi, you stay home while I go find Aspera. Sending his son away, Bardock then opened his mouth towards Kine. Yes, you go first. Kyochi nodded hurriedly. Bardock's figure was about to fly straight up into the sky. However, at this very moment, an image flashed in his mind, and at the same time, he sensed a powerful aura descending among the stars. Damn it! Fraser! Bardock's eyes widened, and in the next moment there was a roar of rage, and his figure flew directly toward the stars with a clench of his teeth. And at this moment among the stars, the massive spaceships had all but blocked off the entire planet Vegeta. My lord! A spaceship has been detected flying away from planet Vegeta. Is it to be shot down immediately? Saber's respectful voice spoke. Oh ooh ooh ooh. There are still scions left? And what a loyal servant. What's the combat strength? Fraser's voice rang out with a smile. Combat 2 points. Targeting Earth, a lower planet. Saber spoke respectfully. 2 points? Fraser froze. Po ha 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 ha. 2 points. The scions have such weak ones? Ha 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 ha. One of the surrounding cosmopolitans couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then burst into earth-shattering laughter. Oh ho ho ho. That's pretty weak. Let him through. Just so he can still recover a planet, isn't it? Fraser's voice rang out with a smile. Yes, Lord Frieza. Saber responded respectfully. Come on, Mr. Saber. It's the best time for fireworks. Fraser's laughing voice rang out, maneuvering the stroller out of the spaceship and into the middle of space. A cosmonaut large enough to survive the stars followed suit. Soon the Frieza crowd converged on the sky above planet Vegeta, and just the moment they appeared, a figure also rushed up. Fraser! Bardock's voice rang out with a snarl. Oh ho ho ho. I can't believe a wild monkey found it. That's pretty brave. Fraser rang out with a smile, and in the next moment the fingers of his right hand were gently raised. A fire-red energy bomb quickly took shape above his fingers. The fire-red energy bomb then expanded rapidly, and in an instant, it was the size of a planet. Frisia directs a slight wiggle of his fingers, and the energy projectile flies directly towards Bardock, and behind him, planet Vegeta. Huge energy blasts covered everything. A powerful sense of oppression crushed down directly towards Bardock. Fraser, Bardock was roaring, a majestic breath rising amongst the swift. The powerful energy of his right hand was being released. His combat power seemed to rocket rapidly at this moment. 10,000 points, 12,000 points, 20,000 points, 30,000 points, 100,000 points, 200,000 points. In just a blink of an eye, his combat power was skyrocketing to 200,000 points. However, it still didn't help. The fiery red light engulfed everything, and his energy projectile was instantly covered up. His body was directly engulfed, and the fiery red energy projectile continued downward without the slightest obstruction. A blazing sun instantly appeared in the middle of the sky above planet Vegeta. At this moment countless scions couldn't help but look up, dumbfounded at this scene. Above the plains, Genei couldn't help but stare in disbelief as well. But just as she stared, a voice rang in her ear. Hamakuchi, would you like to transfer to the Nameker planet? The unfamiliar words made Kyuchi freeze, but soon a familiar voice came in. Auntie Kyochi, agree quickly and I will transfer you out. An eager voice rang out. Aspara? Kyochi froze for a moment. Auntie Kyochi, you have to agree. The familiar voice sounded again. Yes, yes. Kyochi nodded subconsciously. The next moment a stream of light directly wrapped around Genei's figure, and in just the blink of an eye Genei's figure directly disappeared into planet Vegeta. And for a moment Hamakuchi disappeared. Boom! Rumble! The sound of a huge explosion instantly engulfed the entire planet Vegeta. The entire planet Vegeta transformed into the brightest fireworks in the universe in an instant at this moment. Oh ooh ooh ooh! And wonderful fireworks! Frisia resounded among the stars with a teasing smile. Then a few days later, a message quickly spread throughout the Frisia Legion. Planet Vegeta was accidentally struck by a giant meteorite and completely destroyed. Of course that was afterward. Namaste. A couple hours ago, under the order of the Grand Elder, the Second Elder and the Third Elder quickly converged the dragon beads over. Accompanied by the words of the Second Elder, the divine dragon Purunga appeared directly in the middle of the starry sky of the planet Namek. Guest, you can make a wish, and are able to use 3 wishes. The Second Elder's soft voice rang out. Thanks a lot, Second Elder. For my first wish, may I teleport Bardock and Hamakuchi, who are on planet Vegeta, to planet Namek. Jiangchen opened his mouth after a slight contemplation. Okay, Gula la 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 Cialis extraordinaire. The strange Namek language rang out. The wish is simple, but it needs to follow the person's will. Purunga's voice rang out. Purunga, can you transmit my voice? Jiangchen hurriedly opened his mouth. The Second Elder quickly repeats. Could be. Purunga's voice rang out, and the next moment a red light came out of his eyes. Yet only for a moment the red light went out. I'm really sorry. Bardock can't teleport. He's a history maker. He has a mission of his own. And this dragon doesn't have the ability to teleport. Purunga's voice rang out. Please support a new week. The new book list penultimate. Kneeling for monthly votes. Recommended votes. Reward support. $1 on the line. To retain the new book list position. Do not be kicked down. Kneeling for mission? Jiang Chen's eyebrows jumped. Your wish cannot be granted. Please restate your first wish. Purunga's voice resounded again, without further explanation. The Second Elder's gaze then looked at Jiang Chen as well. Purunga, then teleport Jochi. Teleport my voice there. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen didn't continue to ask. At the moment he vaguely knew what the reason was, so he directly changed his wish. Yes, under the Second Elder's retelling, Purunga's eyes once again glowed red. A few moments later, a flash of light. Genei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Aspara, is it really you? Seeing Jiang Chen, Genei's expression couldn't help but appear a touch of excitement. Auntie Kyochi, looking at Genei, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. Aspara, Bardock. Genei seemed to have thought of something. His face changed slightly and he spoke with anxiety. Auntie Kine, Uncle Bardock seems to be on a mission and can't teleport here. Jiang Chen let out a bitter smile and softly explained. Genei's face couldn't help but change. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, and eventually opened his mouth to speak softly towards the Second Elder. Second Elder, I would like to know what Bardock's mission is. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. At the moment, although he had guessed it, but after thinking about it he still inquired out loud. On one hand to finalize it, and on the other hand so that GNEI could be clear about the situation. Okay. The second elder nodded his head and quickly repeated the words. Bardak. He is the maker of history. He will travel 1,000 years ago and shape the legends that belong to history. Trying to teleport back is not something this dragon can do. Purunga's voice rang out. Sure enough, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. This moment undoubtedly completely confirmed. 1,000 years ago? And listening to Purunga's words, Hamakuchi froze this time. Please state your third wish. Purunga's voice sounded again. I'd like to get the ability to move instantly from either the king god of the realm or the planet Yardrat. Converging amidst the change in his expression, Jiang Chen slightly mused and then opened his mouth. For his wish, he had long thought of instantaneous movement as one of the extremely eye-catching abilities among the Dragon Balls. There was no doubt about its usefulness. I'm sorry, this wish cannot be granted. The power of the realm king god is not something that this dragon can relate to. The instantaneous movement of the Yardrat star belongs to one of the divine skills, and cannot be granted through this dragon's wish. If you wish to obtain it, you will need to either travel to the Yardrat star or travel to the realm king god planet to practice. Purunga's voice rang out. It was only what was said that made Jiang Chen freeze. It's surprising that instant movement can't be obtained with Dragon Wish. Please state your third wish. The voice of the divine dragon sounded again. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the ups and downs in his heart before his words rang out again. Please let me giant ape eyes without losing my mind. Jiang Chen spoke again. It was one of his preparatory wishes. Since he hadn't gained this aspect of his ability amongst planet Vegeta, he naturally thought of Shenron. The second elder quickly recovered. This is easy, but I need to boost your bloodline. The voice of the divine dragon Purunga rang out. In the midst of Jiang Chen's nod, a red light instantly irradiated Jiang Chen's body in the next moment. In an instant, Jiang Chen only felt that within his body, every cell seemed to be burning up, while a powerful sensation began to bubble up from within his body. Layers of sweat were seeping out of his body. I don't know how long it's been, and I don't know how long it lasted. After the figure of the divine dragon Purunga disappeared in the sky and turned into a stream of light that smashed down, the dimness of the sky all receded. It was only then that Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but open. A color of surprise appeared in his pupils. Subconsciously make a fist. A powerful force erupted directly from his body. Click, click, click. The bones made a crisp sound. Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Chen subconsciously turned on the detector. Drip. The detector value jumps rapidly. In just a few moments a brand new value was appearing in front of him. 2,700 points. 2,700 points. A 1,200 point boost? Murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen's expression couldn't help but be a bit excited. He also didn't expect that he only needed just one giant ape to rationalize his sanity, and as a result, he had boosted his combat power by more than 1,000 points, and he had a feeling that the potential of this body of his seemed to be further boosted up. 1,200 points definitely wasn't the end of the line. As long as he continued to cultivate, he should be able to squeeze it out even further. The elevation of the bloodline seemed to drive a great change in the body. On the other hand, GNEI, who was on the side, could not help but stare with wide eyes, his expression tinged with shock. Even if she didn't have a detector, she felt the powerful aura of Jiang Chen's body at the moment. Aspara. GNEI subconsciously opened his mouth. Anti-Kyochi. It was only when he heard the voice that Jiang Chen came back to his senses, but he opened his mouth with a smile. This. GNEI subconsciously looked around, and then was a bit tongue-tied. Anti-Kyochi. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened his mouth, and then proceeded towards the second elder to thank him. The second elder smiled and nodded. Let's go. The grand elder has already arranged a place for you to stay. Please follow me. After thanking the second elder, Zeno then stepped forward and opened his mouth towards the two. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then took GNEI to follow Zeno to one of the Narmerican settlements. Halfway through, Jiang Chen followed GNEI as he recounted the entire situation. Listening to Jiang Chen's narration, GNEI couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression tinged with shock. Aspara. You mean, you left early? GNEI subconsciously opened his mouth. Yes, Anti-Hamakuchi. I was preparing for a mission before, but halfway through, I found out about the planet Namek and learned that Frieza was going to make a move on planet Vegeta, so I was going to rely on the Namek Dragon Balls to summon you and Bardock over. Jiang Chen nodded his head and explained in a small voice. It's still magical. GNEI couldn't help but speak with emotion. Anti-Kyochi, don't worry, the Dragon Balls will only take 180 days to cool down, and by then I can summon Raditz over as well, and then we can go in search of Kakarot. Seeming to understand Jinei's thoughts, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. 3 wishes. He didn't use to bring Leitais over. That was to avoid trouble. Leitais could carry a detector on her head. To deprive the detector to bring Lei Tai's over, that would take at least 2 wishes. It would be too wasteful, so he decided it would be better to do it next time. As for Kakarot, Jiang Chen didn't want to disrupt his opponent's growth trajectory, even if it seems to be confirmed that it's an older version at the moment. But it just seems like it. God knows what's going on. After all, Dragon Ball, there is a multiverse probability. He changed the course of history too much. If a time and space sector king god or descended a red-haired Turnanks, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, that is a big joke. Unlike normal skills, Yardstar's skills are not like normal skills, so it's only natural that Shenlong can't get them. Guest, this is the room arranged for you. You will be able to live here afterward. In addition, the Grand Elder has already spoken to me. I will be teaching you to carry on with your cultivation for this next period of time. Zeno spoke softly. The group then dropped down. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. Jiang Chen was still extremely satisfied with this area. 2 simple houses and a wide open space not far away were enough to fulfill his daily cultivation needs. No thanks necessary. Zeno shook his head, then made an appointment with Jiang Chen for tomorrow's cultivation, then left. Jiang Chen then arranged his life with Gnei. After learning that her husband and her son were all right, Haimkuchi also relaxed completely, especially since Jiang Chen also promised that he could have Raditz come over next time. Gnei was carrying expectations. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, began to plan the rest of his life. With this landing, he still had almost 6 months to go. He doesn't want to waste it. And just as he was in the midst of preparing for his next move, early the next morning, the familiar mechanical voice beside his ear was an abrupt sound. Main Quest 1 has been completed. Among the world matches, Main Quest 2 has opened. Is it open immediately? A mechanical voice rang out, and the next moment a line of golden characters was outlined in front of Jiang Chen's eyes, and a scene that only he could see was presented. The surrounding time and space then seemed to be frozen. Open up! Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen's heart was a little agitated, and he took a deep breath before speaking. World match restarted. Match complete. Main Quest 2, kill Frisia. Mission successful, 1 additional landing slot granted. Mission failure, deprive yourself of 90% of your combat power. The golden characters pulsed again, accompanied by a mechanical sound. A line of brand new content reappears. While looking at the contents of this one, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but jump violently. But before he could react, the frozen time and space around them quickly recovered, and the golden characters dissipated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the middle of the open space, looking at the dissipating golden characters, it was only at this moment that Jiang Chen finally reacted and couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Nice guy. This second main quest directly opened a wave of hell difficulty for him. It's just harder than Main Quest 1. The first is just escaping the destruction of planet Vegeta, which doesn't necessarily have a strength requirement yet. This Main Quest 2 is straight up about taking out Frisia. Good guy. Frisia's combat power how much? 120 million. He combat power how much more than 2000? This take the head to do it. Even if he was giant apeized, his combat power was only 20,000 plus, 20,000 plus compared to 120 million. This is nifty. Jiang Chen didn't even know how to describe it. Perhaps the only blessing is that this main quest has no time limit. That is to say, whenever he can, he can. If he could drag it out until he could turn into a Super Saiyan, it might not be a problem. Just another thought about the golden Frisia, and the black and gold Frisia in Dragon Ball Super. Jiang Chen had another jolt. Obviously this so-called delay can't be endless. At the end of the day, maybe he may not really be able to do it. Bitterly, he shook his head. Jiang Chen then gathered his thoughts for the time being. This mainline quest 2 was obviously not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time, even if the rewards were extremely tempting. And only press on. Now it is better to carry on with the cultivation in peace is the key. He didn't come to Namek simply for the divine dragon, but more importantly for cultivation. In Narmerica he planned to stay for a year that he didn't want to waste. The early morning sunlight pours down. Zeno arrived here quickly. Jiang Chen followed suit and followed Zeno to a clearing not far away. Guest, I wonder how much you know about Qi. Zeno hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth towards Jiang Chen. The energy hidden within every being, as well as the spiritual forces of righteousness, evil, courage, and vitality should all belong to Qi, which enables the physical body to transcend its limits. Jiang Chen pondered slightly then spoke. You're absolutely right. It's gas. And since all living things possess it, there is no question of whether or not to coalesce the Qi. The only thing that needs to be done is how to channel it, how to use that Qi. Look, Zeno looked a little surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be able to answer so accurately. But surprised as he was, Zeno's words and movements didn't stop. He flicked his right hand up. The next moment, A stone flew into his hand. Touch! White breath wrapped around it, and the next moment the stone directly turned into pieces. It is? Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stare, his expression somewhat shocked. He was able to detect that it wasn't the powerful force that had directly crushed the piece of stone, but rather the wisp of energy that had shattered it. Come with me. For you. There may be a place more suitable for you. When Zeno saw Jiang Chen's shocked gaze, he then opened his mouth in a slight murmur, while his figure soared up. Yes. Jiang Chen hurriedly nodded his head, and his figure followed. Two people flying. Soon enough, one after the other, they landed at a place where a waterfall was located. Don't use your power, but use that one strand of your energy to separate the currents here. Like this. Remember, the rocks must not be destroyed. Just splitting the current is enough. Don't let yourself be distracted, and let all your power converge at your fingertips. Zeno opened his mouth, and in the next moment his right hand waved. A light flashed, and the waterfall directly split apart, while the rocks in it were not destroyed. I know. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Thank you again. No need to thank me. The Great Elder has already explained. If you don't understand anything, you can head to where the Great Elder is and come ask me. Zeno shook his head, then added again. Only after Jiang Chen nodded did his figure then leave. Seeing Zeno leave, Jiang Chen then began to cultivate up, yet only for a moment. Boom! The rocks exploded and the current was swept backwards. Jiang Chen was drenched in water. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and repaired the waterfall, then continued his cultivation up. Time, on the other hand, slows down in this silence. Half a year passed slowly without Jiang Chen realizing it. The countdown to the end time of his second landing had begun to move. In these half a year, Jiang Chen's combat power hadn't increased significantly, merely arriving at 3,000 from more than 2,000. Yet his control and cultivation of chi had gradually gotten on the right track. He wasn't a genius like Vegeta, but his talent was too much more powerful than the likes of Nappa and Raditz. And the other side, Naruto world. As the landings continue, Jiangxi's actions have long since begun. Gravity, this aspect of the problem, we have always had comments, although I think there is no problem. After all, the protagonist is the Vegeta planet life, not the Earth life. Should be according to the Vegeta planet to calculate the gravity, but the Vegeta planet is indeed the Earth 10 times the gravity. If the 5 or 6 times the gravity, that is, 50 or 60 times the gravity is indeed some exaggeration. In order to facilitate the understanding of the protagonist or to change, the protagonist is not using the 5 or 6 times the gravity, but from 1.5 times to 3 times gravity. In this way, everyone should be good to accept some. Naruto world. At the moment a year has passed. This year, Jiangxi was familiarizing himself with this unfamiliar world. Due to the relationship of the Hyuga family, even if it was only its branch, Jiangxi had gained a large amount of information, such as the knowledge of this world, and also the knowledge of the ninja as a system. This was far more detailed compared to the information she had obtained in the middle of the Great Summer Academy. Ninja, chakra, shadow, blood relay boundary, Rokudo Sennin. Are there really Sennin in this world? In the middle of the room, Jiangxi muttered, and a touch of doubt could not help but appear in his expression. But right in the middle of her doubts, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Hey! Outside the door, a familiar voice rang out. Jiangxi then gathered his thoughts. Rising hurriedly, he opened the door to the room. Uncle Nika. Looking at the visitor outside the door, Jiangxi spoke respectfully. Little Shi, 3 days from now is the clan sacrifice. You, Hyuga Hinata spoke softly, reaching halfway through his words but not knowing what to say. The annual festival of the Hyuga clan also signifies that a new group of splitters will be set up as caged birds. This time, Jiangxi would be no exception. Previously, that was because he and his elder brother had delayed for some time with the excuse that Jiangxi had not yet opened his white eyes. But half a year ago, Jiangxi had opened his white eyes in the clan's competition, and naturally, this excuse couldn't be delayed any longer. I know, Uncle Nika. Jiangxi smiled and opened his mouth, seemingly not seeing Hyuga Hinata's hesitation. You have a good rest for the next few days, little Shi, and if you need anything, you can come to me. Hinata. Hinata sighed and then spoke softly. I understand, Uncle Hinata. Jiangxi smiled and nodded. Hyuga Hinata then instructed some matters again before leaving Jiangxi's room. As he watched Hinata leave, the smile on Jiangxi's face gradually turned into gravity. Is it going to start? Whispered. Jiangxi then returned to his room. Chakra surged within his body. The next moment a single jutsu was quickly completed in his hands. Touch. When the warlock was completely finished, her right hand touched the ground with it. A puff of smoke spread, and the next moment countless warlocks instantly spread out to the entire surrounding area. Immediately afterward, Jiangxi's figure turned into a white mist and instantly disappeared in place. Kiba Village. Root Base. A secret laboratory. The psychic spellcaster spread. And in an instant, white mist rose as Jiangxi's figure appeared. That's pretty punctual. Hey! With a sorrowful voice ringing out. Orochimaru, who was originally operating an instrument in the middle of the lab, raised his head. Orochimaru-sama, the clan's festival is already starting soon. Have you figured out how you're going to help me get through it? Jiangxi frowned and opened his mouth, but his words were extremely impolite. Although this one in front of her was at the shadow level, which was at least a third-order existence in the main world, but as a special enrollment of the Great Summer Academy, Jiangxi also had her own means, which didn't make her much afraid. That's pretty pushy. Hey, look at all these wonderful results I have. Orochimaru opened his mouth with a grin, not looking the least bit concerned. In this world, some people believe in hard work, some believe in bloodlines. Only he, Orochimaru, believes in science. Along with Orochimaru opening his mouth, Jiangxi then walked forward. Soon she noticed the extremely striking white eye in the middle of the petri dish. You made it? When he saw the white eyes, Jiangxi's expression couldn't help but freeze, and then his eyes instantly lit up. Hey, I have to say, the information you gave me is amazing. I'm curious where you obtained those things. The Hyuga clan shouldn't have that knowledge. Orochimaru licked his tongue and spoke with a rather curious voice. Orochimaru-sama, if you ever look at me like that again, next time, the confinement of the soul won't be as simple as 3 days. Jiangxi's voice with a smirk rang out. Her smile grew as she remembered the first time the two had met. Hearing his words, Orochimaru had a jolt, and the original grim smile on his face couldn't help but freeze. Ha ha, hey, it was just a joke. The stuff. I've got it for you. In the second cabinet on the left. Orochimaru's words rang out. Jiangxi nodded, then walked towards the second cabinet. When she glanced at it, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, because at the moment there was actually a presence there that looked exactly like her. Hey, this is enough as your duplicate to take on the caged bird. No one will be able to notice. Of course, if you want to get it over with, I can actually travel to the Hyuga clan and make a trip. I believe that the Hyuga clan they will be happy to sell me this face. Orochimaru's voice rang out with a sinister tone. Are you sure? Lord Sandaime may not be willing to let you do anything? Jiangxi spoke with breathlessness. Sensei, he's old, he can't even turn the windmill that is Kiba anymore. So what can he do if he doesn't want to? Orochimaru spoke with a soft smile. Orochimaru-sama, you should be getting ready to leave. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Jiangxi didn't continue to dwell on his original words, but instead, after a moment of silence, he abruptly opened his mouth. Oh, hey, you're really smart. How did you see that? Orochimaru spoke with surprise. It doesn't matter. Orochimaru-sama, I think you still need to stay in Konoha for now. Jiangxi shook his head, then spoke softly, his eyes looking towards Orochimaru. Why? Hey, Orochimaru looked at Enishi with considerable interest in this one from the Hyuga clan. Obviously only 5 or 6 years old, but unexpectedly mature, and possessing not only incredible knowledge, but also the ability to specifically restrain with the soul. If someone else had said that, he might not have cared, but when Hinata Hei said that, Orochimaru was instantly interested. Kiba has more resources here, doesn't it? And Lord Orochimaru, I believe, is very interested in Sharingan. White eyes, especially Sharingan. No surprise, in a few years, Lord Orochimaru should be able to obtain a large number of Sharingan. Jiangxi slowly spoke, his expression carrying a touch of seriousness. In a couple years? Orochimaru lifted an eyebrow, looking a little surprised. Yes, I just wonder if Lord Orochimaru was willing to wait a few years? Jiangxi opened his mouth with a light laugh in his voice. I have to say, hey, you're really giving me a piece of my mind. But the teacher, he should have already found out something. And once he does, I won't have a choice. Orochimaru spoke with a soft smile. Orochimaru-sama, that's an understatement. Isn't there one who's more suited to take it on? And aren't these originally his? Jiangxi laughed lightly. 3 days passed quickly. The Hinata clan's festival begins. With the end of the festival, a new batch of Hyuga Ichiban were neutralized as caged birds, and Hyuga Hei was no exception. For this reason, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hinata came over to see Jiangxi. To their surprise, Hinata she did not act too abnormally, and her emotions were extremely normal. Of course at this moment the Hinata and Hinata difference are not clear. Now stay in the Hinata clan. Hinata she has long been not the previous that Hinata she, but only a no autonomous consciousness. By Jiangxi control clone only. With the biotechnology brought by Jiangxi, Orochimaru's technology had undoubtedly improved by leaps and bounds. The cloning technology that was supposed to start being realized only in Boruto turn has now been completed. Of course all of this was not known to anyone except Orochimaru and Enishi. Jiangshi had been following Orochimaru in the middle of the base for some time. I have to say, Orochimaru deserves to be a Sannin. 3 ninjas in the entire world of ninja strength is not the most top, even today, then 3 ninjas strong, but 3 ninjas teaching level is almost the highest. From the plot of Naruto, Sasuke Sakura was 3 ninjas teaching rapid growth will be able to see 1 or 2, although Sasuke Naruto is the exception to the rule. Even if it is a pig teaching, the 2 people probability is able to go to the future that kind of height, but Sakura may not be. To be able to arrive at the shadow level at the age of 16 under Tsunade's tutelage was enough to be seen as extraordinary. It was the same on Orochimaru's side. Just 1 year's time teaching, Jiangshi felt that his own strength had already gone up a level, with the standard of the ninja world, should have almost reached the degree of the middle ninja, and it is not the general middle ninja. It should have been the degree of the elite middle ninja, certainly compared to the advancement in strength. What was even more gratifying to Jiangshi was that Orochimaru's research on white eyes had once again gone to the next level. Since the war is not over nowadays, there are a handful of Hyuga Ichi cells that Orochimaru has access to. As for the Hyuga clan, even if it's hard to get white eyes because of the caged bird, you can Orochimaru's biotechnology and get to the cells is already enough. Just over a year, Orochimaru had cultivated the appearance of dozens of pairs of white eyes. In the middle of a dark crypt, Orochimaru looked at the 2 pairs of white eyes that were constantly intertwining in the petri dish in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but glow a little at that moment. It's still a wonderful blood relay boundary. To think that it can actually be fused, Orochimaru muttered, and at this moment he looked at the petri dish with his unprecedented color of excitement in his gaze. Even for this one experiment, he has now given up all others. Beside him, Jiangshi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but carry a touch of excited color. Orochimaru's progress has been of great benefit to her as well. Her mind couldn't help but think of the words her brother had given her before he left. Brother was right. Jiangshi was whispering inwardly. Hey, help me go fetch the white eyes from petri dish number 2. Orochimaru's excited voice rang out. Yes. Jiangshi nodded and quickly walked towards petri dish number 2. Soon a new pair of white eyes was taken. Orochimaru then proceeded to start the action. All that remained of his eyes at this moment was an obsession with white eyes. Originally, he thought that he had researched the white eyes to the limit, but at this moment, he realized that the white eyes were still not enough. It even diverted his attention away from the pillar cells at this point. In the middle of the crypt, the experiment continues. Jiangshi cultivated while assisting Orochimaru in his experiments. White eyes is extremely well researched. A large number of white eyes continued to merge, and gradually a pair of crystal clear white eyes gradually molded out in the middle of the crypt. Even just a pair of eyes seemed to contain extremely pure chakra in them. These are the eyes of over 500 pairs of white eyes fused together. Among them was Jiangshi's own blank stare. It wasn't that it wasn't able to continue fusing, but it was the maximum value that Jiangshi had reached considering the limits he could withstand. And at this moment above the operating table, Jiangshi had already platformed up. Orochimaru began to maneuver quickly. The eye transplant was a minor surgery for Orochimaru. It's naturally easy to finish. A moment later, along with the palm immortal technique being cast, Jiangshi only felt a huge chakra instantly surging out from her eyes, which then directly intertwined with her body. The chakra of what was originally just an elite Nakanobu skyrocketed amongst the rapidity. In just the blink of an eye, he had broken through the elite Nakanobu level and reached the upper ninja level, and he hadn't stopped and was still rapidly improving. I don't know how long it took before the surge of chakra gradually subsided. Jiangshi also slowly opened his eyes. In this moment she felt the world clearer than ever before, and at the same time there was a netherworldly feeling of alienation, though it was not obvious. How about that? Such pure white eyes. It's the first time I've seen them too. Orochimaru's voice rang out with a smile. My chakra should have increased by about 10 times. Plus I seem to sense there's still a thin film. The purity of the white eyes doesn't seem to be enough. Jiangshi pondered slightly, then spoke. 10 times? It's still a power to marvel at. As for purity, there's no need to rush now. You've only just begun. A white eye that's too powerful is not something you can carry right now. Orochimaru's voice spoke with a light laugh. Jiangshi nodded slightly, but at that very moment, her brows couldn't help but furrow. Orochimaru also seemed to sense something, and his gaze instantly looked into the distance. Hey, it looks like your doppelganger is dead. Orochimaru rang out with a smile, and that was the moment Orochimaru opened his mouth. Main Quest 1 has been completed. Among the world matches, Main Quest 2 has opened. Is it open immediately? A mechanical voice rang out, and the next moment a line of golden characters was outlined in front of Jiangshi's eyes, and a scene that only she could see was presented. The surrounding time and space then seemed to be frozen. Orochimaru's expression was fixed directly in place. Finished? Jiangxi froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the main quest to be completed directly along with the death of her doppelganger at all. Turn it on. But dazed and confused, soon Jiangxi still chose to open a new one. World match restarted. Match complete. Main quest 2, successfully survive until after Konoha's 60-year Chunin exam. Mission successful, gained 1 additional landing. Mission failure, death. A new character is outlined and a new main quest opens with it. Originally this book because the main world was when the original. The new book list are killed into the top 40. Today and redesignated as Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens new book list data rating directly halved. Good guy directly from the 40 out of 100 out of the open. Directly out of the new book list. Want to cry. Kneeling support. Monthly votes. Recommended votes. Follow the reading. Help to kill again into the new book list. New book list exposure is very important. Done. Lines and lines of golden characters pulsed. And looking at the information in front of him, Jiangxi could not help but freeze for a moment, and even somewhat failed to react. But also just as he froze, the golden characters then shattered, and the forbidden time and space around them returned once more. Ja. A small snake appeared in the corner. Orochimaru crouched down and let the little snake crawl into the middle of his body. Sarutobi-sensei, that's pretty old. While the small snake crawled into his body, Orochimaru couldn't help but bring a smile to his face. Orochimaru-sama, is something happening? Jiangxi's gaze went to Orochimaru. It's nothing. It's just that 1/4 generation Raikage from the Cloud Hidden Village is a bit pressed. Hey, it looks like there's no way for you to officially appear in Kiba Village from now on. Orochimaru let out a light laugh, then explained towards Jiangxi. Meanwhile, the outside world of Kiba Village is in the midst of a riot. Just this evening, when the ninja of the Cloud Hidden Village attempted to kidnap Daisy while the peace talks between the Cloud Hidden Village and the Kiba Village were going on in order to get the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Hinata of the Hyuga clan used her white eyes against the Cloud Hidden to kill the Cloud Hidden ninjas and snatch Daisy back, and for a while there was a huge commotion throughout the village. But luckily, the dark side was quick to mobilize and quickly quelled the commotion. However, on the second day, the Cloud Hidden Village envoys were openly provoked, saying that it was the Woodleaf Village that had attacked their Cloud Hidden Village envoys and killed them, and that the Woodleaf Village had to give an explanation and hand over the murderer, or else it would mean a declaration of war against the Cloud Hidden Village. For a time the entire Konoha was swarming with excitement. He even hated to go to war with the Cloud Hidden Village again. However, the brows of Sarutobi Hinata, the third generation Ai, who was in the Naruto's office, were deeply furrowed. At this moment, the Wooden Leaf has just experienced the Third Shinobi World War, as well as the Nine-Tailed Riot. The Wooden Leaf Village is almost green. A large number of elite ninja is a heavy loss. More importantly, only one of the 3 ninjas is left. The other 2 exited. In contrast, the Cloud Hidden Village loss is not so serious. The third generation of Lei Shadow, although the war dead. However, the overall strength of the Cloud Hidden Village has not lost too serious. The Wooden Leaf Village at the moment may not be the Cloud Hidden Village rival. Think about it. Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh. The next moment his figure disappeared. Day 3. The village of Kiba chose to compromise by handing over Hyuga Hinata's brother, Hyuga Hinata, as the person in charge of this time. Of course this operation was a secret operation. Not many people in Kiba village knew about it, and it didn't make too many waves. Of course these in Jiangxi has no effect. Her life is still in the middle of Orochimaru's laboratory. On the one hand to carry out cultivation, on the other hand to assist Orochimaru's experiments. The only difference, and that is that he has changed from Hinata to she, became one of Orochimaru's subordinates. As for his identity, he is an orphan picked up by Orochimaru in the field. As one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru couldn't have been more relaxed in trying to do this. Orochimaru, on the other hand, should have defected from the village a year ago, but to this day he still remains in Konoha village. As for human experimentation, more than a year ago, Orochimaru had long since handed it over and had never intervened again. Naturally, there was no question of third Naruto Sarutobi finding out, and in the meantime, another landing site. The same thing happened with Daisuke being kidnapped. In the middle of a spacious room, a named Cloud Hidden Village ninja was plotting. They were acting as a team for the Cloud Hidden Village's negotiations with the Konoha village this time. Just underneath the explicit negotiations, they also possessed the intention of detecting Kiba village's reality. Wanted to see just how much the Kiba village had lost in the Nine Tails rebellion. Raikage, orders have just come in for us to attempt to plunder a member of the Hyuga Ichiban clan family. In the middle of the dimly lit room, the head of the Cloud Hidden Village's representative this time spoke with a low voice. Hearing the words of the person in charge, the faces of the few people present couldn't help but change. Plundering a member of the Hyuga clan within the Kiba village was a death mission. Especially the last woman's face was instantly pale. From what I understand, that one young princess of the Hyuga clan passes through Short Street every evening, and that's where we'll make our move. Hope, Rin, you guys are in charge of attracting the attention of the Hyuga clan with me. Kasumi, you're in charge of taking it away. The person in charge didn't care what these people thought, but spoke in a low voice. Boss, Kasumi is just a lower ninja. One man couldn't help but speak up. Shimenobu is the most appropriate. So let's do what I planned and start today. The man in charge waved his hand, then quickly gave the order. Yes, a few people were nervous, but at the moment, they quickly responded. The evening sun gradually covers. Several figures in black quietly approached towards the Hyuga clan. What man? A voice rang out, and soon the attention of the Hyuga clan was drawn, and at the same time that the Hyuga clan was attracted, a figure quietly arrived in front of Hinata, and a hand slash directly knocked out Hinata. Lu Qingxia did not dare to be the slightest bit slow, quickly picked up Daiseta, and ran directly toward the distance wildly. A few flashes and he disappeared into thin air, yet only when she had just come around the corner. Stop it! A figure appeared with a cold expression, and when she saw the visitor clearly, Lu Qingxia's face under that mask changed all of a sudden. Next moment, all she felt was a sharp pain in her chest. Landing character is dead. Landing complete. It's returning. One moment, please. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in his head, with the countdown coming down to the wire. Buzz. A ray of light that only Lu Qingxia could see fell down from the sky above at this moment, wrapping her figure in an instant. When the time comes to look back again, only to find himself in the center of the realm, looking around at the empty center of the dimension, Lu Qingxia's face instantly turned white. Lost. Failed. Lu Qingxia muttered, her body almost laying down all at once. And in the meantime, academic affairs. Failed another one? A teacher couldn't help but sigh. Luo Qingju glanced at the figure in the middle of the picture in surprise, and then she just withdrew her gaze. World Raiders, there are successes and naturally there are failures. Even those who can step into high school are considered geniuses, but no one says a genius has to succeed. Failure is the norm. The huge Daxia Federation, each year can sustain the raiders although many, but that is the result under the huge base, put on top of the proportion that is not much. With regard to Lu Qingxia's mentality, these people had long seen it countless times, and at this moment, they naturally would not have too many emotional fluctuations. Thanks everyone, I'm back. Data chopped in half. Fell back from 47 on the new book list to just outside the top 100, and killed my way back into the top 100. This one counts as a bonus. Thanks everyone. Lu Qingxia's matter, Jiang Shi's matter. At this moment Jiang Chen did not know. For his own sister, Jiang Chen was not very worried. Even if he recommended Orochimaru as a dangerous existence for his sister, he was aware that his sister possessed a special sublime technique that had been taught by the Daxia Academy. As special enrollment students, each one is extremely extraordinary. What his own sister possessed was the extremely powerful talent of soul power, and as a result, she had obtained a sublime technique that specialized in the soul. And this thing just perfectly restrains Orochimaru. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Chen had asked Jiang Shi to look for Orochimaru. The Naruto world, after all, is not the same as the Dragon Ball world. In the Dragon Ball world, even if you are not the protagonist, even if there is no special talent, you have the opportunity to soar. Androids, Dragon Balls, divine cultivation method, there is always the possibility of improving themselves. In the Naruto world that everything will be very difficult. The achievements of each person even from the beginning is doomed. And it's not even at birth. It's been decided from the ancestors. The closer your bloodline is to Otanashi Kagaya, the higher your ceiling will be. Why Chikanjutsu is the god of ninja? Why Uchiha Zebra is the shinobi Shura? Why Whirlpool Naruto is the strongest Naruto of all times? And why Uchiha Sasuke can open the eye of reincarnation? It's not how much effort they put in or how many opportunities they have. Rather, they are all reincarnations of Asura. Indra Chakra. The average person who wants to get ahead in this world, hold up a shadow level, and still hold up. Most of them even hang on the upper shinobi level, not to mention the 6 paths level. Even the super shadow is not possible. The only way out is Orochimaru. In the world of Naruto, some people believe in power. Some people believe in the spirit, but only penetrate the essence of life. Orochimaru know that science and education is the king, and its research almost throughout the world of Naruto, and even spread to the late Bojin turn in the middle of the world. And Orochimaru has become the only one who can get rid of the existence of the theory of fatalism. This can also be seen a bit in the later Naruto world. Dragon Ball world. Namaste. The early morning sunlight pours down. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a soft cry. and the next moment his right hand instantly slid down. The aura on his body instantly exploded, and the moment his movements fell, the huge waterfall in front of him was completely split apart in that instant. And just as Zeno had demonstrated earlier, the stone wall behind the waterfall was not affected in the slightest. A moment later, Jiang Chen's aura converged internally, and the originally separated waterfalls then flowed back. Wow! The water swept. But at the moment, Jiang Chen no longer had the heart to pay attention to that. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled, and a touch of joy could not help but appear in his expression. After months of practicing, his practice was finally complete. His talent isn't bad enough. At least compared to Raditz, it was obviously much stronger, but it still took a short time. And think about Vegeta in the original. He also couldn't help but lament Vegeta's terrifying talent, disregarding Broly, and the main character Kakarot. Vegeta is definitely considered to be the most gifted among the Dragon Balls, bar none. When he stepped into the earth, he learned the control of Chi after only a few touches. The subsequent learning of instantaneous movement, as well as the Yardrat Star Divine technique, was also extremely swift. Such talent is simply incredible. In terms of learning talent alone, I'm afraid that only Frieza, Saru, and Bu are comparable to these few superscalar existences. But it was only a moment of emotion, and Jiang Chen quickly collected his thoughts. As a traveler, Jiang Chen is naturally clear that his talent cannot be compared with these perverts. He also did not want to compare. For him, the biggest advantage is the familiarity of this world, which is not the average person has. Have no need to do anything. It's almost over. There are still 2 days left, so let's go to the Grand Elder first and see how much the battle power is raised. With his sight looking into the distance, Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat agitated. The key to his previous press to allow the Grand Elder of Animerecap to stimulate his potential was waiting for now. Previously, his combat power had also reached over 1,000 though. Combined with almost 5 years of cultivation, it certainly had a lot of potential. But whether or not that potential can match Kling's is actually a question mark. It's no joke. Rather, it's a very likely thing. Don't look at Klin as just an earthling, but Klin has gone through a series of systematized cultivation. Since childhood, he has been practicing along with the Turtle Immortal, and later on, he has gone through the Karen Immortal, the Divine Guidance, and after the Scion invasion of the battle, his potential has actually been extremely terrifying. From the Great Elder inspired to be able to see 1 or 2, Krillin was inspired before the probability is also just more than 3,000 points of combat power. Inspired directly after the arrival of 13,000. In contrast, the Son Gohan, this one is Vegeta, are recognized as Scion's first genius, but also only from the 2018 combat power soared to 14,000. And Krillin are not much of a gap. In comparison, he was naturally much worse. It's possible that his combat power won't even increase by 2 or 3 times. So instead of wasting this opportunity, it's better to build up for a while. Now, a few months had passed. His strength had first been baptized by the Divine Dragon, allowing his bloodline to rise, followed by a few months of chi cultivation, and although his combat power had only risen by 100 or 200 points, his potential had long since been raised by leaps and bounds. Plus, he was already ready to start moving, so naturally there was no point in continuing to delay. Boom! The breath erupted and his figure instantly rushed towards the sky. A few minutes later, his figure landed where the Grand Elder resided. The figure fell. Zeno's figure just walked out. Aspora, the Great Elder has been waiting for a long time. Zeno spoke softly. I understand. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen thanked him and his figure then walked into the middle of the room. It was also quick to once again see this Grand Elder of the Namekian planet. Great Elder. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully. Come over here, guest from afar. The Grand Elder's soft voice rang out. Jiang Chen nodded his head and took a deep breath, stepping forward with apprehension and nervousness amidst it. And along with Jiang Chen approaching, the Grand Elder didn't hesitate. That white palm covering Jiang Chen's head in this instant. Boom! The palm of his hand covered it, and in the next moment Jiang Chen only felt a majestic aura begin to surge out from the deepest part of his body. The chi and blood even began to stir rapidly at this instant. A few moments later, boom! A majestic aura instantly swept out. His combat power then quickly began to rise. Don't underestimate Klin. Klin's talent and potential as the strongest earthling is no joke, especially in the early stages. He really may not be weaker than the average Scion. Boom! A steady stream of chi began to erupt from his body, and at this moment Jiang Chen only felt that an unprecedented power was spreading. The chi was even more unconsciously wrapping his body completely in it. There, guest, it's over. The potential in you is extremely powerful, and in order to take your body into consideration, I've only temporarily channeled a portion of it. A soft voice came out from the mouth of the Grand Elder of Animerecap. Jiang Chen also finally came back to his senses from that powerful aura of his own at the moment. Thanks a lot, Grand Elder. Jiang Chen bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude. No thanks necessary, guest. I've asked the second elder and the others to re-prepare the Dragon Balls, so you can use them at any time. The Grand Elder shook his head, and then his voice with a soft tone resounded once again. Thank you, Great Elder. Jiang Chen thanked him once more, and then he was making his farewells towards the Grand Elder. Step out of the room. Jiang Chen just couldn't wait to open the detector. Drip! The value starts to jump rapidly. In just a moment's time, the value in front of Jiang Chen's eyes jumped to a level that surprised him extremely. 15,000 points. Looking at the value, even though he had expected it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited inside at the moment. Don't look at after the Dragon Ball Namco chapter. More than 10,000 points of combat power is almost not much of an existence. Not even cannon fodder. But that was after the Namco chapter. In today's era has not yet opened. 10,000 points of combat power can already be called the universe's top level of powerhouse. And 15,000 points was enough to surpass even most top-tier powerhouses. Aside from Frisia's Legion, there are pretty much only a handful of outsiders who can find such a fighting force. And more importantly for Jiang Chen, he had already transcended the Scion limitations. The average Scion, even the top Scion existences, were usually around 8,000 to 10,000 points. And to be able to exceed 10,000 points was basically beyond the boundaries. This is tantamount to a certain kind of limitation in the body being opened up, and the next path is undoubtedly smoother. Plus, at this moment, he still had the ability to maintain his sanity with his giant ape transformation, and 15,000 combat points could almost be viewed as 100,000 combat points. Even though it had certain flaws, such strength was definitely the topmost existence in the universe. Congratulations! You can familiarize yourself with this period of time, and we'll spar again in a few days. Zeno walked over with a soft compliment. Thanks. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. He did not refuse Zeno's invitation to fight. Even if Zeno was stronger than him, the same was true. Although he was a lander, he was also a scion, and he could feel the desire for battle in his blood. Let's go. The second elder has been waiting for a long time. I'll go over first. Zeno nodded softly, then greeted Jiang Chen, his figure directly soaring up. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed closely behind. A few moments later, the two landed in a settlement. Second elder, Zeno and Jiang Chen then saluted. Guest, the Dragon Balls are ready. Are you needing to use it now? The second elder looked at Jiang Chen and opened his mouth with an inquiry. Yes, second elder. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Just a moment. The second elder opened his mouth and then came in front of the 7 gigantic dragon beads. Summoned the divine dragon using the Namekian language. Boom! Rumble! In the sky, thick dark clouds instantly filled the entire firmament. The 7 huge dragon beads then instantly blossomed out with an intense and incomparable light. The light shot straight up into the sky, breaking through the clouds in an instant, and a huge and incomparable green dragon appeared above the firmament. Name your wish. Any wish I can fulfill. Can use 3. Divine Dragon Balunga's words rang out, and the second elder's gaze then turned to Jiang Chen. Second elder, my first wish, and my second wish, respectively, is to destroy all the probes on Raditz, and to bring him to Namek. Facing the second elder's gaze, Jiang Chen directly spoke out his wish without the slightest hesitation. Compared to the Earth Divine Dragon, the Namek's Divine Dragon was undoubtedly much stricter, with almost no ability to drill holes and no way to add prefixes, so he could only use 2 wishes to bring Raditz over. As for whether those 2 wishes would be too much of a waste, are you kidding me? In the Dragon Ball world, you're afraid of wasting wishes. That's just bull asterisk. The Earth Dragon Ball once a year, the Namek Planet Dragon Ball once every 6 months, and on top of that there is the Hillier Planet Dragon Ball, the Super Dragon Ball, and as long as you are strong enough, it's simply too easy to get a wish. Using 2 wishes to bring back Raditz, Jiang Chen was not at all heartbroken. Uriah Ripley's for happiness. The strange Namek language rang out. The next moment the voice of the Divine Dragon Purunga came out. This is easy. The Divine Dragon's eyes lit up with red light in this instant. In the meantime, Planet Salta. The 3 figures had just completed their mission and were sitting on their ends, eating in large mouthfuls. It was just that this moment for the trio had clearly been skewed from when they were there, while Vegeta was still the leader. It wasn't Nappa who was ordered to the back of the line, but rather Raditz. Close to 2 years have passed, and the changes in Raditz can be described as extremely dramatic. First of all is the strength. Originally under the training of Jiang Chen has reached more than 400 points of Leitais. These 2 years down the combat power officially broke through 1,000. And Nappa to the present combat power is only more than 700 points, From 800 points are still a little distance. Come on, we should get going. The next place is a higher planet. Nappa, if you're still such a loser, you'll die there next time. Vegeta got up and grunted in disbelief. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa hurriedly got up, unable to keep some panic off her face, and next to him Raditz rose in similar silence. He seems to have been extraordinarily silent since the destruction of planet Vegeta, but just for a moment he rose. Bumper! The detectors on his body instantly shattered apart. The sudden explosion caused all three to be startled. Raditz couldn't help but be startled as well, but soon his expression couldn't help but appear a touch of joy. What man? Vegeta let out a grunt, but it was too late to react. Next moment, brush! A light instantly enveloped Raditz. In the midst of Vegeta and Nappa's stunned gazes, Raditz's figure surprisingly instantly just disappeared into thin air. Vegeta! Nappa subconsciously rubbed his eyes, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Vegeta. And at this moment Vegeta's face changed. His figure instantly shot up into the sky and began to look around. Yet no matter how much he searched he couldn't find any trace of Raditz. Your wish has been granted. Name your third wish. The voice of the divine dragon Purunga rang out. A white light covered it, and in the next moment, Raditz's figure appeared directly in front of him. Aspora, is it really you? When the white light dispersed, Raditz looked around blankly, and soon he noticed Jiang Chen in front of him, and couldn't help but open his mouth with excitement as his eyes lit up. It's me, Raditz. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. You really aren't dead. There seemed to be an excitement even above Raditz's cold face at the moment. It was a lucky escape. Lay ties, wait, I'll take you to see Auntie Kine later. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then spoke softly towards Raditz. Mom, it's okay too. And hearing Jiang Chen's words, Raditz was even more excited. At the time of the destruction of planet Vegeta, his heart was extremely heavy with grief. He just didn't show it. At the moment, Jiang Chen was not only fine, but his mom was also fine. Subconsciously, he wanted to speak, but he stopped when he heard Jiang Chen's words. The line of sight then couldn't help but look in front of Jiang Chen. Soon he noticed the huge Purunga in the sky, and as his eyes converged, Reitai's pupils just couldn't help but contract violently. Second Elder, my third wish is to obtain the practice of instantaneous movement of the Ardracians. Is it possible to obtain it? Jiang Chen pondered slightly, then spoke. Yes, the second Elder nodded. It was quickly replicated in the Namekian language. I'm sorry to say that this wish cannot be granted. Divine techniques must possess a place with the aura of a divine spirit in order to be performed, and the cultivation method of instantaneous movement cannot be transmitted. The voice of the divine dragon Purunga rang out. It made Jiang Chen shake his head, but for that, he was prepared. Instantaneous movement, the entire Dragon Ball in addition to the special Yardrat Star, and the Realm of God entourage, will only be the Monkey King, Sharu, Buu, Vegeta 4 people only. The Monkey King, Vegeta are in the Yardrat Star to learn, and have not attempted to teach other people. Sharu, that is obviously not right. According to the plot to be forcibly create the protagonist offline. Barely explained, it is because Sharu has a Sun Wukong cells. As for Buu, that is a prehistoric demon. The level of the original is not worse than the gods. Watching the Sun Wukong casting to learn is not surprising. I'm afraid that if he wants to get it by Divine Dragon, it's only Super Divine Dragon. Second Elder, I'll replace my third wish with the Yardrat Star coordinates. After a slight contemplation, Jiang Chen then followed up with a third wish. The wish is simple. Accompanying the second Elder's repetition, the voice of the divine dragon Purunga rang out. The next moment a red light shone onto Jiang Chen. A message of coordinates appeared directly in the middle of the mind. Those are the exact coordinates of the planet Yardrat. The wish has been granted. The voice of the divine dragon Purunga rang out. With the words falling, the thick dark clouds then collapsed, and Purunga's figure reappeared as 7 rays of light falling down. Phew! Jiang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air slowly. He couldn't help but bring a smile to his face. Obtaining the coordinates of the Yardrat Star meant that he could travel to the Yardrat Star at any time. It was important to realize that the Yardrat Star could not only have instantaneous movement, but also a variety of magical secret techniques. Of course at this moment it would be more appropriate to say divine techniques. Jiang Chen couldn't help but get a little excited just thinking about the power of divine techniques. Go! Auntie Himuchi should have the meal ready. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen then smiled and opened his mouth to Raditz. Oh, yes. Raditz snapped back to his senses, his eyes glancing once more into the distance before nodding hurriedly. Afterward, Jiang Chen bid farewell towards the second elder and the others before taking Leitais up in the air. In midair, the two figures flew. Raditz looked torn. Several times, he wanted to speak, and it was funny to watch Jiang Chen. Raditz, if there's anything you want to ask, why don't you just ask? Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. Aspora, what was that just now? Is he truly capable of granting any wish? Raditz couldn't help but speak up. Can't. That's the divine dragon who grants wishes that are under a limit. Jiang Chen shook his head and opened his mouth with amusement. Really? When he heard Jiang Chen say that he couldn't, Raditz couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But soon after hearing the words that followed, his eyes couldn't help but light up at once. Raditz, odds are you won't be able to use it. Namikaze shouldn't be able to help you. Looking at Raditz's excited demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but splash a pot of cold water. He was able to use it. That is, he didn't have an evil aura about him, and Raditz was clearly not able to be used. There's no way the Narmax would allow it either. Why? Raditz got a little anxious all of a sudden. You have an evil aura about you, and the Namekians, being a peace-loving race, are unlikely to agree. And you don't hit the idea of that mercurial man, remind you of that mercurial man, but there are a lot of combat power have broken through 5,000. The strongest one combat power is reached 18,000. Jiang Chen spoke with a breathless voice. 18,000? You're kidding. How could an American? Raditz's eyes widened momentarily, and his voice couldn't help but come out. 18,000. What kind of a value was that? King Vegeta was only a little over 10,000 and his own father was only close to 10,000. How could the district Narmax reach 18,000? Nothing is impossible. Here we are. Jiang Chen shook his head and opened his mouth. Then his figure directly fell down. Raditz hurried to follow. Inside the house, it seemed to sense the arrival of someone. Kyochi opened the door to the room. Subconsciously, she wanted to speak, but when she looked at the person outside the door, a color of surprise could not help but appear on his expression. Raditz! Himakuchi's words rang out, and the figure rushed out even more as he hugged Raditz. Raditz subconsciously tries to struggle, but he quickly loosens up. Mom! Raditz spoke in a small voice. A touch of softness could not help but be brought to his expression. He's only in his teens now after all, not when the show started, especially under the previous time with Jiang Chen. Raditz's heart gradually calmed down a bit, and even if he subsequently followed Vegeta and lived for another 2 years, he hadn't changed much. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't disturb the two as his figure quietly walked into the middle of his room. Time passes slowly. The arrival of Raditz made Kyochi's smile grow more pronounced. And for Raditz, for his part, he had been in a state of shock since he stepped onto the planet Narmerica. First, there was the divine dragon Purunga, followed by the Namekian fighting force, and then Mom. But that wasn't the end of it. Jiang Chen's combat power was surprisingly as high as 15,000 as well, which instantly made him completely confused. Gulp! How much? Leitai's voice took on a touch of stuttering at this moment, looking toward Jiang Chen with shock. You'll see. Jiang Chen casually threw the detector in his hand. Raditz took it in a panic. Then hands and feet began to maneuver, even almost let the detector smash to the ground out of panic. It wasn't until several moments later that he brought the detector up to his head. Drip! Detector's on board. Raditz opened it quickly. Drip! As soon as the detector was turned on, the value of the entire detector began to jump wildly. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. Raditz's eyes were wide open at the moment, dumbfounded as he looked at the finalized value in front of him, and his words were no longer stuttering, but rather took on a tremor. Even though Jiang Chen had already recounted to him before that his own combat power had already reached 15,000. At this moment, Reitais was still deeply impacted by the value in front of him. As said before, the strongest person in the entire planet Vegeta only had over 10,000 battle points, and his father, the legendary warrior of the Bardak Science, only had close to 10,000 points. But at this moment Jiang Chen had already reached 15,000, completely surpassing all of the previous planet Vegeta Science. He had originally thought that his strength having increased from 400 points to 1,000 points under the past close to 2 years of cultivation was already extremely incredible. It was important to realize that even the elite and famous Nappa was now no match for him. He's also just a little bit worse than Prince Vegeta. But what kind of person is Prince Vegeta? That is the Scion clan recognized genius, born of the combat power already beyond all the Scions. Nowadays, it had even reached a combat power that some superior warriors might not even be able to reach. Aspora, you became a Super Saiyan? No, are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Suddenly Raditz seemed to think of something and snapped with a share of alarm. How is that possible? Hearing Raditz's exclamation of surprise, Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then reacted without opening his mouth in amusement. No? And you? Raditz was a bit stunned and looked at Jiang Chen with a share of skepticism. Don't think too much. It's just the result of practicing, also assisted by the great elder of Narmerica. Jiang Chen spoke slowly and didn't hide much. and listening to Jiang Chen's words, Raditz couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had already sensed that Namedex was unusual before the divine dragon thing, but he hadn't thought that there were so many more unusual things. Even if he possessed a profound cultivation method, he was even able to develop his potential to enhance his combat power. At this point, Raditz was all a bit pressed. Jiang Chen was able to raise it to 15,000 points, and Raditz felt like he didn't want too much. 10,000 points would be enough. And if he couldn't, 7 or 8,000 points would be fine. Don't think too much. Cultivate properly first. I'll teach you chi cultivation for a while. As for potential development, wait until you finish chi cultivation. Looking at the longing Raditz, Jiang Chen opened his mouth in amusement. Yes, Aspora. Then let's start now. Raditz nodded hurriedly, not saying no to this in the slightest. Even if he was a bit impatient, Jiang Chen had said before that he would only be able to increase his potential after completing his cultivation. So naturally, Raditz wouldn't change anything. And after Raditz answered the call, Jiang Chen then began his cultivation teachings for Raditz. In the blink of an eye another day had passed, with the countdown coming to an end. His landing time is also coming to an end. The second landing is over. It's returning. One moment, please. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in his head, with the countdown coming down to the wire. Buzz. A light that only Jiang Chen could see fell down from above the firmament at this moment, wrapping his form in an instant. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, only felt that his head couldn't help but sink, followed by a sense of weightlessness. A few moments later, his eyes went into a trance, and when he reappeared, he realized that his surroundings had once again turned into a white world. First landing has ended. Data matching in progress. Match complete. A mechanical voice rang out. In the next moment, a path of light quickly converged towards Jiang Chen's eyes, and then a card with an illusory appearance appeared. Name, Aspera. Identity, Scion. Combat power, 15,000 points. Ding! The mission card has been updated. It has been detected that the raider has completed the initial main quest, and the world rewards are being distributed. Mechanical voices sounded one after another, while lines of text appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes, accompanied by the card that he was familiar with. Everything around him was white, and his figure was once again back in the space where he had landed on the world before. Reward issued. Congratulations on your World Raider title. Reward received, character match. Note, by using character match, the body will gradually integrate everything about the card character. The mechanical sounds spread again, and the moment the voice fell, buzz, the golden card instantly blossomed with a soft light, gradually wrapping Jiang Chen's figure in it. A warm feeling then continued to spread. At the same time a message then flooded into his mind. Let Jiang Chen understand the situation at this moment. Along with the completion of the main quest, at this moment, he had officially become a world raider. Unlike before, when he could only be considered a trainee at the end of the day, and the abilities he possessed were still only temporary. Instead, at the moment he's an official presence. Compared to the trainee, the biggest benefit of the official existence is that you can completely access the landing character ability now. Although the fusion needs a period of time for world matching, but one is temporary. One is permanent is not a conceptual existence anymore. In addition to this, world raiders also have the authority to step into other worlds. As long as you have the login authority you can enter other worlds and bring all of your own power with you. Unlike before, when it was just a trainee, you couldn't log in until you became a world raider, even if you gained access, unless the first world character had died. This, although it seems of little use at present, is of extremely great use in the sequel. You can especially bring your full strength. Its role is even more unimaginable. Even at this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly glowing with excitement. Fusion time won't take long. Equal to world match. Jiang Chen's body was agitating, while at the moment the soft glow of the cards was still penetrating into his body, subtly changing his physique towards that of the Dragon Ball World Aspera. I don't know how long it's been, and I don't know how long it lasted. In the middle of the white world, Jiang Chen finally felt the warm current in his body gradually subside. What followed was the feeling of a squeezing sensation coming from above his pants. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered. In the next moment, the back of his pants was broken open and a furry tail was then revealed. And although his appearance hadn't changed much, his figure had become even more lanky compared to before. The swollen muscles allowed one to clearly understand the raging power contained therein. And indeed it does. At this moment, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the enormous power contained in the cells above his body. Mindfulness. The next moment his figure was rising into the air. With his right hand slightly raised, an air bomb was instantly formed. Powerful. Unimaginably powerful. This moment did not have the same extent as when he had just landed, but it was still far more than the body of his main world before. The feeling given to him was like when he had just opened the deck before. No, even stronger. Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Chen instantly looked at the list in front of him. Name Jiang Chen. Status, First Order World Raider. Combat Strength, 220 points, Landing World Rating Method. The list of data was presented. And looking at this list, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. With 220 combat points, he was really stronger than he had been before after his first landing. After the end of the first landing, his combat power could be just over 190 points, but now it had reached 220 points. And what's more, this was only a current situation. Along with the power of Aspera constantly being absorbed by him, his strength would be able to continue to rise, and it would continue until he landed on Aspera for the second time when he was at the peak of his strength, and this portion of time wouldn't be too long, and it might be enough to complete it before the start of his third landing. Imagining Aspera's 15,000 combat power, Jiang Chen couldn't help but get excited, even if he is not clear about the division of the power system of this world. But from the Naruto, the pirates will be able to see 15,000 combat power, even if there is no more than the 7th order. 5 or 6 orders are definitely there. 5 or 6 orders. That was 5 or 6 orders. Even in the entire Great Xia Federation, 5 or 6 order powerhouses were already considered strong. Not to say you can walk sideways, but close, or even to put it mildly, even if this time his Dragon Ball World main character had died, he could even be in the main world without panicking. It could be said that this time, he had truly completed the leap. How does this not thrill and excite him? Ryoko. Phew. A deep breath was taken in, followed by a cloudy exhale. Jiang Chen then moved his mind. In the next moment, the figure was gradually wrapped in a ball of light. When the light spreads, his figure then disappeared into the middle of the white world. Outside, Shaoshan City No. 8 Middle School Degree Facing Center, Jiang Chen violently heard a cacophony of voices, and his eyes involuntarily opened. Sight opened and the familiar and powerful feeling remained. It made the smile on his face grow, and at this moment, at the center of the realm, a ray of light fell. A silhouette appeared likewise. At this moment, most of the bodies couldn't help but feel relieved, and there were quite a few figures that were hanging their heads in shame. The result was already needless to say. Obviously, if the first time they logged in there was still a fluke, then the second time they logged in, almost more than 90% of the people had already opened the main quests, and there were even a lot of people who had opened the main quests of the second line. Compared to the quests in mainline I, the quests in mainline 2 are much more difficult. Even if there is some foundation, it is inevitable that some people will be eliminated. At this moment many people lowered their heads, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists tightly. There were also people who walked out of the center of the realm with despondency. There were even people who cried out for a split second. Jiang Chen shook his head and was ready to gather his thoughts and leave. He couldn't wait to feel his own strength now, but not before he left. A familiar voice just rang out next to him. Morning sun, ha ha ha, I passed. I really passed. The white light dispersed and Yu Yang's figure appeared, and as soon as he appeared he couldn't wait to find Jiang Chen. A voice with excitement rang out. Congratulations! Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Ha ha ha, Morningside, you don't know. I was almost done for. Luckily I was smart, and just like you said, I actually met Luffy's grandfather, and he turned out to really be Vice Admiral Carp, and now he's all set to take us to Navy headquarters. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yu Yang nodded his head and his sight looked around, then spoke in a small excited voice. Looks like you're in luck, so you'll have to work hard next. The world of fruits, but it's capable of reaching the 4th order. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, then he nodded and spoke. Don't worry, I've even quit jerking off now. No one can stand in my way of sealing the marquee. Yu Yang patted his chest and opened his mouth, his voice resounding. Just how long it will last? Well, God only knows. Jiang Chen talked with Yu Yang. Others were likewise conversing. The sound of that eerily departing voice was met with sighs and disbelief by some. There are also people who are chipper, but no one paid any attention. The world is inherently cruel, inaccessible, then doomed to never be in the same world again. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel slightly emotional, and in the midst of his lamentation, his eyebrows could not help but lift as a familiar voice walked over at this moment. Thanks a lot. Lin Shiyun walked over and spoke softly. As he walked in, Yu Yang couldn't help but close his mouth at once. It seems that you seem to have good luck. Jiang Chen's brows lifted, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the other party's whitish pupils. Thanks to you this time, Mr. Jiang Chen, my father would like to treat you to a meal. Lin Shiyun opened her mouth a little nervously. No, it's just a trade. Let's go. Why? Jiang Chen shook his head, then greeted Yu Yang. Holler. Yu Yang hurriedly nodded his head and his figure followed. As she watched Jiang Chen leave, Lin Shuryun couldn't help but stomp her foot, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to chase after him, and Jiang Chen, who was far away, ignored this one thing after talking to Yu Yang for a bit. Instead, they chatted about other things, where women have the fragrance of Dragon Balls. Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to mess with these things right now. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you think about landing next? And the world strategy? Morning sun, isn't what you landed on human? What's with the tail? And why does it feel like I've seen this thing? Like I've seen it somewhere before? At the entrance of the dimensional center, the two of them were walking, and after Yu Yang had flirted with Jiang Chen for a bit, he fixed his gaze on top of Jiang Chen's tail, and could not help but open his mouth with a nagging question. It's human. How did you learn the basics? It's not like we're the only kind of humans in the countless dimensional worlds. What's one more tail? There's one more head. Jiang Chen didn't speak in a good humor. Ha 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 ha, I forgot all of a sudden. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh a little awkwardly. His basic knowledge is indeed basically nothing to learn. Jiang Chen did not say. He simply cannot remember there is such a thing. And this instantly pulled the topic away. Yu Yang didn't think about the issue of familiarity or unfamiliarity anymore. Instead, he began to talk on about what he had encountered this time he landed. Compared to Jiang Chen, the king of thieves that Yu Yang landed on was undoubtedly much simpler. Just fooling around with the three Luffy brothers, the occasional fight with pirates, rogues, and gangsters. The most sinister was only the arson at the terminal. But this kind of event was completely worthless compared to the destruction of planet Vegeta and the pursuit of Frieza's legions that Jiang Chen had encountered. Of course Jiang Chen didn't disturb Yu Yang's excitement. The two just talked and headed towards where the classroom was, but only just made it to the classroom door. The two haven't bought in yet. A voice with anger was what sounded behind the two. Jiang Chen, stop right there. The sudden sound caused Jiang Chen and Yu Yang to stop their pace, and also caused one of the surrounding gazes to converge. Lu Qingxia, you are finished or not? Yu Yang turned his head to look at Lu Qingxia behind him, and a voice with a frown rang out. Jiang Chen, you bastard. You said you're not upset that I'm in contact with you. Wang Tingfeng, I told you that I'm just an ordinary friend with him. I didn't realize you were such a person. Lu Qingxia ignored Yu Yang at the moment, instead looking towards Jiang Chen with a face of anger, as well as with endless disappointment. Ms. Lu Qingxia, I don't know what that means. First of all, how exactly are you and Wang Tingfeng? It has nothing to do with me. Besides, what's wrong? I don't think I did anything wrong. Jiang Chen stopped his pace and spoke with a frown. He hadn't expected this one to be able to lean over at all. What's the matter? Jiang Chen, do you dare to do it? Don't you dare to admit it? The information you gave me was false. You caused me to fail the main quest. Do you know what this means? You return my place in the academy. When Lu Qingxia heard Jiang Chen's words, her anger grew stronger at the moment, and her heart was even more aggrieved. She was obviously doing nothing wrong, so why was she being treated like this? That is, without agreeing to Jiang Chen's request, how could Jiang Chen do this to her? Tears were even rolling directly in his eyes at this moment. This look, it made the people around them point and laugh, and in the midst of all this finger pointing, a figure stepped forward. Jiang Chen, you're simply an asshole. You went so far as to frame Ms. Lu Qingxia. Are you still a human being? The yellow-haired teenager opened his mouth with anger. Xiaxuanhao, this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Chen glanced at the yellow hair that had once again emerged, and his face couldn't help but turn cold. Humph, it's true that this has nothing to do with me, but I can't stand to see you setting up your classmates. What? No? Boom! A berserk aura erupted from the yellow-haired teenager, and a beastly aura was spreading as one of the muscles on his body rapidly expanded. The figure then instantly moved as well, directly blasting towards Jiang Chen, having been teased by Jiang Chen one after another. Xiaxuanhao, at this moment, was already somewhat impatient to get back his face. This time he completed the main quest and even managed to advance to the first rank. He could already imagine Jiang Chen begging for mercy, yet the complacency lasted only a moment. In the next moment, he only felt that his chest instantly seemed to have been impacted by a heavy truck. Boom! In the middle of the line of sight, under a convergence of gazes, Xiaxuanhao's tower-like body directly flew out horizontally. It smashed down into the distance. It went straight out for hundreds of meters before stopping. Gulp! Watching this scene, it was only when the figure smashed down that someone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Eyes shot, he looked toward Jiang Chen, and at this moment, Jiang Chen didn't care about any of this, as his figure walked towards Lu Qingxia step by step. Touch! Bumper! Facing Jiang Chen's approach, Lu Qingxia subconsciously stepped back. You, what are you doing? Lu Qingxia's words took on a touch of trembling. Lu Qingxia, I'll say it again. Who you are and what you're going to do, that has nothing to do with me. Please leave me alone. As for the previous, I didn't set you up. and there's no need to set you up. A landing qualification for a shinobi village world. How precious it is. You should know very well. If I'm willing, it's enough to exchange for hundreds of thousands of star dollars. Excuse me. Set you up. Do you deserve it? Jiang Chen's footsteps stopped and his words spoke in a low tone. Voice after voice. Even without any breath. Lu Qingxia felt her body trembling. Inwardly, he couldn't help but shy away from his brain. Jiang Chen was not giving him face at all. You, Jiang Chen, you must give me an explanation. You're the one who victimized me. You said that the Cloud Hidden Village was the strongest shinobi village in Konoha after 48 years, but I landed in the Cloud Hidden Village and died soon after. So don't you dare say that this has nothing to do with you. Lu Qingxia's body was trembling, but at this moment, she was still unwilling inside and couldn't help but speak with anger. Ha! Accounted for, is it? Then I'll give you an explanation. Jiang Chen sneered. Boom! Lu Qingxia's pupils widened, and the next moment her figure flew out horizontally. The sudden change startled everyone. Many people stared with wide eyes, and Yu Yang could not help but open his mouth wide. Jiang Chen took a step and walked over again. Not far away from the smashed down Lu Qingxia's face wore panic as her figure kept retreating. You? What are you doing? It's school. Lu Qingxia's smashing figure couldn't help but retreat. Her expression tinged with panic. Although Jiang Chen hadn't used any chi in this strike, it had almost made her bones fall apart. And what trembled even more was inside her. How could she not have expected that Jiang Chen would just take a direct shot at her? Stunned, incredulous, horrified, a myriad of emotions spread at once. Account. How about this account? Lu Qingxia, you don't treat everyone like a little cutie. After today, you better disappear from my presence. Otherwise I can't guarantee I'll be able to collect my strength like that next time. Jiang Chen spoke coldly, then turned around and headed directly towards the classroom. No more attention. And I Jiang Chen as he left. A voice rang out around them. Many people began to point at Lu Qingxia. No one is a cutie. At first the crowd may not have known what was going on. Subsequently, accompanying Jiang Chen's words, they roughly understood what was going on. The crowd's attitude towards Lu Qingxia naturally changed at this moment. And facing a gaze, Lu Qingxia only felt a hot flash on her face. Of course, in addition to these gazes, there was also a gaze not far away. Luo Qingju had originally only come to reassign classes, but I didn't expect to run into this scene. Of course, this kind of thing doesn't bother her too much. Young people are always a little impulsive, and as long as it's manageable, it's fine. But the key issue, Jiang Chen's condition at the moment, that one wagging tail, it made her pupils contract instantly. Plot: this is the end. The follow-up did not have the same H-plot. This is indeed not pleasing, but road cannot be changed, can only close the end. As for the problem of combat power, Dragon Ball 15,000 combat power or 15,000 combat power, it is not possible to reach the 7th order. The 7th order is a qualitative change. In my setting, the general 7th order is the existence of the top. At least have to break the 100 million combat power to be counted. 1, 2, 3 order strength is not strong. 120 combat power below. Naruto strength probability is also super shadow level. 4, 5, 6 is relatively strong existence. 120 combat power to break the 100 million before counting. The 7th order combat power to break the 100 million or more. It's Monday today. Today's follow-up reading is extremely important and relates to next week's recommendations. So please, all you book-feeding godparents, click on the books and turn to the end. Please, in addition to the new week, to ask for monthly votes. Recommended. If you can reward $1 would be better, a person $1 on the line. Do not need too much. Punch the list of the main number of people. The impact of the new book list, please. Kneeling request. Now the new book list 37, Homo data have to count the new book list. Otherwise it should have been the top 15, or even the top 10. But it's okay, we can still continue to rush. I want to see the top 10 scenery. If it is possible, the shelves first daily more 10,000 a month. In the classroom, compared to before, there were undoubtedly fewer trainees at this moment once again, and it was obvious that in this second round of landings, quite a few more people had been eliminated. As the first 2 rounds of the world raid, it can be said that the elimination rate is the highest. Even in the first round has not yet opened the mainline quest. The second time will inevitably open the mainline quest, and due to the will of the world, most of the first time the mainline quest is basically a death mission. Failure to land also announces death. There will be no other possibilities. This was true for Lu Qingxia, and the same was true for the other trainees. The only difference is also just the different probability of death in the main quest. As the 2 approached, many people's gazes couldn't help but cast on the 2 at the moment, especially Jiang Chen. The commotion outside the classroom just now, many people had paid attention to it. There was a possibility that they didn't know before, but this time a lot of people did. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look in their eyes. They hadn't thought at all that Jiang Chen would just give up the chance to land in a fourth-order world. That's a fourth-order world. There are no more than 3 people present who can have this opportunity. And the entire 8th middle school in Shaohan City has not even reached 10 people. Chinzi, you wouldn't really have given that fourth-order world to Lu Qingxia, would you? The figure had just sat down when a tablemate on the other side of the table opened his mouth with curiosity. Little Chinzi, where did you get so curious? Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Chen, then opened his mouth without any good humor. I'm just curious. Curious. The one student next to him smiled sarcastically and opened his mouth. Jiang Chen shook his head and was about to speak. A figure walked in the doorway. The figure appeared, and the classroom was instantly quiet. Well, gentlemen, first of all, congratulations to all the students who have successfully passed the main quest. Since then you should have all become zero-order world raiders, and this will be the first step you take. Luo Qingzhu's voice rang out. In the middle of the classroom, a figure couldn't help but carry excitement. World raiders, they are world raiders as of this moment. Even if they can't do anything subsequently, landing even if they fail directly, they are still world raiders, an existence with transcendent power. In the future, not to say that it is possible to enter an academy, a higher academy, but it is definitely not too easy to find a decent job. And if he could gain some more in the middle of the world, he would have a great assurance of entering the academy. Once you enter the academy, it's an entire life turned upside down, or even a leap in class. In response, all could not help but be filled with hope. Time passes slowly. The lesson. Luo Qingzhu focuses on the world raiders, and the learning process that follows. It's not the same as the previous life. High school in this world. Before landing in a world, systematic teaching is usually carried out, such as survival, such as the ability to fight, such as a variety of skills, the purpose of which is to enable world raiders to better survive in other worlds. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen's combat strength was higher than that of ordinary people. And when it comes to landing in the world, the school is more like a lander, with a little more assistance, and experience teaching at best, and will be relatively free overall. The course ends soon. In the afternoon the school gave a direct vacation, and it's a total of 7.5 days of vacation. It takes 7.5 days for the course to reopen. As for the third landing there is a month's wait. Normally, the second landing is half a month's time, the third is a month's time, the fourth is 3 months' time, followed by 6 months, a year's time, and after the seventh, the landing on the world is uniformly a year's time. Go back. This time my old man would be overjoyed if he knew. The bell rang for the end of class, and Yu Yang's voice rang out with a smirk. At the moment, he was still in the excitement of having passed the main quest himself. Go! Jiang Chen nodded, then packed up his things and similarly got up. But just as the two had just walked out of the classroom, Jiang Chen's cell phone just rang. Frozen for a moment, he pulled out his cell phone, only to realize that it was Jiang Shi calling. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly connected the call. Brother, have you completed your main quest yet? As soon as the call was answered, his own sister's voice came from the other side with excitement and nervousness. It's done. And you, how's it going? Jiang Chen nodded, then asked with curiosity. Hey, don't you see who I am? Of course there's nothing wrong with that. Say brother, the information you gave was really correct. That Orochimaru guy is a bit perverted, but his teaching ability is really great. I feel like I'm going to be on the verge of second rank. Jiang Shi's excited voice came from the other side of the phone. It wasn't until a few moments later that Jiang Shi's flash of excitement and thrill was pressed. A message was given to Jiang Chen at the same time. That is, Jiang Shi is ready to make a trip back. It has departed today. The odds are that you will be able to reach your home in the evening. The phone hung up. Hey past 2? Isn't she just 14 years old? How did she turn on the world raider? Yu Yang rang with surprise, and his head couldn't help but come over. Right. The opportunity given by the great summer school. Jiang Chen nodded and spoke with a smile. TSK, it's worthy of being a special enrollment, but it's so far ahead of us. Yu Yang could not help but TSK his mouth and opened his mouth with emotion. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. The two of them left the school talking and laughing and headed towards home. And the middle of the school, teacher's office. Luo Qingzhu looked at the video in front of her, and her beautiful eyes kept flickering. Could it really be him? Initial landing. Initial mission card. Luo Qingzhu muttered, while in front of her eyes was the video of the previous dimensional invasion. Or more accurately, it was the figure of Jiang Chen engaged in battle with the great serpent. Luo Qingzhu's gaze was constantly fixed on top of Jiang Chen's wagging tail, and the scene from earlier rang in his mind. Couldn't help the inner ups and downs. If this one in the video was really Jiang Chen, he couldn't imagine what level of strength Jiang Chen had reached and what kind of world he should be in. In normal worlds, The quest card you get from initial login is also just a login to the world character presence. It's impossible to get any other. If it really was, it meant that the initial landing Jiang Chen's strength had already surpassed the third rank. Third order, that's third order. Many world raiders might not be able to reach the third order even after completing the world raid, not to mention beyond the third order. Fourth order is a huge threshold for most world raiders. The average person can't cross it in their lifetime. At the moment, however, someone has crossed in the middle of the initial landing. If it really was, I'm afraid that this time it would trigger a huge shock throughout the entire Dasha Federation. Random landing. Murmuring, Luo Qingju's eyes kept flickering. Luo Qingju's mind. At this moment, Jiang Chen was not clear. As for the issue of his exposure, he was not too worried. His strength today was not what it was back then. As long as accompanied by the passage of time, he would be able to recover to 15,000 combat power. Together with the artificial moon and the giant ape transformation, he would have a combat power of 150,000 combat power. 150,000 combat power. Even if he wasn't sure what level it corresponded to in this world, it was at least a fifth order, or even sixth order existence. Such an existence, in the entire Great Xia Federation today, even if it wasn't considered the strongest, it was definitely considered a strong person among the top. There's not much to worry about anymore. What's more, it wouldn't be too much of a problem if only the strength was exposed. The Great Summer Federation was too big to accommodate enough geniuses. Nowadays, with the special sublime invasion, the entire Great Summer Federation was in even more dire need of geniuses. Jiang Chen and Yu Yang split up to go home. Riding the bus, Jiang Chen quickly returned to his home. To our surprise, both parents were at home today. And when Jiang Chen informed them that they had passed the main quest, the smiles on the old couple's faces were completely uncontrollable. Yes, yes, yes. Xiaoxi also called earlier to tell us that she passed the main quest as well, and now you've passed it as well. Xiao Chen, this is simply a great joy for our old Jiang family. Let's go, let's go. We must have a good meal today. It just so happens that your sister will be arriving home soon. Let's go pick up your sister first. Jiang Huaqing's voice rang out with excitement, and he couldn't help but have a flush on his face. The couple took a special day off today to wait for news of their own daughter and son, and the results are undoubtedly wonderful. Not only did his own daughter officially pass the main quest, but his own son did as well. Things like this couldn't be more exciting for the average family couple. Faced with his own father and mother's excitement, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, and didn't refuse. The two were understandably excited. Passing the main quest, which meant more than getting into Tsinghua University in his previous life, was almost a real class leap, especially since they actually didn't hold much hope for Jiang Chen before. It had been a while, and the flash of excitement at my son's tremendous change was even harder to hide. The family goes out. Soon went to the station to receive his sister Jiang Shi. Brother, Dad, Mom. Seeing Jiang Chen and his party, Jiang Shi excitedly ran over. And when he saw the change in Jiang Shi's appearance, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but flash slightly. The most obvious thing about Jiang Shi's appearance at the moment was his eyes. From the normal eyes they had before, they apparently converted to eyes similar to those of the Hyuga family. Even without opening his white eyes, he was able to feel the obvious difference. Let's go. Your dad is hemorrhaging money today. Booking a big table over at the Tiandu Hotel. Yang Lihua smiled and opened her mouth. Really? Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Shi's eyes lit up immediately. Of course it's true. Let's go. Yang Lihua smiled and opened his mouth. His smile hadn't even tightened by now. For parents, it is more important than anything else that their sons and daughters strive for success. And obviously both of my own sons and daughters are very competitive. Holler. Jiang Shi cheered. And then the group got into the car and headed towards the Tiandu Hotel. In the middle of the Tiandu Hotel, the family was excited to feast. Even my father and mother, who had always been frugal, were really happy that they were not attached to this at the moment. Only after they had had their fill of wine and food did the crowd leave the Tiandu Hotel and return toward their homes. Right. In a few days, we're going to organize a banquet and invite our relatives over for a meal. Little Shi, Little Chen, how about it? Seemingly thinking of something, Yang Lihua looked at her two sons and daughters and opened her mouth with an inquiry. Yes, Mom, you guys just make up your minds. Jiang Shi skimmed his lips and was about to open his mouth to refuse, but he was unexpectedly interrupted by Jiang Chen. He knew very well that his parents wanted to show off hard in front of their relatives, and in this case, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't turn back. Okay. Jiang Shi beamed a bit, but she still nodded her head and agreed. And hearing the words of their sons and daughters, Jiang Huaqing and Yang Lihua breathed a sigh of relief, and their smiles grew stronger. And among the back row, Jiang Shi's attention was soon diverted after he obliged, and his eyes couldn't help but glow as he looked towards Jiang Chen's one fluffy tail, which was really peculiar. Brother, what kind of world are you landing in that you have a tail? Jiangshi opened his mouth with curiosity. A world called Dragon Ball. The world level should be quite a bit higher than that shinobi village world of yours. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Higher than the shinobi village world? Could it be the Fifth Order? Jiangshi's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth with surprise. Brother, you're so powerful. Fifth Order world. Are you even able to complete the main quest? After being surprised, Jiangshi even couldn't help but open his mouth with admiration. Not bad luck. By the way, hey, how's your landing going? Tell me about it and I'll give you a reference. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then seemed to think of something and couldn't help but speak curiously. He was really curious at the moment what it was like to land on his sister's world. The obvious absence of the caged bird above his own sister's forehead made him even more curious. After all, although he gave a solution, it may not be able to be solved. The reason why he is not worried, that is the main world is a way to solve the problem. The big deal is that the caged bird in the main world to solve the problem on the line. Brother, you don't know that the shinobi village world is truly magical. And, that Orochimaru guy is a total pervert. And the Hyuga family. Hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Jiangshi instantly came to be interested, and his words rambled on. Jiang Chen listened attentively. The two parents in front of them were smiling. Until you get home. Jiang Chen finally had almost an understanding of his sister's landing. Looks like you're pretty lucky. Orochimaru actually helped you. But you should be careful. Orochimaru isn't that easy to get along with as a person. And now you're equal to having no way back from showing up in Konoha village. Jiang Chen spoke with emotion. He also didn't expect that Orochimaru would actually go all out to help Jiangshi. And the plot has changed. Orochimaru, who was supposed to defect from the village, surprisingly stayed. Don't worry. I have the sublime technique soul fire that my teacher taught me. Jiangshi smiled and spoke. Tell you what, the next time you log in, you can release a few messages to Orochimaru appropriately. But you also need to improve your strength as soon as possible. You can try and get Orochimaru to grant you the Dragon Earth Cave contract. And ideally you should be able to enter the Dragon Earth Cave to practice the immortal mode. That's a very powerful ability. And once you have mastered it, you're truly infallible. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then spoke. Although his sister had a subtle technique, Jiang Chen considered that it would be better to do a little double insurance. Orochimaru was an obvious research nut, and would undoubtedly have to look much less at his sister if he could be given more direction. Of course it all still has to be strength. Otherwise, giving more direction is counterproductive. Immortal magic. What's that? Jiangshi opened his mouth with doubt. This you will, when the time comes. No, let me put it this way. That should be considered one of the topmost forces among the shinobi village world. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, then spoke. Along with Jiangshi's return, the next few days, the family could be said to be happy. Even if it was a family one-time gathering, everyone seemed extraordinarily happy. And there was no doggone thing. Jiang Chen and Jiangshi also had a rare few days of relaxation. And in the middle of these days, Jiang Chen told Jiangshi quite a few things about the Naruto world. Jiangshi also gave Jiang Chen a good popularization of the matters of higher learning institutions. This world is different from the previous one. In my previous life, elementary school, middle school, high school, and college, this was into a ladder of constant teaching, rather than providing a better future. Entering college is a way of delaying employment and depleting society's excess savings. And in this world, the academy is the existence that can really create a future. Middle school into high school will select those with strong enough natural talent to enter the World Raider alternative, and will begin teaching some basic survival skills, as well as raiding techniques, and successful initial world landings in high school. Once completed, you will be qualified to enter the academy. Once you enter the academy, it's another world. The most important thing is the more detailed World Raider teachings. Next is the landing qualification. That's right, it's a landing qualification. World Raiders naturally couldn't just raid one world. After completing the bound world, if they wanted to move on, then they needed to obtain the landing qualification for other worlds. And if they failed, they also needed to reselect the world. And this landing qualification was in the hands of the academy. The higher the level of the academy, the more powerful the landing worlds in their grasp. If you can't get your foot in the door of higher learning, then not only does it mean that they are almost disqualified from landing on other worlds, but it also means that they only have one chance for trial and error. Once a bound character dies, or the world reaches its limits, their path forward is inevitably blocked. Jiang Chen wasn't too worried about the path of advance being blocked. After all, the Dragon Ball world was big enough, and with his seer, there was little chance of major problems arising. And there's a question mark over whether or not death in the Dragon Ball world really means a failed landing for him right now. After all, the Dragon Ball world has a chance to come back from the dead. And as long as you're not destroyed by the god of destruction or obliterated by the All-King, you're not really dead in theory. Of course the specifics couldn't be determined at the moment, and Jiang Chen wasn't likely to try it hastily. After all, if you fail, it really is a failure. But there's no room for regret. It seems best to make a trip to the higher learning center. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen's heart then made a decision. For no other reason than purely for landing opportunities. He'd have to consider this. After all, it's true that the Dragon Ball world is strong, but he's definitely not going to be the strongest. And its limitations are significant. Wanting to make up for the shortcomings of the Dragon Balls and go higher, then he'd better be able to enter a higher institution of learning. Only then will you be able to get login access to other worlds. Definitely. When the time comes, brother, you'll enroll in the Dasha Academy. Don't ever go to the Magic City Academy. Hearing Jiang Chen's self-talk, Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. Then he hurriedly spoke. Mordor Academy? Jiang Chen's brows lifted and he looked at Jiang Shi with an odd expression. Yeah, the Magic Capital Academy is full of crazy people over there. Brother, if you go there, you definitely won't have a good time. Jiangnan Academy. And the Northwest Academy side is again a bit worse. Brother, your best choice is the Dasha Academy. Jiang Shi nodded and spoke with gritted teeth. You were beaten up by someone from the Mordor Academy side? Looking at his sister who was gritting her teeth, Jiang Chen lifted his eyebrows and opened his mouth with surprise. You're the one who got beat up. How could this lady? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Shi couldn't help but jump up with a staccato voice ringing out. You didn't get your ass kicked. What's with all the resentment? Jiang Chen spoke breathlessly. Humph. It's not that the Magic Capital School's last school joint examination pressed our Dasha school into a fight, and one of Senior Sister Lu's arms was broken. And how pretty a beauty Senior Sister Lu is. And they were able to lay their hands on her. Jiang Shi spoke with indignation. You? Jiang Chen looked at his sister somewhat oddly. He always felt a little strange. Brother, anyway, if you listen to me, joining the Great Summer Academy is absolutely right. I can ask the teacher to apply for another extra world landing for you. At that time you'll have 2 worlds, and you'll definitely be able to soar to the sky, and beat the hell out of all of that group of Mordor's guys. Jiang Shi didn't notice Jiang Chen's gaze and with a fierce voice was still speaking. Jiang Chen smiled and subconsciously tried to answer. But just at this moment his eyebrows lifted and his gaze instantly looked into the distance. It is? The words murmured softly, looking a little puzzled. Brother. Jiang Shi was originally in high spirits, and even began to think of his brother sweeping the invincible. She had seen how powerful her big brother was in the past few days. She is with absolute confidence. But as she spoke, she realized that Jiang Chen's gaze was looking into the distance, with a disgruntled voice ringing out. It seems like a new subgenre has descended. The moment Jiang Shi's disgruntled voice rang out, Jiang Chen's voice rang out abruptly. A new subplot has descended? Jiang Shi also couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Right. Jiang Chen nodded. Come on, let's go over there immediately. This is a rare opportunity. Hearing Jiang Chen nod his head, Jiang Shi's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and gold coins even popped up among his eyes, and his attention was instantly diverted. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. With that, he grabbed his sister, and his figure directly dashed out. In the meantime, Dasha Federation, Dasha Capital, Ministry of Education. The moment the fluctuations swept away, the ear-piercing sound of an alarm instantly resounded in the most important organization of the Grand Xia Federation. Alert! Alert! There is a level 1 descent about to begin. Target point being determined. Target point has been finalized. Shaoxin City, Jiangnan Province. The intensity of the descent is being assessed. Rating complete. The current descent levels, overall, are 1st and 2nd order. It's a double descent. Local garrisons are being contacted. Detecting the occurrence of a subdimensional descent in the capital of Jiangnan Province. The intensity of the descent is being assessed. A mechanical voice echoed through the Ministry of Education of the Dasha Mansion. Countless people were even running back and forth in a hurry. Shaoxin City Lord's Mansion. What? Another level 2 descent? Xiong Kueiwu stood up all of a sudden, and a look of shock could not help but appear in his expression. Yes, Lord City Lord. The news from the Ministry of Education side has a double descent, one of which is a 2nd order descent, but the level is lower than the last time. It seems to be only the beginning of the 2nd order descent, and the other is only a 1st order descent. Wu Hao, the chief of guards next to him, reported respectfully. 2nd order beginner, and 1st order? Hearing Wu Hao's words, Xiong Kueiwu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped that the previous descent had really scared him, and he wasn't even sure if he could block it if he had another peak 2nd order descent. As for expecting that one to continue to strike, hell, if that one is still around, notify down immediately. Action. Xiong Kueiwu took a deep breath, and then the words were quickly given. Thanks for the support. Wowza, all of a sudden more close to 30 people's reward. There are a large number of monthly votes. And recommended votes? Really thank you. This one is considered to be more. No way, the new book period cannot be more. Can only be on the shelves after the repayment of all of you. This way, regardless of whether or not to enter the top 10, I'm on the shelves of the daily more 10. 000. The first day is not less than 20. 000. If you can enter the top 10 of the new book list, the daily more than 12,000 to start. The first day is not less than 40. 000. In the meantime, Shao Xin City West District, Southeast, and Northwest, invisible ripples directly spread out, will be these two areas completely covered. A road of illusory images began to constantly intertwine, accompanied by the scene presented. The entire West District instantly appeared to be a riot. But the good thing is that Shao Xin City, the city lord's mansion, reacted extremely quickly. A group of city guardsmen quickly moved out and began to quickly evacuate the people of these two places. In mid-air, Bear's lanky figure, as well as the two deans, similarly arrived in a quiet manner. Has it been confirmed, Lord City Lord? Dean Li opened his mouth in a low voice, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Xiong Kuewu. Next to him, Dean Zhang was also like that. There was no way that the wave of dissent before had really made their hearts palpitate. If things get bad, it's better to call for help early. Not every time you're this lucky. It has been determined that there will be no surprises this time. The existences that have descended are few in number in both places, and they aren't of a high grade, with the strongest existences only being second-order beginners. Kumquat nodded. That's good. Dean Zhang and Dean Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Both of you. Later on, I'll take care of the second-order ones, so you two can help with the first-order ones. Kumquat nodded, then greeted the two men as they opened their mouths. Yes, the two of them looked at each other, and then nodded their heads in agreement without hesitation. The descent of the first order was still not a big problem for them, and in the middle of a conversation between the two, at this moment, a ripple spread out from where the subdimension was, and the surrounding rules and laws began to be twisted, and the power from the real world began to be shielded. Like the sublime invasion, once the sublime descends, the laws and rules of reality are shielded, and no power other than the power of the transcendent can be carried out in it again. That's the main reason why sublime advent and sublime invasion are so dangerous. But fortunately, today's Blue Star has long since changed, along with more and more world raiders, to deal with these things up. Also familiar. A picture began to present itself in the sky. Laws and rules are dipping. All three waited in silence. Below them, people were evacuating in the midst of the rapidity. But just for a moment, boom! A breath instantly erupted in the distance. The three of them couldn't help but look startled, and subconsciously turned their heads, only to find that two figures had appeared right in front of them. When they saw the two clearly, all three of their pupils couldn't help but contract violently, especially the bear quarry. His gaze was instantly dead set on that one tail behind Jiang Chen. Brother, you can actually fly. So fast. Jiang Shi's excited voice rang out. Flying, that was a privilege only possessed by second-ranked powerhouses, and although Jiang Shi knew that his brother was very strong, he hadn't thought that his brother could actually fly. At this moment she couldn't help but feel a little flushed in her small face. It is? Jiang Chen, on the other hand, ignored his sister and instead looked towards the picture in the sky in the distance, and his eyebrows couldn't help but lift slightly. Familiar sights. Familiar everything. It made him instantly guess what one of the subdivisions of this descent was. That one striking bridge, and the two looming figures, spoke volumes. Wave country. Zabuza? Whispered. Brother, what did you say? Jiangxi froze for a moment and spoke with curiosity. Hey, this time it should be the ninja village world, and the ninja who appeared are from the Misty Hidden. Do you want to try? Listening to his little sister's words, Jiang Chen looked toward Jiangxi and spoke abruptly. Shinobi village world? Mist shinobi? Jiangxi's eyes instantly widened. Yes, dare you? Jiang Chen nodded. Humph, brother, you know how to underestimate me, where there is nothing you wouldn't dare to do. Jiangxi couldn't help but snort coldly, while his figure looked toward the distant sublime with a touch of eagerness. That, both of you, this one descends to the second order. Dean Zhang looked at the two, especially at Jiangxi who was being carried by Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but speak with a frown. It was obvious that Jiangxi had not reached the second rank, and without reaching the second rank wanting to deal with the second rank descending was almost impossible. He had to open his mouth. Yeah, you too, let's take care of this one ourselves. Dean Li also rushed to speak. A subdimensional descent was also a great opportunity, and he didn't want to waste it like that. You are the one from before? In contrast, Xiong Kuewu took a deep breath before looking at Jiang Chen and opening his mouth with a touch of hesitation. Yes, Lord City Lord. I wonder if I could be bothered to let my little sister have this sublime. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and didn't deny it, but spoke out the request. At this moment, he no longer needed to worry about exposure. And naturally, there was no need to hide. In contrast, this time was a rare opportunity for his little sister to exercise, and he didn't want to miss it. Yes, Xiong Kuei-wu's pupils contracted for a moment. His heart was somewhat shocked, but he still quickly took a deep breath and nodded his head in agreement. Lord of the city. Both Dean Zhang and Dean Li couldn't help but look at Xiong Kuei-wu. Dean Zhang, Dean Li, do you remember the last one? Bearquest spoke up softly. Last time? The two were a bit puzzled, but soon they also noticed Jiang Chen's tail, and their pupils couldn't help but contract violently. The two then nodded and said nothing further, and after speaking with the three of them, Jiang Chen's gaze then looked toward another descent location. It was just that what made him a bit puzzled was that this one descent was surprisingly unfamiliar to him, but only for a moment of doubt. It quickly tightened up. There were too many dimensional worlds, and each one was too big, so it was natural that there would be ones he was unfamiliar with, and it was impossible for him to be familiar with every single one of them. It's not like he's moving his past life computer over. There's always the unknown. Both of you should already be official world raiders. I wonder which academy it is from. Dean Li pondered for a moment, still looking towards the two Jiang Chen with curiosity to inquire. My brother hasn't graduated yet. And Dean Li, don't you recognize me? Hearing the words, Jiang Shi opened his mouth with a smirk. You are? Dean Li's pupils first contracted a bit, but he quickly reacted. You're Jiang Shi's classmate? Dean Li spoke with surprise. For Jiang Shi he was naturally familiar. That was the first special enrollment of the Dasha Academy in their Shaoxin City First Middle School in the past 30 years. It was just a momentary failure to react before. It's me, Dean Li. By the way, this is my brother, who is currently still a student of the 8th Middle School in Shaoxin City. Jiang Shi smiled and nodded, then opened his mouth with mischief. 8th grade students? Dean Li froze. You're a student at our school. Dean Zhang's eyes were even wider and his breathing opened with a ragged breath, and at this moment, even the Xiong Kuei-wu next to him was shocked. Eyes couldn't help but converge. Dean Zhang and Dean Li couldn't help but widen their eyes at this moment. Both of them hadn't thought that these two in front of them were actually related to their school. One of them was a top genius who had long been specially recruited by the Great Summer Academy, and one of them was actually still a student of the 8th Middle School nowadays. Dean Zhang, in particular, couldn't help but breathe heavily at this moment. Still a trainee, to be able to reach the second rank, Dean Zhang couldn't imagine just how vast Jiang Chen's prospects were. It's almost 100% higher learning that exists, and it's not just any higher education place. In the past, to be able to enter the Higher Learning Institute, although our geniuses in the World Raiders have a strong establishment, to reach the second order is not no, but that is what kind of existence, even in the Jiangnan Prefecture, are considered the top of the existence of the city. Their Shaoxin City, the 8th Middle School, unexpectedly out of such a top-level existence. Dean Chang's face was flushed a little. His figure took a step, and he was ready to speak, but just for a moment. Boom! Rumble! A huge roaring sound instantly shook the entire heaven and earth, and then the heavens began to shake. It's on! Jiang Chen whispered softly, and his eyes couldn't help but look into the distance, and the moment his words fell, several other people's expressions couldn't help but tighten. Dean Zhang and Dean Li couldn't care about anything else, and their sights hurriedly looked to where the distance was. Rumble! A huge roar echoed in the distance, and the entire scene began to change rapidly. Compared to before, the speed of this subdimensional descent was undoubtedly faster. From the beginning, and now, it's been just under 2 hours since the Sublime has descended. Ahead, one house quickly disappeared and was replaced by completely drastically changed mountains, trees, a large river, and a large river running through the environment. Above the bridge, a figure quietly appeared. It was a figure of roughly 15 or 16 years of height, wearing a strange mask. The long black hair gradually became visible, and even if one couldn't see the face, it seemed to allow one to determine that it was a young girl. Brother, is that her? Looking at the figure that gradually presented itself, Jiang Shi's eyes lit up and a voice with excitement rang out. Yes, but be careful. There should be another one. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I'll take care of him first then. Jiang Shi nodded her head, and along with Jiang Chen letting go of her hand, her figure fell directly towards the bottom. Lord City Lord, the two deans, it's better to take care of that side first. Just leave this place to us. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and gestured toward the three people beside him to indicate the distant sublime descent. Yes, the three looked at each other, then nodded. In the end, several people didn't offer any comments. The three then quickly disappeared. Jiang Chen glanced at the distance once more, and after realizing that he really couldn't determine which world it was, he also directly gave up on continuing to probe, instead fixing his gaze on the bottom. The presence that had descended this time, he had basically been able to determine. Zabuza, Mizutaki White, Waterless Moon White strength is okay. The probability is that it is also the level of elite middle ninja. There is still a small gap from the upper ninja. With the strength of his little sister should be able to cope with it, but Zabuza has to be careful. The other party is at least an elite upper ninja. In terms of strength has already reached the second stage. His own sister may not be a rival. He still has to pay attention to it. Sightings converge. The battle has broken out below. Suigetsu White, manipulating the ice escape. While Jiangshi was using basic jutsu, and White Ice to spar, Mizutsuki White is undoubtedly strong, and the freshly minted Naruto and Sasuke are practically hung out to dry. However, obviously, that was only against Naruto Sasuke, the two lower ninjas who had just come out of school, and it was a completely different situation against Jiangshi. Jiangshi's strength has been carefully taught by Orochimaru, plus the upgraded White Eyes, Waterless Moon White, almost just a moment in the middle of the disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiangshi's combat experience was still a bit weaker, he would have been able to end the fight very quickly. Watching this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Soon, however, his eyebrows just couldn't help but lift. Sight instantly looked away. The figure is about to move, but thought better of it and pressed on. And in the distance, gossip, 64 slaps, Jiangshi's soft voice rose, and in the next moment the chakra-attached arm blasted on top of an ice crystal in an instant. Within the ice crystals, a pretty figure's face changed, but it was already too late to react. The figure flew directly across the room. Red blood flew in mid-air. Jiangshi was a bit out of breath, but he still stepped on his right foot and instantly rushed towards Waterless Moon White. And yet at this very moment, a thick fog began to fill the entire surrounding area. A grim voice with a murderous aura resounded in the midst of the mist. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, clavicle, kidneys and heart, 8 vital places in the human body. And you asked me to attack that one. Voices came from all directions, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly acted on Jiangshi's body, causing Jiangshi's figure to come to a hard stop, and his face was even instantly white. Then, I'll take the White Eyes of the Hyuga clan. The voice came again, and Zabu's figure quietly appeared, and the decapitating greatsword directly cut across to Jiangshi. Move me. Sweat rose above Jiangshi's pretty face, and her body desperately wanted to move, but the terrifying killing aura made her body seem to stiffen, and the decapitating machete was about to come whistling down the next moment, splitting her body in two. Kaiten. Finally, the moment the decapitating machete fell, Jiangshi's figure moved. Boom! The decapitating greatsword blasted above the returning sky. Under absolute defense, the decapitating greatsword was flicked away, and Jiangshi's figure also withdrew from the returning sky, his figure staggering backward. So strong, Jiangshi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a touch of gravity in his expression, though only for a moment. But Jiangshi still felt a terrifying pressure. Her white eyes clearly saw Zabuza's arrival, but her body just couldn't react. It's too fast. Is this shinobi? Jiangshi muttered, and in his mind, he couldn't help but think of Orochimaru once again. If she remembered well, the Orochimaru her brother had told him about was shadow class. The shadow rank was obviously absolutely stronger than the upper ninja. And if the upper ninja was this strong, how much stronger should the shadow rank be? Very good defense, but how long can you defend yourself? Next time, it's the heart. Zabuza's cold voice spoke. The next moment his figure instantly disappeared. Faced with the disappearance of Zabuza, Jiangshi quickly began to lock on with his white eyes. Right. With a soft gulp, her movements rose instantly. Gossip. Boom. However, the words had only just fallen when Jiangshi had to change his strategy. Kaiten. A soft gulp. Boom. The decapitating greatsword once again collided with Kaiten. Zabuza's figure disappeared once again. The two figures were in a constant collision. Gradually, Jiangshi began to gradually stabilize from being in a sorry state. The use of the white eye is enhanced more and more. The evolved white eyes possessed extremely powerful insight. Zabuza's every move could be clearly captured. Her body also gradually adapted to the suppression of the killing aura. For a while Zabuza even had some trouble holding Jiangshi, but just for a moment, a trail of ice crystals began to spread, and Suigetsuki White quietly launched an attack. No good. Jiangshi was originally silent in the midst of his own strength enhancement, but when he instantly felt the crisis coming, his face just couldn't help but change. However, it was already too late. Mizutsuki Hakusho and Zabuza quietly completed the closing circle. Jiangshi gritted his teeth and was ready to fight back. There is no way out of this moment. Yet the next moment, boom! The decapitating machete was instantly framed. A figure quietly appeared beside Jiangxi. Brother! Jiangxi's voice rang out with surprise. You just take care of that guy. I'll take care of this one for you. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, and in the next moment, amidst Zabujan's wide-eyed pupils, an energy bomb instantly converged in Jiang Chen's hand. Boom! The energy projectile impacted, and Zabuza's figure was instantly covered. In just an instant, he directly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a huge shockwave directly destroyed the entirety of the Waveland Bridge in the distance. Buzz! A stream of light rushed in from the distance, instantly disappearing into Jiang Chen's mind. A brand new piece of intel appeared. It was a picture of Naruto, the very same Naruto that was in the Land of Wave. And there was even a picture of Naruto exploding the 9 tails in it. It's on the shelf. It's on the shelf. It's on the shelf. It's important to say it 3 times, and it'll be on the shelves at 12 a.m. No surprises. Let's not get into the rest of the update issue. As promised before, author Fungus is sure to complete it, with at least 20,000 words on the first day, followed by 10,000 words a day for a month. The follow-up to see the results as well as the form continues to explode and is absolutely empowering. Well, after finishing the update, talk about this book. This book main world is the original world. The opening also wrote a lot of the main world's content of its purpose is actually to let the book was judged to be the original. In this case on the recommended data requirements to be lower. However, unfortunately last week was judged directly Homo sapiens. The data to reduce the 60%. The new book list directly from more than 40 was dry to 100 outside. Thanks to all of you. The follow-up and then killed back. To now stable top 30. If the data is not reduced by 60%, basically can be maintained to more than the top 15. Nowadays, the new book list is stabilized in the top 30. If the data is not reduced by 60%, basically able to maintain to the top 15 or more. The top 10 is also basically proper. Of course it's the .mom rule which doesn't help. I can only try to write good books. The rest of the story is guaranteed to be even better. The world will gradually unfold as well. The Dragon Ball world is huge, and the main world subplot is huge enough. There is enough stage for the author Fungus to perform. So please feel free to do so. Please also support the author Fungus. For the extra, 1 extra for the helmsman and 3 for the allies, from 4,000 words apiece, should be pretty strong. As for the monthly votes, since the word count is basically on the scale of 2, it's 300 monthly votes plus 1 more. It's the last day of the month, and I'm begging for monthly votes. It's almost 1,000, just 30 or 40 more to go, and 1,000 will get you $100 in the raffle. Please, character card fusion has already passed a few days of time. Jiang Chen's strength has long been not 200, but has reached 2,000. Facing just ordinary elite upper ninja Zabu Chopper, the solution is naturally extremely easy. The intelligence information in his mind after passing through Jiang Chen's eyes then looked toward the not far away Jiangxi's battle place. It was just that Jiangxi's battle was resolved extremely quickly even in the face of Suumowazuki Bai. In a moment's time, Suigetsuki White's figure was killed by Jiangxi. Brother! Jiangxi walked over excitedly. Her eyes were still glowing at the moment. Just now, after killing Suigetsuki White, she once again obtained some of the intelligence information. Even if these intelligence were just bits and pieces, Jiangxi felt that they were very useful. Looks like a good haul. Go! Let's leave. This place will be back to normal soon. Looking at the smiling Jiangxi, Jiang Chen nodded, then grabbed Jiangxi as his figure directly rose up in the air. And also just as the two were taking off into the air, the entire surrounding scene then began to shatter, and invisible spatial fluctuations began to sweep across the entire surroundings. The scene around the original wave country quickly receded. The bridge disappeared. The river disappeared. The jungle disappeared. And all that was left around was the messy ground, and a broken house and building. Sublime Advent. It's not the same as a subterranean invasion, although both would equally affect the laws and rules around them. Once the subdimensional descent was over, everything would return to normal, while the subdimensional invasion, even if it was resolved, that one subdimension would remain permanently on top of the blue star. When the two of Jiang Chen completely flew into the sky, the scene has been completely restored. Even more than just here, that one level of descent in the distance had likewise ended. With 3 second-order powerhouses, it naturally didn't need to be too difficult to resolve a first-order descent. Jiang Chen glanced at it, and then instead of waiting for Xiong Kuewu and the others, his figure flew directly to his home. A few moments later, when the 3 figures appeared, looking at all the emptiness, one can't help but feel a little chagrined. Old Zhang, quick, show me. Who the hell is that cadet? This time your 8th grade is really hairy. Seemingly thinking of something, Dean Li hurriedly opened his mouth. Congratulations, Dean Chang. Kumquat was similarly deferential. Dean Zhang, on the other hand, couldn't help but have a smile on his face, and his entire demeanor carried a touch of excitement. Even he hadn't thought that there was such a pie in the sky. Of course he didn't stop moving, quickly began to investigate. A few moments later, when the message appeared, the three of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Kai, are you kidding? He just logged on? Dean Li's eyes widened, his expression tinged with disbelief. It's only a secondary landing at this point. Kumquat also couldn't help but mumble. Of course Dean Zhang at this moment wasn't much better. At this moment all three were surprised. Although they all already knew that Jiang Chen was a student of the 8th middle school in Shaoxing City, they seemed to be at least sophomores, or even seniors, who had completed 3 logins, or even 5 logins, but they hadn't thought that Jiang Chen was still just an initial student who had completed his 2nd login. Of course Jiang Chen didn't know about the trio's surprise at the moment. His figure carried Jiang Shi and quickly returned home. Brother, you know what I found out? As soon as she returned home, Jiang Shi couldn't wait to open her mouth, and at this moment, her small face couldn't help but turn a little red from excitement. How did it go? Jiang Chen opened his mouth with surprise. Hey, you sure don't know that I discovered the Divine Destiny protagonist of the Shinobi Village world? I can guarantee that one of the 2 shinobi named Whirlpool Naruto, and one of the 2 shinobi named Uchiha Sasuke is the main character of Heaven's Mandate. 2 parents are dead, a demon fox, and one's own brother solved his parents. You see, it's almost 80 to 90%. I just have to be ready, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make a go of it. Jiang Shi's eyes flickered as his words spoke with interest, along with the subreddit login. For some things, the main world is well aware of. For example, the world's providential protagonist, such as the characteristics of a providential protagonist. The information gained from killing Sui Wuyue by Mei Jiang Shi directly noticed 2 figures. Even she had been sure of it. And this is undoubtedly exciting. After all, the Heavenly Destiny protagonist also represents endless opportunities. How many world raiders rely on the Heavenly Destiny protagonist to soar into the sky? A fly in the ointment. Or save yourself the trouble and don't go near them blindly. Listening to Jiang Shi's exuberant words, Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to speak. Just kidding. Approach Naruto Sasuke. In her own sister's case, it's 100% going to happen. These 2 were the existences that Immortal 6 Paths focused on. What's wrong? Hearing her brother's words, Jiang Shi couldn't help but freeze and subconsciously opened her mouth in confusion. Those 2 are not simple. There is no good in getting close to them. You'd better follow my way for now. First raise the purity of your white eyes, then it's best to be able to learn Senjutsu, and lastly, you can head to this part of the Land of Fire, where there is a spatial passageway to the moon, which possesses the existence of a clan called the Otsutsuki clan. And when you're strong enough, you can allow Orochimaru to assist you by obtain the cells on it called the Otonoki Sheik for fusion. Jiang Chen shook his head, then spoke softly. To the moon. Otonoshi? Jiang Shi was bewildered. Even after surviving in the Shinobi Village world for 3 years, these terms were still unfamiliar to her. Just do it my way and you're guaranteed to reach the 4th rank. Jiang Chen didn't explain anything. It's not easy to explain this stuff. As for the program, with Otsutsuki, it was for his sister's subsequent consideration. While he has a better program, it's nice to get the transmogrification eye up front. Okay. Jiang Shi nodded slightly, although his heart was filled with doubts. But growing up, her brother's words were never wrong, and this time she chose to heed them. And just as the 2 of them, Jiang Chen, had resolved Shao Xin City Sublime Descent. In the meantime, Daxia Capital, Ministry of Education. Alert! Alert! Gain access to new world login. Detected as a previously randomized login world. World rating in progress. Rating successful. For the 5th order funny world. Initially expected to be a mythic journey to the West spin-off world. Above the huge screen, a picture appeared. It was a scene of a teenager wearing a budo suit, holding a weapon, and stepping on a somersault cloud, as well as a scene of the teenager constantly fighting. Are you kidding me? There's even a 5th order in the funny world? Mythically derived worlds? Is there really a mythical world? Hiss. In the middle of the Ministry of Education, a voice of conversation came out, with a touch of doubt, puzzlement, and shock in their expressions. Brush. The figure appeared. 5th order worlds? The old man's gaze went to the LCD screen and opened his mouth with surprise. Yes, it's currently identified as a 5th order, and it's most likely a mega 5th order. This world is too big. It seems to be even bigger than a 6th order world. It's just that only a portion of it is being presented at the moment. A middle-aged man next to him spoke respectfully. Only part of it is this big. Are you sure it's not a real mythological world? The old man's pupils contracted. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and opened his mouth with a gaze. Myth. This was an existence that the entire Dasha Federation had been chasing for hundreds of years. Since all kinds of dimensions are able to evolve worlds, there is no reason why myths cannot evolve worlds, especially on the premise that mythological worlds had already appeared in other federations. Dasha was also in dire need of mythologically evolved worlds. After all, compared to other subdimensional evolution worlds, most of the mythological evolution worlds started out as sixth-order existences, and it was even rumored that seventh-order mythological worlds had appeared. Only such an existence would be able to bring the power level of the Great Summer Federation to another level. It has been established that this world is not the system of the mythic world, and is clearly just a derivative system. The middle-aged man let out a bitter smile and couldn't help but shake his head. He naturally knew very well what the old man was expecting. At the very beginning he was excited as well. However, he soon had determined that it was indeed not. Although much of the mythological system is also lost, some of the only words, together with other mythological systems, can still basically determine whether it is a mythological world. Pity! The old man shook his head and sighed in disbelief. Of course, the conversation of the Ministry of Education at this moment was not known to the two Jiang Chen. After returning home, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shi once again chatted about some things afterward. Time just gradually passes. Day 6. Jiang Shi returned to the school. On the 7th day, Jiang Chen similarly returned to school. One arrives at the school. Jiang Chen then sensed that the class had become significantly more lively. Morningside, you know? When he came to his seat, Yu Yang couldn't wait to bring his head over with a mysterious opening. What's wrong? Jiang Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Hey, you don't know, do you? But it's rumored that there's a bull from our school who just landed and has already reached the 2nd rank? You know that one sublime descent in the West End before? That's the one the cowboy solved. This time our school is going to be rich. Yu Yang spoke excitedly. Yes, I'm told that was the one who took care of that last descent. No wonder I felt strange how there was such a small transcendent in that video before. It must have used the character card. It's awesome that the character cards are all so strong. A figure next to him similarly came over and opened his mouth with excitement. Listening to the words of the two, Jiang Chen's expression couldn't help but carry a touch of eccentricity. And in the midst of his eccentricity, at the door of the classroom, Luo Qingju figure walked out. Along with Luo Qingju walking in, there was a subconscious silence in the middle of the class. Mr. Jiang Chen, come out for a moment. Luo Qingju opened his mouth. Instantly, a figure in the middle of the class looked at Jiang Chen in unison. Okay, Mr. Lo. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he then nodded his head while his figure got up and left his seat. Walking towards the outside of the classroom, a single gaze converged. Quite a few people were a bit noisy and puzzled. Why? You said that Jiang Chen's tail, doesn't it look a bit familiar? The teenager next to him looked at Jiang Chen's tail and couldn't help but murmur. Yes, I think I've seen it somewhere. Nope, that video earlier. Yu Yang nodded his head and then reacted. His eyes could not help but whiten instantly. Video? What video? The teenager next to him was still bewildered. However, at this moment, Yu Yang had already opened the video. Soon the teenager next to him couldn't help but open his mouth wide. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was called to the principal's office. It undoubtedly drew an extremely enthusiastic attitude from Dean Zhang. Mr. Jiang Chen, this time I'm really grateful. And the last time. This is a small reward for the school, as well as the city of Shaoxin base. I hope that you will keep up the good work. Dean Zhang opened his mouth with a big smile. Thanks, principal. I'll keep trying. Looking at the 50,000 star dollars that had arrived, Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. 50,000 star dollars. The purchasing power in the whole Blue Star is very strong. His parents tired to add up a month's income is only less than 2,000 star dollars. Although it wasn't too difficult to obtain star elements now that their strength had increased, no one would mind if they could obtain them by accident. Good. Mr. Jiang Chen, you will definitely become the pride of our Shaoxin city this year. Also, student Jiang Chen, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them at any time. The school will definitely do its best to fulfill them. Dean Zhang smiled and nodded, then spoke again. Thanks, principal. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. The crowd exchanged pleasantries before leaving the principal's office. I didn't realize that you had a better choice. Leaving the office, Luo Qingju couldn't help but speak with emotion. Earlier, after learning that Jiang Chen had given the opportunity to Lu Qingxia, Luo Qingju couldn't help but shake her head. But it didn't occur to him that Jiang Chen actually had a better choice. Mr. Luo, it's just luck. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. There is no such thing as luck, and luck is also an ability. The average person may not be able to succeed even in the higher worlds. After all, the higher worlds have greater chances and at the same time greater dangers. Luo Qingju shook his head and couldn't help but speak with emotion, then seemed to think of something and added again. Let's go. You go back to the classroom first. If you have any requests, you can tell me. In addition to work hard, and try to become a second-order world raider in the middle of this year of senior year. The words opened, causing Jiang Chen to faintly stare. But before he could say anything, Luo Qingju had already left. Jiang Chen returned to the middle of the classroom with deep thoughts, and along with his return, the entire classroom undoubtedly made waves. Quite a few have figured out what's going on at the moment. For a while Jiang Chen was surrounded by converging classmates. A figure was inquiring excitedly. It made even Jiang Chen feel a headache. But it was good to see that soon the class bell rang and the crowd stopped. It was just that there was no shortage of people beside Jiang Chen in the days that followed. But the good news is that the impact is not yet too great. Jiang Chen was also barely adapting. And in this one case, the month is quickly coming to a close. The third landing is about to begin. During this month's time, the teaching changed, and began to mainly teach the world raiders more detailed information. After all, those who are still able to stay nowadays have basically become zero-order world raiders. Already considered a competent world raider. Teaching naturally needs to change as well. In response, Jiang Chen didn't hold his head high. The experience of some world raiders was useful even for him. First shift. 4,000 words. Begging for monthly votes. The author Fungus wants to punch the new book monthly vote list. 1 month. It passes quietly in the midst of school teaching. It didn't make too many waves. He caused a bit of a stir, but it soon petered out. As for Jiang Chen, this month's time hadn't just been spent learning about some world raiders, but more importantly, along with the passage of time, the ability to match world raider characters had also been completed. He has fully gained the powers of Aspera in Dragon Ball. Not only the body, the chi, but even everything had been completely mastered. At this moment, his combat power had officially reached 15,000 points. That's 15,000 combat points. Jiang Chen even had the feeling that he had the power to destroy everything between his hands and feet at the moment. It's also fortunate that it's a character match. For this power, he was also able to control it perfectly. Otherwise even he wasn't sure what would happen. It would be a big joke if the sky collapsed at the slightest random movement. It's a good thing that didn't happen. The only ones who were a little headstrong were Jiang Chen's parents. Accompanied by a gradual deepening of the character matching fusion, Jiang Chen's characteristics of belonging to a scion gradually returned, and his food needs became more and more terrifying. If Jiang Chen didn't have 100,000 star dollars in his hand, I'm afraid that for some time, the family would have to be directly bankrupted by him. However, 100,000 star dollars was originally intended to buy a house. It can only be stranded at the moment. Into his food expenses. There was no way around it. Although world raiders had a subsidy, the subsidy usually didn't get paid out until the following month. Now with Jiang Chen's food intake, the house wouldn't hold up. Of course scalp numb to scalp numb, Jiang Huaqing, and Yang Lihua, but not any unhappy, but has been in the excitement, and in this kind of quiet way. 1 month down, accompanied by a grant award. A new login opens with it. All students get ready. Landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself where it is. Briefing again. All students get ready. Landing is about to begin. Please do not leave the landing platform itself where it is. In the middle of the broadcast, the principal's voice rang out. Along with this familiar voice, the next moment a light directly enveloped Jiang Chen, while a sense of weightlessness spread out, and consciousness began a rapid climb. Trance. The clear air around them surrounded the tip of his nose once again. Both eyes open. Familiar houses. Familiar objects come into view once again. Third landing. Whispered. The next moment Jiang Chen then looked ahead, and the moment he looked, countless golden characters began to flicker, gradually forming lines of golden writing. Name, Aspera, Jiang Chen. World, unknown. Identity, Scion. Main mission 2, kill Frisia. Mission success, receive 1 additional landing slot. Mission failure, deprive yourself of 90% of your combat power. Current set-aside time, 3,650 days. The golden text was presented and then shattered. Is the third login 10 years? A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled as Jiang Chen pondered. Compared to the first time, and the second time he logged in. I don't know if it was because the mainline quest had already been completed once. The time he was able to stay in this world had directly increased more than 3 times from 3 years and more than 1,000 days, arriving at 10 years and more than 3,600 days now. Compared to the previous 2 times, the time that they were able to have this time was undoubtedly longer. Again, it means he's able to do more. Eyes flickering, a stream of thoughts ran through Jiang Chen's mind. He hadn't spent a month in the real world for nothing, and he'd had an idea of what his next opportunity would be. With his familiarity with the Dragon Balls, in 10 years' time, he wasn't talking about transforming into a Super Saiyan. Jiang Chen was absolutely confident that his strength would reach the limits of the Saiyan norm. If you're lucky enough, you won't have too much trouble achieving Super Saiyan. A thought was rearranged. It was only after a few moments that Jiang Chen walked out of the room, traveled to where the plains were not far away. When Jiang Chen arrived, Raditz had been waiting there for a long time. 2. Begin. See that one waterfall? Follow me. Jiang Chen pointed to the waterfall not far away. The figure then flew over. Raditz hurried to follow. Soon the two landed where the waterfall was. Watch this. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and lifted a finger on his right hand. And in a flash, the chi in his body surged out. In the midst of his gentle stroke, the waterfall was directly split apart. Control the chi in your body and do this kind of thing, remembering not to destroy the whole waterfall. The words opened, and Jiang Chen began to teach Raditz in earnest. But it's clear that compared to him, Raditz is significantly less talented. 3 months in a row, Raditz has all but destroyed the waterfall hundreds of times and still has a hard time finding the trick. Even got a little antsy. However, fortunately, with Jiang Chen present at the moment, every time Raditz was irritable, he was able to be forcibly suppressed by Jiang Chen. Gradually Raditz's mind began to calm down, and the biggest change brought about by the calmness of mind was the speed at which Raditz's strength grew. Originally had already reached 1000 combat power. Lay ties, in just 3 months' time, combat power once again began to rise by leaps and bounds. Arriving at the present day, combat power had officially broken through 15,000, arriving at the value of his combat power after the next 10 years or so. Of course, while Raditz's combat power improved, Jiang Chen's improvement was undoubtedly even more obvious. I don't know if it was the Great Elder developing his potential or if the number of S cells in his body was increasing along with the passage of time. In just 3 months' time, his combat power had already risen from 15,000 points to 18,000 points, and his strength was already no less powerful than that of the previous Xeno. And even nowadays, Xeno's strength wasn't much stronger than Jiang Chen's, just less than 1,000 combat power. The fight with Xeno has gone from a grind to a fight, and now he's having a comeback. It could be expected that it wouldn't even take a month for Jiang Chen to be able to completely surpass Xeno. Of course nowadays his target was no longer Xeno, but the crowd of Frisia's legion. Time slipped away. The practice is monotonous and hurried. Raditz's cultivation continued, and Jiang Chen's cultivation likewise continued. The cultivation method of the planet Namek, although it was not as good as that of Earth, nor was it as good as that of the planet Yardrat, yet it was considered to be the most outstanding cultivation method in the entire universe. It was still extremely helpful to Jiang Chen. You could say it's kind of a good foundation to build on. It was all very helpful for his future cultivation. This, along with the passage of time, made it more and more obvious to Jiang Chen that there was a huge role to play. The night passed gradually. Time passes again. 180 days soon came to an end once again. Jiang Chen also then activated the Dragon Ball once again. Seriously using the Dragon Balls one after another made Jiang Chen a little embarrassed, but he wanted to fulfill his idea. And this time the Dragon Balls were still a must. 1 day later, thick dark clouds converged. 7 rays of light rushed up into the sky, and in an instant, the huge body of the divine dragon Purunga appeared in the middle of the sky. Name your wish. Any wish I can fulfill. Can use 3. The voice of the divine dragon Purunga rang out. The second elder's gaze then looked at Jiang Chen as well. My first wish was for me to be given the ability to survive in space. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Being this third time using the Dragon Ball, Jiang Chen had also long had an idea of what he wanted for himself. Compared to the others, the Scion's biggest flaw was that he could no longer survive in space, and to avoid accidents, he had to address that aspect. As he opened his mouth, the second elder then nodded his head, and the next moment accompanied the fall of Narmerix's words. The voice of the divine dragon Purunga sounded once again. Yes, this wish, however, requires raising your sublevel. The divine dragon Belunga's voice rang out, and a red light lit up in his eyes, instantly irradiating Jiang Chen's body. Along with the red light irradiation, Jiang Chen clearly felt that his own body, no, even his soul was quietly undergoing some changes. I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how long it lasted before the red light receded. Jiang Chen only felt that his body was violently lighter, a feeling that even spread to his soul. Your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. The voice of the divine dragon Purunga sounded once again. Please grant us a large spaceship. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, then spoke. When he came over, he was in a small spaceship, while Keen and Raditz teleported by Shenlong, and there was no way to leave this time if he wanted to. Today's Namekans don't have superior technological capabilities, and have to rely on the dragon to make a wish. This is easy. Purunga's voice rang out, and the next moment a huge spaceship appeared in a distant clearing. The second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. No more. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, but still shook his head and spoke softly to the second elder. It was true that he had no new wishes to make now. That being the case, there was no need for him to keep insisting on using it. Might as well leave that wish behind for the Narmax to have on hand in case anything happens. Yes, the second elder glanced at Jiang Chen with some surprise, then nodded with a smile. With the Namerican language ringing out, the dark clouds began to break up. The rich light crashed down again. Thank you, second elder. Jiang Chen bowed and expressed his gratitude once again. He did get a little embarrassed this time too. Using the Dragon Balls 3 times in a row. No need to thank you, guest. We are honored to be able to help you. The second elder smiled and opened his mouth. Afterward, Jiang Chen bid farewell to the second elder. The figure returned to his home not far away. In the next few moments, Jiang Chen continued to start taking rabbits through his cultivation. Time passes slowly, like a white horse. In the blink of an eye a year has passed. Above a wide plain in Namek. Boom, boom, rumble. Huge roaring sounds were constantly colliding, and powerful auras spread throughout the entire surroundings. The ground around them all seemed unable to withstand the power permeating out from the two men in midair, and began to gradually collapse down. I don't know how long it's been, and I don't know how long it lasted. Boom! In midair, the two figures collided again. A figure then flew out directly backwards, along with the figure smashing into the air. It was only then that another figure gradually appeared in midair, and it was none other than Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura was powerful, and if he had a detector to probe into it, he would have realized that at this moment, his combat power had already reached 23,000. In a year's time, the combat power had increased by close to 5,000 points, which could be said to be extremely exaggerated. To know even to reach today, he is only 8 years old. 8 years old 23,000 points of combat power. In the entire history of the Scions, I'm afraid that only inferior to Broly that legendary Super Saiyan. You Scions, are you that horrible? In the distance, Zeno crawled out from among the rocks, and at this moment even he couldn't help but open his mouth. In this year or so, he had practically watched as Jiang Chen's strength had gone from being far inferior to his, arriving at the point where he had now completely surpassed him. Zeno, isn't the Great Elder going to give you a potential boost? Once elevated, your strength will definitely be able to surpass mine. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. It's not the same. It's impossible for me to have too much of a boost in my potential, and since the Great Elder's body is already in bad shape, I don't want to let the Great Elder's body suffer any damage again. Zeno couldn't help but shake his head and speak with a soft sigh. Listening to Zeno's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall silent as well. It's something that he can't really talk about. The other races are fine. The Namekans are different. They are peace-loving and close to nature. From the fact that the environment of Namekes is extremely harsh, the fact that none of them thought of using the Dragon Balls to improve it, but instead used their own hands to change it is enough to see one way or the other. The problem with the Great Elder's body may have countless ways to fix it, but neither the Great Elder nor the Narmax will fix it because it's part of nature. This was also why, before, Jiang Chen hadn't chosen to use his wish to help Narmax. The Narmax don't need it, nor do they have that need. Zeno, in a few days, we're ready to leave. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen shook his head and then changed the subject. Leaving? Zeno froze for a moment and spoke with confusion. Yes, it's not a short time since we've been disturbed on Narmerica. It's time to leave. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. During the 1 year in Namek, on one hand, he was there to cultivate, and on the other, to use the Dragon Balls. It's all done at the moment. Naturally, it was time to need to leave. After all, compared to staying on the planet Namek, whether he traveled to Earth next, or to the planet Yard Rat, it would be of great help to his cultivation. In comparison, the Narmerican help has not been too much. I see. Good luck on your journey. Zeno nodded slightly. Thank you, and thank you for teaching me this time as well. Jiang Chen nodded his head and expressed his gratitude. Although Zeno's cultivation of Qi wasn't comparable to Earth, nor could it possibly compare to planet Yard Rat, yet it was undeniable that Zeno had laid a very good foundation for Jiang Chen. The next step for him to complete his Qi cultivation would undoubtedly be much smoother. Just like the Monkey King who was taught by Sun Wukong. No need to thank me. I was just following the orders of the Grand Elder. Zeno shook his head. That still requires a thank you. I don't know how to practice Qi without you. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth, then once again talked to Zeno for a while before his figure got up and flew back to where he was residing. When Jiang Chen arrived, Jinai has already packed his things. The difference is Raditz. Soon enough, though, and only for a quarter of an hour or so, Raditz flew back from the distant skies. Second of the 5 night watch periods 21 to 2300 hours old. Raditz, why are you so slow? Haimakuchi opened his mouth with a grumble. and the smile on his entire face never disappeared. Raditz opened his mouth to say something, but thought better of it and closed it. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Raditz. More than a year's time has passed. Leitais also finally mastered the practice of basic qi. Strength also because of this more than a year's time of peace of mind grows extremely rapidly. 3 months ago, his combat power has officially broken through 3,000. Arriving at the present day is already more than 3,000 combat power. At Raditz's age, even the elite warriors among the Sion famous clan rarely reached such a level. With the current growth rate, there was almost a great possibility of directly breaking through 10,000 combat points in the future. If it was on planet Vegeta, such strength would be enough to cause a stir. It was clear, however, that there wasn't much complacency for Raditz at the moment. There was no way. Jiang Chen a living example in. At this moment, Jiang Chen's combat power had all but reached 23,000 tons. Moreover, Jiang Chen was just under 8 years old. In comparison, his tiny 3,000 or so combatants would be almost completely worthless. Anti-kind. Raditz, let's go. Looking at Raditz, Jiang Chen smiled, then greeted him, his figure directly soaring up. Keen and Raditz followed similarly. The group first traveled to where the Grand Elder was. Farewells were made, and in the midst of goodbyes, Jiang Chen's trio had even gotten an unexpected surprise. That would be the Grand Elder. After a moment's hesitation, still chose to help Raditz develop their potential a bit. Although, due to the fact that Raditz's potential was significantly smaller, this developed potential had only increased Raditz's combat power from 3,100 points to 11,000 points, not to mention comparing it to Son Gohan, even compared to Krillin. But it was also a huge surprise for Jiang Chen's group, especially Raditz. 10,000 points. That's 10,000 combat points. At one time amongst the Vegeta planets, there was a fighting power that only King Vegeta possessed, the result that he once couldn't even think of. He had at this moment. Guest, I can feel your heart moving toward justice. I hope my decision wasn't a mistake. The Grand Elder spoke softly, his eyes unable to stop looking at Raditz. Thanks a lot. Leitai's face was a little flushed, and at this moment, when he heard the Grand Elder's words, he still slightly collected himself, and his figure opened his mouth with a tangle. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Chen similarly expressed his gratitude. This one did take him by surprise. Raditz can be different from him, being absolutely possessed of evil. Even if it's not as good as Vegeta and Nappa, it's not much less. After all, it's also destroyed quite a few planets. It was theoretically impossible for the Grand Elder to give Leitais the opportunity to develop his potential, so he didn't mention it, but he didn't think that when he left, the other party would give it. No thanks necessary. Several guests. Then we'll see you again sometime. The Grand Elder smiled and opened his mouth. With that, the three of them, Jiang Chen, took their leave, and after the three left, in the middle of the room, Zeno's voice walked in. Great Elder, your body? Zeno spoke with concern. No need to worry. Zeno, come over here too. The Grand Elder smiled and opened his mouth. Zeno was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, it'll be fine, and Narmerica still needs your guardianship. The Grand Elder smiled and opened his mouth. Zeno walked over despite his hesitation. Soon Zeno's breath began to rise. Of course at this moment for all of this, Jiang Chen didn't know. The three figures left where the Grand Elder was and were heading towards the airship. In midair, Raditz is still in a state of euphoria and excitement. The figure was more than a little jumpy. Jiang Chen shook his head in amusement and didn't disturb Raditz's excitement. Over 10,000 combat points was indeed enough to be exciting for the average Scion. Raditz's emotions, he could completely understand. The figures of the three took flight, soon arrived where the ship was. As the universe ship obtained by the divine dragon Purunga's wish, it was undoubtedly extremely large, and its scale was already no less than that of Frisia's one gigantic universe ship. Maneuvering wasn't too difficult. Soon, the gigantic spaceship took off from the planet Namek and rushed directly into the middle of the cosmic stars. Boom! The chi breaks through the air. The green planet faded away and was greeted by the immensity of the starry sky. There. Next, it's a long road trip. It takes 3 months to arrive on Earth from Namek. This is a period of time for you, Raditz, to stabilize your improved strength. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Compared to the original, this large spaceship of the divine dragon wishing was not the fastest one, incomparable to the extremely civilized once Narmerica spaceship, and the speed of arrival was obviously much slower as well. But that's not too much of a problem. Jiang Chen and the others weren't in a hurry. It was just the right time to take advantage of this period of time and continue with the practice. Yes. Faced with Jiang Chen's words, Raditz didn't hesitate to directly nod his head in agreement. Among the stars, Jiang Chen and Raditz were continuing their cultivation. and time passes by in a minute. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. This more than a month's time passed, Raditz not only solidified his strength, on top of the original foundation once again have some improvement. Seems to be the potential to further release. Arriving at today's combat power has reached 13,000 points, officially catching up with the clan after traveling to Namek to develop. Jiang Chen's strength is also the same. Enhancement is extremely obvious. Arriving at today's combat power has also reached 25,000 points. Enhancement, although it seems to be about the same as Leitai's. However, the main reason for this was that Raditz was still in the midst of releasing his potential this month, and it was clear that the subsequent growth was unlikely to continue so quickly, whereas Jiang Chen's kind of growth was still on a steady rise. The nature is completely different. Boom! Boom! In the middle of the practice room, the two figures were constantly colliding. It was only after a few moments that the two separated. Raditz was panting a bit. The excitement he had felt before had completely worn off this month. Over 10,000 combat points was indeed powerful enough, but it seemed like nothing compared to Jiang Chen. Boom! The two figures collided again, subsequently separated. There. Next, it's almost time to reach Planet Sam, so we'll call it a day. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. Raditz nodded. It wasn't rejected. A month or so into their cosmic voyage, Planet Sam was the planet they had chosen to rest on. This is a planet located at the edge of the universe, at the very center of the Earth and Narmerica. Compared to the other planets at the edge of the universe that are extremely backward in development, the development level of Planet Sam is quite okay, and it is even considered a high planet among the evaluations. But because of the distance, Planet Sam was not in the middle of the Frisia Legion's targets. After all, this planet is already extremely close to the edge of the North Galaxy. From the West Galaxy are only very close to the distance, and is not in the control range of Frisia's army. Just this once. I don't know for what reason. Instead, a squad of Frisia's Legion arrives on Planet Sam. Damn, where the hell did that wild monkey go? A space center on Planet Sam. Xiao walked out with annoyance, his face even more ugly. For over a year, close to 2 years, he hadn't even been able to track down that one wild monkey. It was also fortunate that Lord Frisia had a more important mission on his side. Otherwise he couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be in the middle of it. Lord Xiao, that damned wild monkey. It's not likely that he's already dead. You're worrying too much. Yeah, there are a lot of strong people in this universe, and that damn wild monkey is just a lower-level warrior with only a few dozen points of combat power. Yeah. A subordinate of the name next to him hurriedly spoke up. Enough of this nonsense. Have the men from Lord Gulla's side come yet? If it's not here yet, we're going to have quite a delay here. Joey didn't open his mouth in a good mood. He couldn't be happy about his subordinate's compliments at the moment. Although Lord Frisia did not punish him in the end, it was obvious that this one incident must have had a bad impression on Lord Frisia's side, which was not what he wanted. Lord Xiao, the news from Lord Gura's side is that he will be able to arrive in half a month at most. A cosmic next to him spoke respectfully. Half a month? I know. Looks like another 10 days of waiting for this damn planet. Xiao couldn't help but speak. One of the cosmopolitans glanced at each other and did not dare to interrupt at this moment. And just as Xiao and the others arrived at Planet Sam, Jiang Chen and his group's spaceship also landed where Planet Sam was. So this is Planet Sam. What a bustle. Looking at the crowd of Planet Sam, Kyuchi's eyes couldn't help but light up for a moment. Apparently scion or not, any woman's resistance to a busy area is pretty much nil. Jiang Chen was a bit amused. Still, it took Kain and Raditz to start wandering around Planet Sam. Kyuchi wasn't shy about starting his big shopping trip. This one, for Kakarot. And this, how about this one Aspera? And Raditz. This, Gnei spoke excitedly, his figure in constant motion. It was also fortunate that Jiang Chen still had some universal common currency left in his hand. Otherwise it wouldn't have stood up to Kyuchi's sweep. Above the street, Gnei excitedly swept the goods. Jiang Chen and Raditz followed with bitter smiles. Until, a few moments later, Jiang Chen's brows lifted and his sight instantly looked into the distance. What's wrong? Raditz seemed to have noticed Jiang Chen's gaze and opened his mouth with surprise. The eyes, on the other hand, couldn't help but follow the gaze. Soon Raditz noticed a line of people in the distance. His pupils instantly contracted. It's Xiao. Raditz couldn't help but blush, and the words couldn't help but come out of his mouth. As a former member of Vegeta's squad, he was naturally extremely familiar with Xiao. After all, Xiao and Vegeta clearly don't get along. It becomes more familiar, and the moment Raditz opened his mouth, Xiaoyi's side also quickly noticed Jiang Chen's group of three. First there was a slight blink, but soon Xiao noticed Raditz. Ha, looks like we're lucky to have met that Vegeta guy's follower. Let's go. It just so happens that I'm pretty pissed off right now, so I'll just take out my fire on Raditz first. Xiao opened his mouth with an excited voice, his figure directly stepping towards the three of Jiang Chen. What's wrong? In the distance, Gnei also seemed to have sensed the difference, and his figure stopped, opening his mouth with surprise. Auntie Kyochi, we're in some trouble. Get out of here first. Jiang Chen looked at his surroundings, then spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Kyochi was stunned, but nodded quickly. The three of them then rose directly into the air. Boom! The air broke through the air, and Raditz took his own mother with him as the three of them rushed straight into the sky. It's too late to run. Xiao opened his mouth with a cold smile, and in the next moment his figure similarly rose up into the air and rushed towards the sky. The scenery around them receded quickly. The busy streets disappear. Gradually, they came to a place where a huge plain was located. It was only then that Jiang Chen and Raditz's figures stopped. Run! Why don't you run? I didn't realize that group of wild monkeys from planet Vegeta had so many leaks. Just in time to help Lord Frieza clear out. Qiu Yi's few people caught up and instantly surrounded the three of them, followed by Qiu Yi's voice that sounded with teasing. This moment was filled with excitement, as if he had already seen the scene of these scion wild monkeys in front of him being blasted into ashes. Raditz, you try first. Jiang Chen spoke calmly, his eyes looking toward Raditz. At this moment is not the beginning of the plot. Qiu Yi's strength did not reach 18,000 points, but only 15,000 points. Leitai's is now 13,000 points of combat power, plus the control of the chi. 2,000 points of combat power is not insurmountable. It is just right to let Leitai's try. Yes. Raditz was a little nervous, but nodded in agreement. When did you scion wild monkeys dare to be so arrogant? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the smugness in Qiu Yi's expression gradually turned into a flash of annoyance, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. What did you say? Listening to Qiu Yi's wild monkeys one after another, Leitai's also appeared a touch of annoyance. What? Unconvinced? Might as well tell you. This Grandmaster's combat power is 15,000 points. Leitai's you're a mere 1,000 points of combat power. What can you take to fight with this Grandmaster? Even if you turn into that ugly gorilla, it won't be enough. Don't say this Lord won't give you a chance. 20 breaths. Hurry up. Turn into that ugly gorilla. Qiu Yi opened his mouth with a sneer, his expression tinged with mockery. 15,000 combat power. Not to mention Raditz. Even Vegeta he was able to easily hang. Vegeta is only better than him in transforming into a giant ape. But the giant ape drawback is just too great. He doesn't bring any worries at all. Third of the 5 night watch periods. Vegeta are so. Vegeta's two subordinates, Leitai's and Nappa Qiu will be even more unconcerned. After all, one is only a few hundred points of combat power, and one is only close to 1,000 points of combat power. Although the past close to 2 years of time, Leitai's will surely be improved. But even if any more improvement, can it be more than 1,000? Even if it reaches 1,000, the giant ape-like strength cannot be comparable to him. At this moment Qiu Yi's eyes carried a playful glow. The look even took on a touch of provocation. Raditz, it's up to you. He seems to be looking down on us a bit. Jiang Chen laughed softly, his eyes looking toward Raditz. Leave it to me, Aspara. Raditz snorted coldly, and in the next moment his figure instantly moved. Qiu Yi's expression was still smug, but the next moment his pupils couldn't help but contract instantly. So fast. A voice with surprise rang out. The next moment his body reacted almost instinctively. Boom! Fists and palms collided, and a terrifying aura instantly shook the sky. Qiu Yi's right arm only felt a huge force coming from above, making him, who was too hasty to mobilize too much strength, unable to resist taking a few steps back. How? Qiu Yi with surprise and consternation. Even if he didn't use his full power, it was logical that Raditz couldn't be his opponent. With that blow from him, Raditz should be flying backwards, but it turned out that he went backwards. In a panic, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly tuned up the detector. Soon, drip! The detector jumped rapidly, along with the jumping of the value. Qiu Yi's pupils were once again shocked. At this moment his previous complacency, as well as his teasing all disappeared at once. He saw something. 13,000 points. Raditz's fight surprisingly has 13,000 points. Impossible. You bunch of damned wild monkeys. How could your combat power be 13,000 points? No, something is definitely wrong with this combat detector. How? Qiu Yi's voice took on a note of disorientation. It wasn't that he wasn't calm, but this current fight did scare him. 13,000 combat points. Even if this piece of combat power was not as good as him, it was extremely close to him. What's more, among his understanding Leitai's combat power was clearly only close to 1,000 points. How did it suddenly get to 13,000? Yet while Qiu Yi was out of sorts, Raditz was not. His figure moved again. Chakra rushed directly towards Qiu Yi. Fighting broke out again. The practice of Namicus, although it cannot let the power to show a substantial increase, but for the use of their own strength is also much higher than the general universe people. Choi 15,000 points of combat power, can play the strength of only at most 12,000 to 13,000 points, while the combat power of the Raditz is able to perfectly play out 13,000 points. For a while, Choi was even completely suppressed. Boom, boom, rumble. The two figures in midair kept colliding. Choi's figure was staggering for support. The look of horror on his face grew more and more intense. Go! Take them! Under Choi, a cosmic man looked at this scene with a similarly shocked expression. But soon these people reacted. Eyes couldn't help but flock to Zhang Chen and Jianyi. Under the light gulp of a cosmos, a dozen or so cosmic people directly surrounded towards Zhang Chen and Jianyi. Aspara. Kyochi couldn't help but get a little nervous all of a sudden. Don't worry, Auntie Kind. Raditz will be fine. Wait for me. Zhang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. With the words falling, his figure instantly disappeared in place. A few flashes. Next moment, a dozen or so cosmic people were instantly blown away with almost no resistance. In midair, the bodies of a dozen people smashed down. Zhang Chen clapped his hands and his figure returned to Jinei's side. The dozen or so cosmic people, whose strongest combat power was only 7,000 or 8,000, were simply not too easy for Zhang Chen, whose combat power was upwards of 20,000 nowadays. Aspara. Kyochi's eyes widened with shock as he looked at a figure smashing down in the distance, and then at the Aspara in front of him. Even if Jianyi had known for a long time that Zhang Chen's current strength was strong, he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Those are Frisia's legionnaires. As Bardock's wife, Kyochi was well aware of the power of these Frisia Legion warriors. I'm afraid even my own husband wouldn't have such an easy time solving it. Auntie Keen, just wait a little longer. Raditz should be sorted out soon. Faced with Jinei's shock, Zhang Chen smiled, and then his voice rang out with a soft tone, and it seemed to validate his words. Far away. Boom! A terrifying roaring sound rose. In midair, the energy projectiles of the two figures were clashing. Choi's face was ugly. Before he could have a new action, his pupils just widened. No good. The thought had just risen in his mind. The next moment, Raditz appeared violently. A zero-range air bomb went straight at his face. Boom! Rumble! Choi's figure smashed down directly as if it were a cannonball. The ground quickly collapsed, and the earth in a radius of thousands of meters was continuously collapsing down. The powerful force almost tore the surrounding into pieces. A combat power burst of tens of thousands of points had undoubtedly reached its limit for a planet. Even if it hadn't been aimed at the core of the earth, it had caused a huge upheaval throughout the planet. In midair Raditz gasped a little, but all there was on his face was excitement. I'm surprised he won. That's Choi, the elite warrior of Frisia's army. The status is even higher than the current Prince Vegeta. But he won the fight. But right in the middle of his excitement, a beam of light shot straight through the side. Raditz was startled. The figure subconsciously disappeared in place, and just the moment he disappeared, Put, an incomparable figure in the distance, covered in wounds, instantly had his eyes wide open and froze as he looked down at his chest. There, a beam of light pierced right through his heart. Bewildered, doubt, disbelief, consternation, emotions filled his cheeks, and in the next moment his figure directly and powerlessly smashed down towards the bottom. Yet just the moment of smashing down, an energy bomb instantly engulfed his body. Asparayu? The energy projectile engulfed Choi before Raditz reacted and couldn't help but frown at Zhang Chen. Raditz, this is no time to get cocky. You didn't kill him completely. If he wants to blow up the whole planet, do you want to die with him? Looking at Raditz, Zhang Chen opened his mouth with a touch of breathlessness. He could kind of see how this stuff was obviously a Sun family tradition. There's always something going on. The Choi just now obviously had extremely abnormal energy in his body, and he was afraid that he really wanted to destroy the entire planet. Although Zhang Chen already had the ability to survive in space, he'd gone ahead and settled this guy in order to avoid some trouble. Me. Raditz opened his mouth, and the emotion that had just risen was instantly suppressed. Go! We should get out of here. Frisia should already know about us. Zhang Chen spoke softly, his figure flying directly toward the distance. Raditz hurried to follow. The silhouettes of the three people quickly disappeared. Soon, Planet Sam was located. A spaceship went straight up into the sky and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. To avoid trouble, Zhang Chen didn't choose to travel directly to Earth, but decided to take a detour. Namek or Earth. This is not the time to be exposed at this moment. Otherwise there's going to be a lot of trouble. The spaceship disappeared. In the meantime, Central North Galaxy. In the middle of a huge spaceship, Fraser was also really quick to get the message. Oh, that group of wild monkeys are still alive. 13,000 combat points. That's quite a surprise. Fraser's voice rang out with a teasing tone. Lord Frisia, I've dispatched personnel to go after the damn wild monkeys. Next to Saber on one knee, a heavy cold sweat penetrated above his forehead. Although Frisia laughed, he felt nothing but terror. 13,000 combat points. Those losers can't handle it. Mr. Saber, you're with Mr. Doria. I don't want any more surprises. By the way, that rabbits bring me back. There's no need for the other wild monkeys to exist. Frisia rang out again with a grim smile. Yes, Lord Frisia. Saber responded in a panic. Oh yeah, go find my honorable Prince Vegeta. His subordinates can all have 13,000 battle points. Isn't he a little too low for a Scion Prince's battle power? Seemingly thinking of something, Frisia's voice with a smirk resounded once again. Yes, Lord Frisia. Saber responded respectfully. Soon the Frisia Legion, Sabo and Doria quickly set out and pursued towards Jiang Chen and his group. And in the meantime, Vegeta, who was in another part of the northern galaxy, and Nappa were also quick to get the message. Open. Just kidding. That guy Leitais, how is that possible? Nappa's eyes widened, her expression tinged with disbelief. The moment completely stunned him. 13,000 combat points. What a cosmic joke. How is this possible? King Vegeta is only much of a fighter. Bardock is only much of a fighter. How can Raditz have 13,000 combat points? And still now, how old was Raditz? Younger than him. Shut the up. Nappa. Vegeta instantly looked to Nappa and spoke with a cold voice. The sudden words, the sudden aura, made Nappa's body tremble and hurriedly shut his mouth. Come on, we're leaving now for planet Delilitha. Vegeta spoke in a low voice. But Prince Vegeta, that's a high-class planet. Nappa blushed and spoke in a panic. High-grade planets. That was not something they could get their hands on now. You don't want to? Vegeta turned his head instantly, his childish face carrying an endless fierce light above. Me. Nappa subconsciously opened his mouth, but the words simply could not come out at the moment. Waste. Vegeta grunted coldly, and in the next moment flung away the food in his hands, his figure rising straight up into the sky. Nappa rushed to follow closely. It was just a moment that no one noticed. Both of Vegeta's palms had been clenched in a death grip. Boom! Soon, the two spaceships went straight up into the clouds. He quickly disappeared in the middle of the starry sky. An accidental encounter has changed each other's fates. Shoei, who would have lived until the beginning of the plot, died on planet Sam, and Vegeta, who would have taken a not-so-short period of time before attempting to conquer the higher planets, has now begun to do so after being stimulated by Raditz at the moment. The Dragon Ball storyline has quietly changed a bit. It's just that not too many people know about it yet. These changes, too, didn't deflect time and space too much. Overall it is still moving towards the established trajectory. Time is slipping away. At the moment, Jiang Chen's group was heading in another direction. Originally the Earth was oriented to the western part of the northern galaxy to the east. The direction they were traveling in at the moment, on the other hand, was the northern part of the western galaxy, and they were even heading towards the western galaxy. The goal, naturally, is to draw the eyes of Frisia's legions to the western galaxy, instead of traveling to Earth. Even in case Fraser couldn't find anyone, Jiang Chen also deliberately leaked his whereabouts. In this one case, just 1 month, Jiang Chen and his party once again encountered an army of Frisia. Of course this army of Frisia is not strong. The strongest person at the head of the fighting strength is only 10,000 or so. Jiang Chen didn't even make a move. Raditz then solved it quickly, and to Jiang Chen's surprise, he had gotten a message from one of this Frisia army that Frisia had sent Doria and Saber to capture them, or more accurately, to capture Raditz. For these two, Jiang Chen was naturally familiar with them, as two of the top combatants under Fraser's men other than the kinematic warriors. Saber's strength can reach up to 27,000 and Doria's is 22,000 fighting strength. This amount of strength was considered strong in the entire universe. Taking down Raditz can already be done easily enough with giant apification having obvious flaws. Fraser clearly has enough to value as well. It was just obvious that Frisia hadn't considered Jiang Chen's presence. A month's time had passed, and Jiang Chen's strength had officially reached 27,000 at this moment. With Jiang Chen's use of Qi, even against Saber and with Doria at the same time was completely sufficient. However, Jiang Chen thought about it and didn't choose to wait. Instead, he piloted the ship straight into the western galaxy, then through the western galaxy to the western border of the northern galaxy. Jiang Chen knew very well that he couldn't possibly be a Frisia opponent at the moment, and it wasn't wise to continue staying entangling with Frisia's legions. Even if he was able to defeat Saber, what could Dodoria do? Frisia would only focus more attention on them. and that wasn't a situation he wanted to be in right now. In contrast, it's better to run first. 4 more, 16,000 words have been completed. At least one more, 4,000 words, tomorrow before 1 o'clock to offer. Kneeling to ask for support, begging for monthly votes. The author fungus wanna punch the new book monthly vote list, plus more if the helmsman 1 more, the alliance master 3 more, the monthly vote of 300 plus 1 more. Boom! In the middle of the spaceship, a cosmic man flew out directly backwards. Saber's face looked extraordinarily ugly. Where are the people? That's what you're telling me has been locked. Saber's voice rang out with annoyance. Lord Saber, Lord Doria, we do have a lock, but it seems like they've entered the middle of the Western Galaxy. That's Lord Gura's territory. We don't dare to enter. A cosmic spoke cautiously, afraid of offending the 2 people in front of him. West Galaxy? Saber froze and subconsciously opened his mouth. Yes, they have indeed entered the Western Galaxy. A cosmonaut hurriedly nodded and reported. And listening to the voice, Saber and Doria looked at each other, and both couldn't help but see a touch of gravity in their expressions. The Western Milky Way was not within their sphere of influence, and even if the current Frisia Great King's power expanded further, he had no intention of getting his hands on the Western Milky Way. The reason for this, as elite warriors under Lord Frisia, Saber and Doria naturally knew exactly why. Saber, what do we do now? Doria looked over at Saber and spoke with a pensive voice. Report back to Lord Frisia. This is no longer something we can meddle with. Saber mused slightly then spoke. Doria hesitated a bit, but nodded. The fight between the Great King Gula and the Great King Frisia was not something that a small shrimp like them could participate in. The two had a decision to make. Word quickly traveled back to where Fraser's ship was. And what dishonest wild monkeys to have escaped to the Western Galaxy. Fraser's grim laugh rang out. It made the head of one of the cosmonauts involuntarily go down. Then get me in touch with that honorable brother of mine. Fraser spoke with a smile. Yes, Lord Frisia. A cosmonaut responded respectfully. Soon the communication equipment was turned on in the ship. A figure appeared in the communication device. My dear brother, why do you think of your brother? Gula's voice rang out. My esteemed elder brother, there are a few little bugs that seem to have escaped into your territory. Can I trouble you to catch them for me? Frisia's smirk grew as he looked at the figure in the communication. Bugs? On the other side of the comm, Gula was wearing a surprised look. Yeah, a couple of wild scion monkeys. My esteemed brother, that shouldn't be a problem. Fraser's laughing voice rang out. Scion wild monkeys? Yes. Gora nodded slightly, not refusing at this. The distant center of the Western Galaxy, in the middle of a huge airship. Frisia, what a waste. A bunch of scion wild monkeys even had a leak. Nez. Gula muttered to himself and then spoke. Brush. A figure appeared. It was Nez, one of the most elite warriors amongst the Gula Legion. Nez, pass on my order that the Western Galaxy search for scions. Gula opened his mouth. Yes. Nez was surprised, but quickly answered. Soon the Gula Legion began to move out in search of Zhang Chen and his group. It was just obvious that they were destined to be disappointed. Zhang Chen and his group had merely brushed the border of the Western Milky Way. In less than a month, it was once again in the middle of the Northern Galaxy. This time due to bypassing the surveillance of Frisia's legions, Zhang Chen and his group didn't stop any longer and flew straight to Earth. From the Western Galaxy into the Northern Galaxy, the distance to Earth was undoubtedly quite a bit farther, and it was almost 3 months before the group entered the solar system completely. An azure planet gradually came into view next to the massive star. Here it is. Whispering softly, looking at the azure planet in front of him, Zhang Chen's heart couldn't help but ripple a little, but it was quickly suppressed. Is this Earth? It's surprisingly good looking. GNEI also saw the azure planet and couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Is this the planet that Kakarot is on? Raditz couldn't help but open his mouth as well, and even with his concealment, Zhang Chen was able to see Raditz's flash of anticipation. Right, we should be landing in about 15 minutes. Zhang Chen nodded, and in the midst of the crowd's conversation, the ship fell directly toward Earth like a meteor. In the meantime, the Temple of Heavenly God, the Heavenly God Biker, originally, was just patrolling the lower realms as usual. However, at this very moment, he suddenly sensed something in his face couldn't help but change drastically. No good. What a horrible aura. How? Sky God Biker's face instantly turned white, and a flash of panic appeared in his pupils, because at this moment, he felt 2 extremely terrifying auras, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse down, and there is also a gas in it, with an extremely evil aura. That is even more intense than the evil God Biker's evil aura. Evil Biker at most killed some people, but Raditz is the destruction of several planets. The evil aura is no way to compare. Tenjin-sama. Next to him, Bobo couldn't help but speak up as he looked at the flustered sky god. Just that black face, and no look of any kind. Not good. There is an extremely evil enemy arriving on Earth from the middle of the universe. Earth is about to suffer an unprecedented crisis. Bobo. There was sweat seeping above Heavenly God Biker's forehead. God of Heaven. Bobo rushed to speak. You go down immediately. Search for the place where the demon God Biker is sealed, and bring him here. Sky God Biker forehead above a layer of sweat penetrated out. Seems to think of something. Clenched his teeth, his eyes looked to the side of the Bobo, with a sinking voice of the opening. Those three auras, even the weakest one of them, Heavenly God Biker didn't feel like a match. Not to mention the two most powerful strands of them. He just felt like the whole world was about to collapse. Not to mention with the power of the earth, even compared to the power of his Heavenly God Biker, it would be like a glowing fire and a white moon. Not comparable at all. The only thing he could think of was the Demon God Biker. If he was able to fuse with the Demon God Biker, maybe there's still a chance. Even if after the fusion, it was dominated by the meaning of the Demon God Biker, he couldn't care less at the moment. After all, the Demon God Biker only wants to rule the earth at best. The terrifying existences from these three universes were who knows what the purpose was. He had to be prepared for everything. But, Sky God, Bobo couldn't help but speak, his figure hesitating a bit. Bobo, get going. Any later and I'm afraid it'll be too late. Sky God Biker couldn't help but open his mouth. Yes. Hearing the words of Sky God Biker, Bobo didn't dare to delay any longer. After answering the voice, he directly rode his flying carpet swiftly towards the bottom. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, the Heavenly God Biker muttered. Sweat was breaking out above his forehead, and his heart sank to the bottom. Seriously letting the Demon God Biker rule the earth? That was something he didn't want to see either. Of course at this moment, Jiang Chen and the others didn't realize that the Heavenly God Biker was directly intimidated by the three of them, and had even come up with this path of fusing the Demon God Biker. 15 minutes passed quickly. The huge spaceship landed directly on the west coast of the planet. In order to avoid trouble, Jiang Chen didn't descend on a crowded place, but instead descended on a plain where it was. The huge hatch opened. The three figures flew out. Is this the Earth? It's still pretty. Aspora, do you know where Kakarot is? Gnei couldn't help but have his eyes light up as he looked at the scenery around him, but he soon seemed to think of something and looked at Jiang Chen with doubt. Raditz couldn't help but look over at the moment. Don't worry, Auntie Kind. We'll be able to find Kakarot soon. Let's go find someone first. With him it shouldn't be a problem to find Kakarot. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth, while his eyes couldn't help but look toward the towering building in the distance. No surprise that would be Kalinta, and above the Tower of Corinthia is the temple. Finding people in this world, apart from the Divine Dragon. I'm afraid there's no one better at it than the Heavenly God. And there was something else he wanted to find out about the Sky God. Aspora, is there anyone here you know well? Gnei opened his mouth with surprise. It's not familiar. It's just that there's a Narmak here as well, and coincidentally he's also the planet's Sky God, and I can think of no better person to look for Kakarot. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Namek, God of the Sky? A look of surprise appeared on all of Raditz's features. Having lived on Namekus for most of his life, Raditz was no stranger to the Namekans. As for the Heavenly God, as a scion who had conquered the universe, Raditz knew something about this Heavenly God thing even though he hadn't conquered many planets yet. It just didn't occur to me that this one planet where my own brother was from not only had Narmaks, but that the Narmaks were sky gods. Right, let's go. Let's go pay homage to that one Heavenly God first. Jiang Chen nodded his head, his figure rising directly into the air. Keen and Raditz, on the other hand, hurried to follow. With the trio's speed, it didn't take more than a few minutes to reach the bottom of Corinta, even considering Haimai. Just arriving at the bottom of the Carlin Tower, Jiang Chen's trio didn't stop, but instead flew straight up with a brain. What man? An aura broke through the air, and the generations of guardian warriors below seemed to sense something. Instantly, he stepped out of the hayloft, yet saw nothing. In a few dozen seconds, the trio had rushed past the Corinta into the middle of the clouds. As he passed by where immortal Karen was, Jiang Chen took a glance, but it was just a glance. Fairy beans are important, but at the moment this is not urgent and can be obtained subsequently. Of course Jiang Chen three people when passing by, but the Karen immortal as the pupil cannot help but violent contraction. That fat cat face above all brought a touch of horror. Of course the horrified immortal Karen at this moment was not known to Jiang Chen's trio. The figure quickly rushed through the lightning clouds, straight into the overhead, and in the sky, the floating temple then came into view. Here it is. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen then led the two of them to fall directly into where the divine hall was. Is this the temple? Kyuchi looked around curiously. Raditz, on the other hand, couldn't help but look at a figure in the distance. It's really the Namekins. Raditz let out a small voice. Several of you. I wonder what it is that you have come to Earth for. Sky God Biker's mind was startled, and he heard even a small mumble from Raditz clearly, carefully approaching. He spoke with nervousness. At this moment he was really nervous. Bobo hadn't even returned from his trip down there, and the other party had actually arrived. At the moment the other party was going to do something, he was truly defenseless. Lord Heavenly God, there's no need to be nervous. We don't have any malicious intent in coming to Earth this time. It's just that a few years ago I had a younger brother who crashed to Earth, and now I want to retrieve it. Looking at the nervous Heavenly God Biker, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. A brother crashing to Earth? Tenjinvik froze for a moment. Yes. I wonder if I can trouble the Heavenly God Sama for a moment. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. He wasn't interested in scaring Sky God Biker, so he might as well be honest. This one certainly does, but it may take a little time. Can you tell when the probability is that it will arrive on Earth? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Heavenly God Biker couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, nodding his head slightly and directly agreeing. For him, the biggest worry was that Jiang Chen and the others in front of him had thoughts about Earth, since it wasn't. Some requests that he naturally didn't mind agreeing to. Thanks a lot then. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then looked at GNEI. The time, if you will, would have been more than a year ago, close to 2 years. GNEI pondered slightly, then opened his mouth with a touch of excitement. Over a year, closer to 2? 3 of you wait a moment. Celestial God Bick nodded, then walked to the edge of the temple and began to explore the next session. As a heavenly god, he would test the lower realms from time to time, yes, but not so much that he would care about every meteorite. When Kakarot arrived on Earth, his combat power was only 2 points, so naturally, Sky God Biker didn't care much about it, treating it as an ordinary meteorite. If you want to look for it nowadays, you'll have to probe carefully according to the time. That guy, can he really find Kakarot? Watching Tenjin Biker's movements, Raditz remembered with a puzzled look. There shouldn't be any problem. The Heavenly God subdimension can be different from ours, and possesses abilities that are extremely special. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. He wasn't worried about whether or not the Sky God would be able to find Kakarot. In the Dragon Ball world, the gods are a very special existence. They may not be every bit as strong, but the abilities they possess are extraordinary. Even if it was only a heavenly god of the lowest rank, the abilities it possessed were extremely extraordinary. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Raditz couldn't help but look curiously at Sky God Biker, and time passes slowly while waiting. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Just as Raditz tried to speak, Sky God Biker had walked over. 3 guests. It has been found. The Heavenly God Biker's words rang out. A little late. Today the probability is gone. Tomorrow began to early morning. 12 o'clock noon. 6 p.m. respectively. A 4,000 word. 3 guests. It has been found. The Heavenly God Biker's words rang out. It caught the eyes of all 3 at once. You really found Kakarot? Raditz opened his mouth with surprise, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Tenjin Biker. Really? GNEI was also a bit excited at this moment. He hadn't seen his youngest son for almost 2 years, and at this moment, even she couldn't help but bring a touch of excitement when she heard the news. I don't know if that child was named Kakarot, but he was the only one who arrived on Earth in the time period between 1 year ago and 2 years ago. The Heavenly God Biker shook his head, then spoke softly. Many thanks. I wonder if I can trouble the Heavenly God Sama to guide the way. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then opened his mouth towards the Heavenly God Biker. Yes, they are atop the eastern Bunko Mountains of Earth, just in this direction, but that child of yours seems to have been adopted. With all due respect, could I ask the 3 of you not to hurt him? Celestial God Bick nodded, then gestured a direction. It was only after the words were finished that he hesitated and couldn't help but add, adopted? Keen froze for a moment, and Raditz was a little surprised. Don't worry, I told you we don't have any ill will towards this planet, so naturally we won't hurt anyone else. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. He naturally understood Sky God Biker's scruples, but it was clear that Sky God Biker was overthinking things. After all, without any surprises, even Jiang Chen would be staying on Earth for a long time to come, so naturally, he couldn't possibly destroy the situation on Earth. Thanks, a million thanks. Celestial God Biker let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed. Seriously, after just probing it, he actually thought about hiding it, but in the midst of the tussle, I chose to give it up. These 3 people in front of him were too powerful, and Jiang Chen and Raditz in particular made him feel an unprecedented terror. In the face of this kind of horror, it was clear that hiding it wasn't a good option. After all, once the other party found out, even if there was no intention to do anything, Earth was afraid that it would be in big trouble. It is we who need to thank you, Lord Sky God. Then we'll leave you alone for now and take our leave first. Jiangchen smiled and opened his mouth. The figure then rose into the air. Behind him, Kyochi, Raditz similarly took to the air. Yes, yes. Sky God Biker hurriedly nodded his head. And after he nodded his head, Jiang Chen's group of 3 headed directly towards Baozi Mountain. Boom! The chi energy broke through the air, and in an instant, the figures of the 3 disappeared from the sight of the Heavenly God Biker. And it wasn't until this moment that Heavenly God Biker let out a long breath of turbid air. The pressure is off a little bit, but it's only slightly less so. The fact that Jiang Chen and his party hadn't left was a thick layer of dark clouds hanging over the Heavenly God Biker. The only blessing at the moment was that the trio had so far shown no intention of thinking anything about Earth. Of course it was only for now that they were glad that Jiang Chen and his party were too powerful, and the Heavenly God Biker couldn't be sure what the other side really thought. One thought kept intertwining, and at that very moment, Bobo's figure had returned. It was only when he saw Bobo, and especially looked at the one rice cooker in Bobo's hand, that Sky God Biker let out a sharp sigh of relief. Bobo, trouble. The Heavenly God Biker took a deep breath, and a voice with a deep sound rang out. God of Heaven, are you really going to release him? Bobo was still a little hesitant at the moment. He was well aware of the terror of that one figure in the rice cooker. It was not easy for the Heavenly God Biker to separate it out, and the other party was also sealed by the humans due to the middle of karma, so releasing it at this moment was not a good option. Wait a little longer. Celestial God Biker thought for a moment, but eventually shook his head. It was currently impossible to determine the purpose of Jiang Chen and his party, and he was a bit stumped by releasing the Demon God Biker rashly. Of course Jiang Chen didn't know this at the moment. Due to his knowledge of the Dragon Balls, he did know that Biker was split in two, but he hadn't expected that because of the shock of the 3 of them. The Heavenly God Biker had even made plans to fuse the Demon God Biker. He took Raditz and Keen with him and paddled over the Earth's heavy mountains. A few minutes later, the group arrived at where Bunko Mountain was located. Is this Bunko Mountain? Raditz spoke, while his eyes looked around, searching up for signs of cockroach. Come on, it should be over there. Jiang Chen felt it faintly, vaguely sensing some aura, and gestured a direction towards the 2 with his right hand. The 2 men nodded. The 3 of them once again took to the air and headed towards the mountain not far away. Soon the group saw a spot of cooking smoke rising slowly. Really? Raditz's eyes lit up, and at this moment, in the distant houses, a figure then walked out. It was an old man with a white beard. The figure was obviously very old, yet still clearly fit. Is that the man who adopted cockroach? The 3 of them converged their eyes, and Kyochi couldn't help but speak. That should be it. Come on, let's go over there. He should have found us. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, and then after greeting the 2 of them, he just flew towards the distance. A moment later, the figures of the 3 of them fell from midair, landing in front of the house. 3 of you. I don't know what is the purpose of coming to Banzai Mountain. Sun Gohan wore a tinge of nervousness, while his eyes couldn't help but look at the trio. In just a moment, Sun Wuhan felt the terrifying chi on the 3 people. At this moment the 3 people fell. Even as a martial arts master, Sun Wuhan could not help but appear nervous. There was no way around it. These 3 people in front of him were just too strong. At the risk of interrupting, here's the thing. About 2 years ago, I have a younger brother who accidentally landed on Earth, and I heard from Lord Celestial God that he was adopted by you, so we came over to check it out. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. You're Goku's family? Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Sun Wuhan's expression carried a touch of surprise. Goku? Raditz was a little puzzled. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot to mention that Goku is my new name for the boy, so why don't you guys go home first? That boy, Goku, has traveled to the mountains to play, and should be back soon. Sun Gohan hurriedly explained while his figure quickly invited the 3. Yes, that's trouble. Jiang Chen nodded. With that the 3 of them followed Sun Gohan as he approached the room. I didn't expect that child, Goku, to not be an Earthling. No wonder it was extraordinary in the first place. Sun Gohan served the 3 with tea and couldn't help but speak with emotion. Oh, old man, can you tell me about cockroach? By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm the boy's mother. I had no choice but to send him to Earth before because of something that happened in my hometown. Thanks for taking care of him for a while, old sir. Hamakuchi spoke, his eyes looking towards Sun Gohan. Is cockroach Goku's name? Sure. Then again, that kid was pretty cranky when I first picked him up. Ha ha ha. Sun Gohan smiled and spoke. Toward the trio, he began to recount the scene where he picked up Sun Gohan. Hamakuchi, on the other hand, listened attentively. Even Raditz didn't seem to be interrupting. For a while, the situation in the middle of the room instead seemed extraordinarily cordial. Until, most of the day passed. come out of the door and move. A childish voice followed. Grandpa, I'm back. Look what I caught. The voice was tinged with excitement. Along with this voice, the eyes of several people in the room could not help but light up. Goku is back. Son Gohan opened his mouth. Kyoshi hurriedly got up as well. Even Jiangchen couldn't help but have some expectations. Kakarot's son Wukong, the true destined protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. And unlike Naruto and Sasuke, Kakarot's son Wukong is considered a true legend in the truest sense of the word. Grandpa, they are? The door to the room quickly opened and a small figure walked in. But soon the figure noticed several people in the middle of the room and couldn't help but look at them curiously. Kakarot. Seeing the familiar figure, Gnei rushed straight up and hugged it straight away. The tiny figure subconsciously tried to struggle, yet for some reason, the body subconsciously slackened. Your mom? Kakarot muttered, but his eyes were a little blank. The memory of the youngster hitting his head didn't come back, just the body's instinctive reaction. Humph, it's only 5 combat points now. For his part, Raditz couldn't help but grunt, the corners of his mouth quirking in disbelief. But it was just a word. Jiangchen smiled and didn't say anything. Raditz's outlook had obviously changed quite a bit over this period of time, so Jiangchen naturally wouldn't push too hard for anything. He visually surveyed Kakarot, who was being held by Keen, pretty much as remembered. It's just that Kakarot is much younger in this moment, and is clearly about the same age as when he left planet Vegeta. Combat power doesn't fluctuate much either. It's only been raised from 2 points to 5. But that's normal. The time when Son Wukong's strength really increased was still when he worshipped Turtle Immortal. It's still very early. It belongs to the time when Son Wukong was given a foundation by Son Gohan. Thanks a million, old man, for taking care of Kakarot for a while now. Hamakuchi let go of Son Gohan after a long time, leading him to Son Gohan's side for a thank you. When she just got the news that Son Wukong had suffered a head injury, Gnei was still a bit tense. But now that she saw with her own eyes that her son was fine, she was also completely relieved. And even a touch of gratitude appeared for Son Wukong. You flatter me. I love this kid too. So, with all due respect, are you taking this child back? Son Wuhan smiled and opened his mouth, then seemed to think of something and opened his mouth with a touch of hesitation as well as reluctance. Old sir, something has happened on our home planet for the time being. I'm afraid it's very difficult to go back now, and we should still stay here. Before Gnei could open his mouth, Jiangchen was the one who opened his mouth with a smile. So, Son Gohan's eyes lit up with relief. Auntie Keen, I see that Kakarot seems to be very close to this old gentleman. Why don't we just stay here for the time being, just as we don't have much else to do for a while? After speaking towards Son Wuhan, Jiangchen then looked towards Gnei and opened his mouth with a smile. He had no intention of disrupting the plot. The strength of the early stages is not obvious, but the early stages of the storyline are essential for Son Wukong to be able to make it this far step by step. That works too. Gnei hesitated slightly, looking at the figure in front of him that his youngest son seemed really close to, and then nodded in agreement. Raditz opened his mouth, but with Kanito opening his mouth, he closed it. Raditz, don't underestimate this one old gentleman. Although he may be weaker in combat, his cultivation of chi is stronger than that of the Narmatians. Looking at Raditz's expression, Jiangchen couldn't help but open his mouth with a smile. With him? When Raditz heard Jiangchen's words, he couldn't help but look at Son Wuhan with suspicion, and the words couldn't help but come out of his mouth. For the Namekians, thanks to Zeno and the Great Elder, Raditz still had a favorable outlook. Jiangchen went so far as to say at this moment that this weak human in front of him actually knew more about chi cultivation than the Narmerican. If it wasn't for Jiangchen's words, Raditz would have wanted to fling an air bomb at its face. This is some kind of cosmic joke. Zeno, what strength? More than 18,000 points of combat power. This old man in front of him is only how much? Hold up, more than 100 points. How is it possible? I'm flattered. I'm nothing. Son Gohan smiled and spoke. This is not an overpraise. Old sir on top of the earth. You can be considered a martial arts master currently second only to Kame Immortal. Jiangchen smiled and shook his head. He's not kidding about this. The old Son Gohan, although it didn't take long to debut, he could be an absolute martial arts master, and was renowned above the entire earth. The fact that this piece of fame was not even close to Kame Sennin was enough to tell one way or the other. Budo, on the other hand, is not measured in terms of fighting strength. Turtle Immortal's strength wasn't strong, and his combat power was only 100 or so points. But his martial arts level was considered one of the most top-notch existences even when placed in the entire 7th universe, or even all the humans in the entire Allnet universe. Old Sun Wuhui was able to be second only to Turtle Immortal, and his level of martial arts would likewise not be too low. And once again, Jiang Chen's words caused Leitais' expression to fluctuate. After this period of time, Raditz was very clear about Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen emphasized again and again that it obviously couldn't be a joke anymore. Then there was only one possibility. This person in front of him did have a high level of cultivation for qi. Shock filled Leitai's heart, and he couldn't help but start sizing up Sun Gohan at the moment. And Sun Gohan smiled sarcastically and rubbed his head. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't continue to say anything. The trio then began to build up the house next to Sun Gohan. With the power of the science, house construction is naturally simple. In half a day's time, however, 2 houses about the size of Sun Gohan's room were set up next to each other. One belonged to Jinei's family, and one naturally belonged to Jiang Chen. Martial arts level and combat power are not the same thing. In the Power Assembly manga, the Monkey King's realization of the self-realization extreme intent kung fu was all thanks to Kame-senin. Please, 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 support, in the race for the new book monthly list. Just like that, Jiang Chen and his group stayed at Baozi Mountain for the time being, and Jiang Chen didn't choose to leave in a hurry, although he was going to head to Planet Yardrat after sending Genei and Raditz to Earth. But that didn't mean he didn't have anything else he needed to do on top of Earth. As one of the special planets in the universe, Earth is just a lowly planet though. But the wonders of Earth are no less amazing than those of Namek. Yadrat. Not only does it have a presence called fairy beans, but it also has a spiritual time house, the Dragon Balls, and even aside from that, Earth also had something worth his attention. For example, martial arts practice. With the help of Namix and Zeno, Jiang Chen had sort of laid a good foundation of qi, but it's just the basics. Although the cultivation method of Namek's star qi was good, it was significantly inferior compared to Earth. This is not only the prototype of Turtle Immortal's self-contained extreme intentionality gone, but also lies in the fact that compared to the universe, where most of the planets can only explode their own full strength, or can't even explode their own full strength, the Earth can not only explode its full strength, but can even present a several-fold explosion. That's right, it's several times. It's almost equal to a weaker version of the Kai King's Fist. It can be almost unbelievable. For Jiang Chen, if he wanted to go longer in the future, mastering Earth's martial cultivation was a must. Otherwise it relies purely on Scion traits. He might have a chance to transform into a Super Scion, but to continue and reach the level of the Monkey King, it would be almost impossible. Unless, of course, he was able to acquire the teachings of the God of Destruction, Bills, or the Angel Vis, and obviously the former is easier compared to the latter. So after accompanying Genei, Raditz, and Sun Wukong for a few days at Baozi Mountain, Jiang Chen's figure was rising up into the air and flying towards the ocean. Since you're going to learn martial arts, naturally, there was no better place to look than to Kamehameha. Although Turtle Immortal's strength wasn't strong, the level of martial arts was definitely the most top-notch existence in the entire Earth. The path to finding Kamehameha wasn't too difficult. With Jiang Chen's current speed, it wouldn't take long to circle the entire planet a few times. Even if Turtle Immortal suppressed his aura to the point where it was barely perceptible, he was quickly found by Jiang Chen, on top of a sea island. Jiang Chen's figure stopped. Phew! A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled, and his face couldn't help but bring on a smile. The figure then fell straight down, and as Jiang Chen fell, a figure had already been waiting at the door. It was the figure of a white-bearded, amiable and good-natured old man, who at the moment wore sunglasses, extremely fancy clothes, and carried an immense and incomparable turtle shell on his back. Guest, you are? Turtle Immortal opened his mouth, his expression tinged with gravity, with sweat seeping above his forehead. His powerful perception allowed him to clearly sense the terrifying power in the figure that looked like a child. Teacher Wu Tian, from what I've heard, you are the god of martial arts. So I took the liberty of coming over to visit because I wanted to ask for some advice on martial arts cultivation. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Guest, I'm afraid you don't need my teaching with your strength. Kame-senin froze for a moment, then shook his head and spoke. At this moment, even if Turtle Immortal wasn't clear about how strong Jiang Chen was, he was able to feel its horrifying oppression like the sun. No, Teacher Wu Tian, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I didn't come here to cultivate how to improve my strength, but to cultivate martial arts. Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke with a touch of seriousness. Budo? Kame-senin's eyebrows lifted with a hint of surprise. Yes, you should be able to feel the powerful force within my body. However, my mastery of this power is actually imperfect. I need a higher level of martial arts, and I believe that there is no one better suited than you. It's a little gift from me. Please take it. Jiang Chen spoke solemnly, and then took a package out. The package was still subconsciously exposed by a section of him. Put. Kame-senin couldn't stop his nosebleed from spewing out when he saw that section. Ha ha ha, well said. I like such a genuine heart for the martial arts. Kame-senin hurriedly brought the package over, with a laughing voice ringing out. At this moment, his caution, his vigilance, all of a sudden disappeared completely. Looking at this one in front of him, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched a bit. Still shaking his head though, didn't say anything. After all, after reading the original, he knew very well that this was what Kame Senin looked like. Next time, Jiang Chen began to follow Tortoise Immortal in his cultivation. Of course this did not pay homage. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and Turtle Immortal didn't mention it either. After all, Jiang Chen was too strong, and although Turtle Immortal wasn't tuned in, he wasn't stupid. It was naturally impossible for Jiang Chen to say anything of his own accord. Time slips away. Turtle Immortal was worthy of being the god of martial arts for a generation. If it was just a guess before, then under Turtle Immortal's teaching, Jiang Chen could already be sure that the level of Turtle Immortal's martial arts was indeed far higher than the martial arts practice on the planet Namek. Not even the two exist on the same level. In just a month's time, Jiang Chen was able to clearly feel his control over the chi in his body going up a notch. The most direct manifestation of this was that his original combat power that was as high as 32,000 points. At this moment, he could already manage to compress it down to 500 points. It was still a long way from being completely suppressed and hidden, but it was clearly a great improvement. On top of that, there are all sorts of martial arts techniques. These techniques are abilities that can perfect, or even surpass, one's own limits of explosive strength. Maybe it wasn't as terrifying as Turtle School Qigong and the universal shocking palm, but the utilization of one's own chi had also reached an unbelievable point. Of course Jiang Chen rejoiced. Kame Senin, on the other hand, was shocked. He hadn't expected at all that Jiang Chen wasn't just extremely powerful, but his martial arts talent was actually extremely terrifying as well. Among all his disciples, it even surpassed Sun Wukongan. Sense your body. Sense your movements. Let the body drive your consciousness. Your chi is too strong. It's not enough now. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. On top of Turtle Island, Turtle Immortal was teaching seriously. Jiang Chen was also listening attentively. Even though Turtle Immortal's strength was far inferior to his, Jiang Chen still showed enough respect and seriousness. Kame Senin wasn't hiding anything either. He was also extremely serious about teaching Jiang Chen. Another 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 months Jiang Chen's combat power had once again improved from 32,000, and although it wasn't as high as before, almost 2,000 points a month, 2 months had passed and his combat power had reached 35,000 points. Such strength, even if it was placed amongst the Frisia Legion, it was considered a top elite level existence, second only to the Kiwana troopers. As opposed to the increase in combat power, of course, Jiang Chen had been down for the past 3 months. The most important cultivation achievement was still the progress of the martial arts. At this moment, he could already manage to hide his aura perfectly. It had even been possible to do a 1.5 times release, which might not be as good as compared to Kame Immortal, but it had already surpassed 99% of most cosmic people. With his 35,000 combat power, 1.5 times, that's more than 50,000 explosive power. Even when facing a few people among the kinematic battle team, he had a great possibility to overcome. Strength is truly considered to have stepped into the North Galaxy's most first-class combat power. Aspora, there is nothing more I can teach you about your martial arts training. I have to say, you're the most talented existence I've ever seen. Even that disciple of mine, Sun Gohan, is inferior compared to you. Kame Senin spoke with emotion. At the moment he couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen's strength was just too strong, but if it was any weaker, he would have wanted to take Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was so powerful that he couldn't possibly afford to worship him. Many thanks for these hours of teacher Wu Tian's teaching. Jiang Chen bowed slightly in gratitude. Although it had only been 3 months, only Jiang Chen knew exactly how huge his gains had been in those 3 months. If Zeno's teachings in Namakiru were laying the foundation for him, then Kame Senin's teachings were undoubtedly giving him a true opening to the path of martial arts. The significance for him is unimaginable. It's not something that can be compared to an increase of 10 or 20,000 in combat power. No thanks necessary. I should be thanking you. I didn't realize there was such a powerful existence in the middle of the world. Kame Senin spoke with emotion, his expression carrying a touch of complexity. As the god of martial arts, Kame Immortal thought that he had already stood at the highest peak in this world, but he had not thought that there was still Jiang Chen, a powerful and almost unreasonable existence. The shock for him was predictable. It also made it seem as if he had once again found the heart to continue exploring the martial way. Thank you for your teachings anyway. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He had undoubtedly gained more compared to Kame Senin. The two then spoke again on a number of matters. The next day, Jiang Chen made his resignation towards Kame Immortal. Martial arts practice has ended. Naturally there was no need to stay on. He had a lot of things to take care of. Leave where Kame Senin is. Jiang Chen then hurriedly flew towards Corinta. On the way, Jiang Chen directly purchased 2 baskets of fresh fish. Before moving on, 10 minutes later, his silhouette once again dashed up from directly underneath the Corinthian tower in a single bound. A few seconds later, his figure arrived where Immortal Karen was. "It's you?" When looking at Immortal Karen when he saw Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but be startled. He hadn't forgotten the 3 figures that had rushed straight up into the clouds a few months ago. The moment was naturally instantly recognizable. "Immortal Karen, I've heard that you have a magical thing here. How would I like to make a trade with you?" Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't care about Immortal Karen recognizing him, but instead, in the middle of his opening, he threw out 2 capsules. Touch! The mist rose, and the next moment 2 large baskets of fresh fish were appearing on the Corinta. Fish! Immortal Karen's eyes instantly lit up, and in the next moment his figure directly pounced on him. A moment later, he was holding 2 fish in his mouth, 1 in each hand, and looked toward Jiang Chen with a slurred opening. You want the super god water, right? But even if you give the fish, also, you have to pass my test. Immortal Karen spoke vaguely. Immortal Karen, you've misunderstood. I've heard that you have something called immortal beans here, and I'd like to exchange some. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. For the super god water he is not too interested. With the great elders to develop the potential, the absolute effect is more powerful than the super god water. Coupled with the original Sun Wukong inexplicable heart attack, Jiang Chen had to think that it is the problem of the super god water. The main purpose of him coming here and bringing 2 baskets of fish was, of course, the fairy beans. As the most amazing product of the earth, Senzu is simply buggy, especially with the Scion traits. The role is even more unimaginable. In the original, it was eventually banned on the grounds of being Yakurobi Hojoed in order to avoid the Senzu being too buggy. In the middle of this real world, not surprisingly, the odds are that it will be the same. To avoid not getting many fairy beans later in the game, Jiang Chen was prepared to pack a large portion of it away for him early in the morning. Fairy beans? In those altars on the right. Take whatever you want, just save some for me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Immortal Karen froze for a moment, then pointed at a few altars not far away and opened his mouth. The figure once again smashed headfirst into the pile of fish. Jiang Chen smiled, then walked towards the place Immortal Karen had pointed to. Soon he found where the piles of immortal beans were. When the altar is opened, Jiang Chen's eyes just couldn't help but light up. Not bad for a time when the original hadn't even started. At the moment above the Carlin Tower place 3 big altars of immortal beans. Each altar is feared to have thousands. 3 big altars are feared to be no less than 3,000. Surely Yachirobe deserves to die for real. Sputtering, Jiang Chen then took out the capsule he had prepared long ago and took away all of the 2 large altars of immortal beans. And he also took half of the other altar of immortal beans. There are about 2,500 of them. Only then did Jiang Chen stop. Put the fairy beans away. Jiang Chen then bid farewell towards Immortal Karen before his figure soared up once more, heading towards the Divine Hall. He couldn't even help but bring a smile to his face at this moment. Over 2,500 immortal beans. This is certainly a large value. With this, he didn't need to worry about the subsequent battles at all. Even he could have started to do a brush up on his Scion near-death skills if he had been bolder. Not to mention the relative security of future operations. Boom! The figure broke into the air with a smile. Jiang Chen quickly broke out of the clouds and arrived at the Divine Hall once again, facing Jiang Chen's reappearance. At this moment, the Heavenly God Temple's Heavenly God Bic had slightly calmed down quite a bit. He had been observing Jiang Chen and his party for a long time this period of time, and to his relief, Jiang Chen and his party hadn't done anything too great up to this point. Instead, they settled down on Earth. Although Jiang Chen and his group didn't leave, which still filled him with worry, he was at least not as frightened as before. Tenjin-sama. Looking at the Sky God biker who walked over, Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Tenjin-sama. Looking at the Sky God biker who walked over, Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Guest from afar. I wonder if there is something you need to serve this time you come. The Heavenly God biker's expression was still a bit tense, and in the middle of his words opening, his sight couldn't help but look at the child in front of him, who was clearly no more than 8 or 9 years old. Lord Heavenly God, I would like to borrow the Dragon Pearl for a while. I wonder if that's possible. Looking at the nervous Heavenly God biker, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the pupils of the Heavenly God biker couldn't help but contract violently, and his body couldn't help but tremble as he couldn't help but back away. No need to be nervous. Before I traveled to Earth, I arrived on the planet Namek and used the Dragon Balls there to grant a few wishes. If Heavenly God Sama can become a Heavenly God, he is bound to be a dragon amongst the Namek people, so I thought that I should be able to produce the Dragon Balls. Looking at the nervous Heavenly God biker, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and give an explanation. Namaste? And that, with all due respect, distant guest, is the Narmation you speak of my home planet? The heavenly god biker slightly froze, and then he really somewhat couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire with suspicion. Yes, you should have realized that you and Earthlings are not really the same, Lord Sky God, shouldn't you? You would be, unsurprisingly, a Narmation, which is a planet located in the western part of the northern galaxy. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Phew, so it is. The heavenly god biker couldn't help but let out a long breath of turbid air as he listened to Jiang Chen's words. As a heavenly god, he naturally discovered the unusual long ago. It was just that he hadn't encountered a cosmic man before, and the heavenly god biker wasn't too clear about these things. This moment kind of confirms it. Namek, murmuring, the term was deeply imprinted into the mind of the sky god biker. Watching this one's expression change, Jiang Chen didn't bother. Instead, he waited for an answer. A few moments later, the heavenly god biker took a deep breath, his eyes once again looking toward Jiang Chen, his expression taking on a touch of solemnity. Thanks a lot, guest. But with all due respect, I was wondering, what kind of wish do you need fulfilled? The words opened, and his expression couldn't help but appear tense once again. Since Jiang Chen had said so, the heavenly god biker knew very well that it was impossible to conceal the secret of the Dragon Ball, so he thought better of it and inquired out the key question. Even though he knew that he couldn't resist Jiang Chen, he had to shoulder the responsibility of a deity, and the big deal was that he would die, and the Dragon Ball would perish with him then. It's like this, heavenly god-sama. You should have heard my previous words with old Mr. Sun Gohan. There were some accidents on our home planet. I was trying to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect some people, and the Dragon Balls on the planet Namek couldn't resurrect the majority of the people, so I thought of the ones on this side of the earth. Listening to the heavenly god's inquiry, Jiang Chen smiled and didn't hide it but directly stated his purpose. Resurrecting people? I see. You wait a moment. Sky God Biker breathed a sigh of relief. Such a wish was acceptable to him. Celestial God Biker quickly called for Bobo to start traveling to the lower realms to collect the Dragon Balls. It was naturally easy for Tenjin Biker to want to collect the Dragon Balls, after all, he had created them. Witnessed Bobo's departure on the flying carpet. Celestial God Biker thought about it but still came to Jiang Chen's side, inquiring with hesitation. Guests from afar. I wonder if you could tell me about the Narmerican. Sky God Biker was a bit torn, but at this moment, he really couldn't hold back and couldn't help but open his mouth. Oh namaste. It was a planet on the western edge of the northern Milky Way, roughly 10 times the diameter of Earth, and the planet existed in a special galaxy with 3 small stars orbiting the planet together, so there was never any night. Once upon a time, Namek was an extremely technologically advanced planet with a highly developed civilization, only to experience a great breakup where the civilization that once existed has long since disappeared, and is now a world of countless islands, with isolated hills and continents covered by strange mab trees. The entire planet is interesting and fertile, and the people of Namek are characterized by a low birth rate and a long lifespan, living scattered in natural villages formed by about 100 people. Their buildings are low with round or blister-shaped windows, and their overall shape is somewhat like that of an abalone or snail shell, and the villages are governed by elders through their wisdom rather than by divinely ordained forces. Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth, narrating the story of the Namekian planet towards the celestial god Biker, and Sky God Biker listened extremely carefully. Gradually, the appearance of his hometown was outlined in the mind of this elderly heavenly god. It looks like I should be the survivor after that great breakup of the home planet. I was really hoping to meet the great elder of the mother planet and listen to his teachings. Sky God Biker couldn't help but open his mouth with emotion. At this moment in Jiang Chen's narration, he couldn't help but be filled with a longing for Narmerica as well. Just as a celestial god, the celestial god Biker is more aware that he himself is difficult to leave the earth for a long time. In the middle of the yearning in the heart also cannot help but appear a touch of loss. Don't worry, there should be a chance. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Are you telling the truth? The heavenly god Biker's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, you would have arrived on Earth in a spaceship, and a trip back to Narmerica wouldn't be too much of a hassle once you find it. Jiang Chen smiled. He hadn't forgotten that once upon a time the technology of Narmerica was extremely advanced. With the distance from Earth to Namek, it would take no more than 10 days at most. A round trip would only take 20 days. And even for Earth's heavenly gods, 20 days would not have much of an impact. Thanks a lot. The heavenly god Biker's expression was joyful, and he couldn't help but express his gratitude. He hadn't expected there to be any surprises. Traveling to Namekus takes only a few days. Just a show of hands. Even if I don't say it, you should be able to find out. Jiang Chen smiled. However, when he was about to continue speaking, his eyebrows could not help but lift and his sight looked into the distance. Looks like it's done. The words came out again. and the figure then rose. Sky God Biker froze for a moment, but quickly reacted and looked over likewise. Soon, a dark shadow rapidly approached. That's exactly what Bobo is. Moments later, Bobo's flying carpet landed at the temple. The 7 flickering Dragon Balls on it were then presented. The Earth Dragon Balls are undoubtedly much smaller compared to the Namco Dragon Balls. It's not even just a matter of size, but in terms of ability the Earth Dragon Balls are much inferior. Not just in terms of having a much lower limit for wishing, but more importantly having only one wish. Compared to the Namco Dragon Balls of course, the Earth Dragon Ball also has advantages that belong to it. That is, the Earth Dragon Balls are capable of blurring concepts. I also wonder if it's because Tenjin Biker wasn't systematically taught Dragon Ball, and Earth Dragon Ball actually still has a lot of holes in it. Not only can you resurrect countless people at once, but you're also able to add prefixes. Guessed, the Dragon Balls have been collected. Sky God Biker opened his mouth. Thank you, Heavenly God Sama. Jiang Chen thanked him, then stepped forward. Come forth, Divine Dragon. The words rang out. Next moment. Boom. Rumble. The thick dark clouds instantly spread over the entire temple. At the same time the 7 dragon beads were emitting a rich golden light at this moment. Boom. 7 rays of light shot straight up into the sky. In an instant, a huge unknown spread how many meters of huge green dragon appeared in the sky above the dome of the sky. Unlike the Narmerican dragon, the Earth's divine dragon was more like the divine dragon in the Chinese legend. Whoever summons this dragon, name your wish and any wish will be granted one. A rumbling sound came from the mouth of the huge divine dragon. So weak, Jiang Chen felt it and couldn't help but shake his head. Nowadays, a divine dragon that hadn't been strengthened yet was undoubtedly poor in strength. At this moment he was able to shatter the divine dragon almost instantly if he wanted to. Shenron, please help me resurrect everyone in Bardak's squad except Bardak on top of a relatively peaceful planet. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and spoke out his wish. And this one wish was one that he had been thinking about for a long time. The few people in Bardak's squad had treated him well, so naturally Jiang Chen couldn't possibly forget. It's just too much of a chore to resurrect using the Namco Dragon Balls. It might even get so bad that it would take 7 or 8 wishes to be able to do it. So he was ready to use the Earth Dragon Balls from the start. At this moment, although the Earth's Dragon Balls had not been strengthened, it was not too much of a problem to resurrect, just a few people thought. After the words were finished, Jiang Chen began to wait. In mid-air, the huge divine dragon couldn't help but fall silent. Just as Jiang Chen couldn't even help but solidify slightly. The voice of the divine dragon rumbling resounded once again. This wish can be granted, but it will require the consumption of all wish power for 3 years. Is it willing? The voice echoed, and the divine dragon's gaze looked toward Jiang Chen. Yes. Jiang Chen's brows lifted, his expression somewhat surprised. He had just assumed it wouldn't materialize. After all, and he was prepared for it not to. First resurrecting him added a bunch of prefixes, plus it's still off the planet. It really may not be possible with the current Earth's divine dragon abilities. He actually had a preparatory program, which turned out to be surprisingly possible. Along with the appearance of joy on his face, a red light lit up in the eyes of the Earth divine dragon. The next moment in the middle of the distant starry sky, above an azure planet, 4 red lights lit up, and the next moment 4 figures appeared. Toma, Celebi, Dedipo, and Pabuzin appeared with their figures intact. Here, Toma subconsciously opened his mouth, bringing a touch of doubt into his expression. In his memory, wasn't he still in hell? And in the blink of an eye his surroundings had unexpectedly changed. We're resurrected? Celebi murmured, while a touch of shock was brought to her expression, and her words instantly made the other 3 react. It's clearly not hell, and they also seem to have bodies again. They seem to have really come back to life. No good. Quick, destroy the probe. Suddenly, Toma seemed to think of something and rushed to speak. The right hand, on the other hand, hurriedly crushed the detector. The others responded immediately afterward. One rushed to similarly crush the detector. What the hell is going on? How did we come back to life? Weren't we killed by Doria? Dodbo opened his mouth with a nagging question. The crowd was filled with disbelief and confusion. Forget that for now. We need to find a way out of here to inform Planet Vegeta. And I wonder how Bardak is doing. Toma's words came out of his mouth while his figure began to rise up into the air. Several others then similarly rose into the air, started checking out the planet. Of course at this moment Jiang Chen didn't know any of this. Above the temple, the red light accompanying the redness of the divine dragon's eyes disappeared. Your wish has been granted, so I'll see you next time. The voice of the divine dragon rang out, and the dark clouds began to collapse. The next moment the divine dragon's body transformed into 7 rays of light and flew directly to the rest of the world. Phew! Jiang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Sky God Biker's face however changed at this moment. Sight instantly looked away. What's wrong, Lord Sky God? looking at the heavenly god biker whose face had changed. Jiang Chen spoke with suspicion. No, nothing? The heavenly god biker shook his head, but his face remained grave. Just at the moment when the divine dragon had just disappeared, he sensed that the evil aura of the demon god biker sealed within the rice cooker had been violently elevated by several levels. Jiang Chen glanced suspiciously at the heavenly god biker, but since Sky God Biker wasn't willing to talk, Jiang Chen wouldn't force himself. Then thank you, heavenly god Sama. Since I've already fulfilled my wish, I'll leave you alone. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, then made his farewells towards the heavenly god biker. The matter had been accomplished, and at the moment it was natural to leave first. As for the spiritual time house in the middle of the heavenly god hall, Jiang Chen naturally had no intention of going in. The most important thing for him today was still cultivation. Strength gains are not so important instead. Sky God Biker nodded slightly. Jiang Chen then rushed his figure directly down towards the bottom, and eyed Jiang Chen as he left. Sky God Biker just couldn't wait to get to the other side of the temple. Tenjin-sama. Bobo's pitch-black face looked toward Tenjin Biker. Tenjin Biker looked at the rice cooker in front of him, his expression constantly changing. Finally a bite. Bobo, bury him again. Preferably choose the deep sea. Sky God Biker opened his mouth. Yes, Sky God. Bobo quickly responded. Soon his figure moved again and left the heavenly god hall with the rice cooker. Let's hope they really don't have any other ideas. Sky God Biker couldn't help but sigh. After a few months of getting along, the heavenly god biker eventually chose to trust a handful of Jiang Chen and the others. After all, compared to Jiang Chen and his party, who hadn't caused any harm yet, the demon god biker would really jeopardize the world once it was released. Of course the Jiang Chen at this moment didn't know this. His figure flew down the temple. Then it was time to head to Bunko Mountain. Months passed. He was ready to go back to his bag, Yamaha Himion, and say so, and he was ready to leave for the planet Yardrat. Jiang Chen's speed was fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at where Bun Mountain was. While looking at the scene below, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stare. The expression took on a touch of eccentricity. The original has a scene where two wishes are used to fulfill one wish, and the author Fungus rationalizes it even more, such as the Earth Dragon Ball bug and the planet Hillier Dragon Ball bug, which can be interpreted as a reasonable adaptation of the fact that neither of them received systematic dragon teaching from the Narmeric dragons, so they got a lot of Dragon Ball bugs and side effects, such as the Earth Dragon Balls producing evil aura. Baozi Mountain above. Jiang Chen face oddly looked at the bottom. At the moment below, there are two figures are practicing. One is Kakarot Sunwukon. That small figure is right, but the other figure is surprisingly Leitai's. Although Jiang Chen can see Leitai's expression is extremely twisted, however, it is indeed following Kakarot in the practice. No, brother Raditz, Grandpa said to be at peace. You're not right on this one. The tiny figure was pointing out even more, making Raditz look more and more squirmy. Watch this scene. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh a little. Shake your head. The figure fell straight down. With Jiang Chen falling, little Wukon was the first to spot Jiang Chen. The eyes couldn't help but light up. Brother Aspara. Little Goku spoke with a smile on his face. Aspara. Along with little Goku's voice, Raditz quickly noticed Jiang Chen as well, looking a bit shocked. He hadn't even noticed Jiang Chen's arrival in the slightest. Here, little Goku, a little present for you. Jiang Chen smiled and spoke, reaching out to hand over a 4-star dragon pearl. Of course today it's just a stone ball. It was something he had locked on earlier and searched for on his return. Just in time for Goku Jr. Nice round stone. Thanks. Little Goku's eyes lit up and he took it with surprise. Raditz, how about that? Am I right? After handing the Dragon Balls to little Goku, Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Raditz, his voice ringing out with laughter. Raditz opened his mouth, and for a moment was unable to retort. In a few months' time, he had sort of seen the level of the elderly Sun Wuhan with regards to chi cultivation. Although he was still unconvinced on the surface, he was truly convinced inwardly. Aspara, you're back. Come on, just in time for dinner. And Goku, Raditz, dinner. Right in the middle of their conversation, Genie happened to walk out and saw Jiang Chen's eyes light up as he hurriedly opened his mouth. Okay, Auntie Kyochi. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Dinner. Little Goku's eyes lit up and he cheered, his figure running straight to the room. Jiang Chen smiled, then walked into the room with Raditz likewise. In the middle of the house, 3 large tables of food are ready. It was also fortunate that the Bun Mountain was a primitive jungle spreading over tens of thousands of miles, and the food inside was extremely rich. Otherwise, with the Scion's appetite, I'm afraid that it would be a problem for them to eat. Above the dining table, a figure feasted. After waiting to eat almost as much, Jiang Chen looked at Genie. Auntie Kyochi, I'm going to take a trip to the universe in a few days. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. With his words, both Hamakuchi and Raditz couldn't help but stop. You're going to the universe? Kyochi was a little taken aback. Yes, Uncle Bardak. Although nothing has happened, but after all, he has traveled to more than 1,000 years ago. I'll go and think of a way to see if I can bring him back. In addition, I would like to go to the universe to try and improve my strength. Jiang Chen pondered slightly then spoke. Aspora, take me with you. I'll go with you. Raditz opened his mouth. Aspora, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Bardak is fine as long as he's fine. Kyochi couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry Auntie Kyochi, it'll be fine, and I need to improve my strength. Frisia won't leave us alone. Jiang Chen explained before looking at Raditz. Brother Reitais, you'd better stay on Earth. There is a very profound martial arts cultivation method here. You can't master it now. It's not too late to come out when you have mastered it. The words opened, directly rejecting Raditz's request. Raditz's strength today was good, but it was only good, and after a few months, his current combat strength was only about 15,000 points, which didn't really help him with his next idea. And for Raditz, the most important thing today was to master the practice of Earth Chi. Letting Raditz follow Sun Wukong's trajectory is what's best for him. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Raditz opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. And as he watched Raditz fall silent, Kyochi was at a loss for words for a moment. Only little Goku was still mindlessly and constantly shoveling food into his mouth. Aspora, I know you've always been very opinionated, but be careful with everything. Hamakuchi sighed, then nodded and spoke anyway. Don't worry, Auntie Kyochi. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Soon the crowd finished their food. Kyochi packed up the house. Jiang Chen's trio then walked out. Raditz, you need to condition your heart. This is a great boost to your strength. When a few more years pass, you can take little Wukong and head to Turtle Immortal Island, where there is an extremely top-tier martial arts master, and both you and little Wukong will be able to learn a lot there. In addition to that one servant of the heavenly god is also an extremely powerful existence. You can also try to ask for some advice. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and droned towards Raditz. Raditz listened intently. Until Jiang Chen finished, Raditz looked toward Jiang Chen. Are you going after Fraser? After a few moments of silence, Raditz suddenly spoke up. Listening to Raditz's words, Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. Planet Vegeta. That Frisia guy destroyed it. Right. Looking at Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, Raditz spoke softly. You know? Jiang Chen was a bit odd, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on Raditz. You guys, don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid. Those words of yours clearly foreshadowed something, and how Planet Vegeta was suddenly destroyed by a meteor. Raditz spoke through clenched teeth. You don't have to think about that for now. Just do what I do. Besides, I'm not going after Fraser. We're no match for him. Jiang Chen shook his head and didn't answer positively, instead speaking leisurely. How can that be? Your combat power should have exceeded 30,000. Isn't the giant ape transformation 10 times his opponent? Raditz's eyes widened with shock as he looked toward Jiang Chen. No. Also, you shouldn't think too much about giant ape transformation. That one power is not a real power, and you may not be able to win even against a far weaker opponent, let alone Frisia being stronger. Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke with a light sigh once more. Stronger? Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Raditz didn't care too much about the front, but for the back, his pupils couldn't help but contract violently. Jiang Chen's combat power was over 30,000. The giant ape transformation that was over 300,000 combat power. That was it. Frisia was surprisingly even stronger. Even though he had personally faced Frisia, at this moment, Raditz couldn't help but tremble violently inside. Yes, so practice in peace. Jiang Chen nodded, then stroked little Wukong's head. Brother Aspera, are you leaving? Little Wukong cocked his head and looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Yes, when your brother Aspera comes back, he'll bring you a present. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Holler, Brother Aspera is the best. Little Goku's eyes lit up and he spoke with a beaming smile. In the next few days, Jiang Chen stayed at Baozi Mountain for almost 3 days. Midway through, he teaches some Raditz and Goku Jr. to practice. It wasn't until 3 days later that his figure said goodbye to the Kyochi family and his figure rushed into the clouds. A few moments later, his silhouette then arrived in the same spaceship he had landed in earlier. Enter the spaceship. Set destination. Yardrat Star. Entering the airship, Jiang Chen began to maneuver quickly. Boom! The next moment the huge spaceship began to start slowly. In just a few moments, the ship rushed into the middle of space like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from everyone's sight. In the middle of the temple, Sky God Biker, looking at the airship that rushed up into the clouds, his demeanor was slightly relieved. Although it was 3 cosmic people who had come to Earth, The small figure of Jiang Chen gave him the most pressure. Now that the other party had left, the pressure was ultimately much less for Sky God Biker. Even if the two remaining ones were not something he could handle, the same was true. God of Heaven. Bobo whispered next to him. What's wrong, Bobo? A few voices caused Sky God Biker to react, and he couldn't help but subconsciously look at Bobo, inquiring with doubt. The seal has been repositioned. Bobo spoke softly. Yes, Bobo. You worked hard. The Sky God nodded hurriedly. In the middle of space, the massive spaceship, which soon sailed away from Earth, rushed out of the solar system. Compared to the distance between Earth and Namek, Yadrid is undoubtedly farther away, not just in the eastern part of the northern galaxy, but on the eastern edge of the northern galaxy. This is the main reason why none of the Frisia Legion have found anything yet. With the speed of Jiang Chen's spaceship, it would take almost a year to reach the planet Adelat. It's definitely a longer journey. But fortunately, Jiang Chen was fully prepared for this trip. A year is not much of a delay. Now there is still a long enough time until he logs in for the third time. This time he has a full 10 years of logging in, and so far it has only consumed less than 2 years of time. Such a long time had been enough for him to reach the planet Yardrat. There's even enough left for him to do a little something halfway through. For example, see if you can find those scions from Bardak's squad that he resurrected. Another example is combat. Thinking about the battle, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but look at the 2 capsules in his hands. This was exactly the more than 2,500 immortal beans that he had obtained from Immortal Carlin. With this, and the fact that he now had the ability to survive in space, he was undoubtedly able to be a little more daring. After all, among his understanding, in addition to science being able to drastically improve through cultivation, fighting was also the best shortcut to drastically improve. Especially now that he had completed his basic cultivation, fighting next was undoubtedly one of the best options. Fraser, eyes flashing, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bring a touch of anticipation into his expression. In his understanding, there were not a few strong people in the entire Frisia Legion. Saber, while Doria was no longer his match at the moment, there was still the Kindwitchery. In terms of basic combat power, every single member of the current Kindwit squad was arguably stronger than him, and could undoubtedly be his best whetstone. The massive spaceship cut through the starry sky, and after rushing out of the Milky Way, it quickly headed towards the eastern part of the northern galaxy. In the airship, Jiang Chen began to cultivate as always, with his strength exceeding 30,000 points, as well as leaving planet Vegeta. Amongst the usual, Jiang Chen was the one who maintained almost 30 times his own gravity. When practicing, normally even 50 times gravity would be turned on. This was still considering the condition of Aspera's body, which was also only 8 or 9 years old. Otherwise he would have wanted to try out the feeling of 100 times gravity. Just like the Monkey King in the original story, time is slipping away. It was a month in the blink of an eye. This month Jiang Chen's spaceship had directly cut through a galaxy and was about to enter the central zone of the northern galaxy. And the middle of the North Galaxy is the home base of the entire Frisia Corps, the entire North Galaxy headquarters. Most of it has been under Fraser's jurisdiction for the past decade or so. A starry sky. At the giant cosmic castle, a path of cosmonauts traveled through it. Countless people are methodically going about their business. This is located at the North Galactic headquarters, where the true headquarters of the Frisia Legion is located. As the nominal emperor of the universe today, Frisia's authority has grown stronger and stronger over the past few years. Even his prestige had spread to the other 3 major galaxies. Oh, my dear brother, this is not news that will make him happy. Those wild monkeys actually disappeared in your territory. Before the huge screen, Gula's figure appeared, and looking at Gula, Frisia's voice rang out with a teasing tone. Fraser, let me remind you that I'm not obligated to wipe your ass, and those wild monkeys may not be in my territory. Gula couldn't help but grunt. My dear brother, that is not a good reason, but since I can't find it, forget it, it's just a couple of wild monkeys after all. Frisia laughed softly, not too bothered by Gula's cold drink. He had never cared for this older brother of his, as the existence of the most powerful talent of the Frozen Demon Clan. At birth his combat power exceeded all the Frozen Demon Clan. Compared to this, one of his older brother's talent can be far worse. Adhere to the cultivation, and arrive at today's combat power cannot be compared to him. Yes, Frisia, I remind you, but afterward pay for your arrogance. Those wild monkeys can have a legend. Gula grunted. Legend? My dear brother, do you still believe in that legend? It's just a story made up by a bunch of wild monkeys. Fraser's voice rang out with mockery. Yes, Gora said non-committally, and then the communication was cut right off. And what a stupid older brother. Frisia laughed softly, then stopped paying attention. Scion, he might have once worried about it, but now Frisia had long since stopped thinking about it. Super Scion? What a cosmic joke. Fraser's Legion headquarters. Fraser and Gulla's conversation. Jiang Chen did not know. His spacecraft through the western part of the North Galaxy, stepped into the central part of the North Galaxy, but a week later, his whereabouts were directly exposed. Of course, this is not the Fraser's Legion of the North Galaxy has achieved absolute control, nor was it because Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to expose it. Rather, it was because in the midst of an unexpected encounter, Jiang Chen's figure appeared amongst Frisia's legions. Since he didn't hide it on purpose, that one striking tale revealed his identity in an instant. Along with the destruction of planet Vegeta, most of the forces of the entire Frisia Corps have been involved in purging the Scions for some time now. In less than 2 short years, the entire Frisia Legion neighborhood had been cleared of almost all Scions. Now that a Scion had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, it naturally caught the eyes of everyone in Frisia's army. Even quite a few members of the Frisia Legion directly attacked towards Jiang Chen with their eyes lit up. Yet the outcome was also clearly doomed. At this moment, Jiang Chen's combat power was already as high as 30,000 points or more, and facing a group of cosmopolitans whose combat power hadn't reached 5,000 at most, it naturally wasn't too easy to solve. Just one look, an elite warrior of the Frisia Legion had been easily disposed of by Jiang Chen. In the end, that one spaceship was also broken by Jiang Chen. However, it was also because of this outburst that his message quickly reached Fraser's headquarters. Fraser also got the message quickly. Oh ho ho ho, Scion wild monkeys. I can't believe there's still a leak. Looking at the news that came through, Frisia's eyes held a hint of surprise. Get me Saber and Doria, Lord Frisia. The communication was picked up, and soon 2 screens fell and the figures of Saber and Doria appeared. Even through the communication device, both of them were kneeling down on one knee with a respectful expression. Mr. Saber, Mr. Doria, a Scion wild monkey has appeared in the middle of the northern galaxy where the Siri galaxy is located. Go take care of it. Fraser's voice rang out with a smile. Yes, Lord Frisia. Understood, Lord Frisia. The 2 men responded respectfully, not daring to have the slightest bit of negligence. Soon, the 2 spaceships departed directly from the western part of the northern galaxy, heading towards the middle of where Jiang Chen was swiftly. On the other hand, after Jiang Chen had learned that Frisia wasn't in the vicinity, he didn't hide his movements, but continued all the way. Along the way he even settled 2 Frisia Legion bases again. Both of these Frisia Legion bases were still not weak, and the strongest even appeared to be in existence with 12,000 combat points. Of course this wasn't too much of a problem for Jiang Chen, even to avoid really luring Frisia over. The combat power Jiang Chen had displayed from start to finish was only about 15,000 points. That's not bad, but it's not enough to make a big deal out of Frisia, and indeed it does. As Jiang Chen was clearing out the 3rd base, he got the latest news from the Frisia Legion. Saber, who was sent earlier to capture Raditz, and Doria have come to finish him off at this moment. Saber, with Doria? It seems that the display of strength seems a bit weak. Jiang Chen whispered softly and couldn't help but shake his head. Of course he was just shaking his head. Jiang Chen knew very well that if he really showed 30,000 combat power, I'm afraid that the ones who are coming are not just 1 or 2 members of the Kineo Special Warfare. It might be the entire Kineo Special Warfare team members, and even Frisia might personally descend. Don't look at Frisia, who doesn't seem to care much about the Super Scion legend, but that's just looking like he doesn't care. In reality this one is afraid to take it more seriously than anyone else. The danger factor of over 30,000 combat points is not something that can be tackled by the average person. I'm afraid that even the average Kindwitcher is hanging by a thread. After all, Scions have the ability to transform into giant apes, even if it's highly flawed. But no matter how big the flaws were, a combat power of 300,000 was enough to easily crush the absolute majority of existences. It's impossible for Fraser not to be cautious. And this was no time for Fraser to be cautious. After all, with his current strength, even in his giant ape form, he wouldn't even be able to beat Frisia in the first stage. Once Frisia himself descends, the joke's really on him. Thoughts flow. In the airship, Jiang Chen continued his cultivation. Time, on the other hand, continues to pass. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed again. During these 2 months, Jiang Chen had been destroying the Frisia Legion's bases along the way. It even created quite a commotion throughout the Frisia Legion. Meanwhile Saber and Doria's figures were getting closer and closer to Jiang Chen. Planet Kental. It's a planet in the middle of the northern galaxy. It was also the most important base amongst the Frisia Legion in the entire surrounding 4 or 5 galaxies. Saber-sama and Doria-sama haven't arrived yet? Inside Planet Kental, an octopus-like cosmonaut was walking back and forth in the command center, and he couldn't help but bring a look of anxiety to his face. My lord, in 3 days, at the most, Lord Saber and Lord Doria will arrive on planet Kental. There was a cosmic next to him who was equally apprehensive, but still reported respectfully. 3 days? Should be in time. The octopus cosmonaut nodded, settling a little inside. 3 days? That damn scion shouldn't be so fast. But it was just in the moment when he was slightly reassured. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown craft detected entering atmosphere. Alarm! Alarm! To intercept or not to intercept? An ear-piercing alarm sounded from the middle of the base. The octopus cosmonaut couldn't help but change his face. No good. A cry of alarm rang out. Yet it was only this one voice that fell. Boom! A blinding white light instantly covered the sky. Boom! Rumble! The next instant the sound of a horrifying explosion instantly spread over the entire planet Kental. This base of Frisia's legion was almost instantly reduced to a roiling sky of rushing explosions. In the middle of an explosion, the octopus cosmic man flew out from the smoke and dust in a sorry state. His body was already in tatters, if not for the fact that he was an extremely special race, or else he would have already died in the horrifying explosion just now. But even if he survived, he wasn't in too good of shape at the moment. 15,000 combat points. Not bad strength. The voice of a light laugh opened, and the octopus cosmic man subconsciously looked into the distance, where a small figure was currently looking at him with a smirk on its face. The moment he saw that one figure, the octopus cosmic man's pupils couldn't help but contract violently. During this period of time, Jiang Chen's appearance had long been imprinted in the Frisia Legion, and he naturally recognized it instantly. And the moment he recognized it, he couldn't help but feel a little fear flooding up inside. This one scion, for most of Frisia's legion, had become almost a god-killer over time. More than 7 Frisia Legion bases were destroyed by it. The dead elite warriors were even more numerous. Legend has it that even the ones with 17,000 combat points died at the hands of the scions in front of them. The octopus cosmonaut subconsciously tried to speak, but not before he made a sound. Jiang Chen's gaze, however, couldn't help but look into the distance. Not coming out yet? Haven't you been waiting for me for a long time? A softly laughing voice spoke, and Jiang Chen's eyes looked downward. With his mastery of Qi at the moment, he felt those 2 powerful auras before he reached the planet. That's pretty sharp. Wild monkey. A mocking voice rang out, and the next moment a figure directly rushed out. It was a plump figure with pink skin and fleshy spikes on its head and arms. Apparently it was none other than Doria, a cadre amongst Frisia's legions, and the moment he rushed out, a figure similarly stepped up. That's unfortunate, Scion, but Lord Frisia is very angry because of your actions. Accompanying the mocking voice was followed by an elegant voice. At the same time another figure appeared. It was a man covered in green, with a handsome appearance and a gentle surface. It was none other than Saber, another cadre of the Frisia Legion. It's quite an honor. Saber, Doria's rumored right-hand man to the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia. Jiang Chen laughed lightly, while there was a touch of wariness in his eyes. At this moment, his combat power had exceeded 35,000 points, reaching 36,000 points. Saber, Doria's strength isn't that strong though. One transformation is only 27,000 combat points, and one combat point is only 20,000 points. But 2 people, along with that one octopus cosmonaut, were already barely capable of serving as a whetstone for Jiang Chen. Hey, wild monkey, have you thought about how you're going to die? This lord is extremely good at crushing heads. Doria's eyes were fierce with a vicious opening. Yes, that depends on whether or not you have the ability. It may not be me whose head is crushed. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. You seek death. A flash of annoyance appeared in Doria's expression. The figure moved instantly. Yet while he moved, Jiang Chen moved faster than him. Boom! Doria instantly felt only her pupils widen as a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. The figure flew backwards in an instant. Rumble! The ground began to collapse rapidly in the distance. What? Saber's face changed drastically. The original composure this moment instantly disappeared. The only thing left was shock. Doria's strength is 20,000. Jiang Chen and their prediction is also 18,000 to 20,000 or so. The result is that at this moment 20,000 Doria was instantly knocked away. Damn! You're fighting for more than 20,000. Saber opened his mouth. I never said I only had 20,000 combatants. Transform! You're no match for me with your current strength. Jiang Chen laughed lightly as his figure clapped his hands. You! Saber blushed hard. But at this moment, he was even more aware that Jiang Chen's strength far exceeded his previous expectations. Without any further hesitation, the aura around his body began to rapidly explode. The body then began to expand. Boom! A moment later, an even more violent aura swept out. Sabo's appearance of a beautiful man completely disappeared, and what converted was a figure whose limbs had become abnormally developed, abnormally ugly. with a giant mouth and sharp teeth, and pus on his body that gradually appeared. Damn wild monkeys. Making me look like this kind of ugly. You'll pay for your behavior. Saber opened his mouth in a cold voice, his eyes carrying a fierce light, and at this moment, the figure of Duo Leah below also rose directly into the sky. Together. Finish him off. Saber opened his mouth. Doria, woefully unprepared, nodded her head at the moment. The next moment the two of them directly rushed towards Jiang Chen. On the other side, that one octopus cosmonaut clenched his teeth and similarly erupted his aura, killing towards Jiang Chen. 3 people, one with 15,000 points, one with 27,000, and one with 20,000. Such strength was undoubtedly terrifying, and was considered the most first-rate existence in the entire universe. Along with the ancient times, the demon Bu's revival, the great realm king god in the east, west, south, north and west among the 4 great realm king gods all died in battle. The 7th universe is actually stuck in the middle of backwardness. Arriving nowadays, a combat power that can break 10,000 is enough to be called a party of cosmic powerhouses. 20,000 or more is already a top powerhouse among the top. With the exception of a few places, it was almost impossible to find a presence that broke 100,000 combat power. A broken 20,000 combat power and a 15,000 combat power was already not enough to sweep a planet or two, but enough to sweep a large galaxy. However, unfortunately, at this moment, they were facing Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's combat power was already higher than 36,000. Even if they didn't take anything into consideration, the pure combat power was not something they could handle. Not to mention that Jiang Chen's control over Qi was also far stronger than theirs. Boom! Rumble! The 4 figures in midair were constantly colliding. That one octopus cosmonaut was the first to be blown away. Then came Doria. Boom! Saber's figure flew backwards. The next moment his figure was too late to react. Doria, who was also flying backwards in the distance, had her body directly explode and turned into a sky of fireworks. Seeing this scene, Saber's pupils couldn't help but have a flash of panic appear in them. 3 people teamed up, and surprisingly, 2 of them were killed by Jiang Chen in just a moment. At this moment, even Saber was panicking at this moment. Mercy, mercy, I can fight with you against Lord Frisia. No, Frisia, with us joining forces we'll definitely be able to take care of Frisia. Saber spoke up in a panic. Snort! Hearing Saber's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but snort. You really think highly of yourself. Saber, are you worthy? Jiang Chen opened his mouth with a cold smile. Amidst Saber's horrified gaze, a wave of energy fell directly towards Saber. No! Saber with horror, the body desperately exploded with breath. Yet it's still not enough. How could 27,000 combat points resist a 36,000 combat point outburst? Boom! Rumble! A huge explosion arose in mid-air. The terrifying energy shockwave directly caused the entire planet to create a huge and incomparable tremor. I got mixed up in the last one. My head was spinning yesterday and I forgot that the third login was 10 years ago. Embarrassing. I've changed it. Boom! The massive ship instantly shot up into the clouds and disappeared in an instant where the planet Kendhal was, and the news swept out instantly as if it were a whirlwind. 1 day later, touch! The item in front of him was crushed directly in the middle of the huge airship's headquarters. Frisia's face instantly became extraordinarily ugly, meaning Saber and Doria were killed by that one wild monkey? A low voice came out from Frisia's mouth, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes at this moment. Yes, yes, besides, touch! The cosmic man opened his mouth with a stutter. Yet the words only just rang out, and in the next moment his body directly turned into a blood mist and burst apart. This scene immediately caused the remaining cosmic people to not be scared even more all of a sudden. One of the cosmonauts directly prostrated themselves on the ground. It's still giving me surprises. Notify me of the Kiwana Special Forces. Fraser's low voice spoke. Yes, a cosmic spoke up in a panic. The connection began to be made in the midst of the rapidity. Soon, the huge projection fell. Lord Frisia, Keanu's figure appeared. Directly kneeling down on one knee with a respectful voice rang out. Keanu, a wild monkey escaped from planet Vegeta and killed Saber and Doria. Have someone take care of it. Frisia spoke in a low voice. The smile on his face had completely disappeared by now. Yes, Lord Frisia, I'll have someone take care of it immediately. Keanu spoke respectfully. Oh, I'll be waiting for your good news then, Captain Keanu. Frisia's smile only reappeared as he listened to Keanu's words. Soon, in the distant southern part of the northern galaxy, among several spaceships, the crowd of Kinyu squad was moving rapidly towards a planet. They are Frisia's super special forces selected from the elite warriors of the universe, and are the true ace force among the entire Frisia's legion, one of the key forces in Frisia's sweep of the northern galaxy. Over the course of the past few years, the Connexus had swept through countless planets. destroying an unknown number of civilizations. Keith, Bart. In the middle of a spaceship, Keanu had just finished his phone call and was connecting to 2 members of his squad. Captain. Keith and Bart spoke respectfully. Word has just come in from Lord Frisia that a leak has appeared on planet Vegeta, killing Saber and Doria, so you guys go over there and take care of that one wild monkey. Keanu opened his mouth and gave the order quickly. Wild monkeys from planet Vegeta? It's quite a surprise that I was able to take care of Saber and Doria. Keith and Bart opened their mouths with surprise. Yes, from the news coming from Lord Frisia's side, the combat strength should have reached 30,000. Keanu nodded. Aye, Captain. We'll be right there. Keith and Bart nodded their heads in direct response. Both of them had an excited glow in their eyes. As members of the Kiwana troopers, they also enjoyed the fighting. An existence of up to 30,000 points would be a good opponent for them as well. Shoo! The 2 spaceships were heading towards the middle of the northern galaxy in the middle of the rapidity. As the most central part of Frisia's army, the Kinwitchery's spaceships are the top of the line. 2 streams of light cut through the cosmic stars. Of course Jiang Chen didn't know this at the moment. The fight with Sabo and Doria seemed to have activated all the Scion cells within him. During this period of time, Jiang Chen could clearly feel his own chi growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Previously, after he had broken through to 30,000 points, the increase in his combat power had significantly weakened. Even after reaching the present day his combat power was only 36,000, which was obviously much slower compared to the previous increase. However, after a battle, even if it wasn't considered a fierce battle, his strength began to rapidly increase at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. In just less than 10 days, his combat power had risen from 36,000 points to 37,000 points, and it was still rising. At the current rate, raising to 40,000 points in a short period of time is a very possible thing. Sure enough, the Scions are going to fight, Jiang Chen muttered. Even if he had some knowledge of it before, he was undoubtedly more certain of it under this battle. Although Scions need to cultivate so that S cells to improve, but also the same need for a battle, so that the Scion genes in their own bodies to activate, and only then the strength can continue to improve. Their own can continue to metamorphosis. Just like the original Kakarot Sunmyukong, Kakarot can not only from the Monkey King, to Kame immortal, to Karen immortal to the gods, to the realm of the King of the Road of Cultivation, but also has all the way over the Road of Conquest, from the Red Ribbon Legion, to Tianjin Rice, to the Bieka Demon King, to the Latitude, Vegeta, Kinematic Team, Frisia, Androids, Due, the way to the battle. And because of that, it made Kakarot, originally born with no more than 2 points of combat power, rise all the way up to the strongest amongst the humans in the 7th universe. Again, if he wants his strength to keep morphing, the best path is the same as Kakarot Sunmyukong, sublimation in the midst of constant battle and practice. Thoughts flow. Jiang Chen's expression couldn't help but take on a touch of anticipation. Next time, he digested this power boost as he did so. On the other hand, Fraser's movements were closely watched. Of course, to fulfill his idea, along the way, he destroyed several more Frisia bases. In this one case, time quietly is again past a month's time. A planet above, the base of the Frisia Legion goes up in smoke in a horrific explosion. Jiang Chen stood above the firmament, but his eyebrows couldn't help but lift. Kiwana troopers? Muttering to himself, his expression was not much of a surprise. After Saber and Dodoria had been taken care of by him, the only thing Frisia was able to feel besides himself was the kinetics. Frisia's Legion breaking 10,000, or even 20,000 or 30,000 combatants might not be in the minority, but the only ones who could take him down 100% would be the Genestealers. It was just that what Jiang Chen hadn't thought of was that the King's Special Forces side wasn't even at full strength. Only 2 were deployed, one for Geis and one for Bart. Jiang Chen still had some impression of these 2 GIs. Bart, this Keanu special battle team in the existence of second only to Keanu. 2 people's combat power are as high as 40,000 or more. Bart's combat power in the original even seems to be close to 50,000. Moreover, the 2 were able to unite and explode. Their strength was undoubtedly even more powerful. Maybe just right. Murmuring, feeling the heart that was almost burning up inside him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bring a touch of anticipation with him. A battle with Sabo and Dodoria had allowed the Scion cells in his body to be activated, and his strength had quickly jumped up a level, and if he was able to battle Geis and Bart, then his strength would undoubtedly be able to go up another level. This is especially true nowadays when it's Geis and Bart who are the ones who are far more powerful than him. Think about it. In the next few moments, Jiang Chen didn't purposely hide his movements. Instead, they were completely exposed to the Frisia Legion. After all, As long as Frisia himself wasn't arriving in person, there was basically no threat to him either. Giant ape transformation. No matter how flawed it was still a tenfold increase in combat power, especially now that he was able to keep his sanity. With 10 times the increase and under Frisia, the only thing he needed to care about was just Keanu's ability to swap bodies with that move. Nothing else to worry about at all. Jiang Chen was waiting, and at this moment, the entire North Galaxy is making a lot of waves. Frisia has been the emperor of the universe, the de facto ruler of the Northern Galaxy for over a decade now. In the middle of this decade or so, it's not that no one has ever challenged Fraser's authority, yet so far, there was no being alive that challenged Frisia's authority. The last couple of years there hasn't even been a challenge anymore, but now it has even reappeared, and it still destroyed a dozen Frisia Legion universe bases in quick succession. At this instant, it directly caused countless forces in the entire Northern Galaxy to not be able to help but explode over it. That's Fraser, Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Surprisingly, someone had provoked and destroyed more than a dozen universe bases in one face. This was almost like completely disregarding Universe Emperor Frisia in his eyes. Planet Saddam. It's a trade planet in the middle of the Northern Galaxy. Countless cosmic merchants and cosmic tourists arrive here. The attack on Frisia's legions spread, no doubt instantly, in this kind of ebb and flow. For a time, an unknown number of cosmic people and cosmic forces couldn't help but be shocked. Even many cosmic people stared in disbelief, suspecting that something was wrong with their ears, and where a trade center is located. Several figures were in the middle of it. After a few moments, these figures converged to the side. Planet Vegeta was indeed destroyed. Damn Fraser, he must have done it. Saliba's voice rang out with a hard face. Saliba, we can't be the only scions in this universe. Pabzin spoke abruptly. It was a moment of silence for the other two. It had been a while since they had managed to get out of that one planet. Just get ready to head to Planet Vegeta. Soon enough, however, they got the news that Planet Vegeta had been destroyed by the impact of a giant meteorite. Naturally, they didn't believe this news, so they immediately traveled to the nearest trade planet to investigate, and the results were unacceptable to them. Planet Vegeta was indeed destroyed. Damn it, what do we do now? Dodbo was a little cranky at the moment. Yet no one answered his words. At this moment they couldn't help but be bewildered, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Wait for Toma to return. He should be able to get more information. After a moment of silence, Saliba spoke up. Damn Fraser. Dodbo couldn't help but open his mouth again with a cry. Yet it was only a cry. As a former member of Frisia's army, even if they weren't sure of Frisia's exact strength, they were well aware of Frisia's terror. They can't really do anything with their strength. The three waited. A few moments later, a figure walked back. How's it going, Toma? Did any more scions survive? Looking at the figure walking back, Saliba couldn't help but speak. Yeah, Toma? Didipo couldn't help but speak up as well, and the eyes of the three converged on Toma. Toma opened his mouth, not even knowing what to say for a moment. There was a moment of silence before he nodded. Really? Watching Toma nod her head, the three of Saliba's eyes couldn't help but light up. Yes, Prince Vegeta, and whichever one of the Nappa boys survived. Plus the captain's oldest son seems to have survived as well. Toma nodded and spoke in a hushed voice. I'm surprised nothing happened to Prince Vegeta. And Raditz. The three Sariba's eyes couldn't help but light up. They were actually prepared for a total scion wipeout. But I didn't think it would actually survive. And it wasn't just Prince Vegeta who was fine. But surprisingly, their captain's oldest son was fine as well. What is it, Toma? Saliba quickly noticed Toma's look in the midst of her excitement and spoke with confusion. Toma, is that what happened? Pabzu couldn't help but speak up as well. You'll see. After a moment of silence, Toma still maneuvered his hand ring and projected a copy of the projection. The screen appears. It was a scene from a planet. One of Fraser's bases? Saliba was a little taken aback. So did several others. But right in the middle of their amazement, boom, rumble. The entire base instantly experienced the sound of a violent explosion. The base was instantly reduced to fireworks. And amidst the smoke, a small figure appeared. Most striking is his wagging tail. Scions? Pabzu's eyes widened instantly, his expression tinged with surprise. The other few people weren't much better, and their pupils couldn't help but widen. And just as they were staring, the next moment the figure in the thick smoke appeared. When the familiar appearance appeared, the few people present couldn't help but freeze. Aspara. How? This. The three murmured. And at this moment their pupils were no longer glazed over, but almost protruding. They saw something. Aspera went so far as to attack one of the Frisia Legion's bases. That's the base of Fraser's Legion. As a former member of the Frisia Legion, They knew very well that every base of the Frisia Legion had a minimum fighting strength of 5 or 6,000, and most of them were the existence of tens of thousands. Aspera actually attacked the Frisia Legion. It was too late to even get excited that Aspera was still alive. Instead, he was completely blown away. What a joke. Aspera was clearly only a lower-level warrior. How can you have such great strength? Several people looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing how to react for a moment. This is a joke. It was a long time before Saliba spoke with a share of stuttering, her eyes not being able to look at Toma. Some people say that I pressure combat power. Do not take into account the protagonist is now only 8 or 9 years old. The birth of the combat power is only 5 points. Kakarot-san Wukong 8 or 9 years old combat power is only 10 points. Growth is the need for the process, such as the protagonist of the cultivation of the earth, the battle in the universe, are in the accumulation of the accumulation of the accumulation of the degree of outbreaks. Today is the beginning of the outbreak of the time, before how it is possible to outbreaks. This is a joke. It was a long time before Saliba spoke with a share of stuttering, her eyes not being able to look at Toma. Yeah, how is this? How is this possible? Pabzu couldn't help but look at Toma as well. As for Dodbo at the moment, he hadn't reacted. I don't believe it either. But this one video doesn't just have one copy. It appears in several copies. 4 different planets. Toma gave a bitter laugh. Couldn't help but shake my head. Seriously, when he just saw the news, he didn't believe it at first either. Yet such a video was not the only one. The Frisia Legion had more than a dozen bases destroyed, and there were a handful of videos circulating from them. Gulp! How can Aspera be so strong? Dodbo finally reacted at this moment and couldn't help but mumble. The others looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment, they all brought a touch of deep shock with them. Aspera, they were familiar with it. Born's combat power is pretty much the second to last in all of Planet Vegeta ever. It's questionable if you can break 300 in adult combat. Even among the lower-level fighters, Aspera's combat power was in the lowest bracket. But at the moment they see something. Aspera faced the base of Frisia's Legion and nearly destroyed it. How much strength can Aspera reach? 8,000, 9,000, or 10,000, or maybe higher? None of the 4 at the moment dared to imagine it. Even though several of them had come step by step from lower-level warriors, they were more powerful compared to some intermediate-level warriors. Even due to a resurrection, their strength had once again increased a bit, arriving at a minimum fighting strength of over 4,000 today. But the shock given to them by the scene in front of them was still too great. I'm afraid something has happened here. But that's not what's important right now. I've heard the news that Aspera's actions seem to have completely pissed off Fraser, who has sent the Kindwitters on their way. Aspera is in big trouble. I'm afraid. Toma shook his head, then took a deep breath and spoke. What? The Kiwana Special Forces are out? Hearing Toma's words, the expressions of the few people present could not remain calm. As former members of Frisia's Legion, several people were well aware of the horrors of the Kindwitchery. It could even be said that the reason why King Vegeta didn't dare to act rashly, the genuine Special Forces, was undoubtedly one of the most important keys, surprisingly out of the way at the moment. Toma, have you inquired where Aspera is now? Tell him to hurry up and stop or he'll be in big trouble. Saliba spoke with anxiety. Yes, Toma, we must contact Aspera in a hurry. Pabzin rushed to speak as well. It's impossible to determine at this time, but based on the trajectory of Aspera's actions, the next target is likely to be that one base located in the middle of the Delhi system. Toma nodded and spoke with a hushed voice. The Delhi Galaxy? That doesn't seem far? Pabzin's eyes lit up. Yes, it's at most a 15-day trip from here, and it should take Aspera about 10 days if she arrives there, so we should have a chance of arriving earlier if we speed up. Toma nodded. Then what are you talking about? Hurry up. Don't let anything happen to Aspera. Saliba's eyes lit up and she hurried to speak. Yes. Hurry up and get going. That group of guys from the Kiwana Special Forces is not something Aspera can handle. Dedipo and Papuzin hurriedly opened their mouths. Yes, Toma nodded. Soon the 4 began to move. A spaceship rushed directly into the middle of the starry sky, quickly heading towards the Delhi Galaxy. The other side, 2 small spaceships similarly cut through the firmament toward the Delhi system quickly. Bart, you stay out of this one. I'll take care of it. A wild monkey with 30,000 combat points. I haven't seen one yet. Geezy's voice came over the comm, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Yes, but let me have the next chance. Bart's voice rang out. Yes, Keith nodded. Boom. 2 ships cut through the stars. 15 days later, Planet Delhi. Boom. Rumble. The sound of a huge explosion swept through, and the entire base was almost instantly turned into fireworks. Have they all fled? Jiang Chen's brows lifted, and his expression wasn't much of a surprise. His walk was completely uncovered, and naturally it would not be too difficult for the Legion of Fraser to determine where he would go next, and face him. There can't be too many of Frasia's men who are really loyal when they know they're outmatched. Should be there soon. Whispering softly, Jiang Chen then looked back out into the middle of the starry sky. With what he had learned about Frasia's Legion in the past while, the two from the Kinneret should be arriving soon. He couldn't help but look forward to this, but right in the middle of his whisper, the next moment his eyebrows were raised in disbelief, for at this moment a ship descended directly towards this one planet. Originally, he thought it was a member of the Kiwana troopers arriving, but quickly realized it wasn't. That descending airship in the middle of not 2 breaths, but 4 breaths, and these 4 breaths are not very powerful. The leader of the strongest combat power seems to be only 5,000 or so, most of the other only 4,000 out of the head. Obviously it can't be the Kiwana Special Forces. After all, even the weakest one among the kinematic battle team's combat power was far higher than this value. After taking a look, Jiang Chen was ready to drop down towards the bottom. Since the Genuitron hadn't arrived, he thought it would be better to wait on this one planet for a while. He had explored this planet before. It was an obviously barbaric planet, and it was most appropriate as his battlefield. But before he could drop it, his expression couldn't help but be stunned. These scents? Murmuring? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled, not knowing why. He vaguely felt that these scents were somewhat familiar, and the moment he paused in his steps, in the distance, for chi energy broke through the air, and the figures of the 4 people quickly flew over. When the lines of sight converged, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stare, because the people who came at this moment were surprisingly he was no other than those 4 people from the Bardock squad that he had resurrected with the Divine Dragon. Aspora, is it really you? On the other hand, the other side flew over to Jiang Chen, Celiba and the others. At this moment, also saw Jiang Chen clearly, even if they had long been sure. At this moment, the 4 of them could not help but be shocked. Jiang Chen's days returned, and he couldn't help but smile in greeting. Good boy. I thought that the previous video was a problem. I did not think that it was really you, this kid. Hearing the voice, the 4 hurriedly flew over once again, and Pabzu couldn't help but open his mouth with surprise. The other 3 weren't much better at the moment. Even though they had confirmed it before, the 4 of them still couldn't help but be violently shaken when they actually saw Jiang Chen at this moment, as well as looking at the shattered base below. This is the base of Fraser's Legion. Jiang Chen actually did it. And it did. For a moment, all 4 of them couldn't help but measure Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and touch his head. Aunt Sariba, what brings you here? Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Chen curiously looked at the few people. He had wanted to go on a few more sightings. I didn't expect these guys to come looking for him before he made his move. The North Galaxy was very large. Even if he made a lot of noise, it was extremely incredible that Saliba and the others were able to find their way here. Right. Almost forgot. Aspora, you're being too impulsive. Frisia has already sent out the Connexa. Get out of there. You're in big trouble once the Kiwana troopers arrive. It was only when they heard Jiang Chen's words that the 4 of them reacted, and Saliba hurriedly opened her mouth. Yeah, Aspora, in case you didn't know, the Kinwitchery is Frisia's ace force, almost equivalent to Frisia itself. Let's get the hell out of here. Thomas similarly rushed to speak. A few people couldn't care less about the rest and rushed to speak. Listening to the words of a few people, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a shock of warmth cross his heart. He hadn't expected that a few people would come over for this very thing. Realized that this is certainly a huge risk. With the nature of the seance, it's almost impossible that they would go to this kind of extent. But the 4 did. Don't worry, I should be able to handle it. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Aspora, you're not kidding. In case you didn't know, even the weakest of the members of the kinematic team is more powerful than King Vegeta. It's not something you can handle. Yeah, Aspora, let's hurry up and leave. With your talent, once you reach adulthood, your strength will surely be able to surpass all the Scions. Not to mention the Genestealers, even that Frisia guy, you might be able to take care of it. Several of Toma's men spoke up, all looking a bit eager. Don't worry, I should be able to handle it. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. His words immediately caused several people to freeze. Someone subconsciously tried to speak up, but others seemed to react. Aspora, what strength are you now? Wait, let me see first. Toma's heart fluttered, and with curiosity he opened his mouth to inquire. The right hand, on the other hand, turned on the detector in a smooth manner. This is the detector they subsequently purchased. Compared to the Frisia Legions, although it is a bit worse, but it can basically meet their use. Drip. Numerical appearances. Aspora, this is no time for caprice. Saliba frowned and couldn't help but speak. Only right in the middle of his opening, Toma couldn't help but freeze. Yeah, Dodbo spoke similarly, and in the midst of the 2 men's words. 5 o'clock? Toma's voice rang out with consternation. What's wrong, Toma? Saliba looked at Toma with surprise. Aspora, your fight? Instead of answering, Toma looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. Combativeness. What's wrong? Dodbo carried a blank look, but nevertheless subconsciously turned on the detector. However, the next moment's value made even Dodbo freeze. What are you guys up to? Saliba and Papuzen were a little puzzled. Again, the detector was turned on. However, at this moment, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide as well. Not too much fighting. Rather, it's too low. Surprisingly, only 5 points of combat power were displayed above the combat power detector. Same as when Aspera was just born. But how is that possible? 5 points of combat power, not to mention destroying over a dozen bases. Even facing the minions of Frisia's Legion would have been a spike, right? Aspera, what are you? Toma took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen with a dash of doubt. Uncle Toma, are you guys wanting to know about the fighting? You guys? Look again. Looking at the reactions of a few people, Jiang Chen naturally understood what was going on and couldn't help but smile and open his mouth. At the same time, his own suppressed chi was directly released by him. Drip! This time, the detectors of the four began to beat rapidly. The pupils of Toma's four people couldn't help but contract violently, and their mouths couldn't help but open wide. 500, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 38,000. This. Looking at the last fixed value, Toma four people looked at each other. At this moment are able to clearly from their eyes to see shock, as well as disbelief. 38,000. Aspera's combat power was surprisingly high at 38,000 points. This value, even just looking at it, made one feel a pang of numbness. What's more, Jiang Chen was only how old? And hadn't even reached the age of 10 by full reckoning. At such an age, with a combat power as high as 38,000 points, it had completely surpassed King Vegeta, and even Prince Vegeta wasn't even worth mentioning compared to Jiang Chen. The shock of the moment was undoubtedly greater. Drive. Just kidding. How is that possible? Dodbo's voice took on a stutter. The others weren't much better. Gulp. Among the four, there was even someone who couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It wasn't that they weren't calm, but this one value in front of them really scared them. Even if they had thought that Jiang Chen's strength was already very powerful on the way over. But no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't imagine that Jiang Chen's strength could reach such a level. 38,000 points. That's 38,000 combat points. Even just looking at it made them feel a tingle in their scalp. At this moment, all four of them didn't know how to react. How about Aunt Saliba? Uncle Toma? Uncle Dodbo? Uncle Pabzen? Jiang Chen looked at the shocked four and couldn't help but speak with a smile. Aspera. You. Saliba subconsciously opened her mouth. But when the words reached halfway, she didn't know how to speak. The other three were similar. Jiang Chen smiled, naturally able to understand the shock of several people. Vegeta's science. Unlike the science of the sixth universe, due to the reason of following Frisia, all of them are violent beyond measure. The S cells in the body are almost equal to none, and there is no method of cultivation. The limit of strength is almost 10,000 points, and it is very difficult to have any further improvement. There were only a handful of people who were able to break through 10,000 points, which were already rare. However, it was only just barely a breakthrough, and not a single one had reached 20,000, let alone 40,000. The moment hit them as hard as you can imagine. Along with the fight with Doria and Sabo, Jiang Chen body scion cells were activated, coupled with a long time of cultivation, so that this time the combat power in a short period of time has been a rapid leap. Formally from 36,000 points to 38,000 points, and there is no sign of stopping. Even if he didn't go through any more battles next and just practiced as usual, Jiang Chen had the feeling that his strength would still be able to continue to leap forward by a large step, and there was absolutely no problem in reaching 40,000 points. Of course, this is not an illusion. Scions are an extremely special race. As a fighting race of scions, what is needed is a peaceful heart to be able to make the body S cells grow substantially. And only S cells grow substantially to be able to strengthen the potential of the scions. However, completely peaceful, but does not conform to the boundaries of the scion's strength enhancement. Just like the scions of the sixth universe, even though a long time had passed and their single combat power had become extremely exaggerated, they still couldn't cross the threshold of scions reaching super scions. One of the most important reasons for this is that the scions of the sixth universe are perhaps too peaceful. It left them with enough S cells in their bodies. But the scion fighting gene didn't excite much. The sight looked to the four men. Jiang Chen mused slightly. An idea followed. Resurrecting the four was his way of remembering how well these guys took care of him on planet Vegeta. There are really no other extra thoughts, but at this moment, the four people reappeared, but they couldn't help but give him an idea. If Jiang Chen remembered well, if he wanted to become a Super Saiyan God, he had to have 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice to be able to do so. But nowadays, in the entire 7th universe, I'm afraid it's hard to find 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice. Originally he hadn't given it that much thought. After all, he wasn't even a Super Saiyan at the moment, and considering a Super Saiyan God was just too far away. But now, something suddenly occurred to him. That is, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God may have an up and down relationship, but Super Saiyan and Saiyan God don't seem to have an up and down relationship. It's not necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan to become a Saiyan God. At the end of the day, all that's needed are 5 Saiyans who are supposedly righteous enough. 5. No doubt. Would have been a lot of trouble for the previous 7th universe. After all, there were only a few remaining Saiyans in the entire 7th universe, and having to come up with 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice was simply a dream. But today, it's not a no-brainer. In the original Vegeta was able to turn into a Saiyan with a heart of justice. So why can't these guys from the Bardock squad? Compared to Vegeta, the Saiyans in Batak's team are much kinder. All that's needed is a reasonable lead. Aspora, you're really giving us a big surprise. With your strength, the captain would be overjoyed if he knew. Saliba couldn't help but speak with emotion. 38,000 points. TSK, TSK, Aspera, how the hell did you do that? There can't be a problem with the birth test, can there? Toma's few people also reacted. And at this moment after the shock one of them couldn't help but be replaced by excitement. 38,000 combat points. Not in the entire history of planet Vegeta. At the moment Aspera was in possession. And at the moment, Aspera was just under 10 years old. They couldn't imagine just how high Jiang Chen's future achievements would be. You say that Aspera wouldn't be the one from the legend, would you? Seemingly thinking of something, Pabzu couldn't help but speak. Which one? Dodbo subconsciously. Pabzu, you mean the rumored one. The one among the Saiyans that only appears in 1,000 years. Seemingly thinking of something, Toma subconsciously looked to Jiang Chen and then to Pabzu with shock as he opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, the one that was rumored. Seriously, I've never seen such a powerful Saiyan. Aspera is less than 10 years old now, I think. 38,000 combat points. Pabzu nodded, then spoke with a low tone. Gulp. Well, isn't that a legend? Yeah. A few people opened their mouths, and at this moment, they all couldn't help but feel an incomparable inner vibration. Looking at the several people's expressions, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and was about to say something, but gave up after considering it. For a few people at the moment, there was really no need to explain anything. After all, the whole Super Saiyan thing was still too far away from them. Aspera, you are simply amazing. Saliba couldn't help but speak with emotion. Several others chimed in and spoke likewise. The Kaimwood squad should be arriving soon, so Aunt Sariba, you guys better get out of here. Amidst the emotions of several people, Jiang Chen waited slightly before speaking. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, several people also came back from their ups and downs, and excitement. Aspera, let's just leave. Although you have 38,000 combat power, the Keanu Special Warfare Team is Frisia's trump card after all, so we can wait a few more years before settling the score with Frisia. Yes, Aspera, since you're the rumored Super Saiyan, if we wait a few years, we'll definitely be able to beat Frisia. Let's leave first. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the few people from Saliba hurriedly opened their mouths. Don't worry, it's just GIs, and with Bart I should be able to handle it. And Saiyans need to fight in order to improve their strength, and this time it's just right. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Perhaps a few were right. Yet as he said, it was the fight that he needed most these days. Only by fighting would he be able to further cross this boundary to another level. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Saliba and the others became more anxious all of a sudden. Why don't you guys go ahead and leave? You can go ahead and look for Auntie Keen, and Lei Tais and the others. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Hamakochi-san is okay? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Saliba's eyes lit up and she opened her mouth with excitement. A flash of surprise appeared on the other people's expressions. Yes, now they are above the earth. Auntie Sariba, let me pass on the coordinates to you. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then operated the instrument, inputting a copy of the coordinates to Saliba. And when Jiang Chen finished, the four of them couldn't help but look at each other. However, at this very moment, two terrifying auras instantly appeared in the middle of space. No good. They're coming. Toma blushed and couldn't help but make a noise. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys go first or I'm afraid I won't be able to leave later. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. Go! Toma took a deep breath, then nodded. Aspera, Watch yourself. Yeah, you be careful. Can't fight. Go first. A few of Saliba's people responded and spoke up as well. With their strength, they could not afford to participate in this kind of battle, and it was not a good result to continue to stay. After a few people finished speaking, they rose into the air and quickly headed towards the airship. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, floated in the middle of midair. Silently, he watched the two landing ships in the distance. The look was tinged with a touch of anticipation. Nowadays, his combat power was 38,000 points, while Geeth's combat power should be 49,000 points in the original story, and Bart's was 43,000 points. Nowadays there was still some time left before the plot opened, and he didn't know to what extent Ji's and Bart's strength had actually reached, but thought, even if there is a gap it shouldn't be too far. After all, they were already part of the Kiwana Special Forces, and two existences with over 40,000 combat power were undoubtedly the best whetstone for him, even more so than Sob and Doria. After all, those two together were far less powerful than him, and these two in front of him were bound to surpass him. Not to say that it gave him a life and death challenge, but at least the sense of oppression was there. This one is undoubtedly the best. There was enough oppression to ignite his bloodline as a scion. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The ground is collapsing. Subsequently, bumper! Two spaceship hatches flew across the room, and the figures of Keith and Bart appeared above the planet. Finally? That damn wild monkey. I don't think he escaped, or it'll take us a lot of time again. G.I.'s opened his mouth and his figure floated straight up. In the rear, Bart flew up similarly. The moment the two flew, they also turned on their probes. Drip! The values are jumping all over the place. 4,100 points. 4,500 points. 5,300 points. There's another 4,200 points. What's with all the garbage combatants? Isn't this a barbaric planet? Keith opened his mouth with surprise. Shall I go and finish them off? Bart looked over at Keith with inquiry. Work it out. Keith nodded. Bart was then ready for action. However, at this very moment, a figure appeared in front of them. What man? 5 o'clock? Pohahahaha. There's even an existence with such a low combat power. G.I.'s was startled at first, but when he quickly saw the value on top of the detector, he couldn't help but instantly laugh out loud. Keith, look, he looks like a wild monkey from planet Vegeta. 5 combat points. There are such trash among the wild monkeys of planet Vegeta. Bart's voice spoke with a smile, while his eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen's wagging tail. Ha ha ha, Scion? It's still true, but it sure is weak. G.I. froze for a moment and quickly noticed Jiang Chen's tail as well, and couldn't help but open his mouth with a wide grin. Yes? You guys need to stop looking so closely. Jiang Chen laughed lightly, and in the next moment the hidden chi around his body instantly erupted. Tick-tock! The value of the detectors in G.I.'s and Bart's eyes began to jump rapidly. 5, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 30,000, 35,000, 38,000. As the value finally settled, Guy's and Bart's smiles instantly tightened. Their pupils couldn't help but widen, and their expressions took on a touch of shock. How? Bart muttered. No, could it be that you were the one who destroyed the Frisia Maharaja's base? Suddenly G.I. seemed to have thought of something, his sight instantly looking towards Jiang Chen, words ringing out with a lost voice. Not very stupid. It seems. Jiang Chen laughed lightly, while a strand of his body's aura erupted amidst the rapidity. Powerful chi energy swept across the clouds of the entire firmament. At the same time he had a fairy bean in his mouth by him. In the instant of contact, he had already sensed the aura of Guy's and Bart. Indeed not as powerful as in the original. Guy's combat power was only 45,000 points, and Bart even more so, only 40,000 points. Compared to the beginning of the original were less. Yet any less, it was still far more than he was capable of. Even the weakest Bart was above him in strength. Relying on his control of chi, he was most likely able to fight with Bart, but he was afraid that he was no match against G.I.'s. This one was destined to be an uphill battle. He had to be ready for anything. Eyes twinkling, his eyes glanced offhandedly into the distance. It has his second layer of protection. He had arranged for the ship to be set up for projection before the Bardock squad arrived. For the sake of, just in case. After all, he wanted to fight to improve himself and transform himself, but he didn't intend to seek death. Even if in this Dragon Ball world, death didn't mean real death, it was equally possible to remain logged in for the duration. But Jiang Chen didn't intend to take any chances until it was absolutely necessary. Kid, you're too cocky. But a mere 38,000 combat points. Might as well tell you that this Grandmaster has a full 45,000 combat points. Go to hell and repent. G.I.'s opened his mouth with a cold snort, his shocked color collecting as he looked at Jiang Chen with a ferocious light in his eyes. Yes? It doesn't have to be me who goes to hell. Jiang Chen laughed softly, his breath rising once again. At this moment he didn't hide it at all, releasing as much chi belonging to himself as possible. And it seemed as if the cells in his body were cheering because of the impending battle, and his combat power at 38,000 points had all once again increased. And it's not just a little boost, it's hundreds of points that keep jumping. Seek death. Gizi's face changed, and in the next moment his figure instantly moved. It charged directly towards Jiang Chen. Fast, unimaginably fast. Although Gi's wasn't called the number one speed in the universe, his 45,000 points of strength still made him unimaginably fast. Jiang Chen's strength couldn't even be perceived. However, not being able to perceive it doesn't mean that the body doesn't react to it. Boom! Jiang Chen raised his hand almost instinctively. A powerful shockwave instantly swept out. Jiang Chen's arm directly collided with Gi's fist. A flash of surprise appeared in Gi's, but the movement didn't stop. Boom! Rumble! Fighting this instant broke out. Powerful gas swept away. The clouds in the sky and earth were directly torn apart. The distant ground is instantly above the large pieces of collapse. It may not feel like much in the middle of anime, but in the real world, the terror that erupted from 40,000 combat points had already reached an unimaginable level. Those are the ones who were resurrected to become Scion gods.